The Dark Demon King, Volume 12 by Hishi Kagedari, translated by Shikaku, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 432, Rin. The territory of Helvisha, which was governed by Earl Vint Dominique Helvisha Burgunt, was a relatively rich land located in the western part of Sinclair Republic. Despite its distance from the holy city of Elysian, the climate was mild and the land was fertile. In addition to the lush countryside, it faced the ocean, which held the key to trading, allowing the remarkable development of the territory. The young incumbent earl was still in his 40s with exceptional skills in domestic affairs. His appointment to be the supreme commander of the Third Crusade Army in the Pandora expedition was enough to describe the power of the earl and his territory. Earl Burgunt was about to accomplish rapid progress in the development of Helvisha. Unfortunately, the territory was suffering from many misfortunes just before the announcement of his participation in the expedition. There was an outbreak of monsters, invading bandits from the neighboring territory that was falling into ruins, as well as the uprising of the heathens that had been hiding in ambush for a long time. With these three dangerous forces that appeared almost in unison in the territory, Earl Burgunt's well-being was also threatened. Bandits would often ambush the soldiers who were sent to save villages from invading monsters. With all their resources thoroughly robbed, the soldiers managed to rebuild their position and resumed the march, only to be attacked by the heathens. The occurrences of situations like these were common. The Helvetian knights, who had been training consistently for a long time, had not been defeated, but their strength had been sharply sheared and steadily exhausted. Above all, the loss of his only son in the battle with the heathens, who had been raised to be his successor, made the earl suffer. Even after the death of his important heir, the intermittent raids still yet to subside in various places. The once peaceful and lush territory had abruptly become rough. Anxiety among the people became more intense each day. And with no prospective solution visible, distrust in the lord of the territory had increased as well. Meanwhile, a girl suddenly appeared, a beautiful maiden with black hair and black eyes, a sister dressed in pure white priestess robe. Her name was Linfelt. She was grandly announced to be Earl Burgunt's daughter. However, if it were only the discovery of his illegitimate child, it would not become a significant topic. Linfelt's name was very well known in the territory, even in the distant holy city of Elysian. It was not because of her beauty that she was well known, but because of her unparalleled ability. Sanctuary. The so-called original was under the divine protection of the white gods and was so powerful that it could not be awakened by merely the apostles. With that power, she exterminated monsters, annihilated the bandits, and the abominable army of heathens. Within a year of Linfelt's appearance, Helvisha had regained peace. Due to the great accomplishment of such a miracle and her beautiful holy figure, Linfelt was naturally known as the Holy Maiden of Helvisha. The name was Rin. I was one of the ordinary apprentice sisters commonly seen everywhere in Sinclair. Moreover, I wasn't serving in a church like the white, glistening cathedral in Elysian, but I served in a somewhat dirty and shabby little church in the slums, where only orphans and beggars came for shelter and food. I was just a pseudo-sister who had not been baptized. I thought this social status of mine was shady, but for an orphan like me whose parents were unknown, it was only appropriate. For as long as I could remember, I was abandoned and raised in this church. Or rather, I was scrambling for the black bread on the table against the other orphans who were being taken care of by the church as well. When fellow orphans reached the age of 15, they either left this place immediately and never returned or died before becoming an adult. If orphans remained here after turning 15, they would be subjected to pseudo-sister apprenticeship and had to take care of the new generation of orphans like what I was doing. It wasn't because I wanted to be an apprentice. Somehow, I was going with the flow and did it. The person who was managing the church up until now, in other words, the sister who raised me in place of my parents, was too old that it wouldn't be surprising if she ascended to heaven any day now, had become senile, and I couldn't leave her alone. I felt like there was no other choice but to continue her work. I persisted to try my best in taking care of those brats until they were healthy enough. I had a hunch that I would continue this service forever, eventually grow old just like sister, and would still be here. One day, my noisy but calm everyday life suddenly came to an end. Nice to meet you. I'm Sebastian, who serves Earl Burgunt's family. Under the orders of the Earl, I have come for you. A ridiculously beautiful knight with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared. Under the orders of the Earl, he took me away immediately, even before I knew what was going on. Oh, you must be Rin Linfelt. Such beautiful black hair and black eyes. You truly are a copy of her, there's no mistaking it. You're my daughter. What? When I realized, I was already in Earl Burgunt's mansion. The lord of this territory, the Earl himself, was hugging a girl from the shadiest region of the slums in an occasion that appeared to be an emotional reunion. No, rather, I couldn't keep up with the conversation at all. Well, in short, you're the Earl's illegitimate child. And that night, when Sebastian explained from the beginning in my bedroom, my thoughts finally caught up with reality, and I had a better understanding of the situation. So it was the so-called secret birth. My pitiful self was suddenly a daughter of an earl. A princess? Such a story was a common development in nonsensical entertainment books, circulating widely even in the slums that girls tend to long for and dream about it. However, after living a hardcore orphan life for 15 years, my calloused heart understood that those dreams were merely a ridiculous attempt to escape reality. I was a realist that considered bread for tomorrow to be more important than dreaming. For a realist like me, it was completely unexpected to turn into an earl's daughter overnight. Actually, I don't know if it's really the truth or not. Is that so? That earl looked very deeply moved. As a noble, at least you should try to be like one, even if it's just an act. You seem to be earnest, but either way, as long as the Earl wants to you as his daughter, you already are Earl Burgunt's daughter, Linfelt. What's with that Lin whatever? My name is Rin. It seems to be the name the Earl was planning to give to his newly born daughter. Isn't it good? The name is similar to yours. No way, such a grandiose name, by the way. Since when did you use such familiar expressions with me? Well, I've been put in an awkward position to become your exclusive escort and butler. I need to teach you manners, so you don't get carried away since you were a slum orphan who became an earl's daughter. Teach me manners. Now you are an ignorant and uneducated slum brat. Starting tomorrow, I will drill the appropriate etiquette befitting of an earl's daughter. What etiquette, manners? It's not just manners, but also learning how to dance, how to brew tea, and much more. Dance was like what people do during the harvest festival, right? They gathered around the bonfire and went round and round in circles sloppily. Wouldn't it be better to learn how to make money calculations so that we would not be tricked by petty merchants? There was no need for worry. I was the best haggler in the slums. Also, you could make tea just by pouring hot water onto the leaves. Piece of cake, it would be a piece of cake. Ahahaha. Wait, are you for real? What's with that anyway? I'm not even a noble's daughter. Like I said, you are. I could only laugh superficially. The environment surrounding me changed completely within a day. Give me a break. Let me go back to that noisy but peaceful life. But think of this as a bonus. Perhaps the Earl is interested in that original. What are you saying? I can't even use magic. Don't play dumb, I've done my research. You can use Sanctuary, can't you? Well, I got found out. My secret was Sanctuary, the only special ability that was truly unique. Although, one might say it wasn't that big of a deal. It was just an ability to voluntarily deploy transparent defense magic with no attack power. It was a self-defense magic perfect for a young maiden like me when walking alone at the back alley of the slums. The only person who knew the truth about this magic was my substitute parent, sister. To begin with, she told me about the exaggerated name of this ability, that it wasn't something I should show people, and that I shouldn't completely rely on that power. She only told me about that kind of mental preparedness. If I were a hot-blooded boy, I could have dreamt to become a knight or a sorcerer with this ability. But I was just a normal girl who wanted neither pain nor fear. Even without sister's warning, I would only use it for emergencies, but it was no longer a secret. You will grow this special magic from now on. Mastering it is your most important job. Even if you say that, what am I supposed to do? I have never practiced magic. I don't even know how to do it. That's why I said, you'll do it from now on. Listen, you will be enrolled in Elysian Magic Academy in 3 months. What? What is that, backdoor entry to school? You have a background in magic, and you are an honest person. Don't worry. Can I really do it? Even I have heard the name of Elysian Magic Academy. It was the place where the smartest people with the greatest magic in the Republic gathered. Notorious grand nobles, legendary knights, and even clergies were born from this school. It was well known throughout the Republic. Haha, that's impossible. My destiny was already set in stone, even if I said that. From that day, my days of hardship in which impossibleness and unreasonableness piled up had started. First of all, the minimum education as a noble's daughter was drilled into me for 3 months, so that my shady past would not leak out while attending the academy. His cool face was the only highlight of this brute escort butler. What a waste of handsomeness. The first thing I learned was neither good table manners nor magnificent dance. Sebastian was an outrageously wicked bastard. His physical appearance was the only good thing about him. The Earl was certainly a gentle-mannered and handsome knight who would give a refreshing smile to everyone. But he turned out to be a terrible guy who would use unreserved speech and abusive language towards me. But I could be myself in front of this guy, so I was annoyed by the fact that I could not hate him from the bottom of my heart. I only appreciated the provisions of cigarettes and alcohol. 3 months later, I finally managed to evolve into a young lady and really entered Elysian Magic Academy. It was not a coincidence that Sebastian enrolled with me as well as anticipated. It was only then I understood what he meant by being my exclusive escort and butler. I was slow to notice that. Anyway, combining my relentless efforts and Sebastian's, I would call him by his nickname from now on. Thanks to Seba's support, I could walk a tightrope during my academy life filled with high society and elite students. I still did not know whether or not it was exactly what the Earl had in mind, but as a result, my sanctuary had grown. Well, that was an amazing momentum. When I realized my magical power had become the greatest among the students in the academy of my generation, and I was proud of it. During the time of admission, it was rumored that the counter of the magic measuring device was destroyed with the very small amount of magical power I possessed. My power was even more compared to the absent-minded, blue-haired, golden-eyed sorceress. But I was not happy to be the best at this. The reason being that absent-minded sorceress had rendered me broken-hearted with my first love. Unlike Sebastian, my silver-haired magic teacher, who looked great and intelligent with glasses, was very kind and straightforward. This 27-year-old bachelor made my heart flutter. Well, I guess that was the so-called adult's charm. Because of him, I was able to do my best and determined to master Sanctuary. But when I confessed on graduation day, "I'm sorry, Linfelt, I already have someone I love." No way. Who in the world is it, teacher? That's. Please tell me. If it's not a convenient lie to reject my confession, I won't be convinced unless I hear the name of that person. Fiona Solil, I'm going to meet her and confess to her. While crying my eyes out, I left the academy and went back to Helvisha. By the way, I did not know what happened to my teacher and that absent-minded sorceress. I did not want to know. He was such a cool and kind person with strong magic, not to mention his accomplishment as a professor at the academy at such a young age, as well as his high social status and high annual income. No woman would reject a proposal from such a superior being. Damn, whenever I imagined how they would be lovey-dovey with each other, I felt like crying my heart out due to frustration and jealousy. Even so, this was my way of showing how earnest I was about my feelings. Anyway, right when I returned with a broken heart, it was finally time for the official announced throughout Helvisha that I was the real daughter of Earl Burgunt. I had already been using Burgunt family name since I was in the academy, but never explicitly stated that I was the Earl's daughter. It was convenient as long as I maintained a stance of moderate connection with the relatives. With this, I would not be able to turn back or withdraw from my aristocratic debut and pretended that none of this ever happened. Since the announcement was sudden, it was a bit of a mess and seemed to have caused some repercussions. But for Helvisha, it was not the time to worry about this issue. The 3 rampaging forces of monsters, bandits, and heathens around the territory made it seem as if the white god would want to wash everything away with a terrible flood. The only thing that could restore order was neither the miracle of gods nor the great efforts of the brave knights. Yes, it was me who had mastered Sanctuary. However, the Earl did not seem to have an intention to suddenly sending me to the front line. In fact, I spent a quiet month in the mansion upon my return from the academy. I was baptized at the beautiful church of Helvisha. It was at this time that I was given the holy name Arya. Named after the Holy Mother Arya, this name was the most popular female holy name. It was neither good nor bad, and yet possessed an ancient and honorable origin, a perfect holy name for me who did not want to stand out. The name could be considered neutral. After fully enjoying my peaceful moment, that incident happened. Amidst conflicts with the heathens who were lying in ambush in the slums, the church where I grew up was burnt down. The orphans were burned to death by the crimson hellfire. Sister, who raised me in place of my parents, also had a taste of purgatory and traveled to the afterlife. She died before I could show her how praiseworthy I had become. Became the daughter of an earl, graduated from Elysian Magic Academy somehow, and became a real sister with the holy name of Arya. That was the first time I killed a person. Utilizing sanctuary, I killed as many heathens as I could see. My sanctuary has the range of effect and strength that I wanted. As long as they were within my sight, I could block the opponent's escape route by using the barrier to corner and crush them. It would be like trapping them in a closed room with no exits and making the ceiling fall from above to crush them. They had nowhere to escape. After thoughtlessly played a very active role in subduing the heathens, for no apparent reason, I found myself running around throughout Helvisha with the knights. We crushed the monsters to the west and the bandits to the east. Defeating monsters was relatively easy since they would run away once they were defeated. Due to the bad harvest in the neighboring territory, many citizens turned into bandits and started to rob for survival. However, thanks to the countermeasure taken by the generous Earl, who welcomed all citizens of the neighboring territory with open arms and happiness, we were able to solve the bandit problem without further casualties. Only the heathens were hopeless, so I annihilated them thoroughly. I had brought peace to the territory without knowing it, and the holy maiden of Helvisha was born. Don't joke around. Then I became one of the pages in that new legend, and was to serve in the Crusade army on the Pandora expedition. Say what you like, but it's going to be really dangerous this time. Hey, how long are you going to keep whining? The enemy is already right in front of us. That day was the 20th day of gloom. The huge blizzard known as the White Dragon Nest in this region had finally passed. Once again, the cloudless blue sky pierced through our field of vision. If I were in the academy, the time would be exactly when the first bell of the day rang. While shivering in the cold morning air, I straddled through the snowfield on my favorite horse, Unicorn. Next to me was Sebastian wearing a silver armor like a prince. Right behind us were the idiots we met on the battlefield that had been following us ever since. Though they were idiots, they were companions that could be relied upon. Behind them were countless soldiers of the Crusade army wearing matching white surcoats. Huh! I let out a heavy sigh as I saw the enormous castle wall in front of me as if it was protected by a class of vicious demons. No matter how many holes we made, was it really possible to break through a wall that high? The Earl, the church, as well as the gods who gave us the revelation to fight, must all be crazy to have us invade such a place. That thought crossed my mind, but since we had already come so far, there was nothing else we could do. Prepare yourself, Rin. Oh, brave crusaders, this marks the opening of the curtain of the true holy war. We are standing up to our Lord's sworn enemy, the heathens who worship the evil demon-class black gods. Today, right here, right now, in the name of the White God, we will pass a holy judgment to the army of evil men. We will destroy them. Last night, while rubbing my sleepy eyes, I was desperately trying to memorize this inspirational pre-battle speech, so I could deliver it without making any mistakes. Thanks to my hard work, the crusaders in the back got all excited. Among the boisterous war cries, holy prayers and cries like "kill the demons" and "protect the gods" could be heard. To be honest, I did not understand what kind of authority I possessed to lead this army, but I played my part since I was told to do it. If I won this war, I might acquire my own territory. I would not need a huge territory, only big enough to build a house, a moderate field, and some sheds for livestock. That would be good enough for me. Then this time for real, I would live a secluded, quiet, and peaceful life in my territory, detached from battles and aristocrats' expectations. That was my hope and dream. So please, Demon Spada, please lose this battle obediently. With that kind of selfish prayer in my heart, I raised my favorite staff and screamed at the top of my lungs. All hands charge. Episode 433, The Fifth Galahad War, Act 2. On the morning of the 20th day of gloom. After the snowstorm passed the night before, the crusaders began to move again. The main corps has finally arrived. Just like the first day of battle on the 16th day, I sat on top of the north wing castle wall on the right side. To be more precise, I was sitting on top of the wall where Taurus punched out a hole. I was admiring the view from atop this 50-meter high castle wall. A blanket of freshly piled up snow due to the blizzard was covering the battlefield, as if trying to hide the aftermath of the previous battle. The enemies trudging through the brand new snowfield was distinctly visible. The white equipment of the Crusade army assimilated with the ground, creating a wavy snowfield. However, even the accumulated snow could not cover the large wreckage. The wreckage of sample Taurus that had been decorated with small heaps of snow. Whether the wreckage was meant to be recovered, or it was impossible to be recovered, remained a mystery since the Crusaders were bypassing it as if it was a mere obstacle lying on the battleground. Almost directly below me was the crime scene where Lily killed the pilot, rendering the massive Taurus incapacitated. It had since been laying face down, slowly transforming into a mountain of snow. However, this mountain of snow would not help us in deterring enemy invasion. If they intended to siege the castle, then they would easily advance over this pile. Wow, there are so many of them. I can't see the slave soldiers anymore. Did they run out of them? Standing to my right, Lily was sizing up the advancing enemy corps. The number of enemies seemed to fill a width of 1 kilometer on the snowfield. The line of battle formed by the slave soldiers was systematically trained, and their march was overflowing with the strong volition of invasion. The march was bristling with cross flags and long spears arranged closely together. The advancing countless soldiers' footsteps resonated through the snowfield and echoed all the way up here. The infantry of white surcoats familiarly resembled the armor knights that fought fiercely together with the white-robed sorcerers unit at the dry riverbed of Alsace. They had not appeared yet, but perhaps this time the Pegasus Knights would launch an airstrike. Indeed, it would be an all-out war. Oh, I see they have brought their weapon for castle siege as well. It seems like they are attempting a frontal attack. The infantry units were marching ahead on the thick layer of snow. Trailing behind them was a large weapon with wheels moving sluggishly. It was a rectangular six-wheeler, about the size of a truck, with a sharp log covered with metal peeking from the tip, also known as a battering ram. The strong ancient gate would not break from 1 or 2 strikes, but what would become of it when being stricken continuously? Additionally, there were ballistae mobilized by wagons, distinguishable from the worn-out ladders the slave soldiers carried. Huge siege ladders were visible as well. The siege ladders resembled dozen-meter-high square towers. The soldiers would most likely climb up from the back of the contraption, and then operate the ladder attached at the very top of it. The ladder would be unfolded and leaned against the castle wall, acting as a bridge for them to trickle in and siege the castle that way. However, the wall of Galahad Castle stood a majestic height of 50 meters. It was not a trivial height that could be reached with ease, but they certainly would be able to reach the breaches in the wall beneath. They have small golems with them as well. Golems that size are usable for civil engineering work as well. Because of their slow movements, I bet they are utilizing them for the siege battle, where the opponents would be stationary. Well, they were indeed stronger and more powerful than people. Their sluggishness could easily be compensated, and they would be useful in certain scenarios. They did not seem to move at high speed like full-tune Taurus with a booster. We would not stand a chance if such high-performance guys were mass-produced. I don't think that alone can break the wall itself. They could mobilize the sorcerers to give them a boost. The use of magic items for destructive blasts is possible as well, so don't let your guard down. I see, so staying close to the wall would be dangerous too. We were outnumbered, and it would be almost impossible to hold our defense if they attack all at once. It would be wise to assume those chimera soldiers that climbed the wall so effortlessly were still around. Look, the humans seem to finally start moving, so we should deploy Daedalus people earlier. Listen well, everyone. We shall never allow those who do foul play to step on the soil of Spada. Such a lively voice was heard from a distance away. The owner of the voice was General Jessenberg, who led the 3rd Corps of Rampage of the Spada army. He was also in charge of the right side of the northern wing castle defense. He had a mountain goat head with 2 majestic horns, a long white beard like a dwarf, and his whole body was covered with snow-white fur. His race was not a goat beast folk, he was a demon. He was none other than the higher-class demon Baphomet. Whenever I looked at General Jessenberg, I could see nothing but raw materials for robes. I missed the deceased Baphomet embrace. I ended up wondering if I were to use that white Baphomet fur, would it give me some strengthening effects? Putting my imagination aside, the demon general was to defend the breaches in the castle wall. Somehow or other, the 2 holes in the castle wall had been repaired within the past 3 days. However, the quick fix was imperfect. The repaired parts were much more fragile than the rest of the wall. For this reason, it was necessary to reinforce the low defense by applying strengthening magic as needed. Just as expected of a high-class demon, General Jessenberg seemed to be skillful in darkness and earth elements. I was not able to confirm which element he combined with the defense magic, but the moment he utilized it, the breach began to fill. There were other sorcerers of Rampage that supported in the reinforcement of the repaired breach as well. At least with this, even if the battle were to continue for a whole day, the magic should be able to provide continuous protection. The left side of the opposite wall was also reinforced in a similar way. With the reinforced parts, the intended function of the castle wall could somehow be maintained. But if Taurus comes again, it's going to end up being destroyed again. Oh, there seemed to be a few dozens of them left. On the other side, at the Crusade army's encampment, the magic catapults used on the first day of the attack were lined up in succession, impatiently waiting for the time to attack. Directly behind the crane-shaped catapults, an ancient golem stood even in a more impressive height, the power loader Taurus, as if providing a size reference for everyone to understand how huge the catapults were. There were exactly 12 of them. No matter how many times I witnessed it, I could never get used to the overwhelming majestic appearance of the first giant that stood side by side in a row. Maybe they won't move right away. I'm afraid intimidation is their main purpose. As I predicted, the moment Taurus came into our line of sight, its fate would be sealed if the secret weapon of Galahad's stronghold, the beam cannon of the Battle Tower Pharos, was utilized. Perhaps they could only deploy 4 shots per day. Besides the Pharos cannon, Rank 5 adventurers could unleash one-shot only killer technique that could potentially seal Taurus. However, we had to attack with maximum firepower and use our trump card right off the bat, because we would not be able to defend against full-tune Taurus assaults. If they did not use Taurus, we had a few killer techniques up our sleeves. It was quite obvious that our side would suffer more from this battle. My speculation was that Taurus had run out of magical power to be utilized in this battle. In other words, there was a high probability that it had become the perfect papier-mâché tiger. But just in case, we must deploy our killer technique as a precaution. Well, if we can land one shot, it would be enough. Is it about time to get started? Fiona yawned. Even though her lax demeanor was questionable, it did not make me anxious or distrust her. Fiona would be reliable in due time, even if she looked dubious. That's right. According to our earlier briefing, Fiona will take the right and Lily the left. Our target is the siege weapon or the group of armor knights. Kurono, if you utilize Meteor Strike as a signal, we will come back here at once. Unfortunately, I will continue to provide support from above like that. Arrangement confirmation, okay. The plan of attack this time was the same as the one on the last day of the Alsace battle, a huge single blow at the beginning. I arranged the 2 of them to shoot from a distance. I will launch Gil bulletless plasma blaster from here. This way, the 3 of us would not redundantly overlap our range of attacks, and we could bring down more enemies. Most importantly, after finish attacking, we would assume formation vertical limit, just like on the first day of the previous battle. I would focus on continuing to hit the enemies by the wall, nothing too grand of a plan. As long as our physical power, energy, and magical power still available, we would persist on fighting through that way. Well then, see you, Kurono. See you. Lily walked away cheerfully as though she was going shopping, while waving her small hand at me. Fiona headed for her position, while pushing her way through the stampede so dexterously. The crusaders were wriggling below, making their way across the snowfield that spread between on their encampment and the castle. They were almost halfway through. Okay, Hitsugi, we should start preparing, too, the greed mode blastergill. Roger that, master. Starting energy charge. The heavy cannon was quietly revealed and set at the ready. I let the magic power and fighting spirit overflow while glaring at the approaching crusaders. 'Twas the day that we definitely would go on a rampage to our heart's content. The real crusade army that came from far across the ocean from Sinclair Republic was my true opponent. Oh, I could finally slaughter you all. How much I had been waiting for this moment. I shall show you the power of the Nightmare Berserker. Bring it on. They're not coming. Overwhelmed by impatience and irritation, I muttered in annoyance. The energy of the greed was already at full charge. With one pull of the trigger, a torrent of purple lightning would be grandly released. However, the said enemies did not appear. Master, is it time yet? Hitsugi had already finished the countdown and was idling. The crusaders suddenly stopped at the edge of our blast range. All of us were holding our breaths waiting for them to attack. Lily, Fiona, the adventurers with their staffs, and the Spada knights with their bows were assuming their attack positions. Hey, why are the enemies on this side not moving? General Jessenberg barked in anger. To describe the current situation more accurately, the attack from the crusaders had already begun. The White Army shot an avalanche and pushed forward. Catapults fired blazing rock cannonballs in unison, while the siege weapons were rattling and inching toward the castle walls. In a blink of an eye, the bodies of the perished crusade army piled up near the wall due to the surging waves of our counterattacks. The discord echoes of their screams, bellows, and shrieks were reverberating across the battlefield. Meteor-like blazing rocks scattered like flowers as they were blocked by walls and barriers in midair. At an even higher altitude, the Pegasus Knights that finally started attacking rigorously were greeted by the Spada Dragoons. A fierce dogfight had commenced. Unlike the slave soldiers, the well-armed crusaders were also making an onslaught, undauntedly and fiercely firing a storm of arrows and assault magic upon us. Some death casualties were starting to occur on the defending Spada army side as well. Just like that, the intense battle to the death took place at the Great Wall of Galahad. We would protect the right side of this northern wing. Damn, what in the world is happening? The enemy attacks at the main gate and the left side of the southern wing were concentrated toward the breach. There should be no significant difference in the sizes and the repair condition between the breach here and on the other side. But for some reason, the enemies were ignoring this side. Hold on. I thought the armor knights were equipped with impenetrable shields and armors since they were standing still unscathed to form a line of battle. It was as if they were excluded from being attacked. However, that was not the case at all. In that case, they were waiting for the right timing to attack us. What the hell were they waiting for? If they possessed a definitive means to destroy this wall, it would not make sense to start attacking elsewhere. I started to wonder if there was something pertinent at that one point where they were standing. What are they scheming? Lily, Fiona, any thoughts on this? I'm sorry, Kurono. Lily doesn't know. Same here. I can't think of anything in particular off the top of my head. I don't sense anything abnormal either. Through telepathy, I tried gathering information from two people who were positioned very far apart from each other. However, the results were inconclusive. I was being vigilant that perhaps magic items, such as bombs, were installed in the wall during the snowstorm, but I could not feel any sign of magical power at the moment. While I was scanning the wall for anomalies, I heard General Jessenberg gave out orders to check the wall as well. The Spada army also seemed to be speculating the current bizarre situation. Pardon me, Your Excellency. The enemy's offensive at the front gate is fierce. Shall we send a part of our squad for reinforcement? His Majesty hasn't given the order yet, but the extent of this situation is within our discretion. I could hear such a conversation upon listening carefully. The one who proposed sending reinforcement was Mr. Eliwood, a strong elf, the vice captain who was in charge of commanding Gladiator on our side. I think it's necessary to keep the third squad in close contact with the enemies. Indeed, understood. Let's mobilize some infantrymen for central support. I'll take direct command. May I leave this position in your hands, Lord Eliwood? Please, leave this to me, General. If the enemy moves, I'll return immediately. Also, if there is something wrong with the wall, I'll deal with it promptly. General Jessenberg went to reinforce the main gate. For a brief moment, I was considering leaving my post, since it was only a few hundred meters ahead. Even if the crusaders started to move, the general would have made it back here before they could approach the wall. That being the case, I decided to check enemy movements as well as their destination to confirm it with my own eyes. As Mr. Eliwood said, it would be better to not fuss over my post rather than letting the soldiers run amok. Both the center and the left side of the southern wing were undergoing fierce battles that could use some reinforcements. Oh, Kurono, Grandpa Goat is coming here. Soon after, I received a telepathic communication from Lily. She reported the movement of General Baphomet that she witnessed. General Jessenberg is temporarily reinforcing the central. Should Lily go too? No, stand by right where you are. Let's focus on our defense here. Yeah, understood. Suddenly, Lily's voice was cut off. Huh, Lily, what happened? I called out to her aloud, but the usual childish and cute reply never came. Hey, Lily, can you hear me? The telepathy is broken off. My many attempts to call out to her ended up in vain monologue. Weird. An obvious anomaly was happening, though my intuition strongly suggested that there were no observable changes in particular. The enemy must have attacked Lily's post, but I could not see any skirmish going on. Lily was unharmed and still maintaining her position. Whether I looked to the right or the left, the appearance of Spada soldiers and adventurers waiting in vain for the crusaders on top of the walls remained unchanged. Could a magic that interfered with telepathy have been utilized? Hey, what's the meaning of this? The communication device isn't getting through? Hey, give me the spare. It was Vice Captain Eliwood, complaining about the telepathy that failed to work. Apparently, it wasn't because Lily's condition had worsened, but the telepathy itself did not seem to work. As expected, it's jammed. No, wait. Right then, I finally noticed the true identity of the anomaly. It's awfully quiet. Mr. Eliwood started yelling about something to his subordinates. I could still hear the chatters and buzzes around me of the adventurers and Spada soldiers, but it was not as loud as a battlefield should be. I could not hear anything except for the noises from my immediate surroundings. Until just before, I could still hear the noises of the battle that started in the far center and left side of the southern wing. But right now, I just realized that I could not hear anything at all. Telepathy was not the only thing being blocked. Sound. Hey, what is this? I can't get through. At that time, someone yelled, Whoa, for real, what is this? Damn, who cast a defense spell in such a place? Crap, this is solid. Just like that, the adventurers began to cause a ruckus. Apparently, transparent defense magic had been activated to block the passage. Don't tell me. I looked carefully at my left and right again. The roaring adventurers were banging and kicking the invisible wall. Being absolutely transparent, I thought it seemed like a light element defense magic, but different. Perhaps that was some other kind of magic. Vice Captain, this is terrible. The passage on this side is blocked by a mysterious barrier. In the opposite direction from the adventurers, the passage on that side leading to the center was also blocked by a transparent wall that suddenly appeared, one Spada knight reported. The left and right of the passage had been blocked. No, it was not just the passage. It was subtly visible if I tried to sense it. The existence of a glass-like transparent wall that shone faintly could be detected. In front of me, on my sides, all around me. Are we trapped? The transparent barrier seemed to form a giant rectangle. It covered this 50-meter castle wall on all sides, including the passages we stood on, and covered all four sides. Since when, without any one of us realizing, this transparent and invisible cage had been created? What is this? What's going on? Vice Captain Eliwood exclaimed with a raised voice in astonishment. He seemed to notice the same thing I did and perfectly understood the predicament this Fort Galahad had been put in. Clearly, this phenomenon was not a barrier utilized to defend the castle wall. If this was not a move from our side, then the crusaders must be the one responsible for this. As if emphasizing their point, the crusaders began to mobilize. Hey, this can't be. Though I had no clue what kind of magic they utilized, I found out what the crusaders' target was. This transparent wall extended up like a staircase from the ground where the snow had fallen and piled up. It was a big staircase. The transparent barrier started about 10 meters to my left and right. In other words, it was about 20 meters wide across, with a vertical length that covered the castle wall from the ground up, which was about 50 meters. The stairs spanned the entire width of 20 meters. And the final destination of the stairs was the repaired breach in the wall, between the ground where we were standing and the passageway on top of the 50 meters majestic wall. Are they planning to climb on this and siege the castle directly like that? Doubting my sight, I kept rechecking my surroundings again and again. To my right, Fiona was clinging to the other side of the wall. Her expression was unusually impatient. To my left, I could see Lily in a similar state. She was sticking to the wall that blocked the passage and seemed to be shouting something while on the verge of tears. And when I looked ahead, all army advance, attack. Kill the demons. Destroy the demons. Sacrifice Pandora to the gods. May gods be with us. The armor knights pushed forward. The large crusade army began advancing violently as well. Their only opponents were us, standing on this 20-meter wide walkway. Our total number was roughly 100 or so, a medium-sized squadron. In a nutshell, it was about as many as the Adventurer Alliance who fought together in Alsace. Indeed, while we were among the tens of thousands of allies in this battlefield, but currently isolated without access to reinforcements. Episode 434, Confined Space. Fiona, what is this barrier? With her small appearance, Lily squealed in an unusually upset voice, while dashed all the way to where Fiona was. Though the passage was blocked, apparently the upper limit of the barrier was a little over 5 meters. Lily ran through the merging transparent top that looked almost like a roof. This is probably sanctuary. Fiona answered without even giving Lily a glance. Lily did not ask her to explain what that was right away. It was not because Lily was familiar with it. Simply because Fiona's expression was unusually stern as she started at the approaching crusaders from the other side of the wall. Fiona was scanning for something, the caster of this godforsaken barrier that had separated Kurono from herself. She was utilizing the magic of vision enhancement, Hawkeye, that allowed her gleaming golden eyes to clearly identify the faces of each soldier even from this distance. Knowing that, Lily waited quietly. Just as I thought. It's Linfeld. Who's that? My classmate. She's right there, the girl in a white robe with black hair and black eyes that sticks out like a sore thumb. From inside the barrier, I looked at the direction where Fiona was pointing. I could see Lily as well. Fiona was pointing at a girl dressed in a pure white robe, reminiscent of Sariel. Her face could be clearly seen because she was straddling a unicorn, making it easy to single her out among the crowd of humans. Indeed, her black hair and eyes conspicuously stood out among the sordid all-male crusader army. She had a cute face, but was not overflowing with charm. However, her features were slightly different from the finely chiseled characteristics of a pure Sinclair. She appeared to be from a different race. Then I immediately realized, could she be a foreigner? Her features were similar to the girls of 100 numbers that I had the liberty to meet up close when I retrieved the angel ring. I wonder. There are rumors about her going around, but no one knows the truth. Being Fiona's classmate and a student of Elysian Magic Academy, it seemed unlikely that she was one of the experiments of white sacrament like Kurono. If she was an experiment and able to self-sustain independent actions that made her possible to live as a student without any problems, it would only mean that the church's plan to raise an army of homunculi was a success. Of course, that did not exclude the possibility of her being accidentally be summoned into this world like Earl Redwing. It doesn't really matter at this point. Do you have any ideas on how to break sanctuary? It can be broken with force, but from what I know, even if those trapped inside combined all their powers, this barrier would still be too strong for them to destroy. We're talking about dismantling a structure at this large, after all. It's unknown whether bombarding it with Al Solil could crack the barrier or not. Lily was aware of the fact that the barrier was tremendously strong, without having it spelled out to her. If it were something that could be broken easily, utilizing Al Solil would have been overkill. The Crusaders know that girl named Linfeld must have a great confidence that her sanctuary would not be broken. Otherwise, she would not utilize it this way. Her method of trapping outdoor enemies like that using the barrier was unprecedented. Is that barrier capable of attacking? She can drop the top and crush everyone. But that would mean inserting an extra procedure which increases the load on the barrier, making it more fragile. While it certainly can crush the human body, it can't smash the rocks. Perhaps it's possible to destroy it using an intermediate-level magic. But we don't know the current state of the barrier, do we? That's irrelevant. What makes Sanctuary special is the barrier itself. When tampered with human hands, its divinity is lost. Of the different magics that were given as blessings, there were often types that could not be manipulated into other forms. Their activations would give certain fixed effects. God's magic could only be utilized as intended by God. Apparently, Sanctuary worked that way. The only changes it could do were the area and number, but it would maintain its solid property. Perhaps the White God gave Linfelt more blessings. But then if that were the case, either Kurono with all those trapped inside would have been crushed already, or the castle walls would have been pulverized already. The limits of her ability had been proven the instant this situation was created. They were simply being trapped, not annihilated. There's no doubt that Linfelt understands the weakness of the crushing maneuver. To push the barrier to its limit, we have no choice but to let the enemy soldiers rush in just as is already progressing. Since the barrier was transparent, it was unclear whether the front of it was already open from the very beginning, or we would be creating another opening. But there was no point in speculating about it, since both were similarly probable and could have been executed with ease. Like so, they were successful in letting in their allies in the barrier for assaulting those of us that were trapped. The rest of their allies advanced toward the castle wall and inside through the skillfully created staircase that acted as a scaffold for them. While Linfelt was letting enough soldiers to charge inside the barrier, we could easily make a safe breakthrough for us as well. However, the walls for Galahad Fortress might be destroyed. We must take action before that happens. The worst-case scenario would be for Galahad Fortress to crumble, but this did not matter to Lily. Nothing else mattered as long as she could run away with Kurono again. Unfortunately, Kurono was splendidly trapped inside Sanctuary. When she managed to break the barrier, all the Spada soldiers in it would have been killed already. Being trapped in a space with no escape against so many enemies, even with Kurono's power, it would be no surprise if he could not accomplish anything. Would it solve our problem if the caster were to be killed? In general, the basic of magic was that once activated, the effect remained as long as the power trapped continued to flow. However, some of the special ones, such as Original, had a direct link between the user's will and the magic effect. In particular, this kind of magic in which a barrier-type object was utilized over such a wide area. It would immediately disappear without the caster's continuous consciousness. The barrier will be released if she fainted, but her death will have the same effect as well. Lily's telepathy could read the image in Fiona's mind at that moment. It was right in the middle of the wide schoolyard. In a uniform covered in soot, Linfelt had lost consciousness. Fiona was watching from above. It seemed that they had fought each other in a mock battle or something. Perhaps she could actually break the ceiling of the barrier this time. In that case, please wait. No matter how you look at it, killing Linfelt, who's being protected by that many knights, is not an easy feat. Fiona grabbed Lily's little arm to stop her, as she was about to dash off the castle wall. Well then, there's no choice but to somehow make a disruption and make a hole big enough for Kurono to escape. Lily, even with your strength, maybe one hit is your limit, isn't it? That's fine by me. A small hole is good enough, so I can use telepathy to inform Kurono about Sanctuary. You're right. Judging from the enemy formation, it seems that only Kurono, who is at the front line, that is likely to reach Linfelt. From the wall below, the Crusade army was seen to approach step by step steadily. At the front row were the armor knights with strengthened shields. As long-range attack support to the infantry, some sorcerers and healer priests were sandwiched among them. Then immediately behind them were the archers. Linfelt was behind those archers and protected by a new unfamiliar armor knight and men who looked distinctly different from the other soldiers. Putting the noble's daughter on the battlefield was a very weak defense battle formation, but it might be necessary to be in this proximity to effectively utilize Sanctuary. But only the front had a weak defense, and if we were to attack from Lily and Fiona's positions, tens of thousands of soldiers would interfere with this attack from the side. Moreover, there was also a small platoon of Pegasus Knights that hover at a low altitude, perhaps to protect Linfelt from midair. With this formation, Lily's aerial attack would not be effective. I know already. Then let's quickly make a hole in the barrier. No, there's no need for that. Fiona stopped Lily again, who was already putting her hands on the transparent wall, ready to cast her magical power, in an attempt to disrupt the barrier. Fiona gave Lily a pitiful look. Lily, you should calm down a little. While saying so, from her dimension triangle hat, Fiona took out a blank scroll and a fountain pen for drawing magic circles, which was worth 530,000 clans. This barrier is an original called Sanctuary, a type of world dimension, a very strong magic. It is impossible to break by force. If the caster is killed, the barrier will immediately be released. The caster is a black-haired, black-eyed girl. With white robe, riding a unicorn, her name is Linfelt. I will also support from here as long as I could. Godspeed, Kurono. Fiona wrote down the text, and then held it above her head with both her hands. At the same time, she waved the scroll with her entire body in hopes of catching Kurono's attention. The barrier walls were transparent. If the message was written down, it would be seen clearly from inside. It was quite obvious. I'm sorry. I was stupid. Even though Lily knew she could not be heard, she muttered anyway, while facing Kurono, who already came closer from the inside of the barrier. Standing on the other side of the barrier wall, Kurono vigorously nodded and returned to his allies, who were standing courageously in front of the approaching enemy. Let's believe in Kurono and his power. If it doesn't work, then there's no helping it. Let's use my blessing. I see, so that girl is the caster, eh? It was Vice Captain Eliwood, who spoke as if he was impressed. I immediately relayed Fiona's message to the Vice Captain, who was the commander of this platoon. Fortunately, the armor knights on the front row were trudging slowly, dragging their heavy equipment. That gave us some time to prepare. It provided just enough time for me to explain the situation. The only way to break free from this situation is to prepare ourselves and attack. All right, let's get rid of that female caster by putting our lives on the line. In just one beat, Vice Captain Eliwood undertook the deadly assault operation. Even though I was the one suggesting it, should he have made a decision so readily? I did not express my thoughts, because I did not have any better ideas at that moment. I knew this barrier could not be broken by force, since I witnessed his earlier attempt. The transparent wall felt as hard as glass when touched, and the formidable hardness would not budge even when hit with moderate power. But above all, the reason for giving up the attack on the barrier was due to the ripple effect that could crumble the castle wall when power was inflicted on the barrier wall. When I attempted to cut it with the martial art Darkness Calm, the cutting edge disappeared the moment it touched the barrier. The blade did not disappear. To be precise, it was like when harvesting in Dimension's Shadow Gate, the attack seemed to be swallowed into another dimension. According to Fiona's message, Sanctuary was a world dimension type magic. World dimension was a type of magic more advanced than dimension. Dimension was a space created by one's magical power. On the other hand, world dimension was a completely otherworld space, which effects were manifested into this world. If we were currently being trapped inside this sanctuary, the girl caster did not build these barrier walls using defense magic, but rather she was borrowing a part of the white god's world and letting it appear here. In other words, this transparent wall was not just some material that physically manifested, but the inside and the outside of the barrier were separated by a space that was part of the white god's world. I myself could not utilize world dimension, so I'm not familiar with its principles. That being said, since this was a rare and powerful magic that could only be utilized by a select few, many aspects of it were still unknown. I came to know this rough reasoning due to my recent encounter with a similar magic. World dimension was the cornerstone of the apostolic killing formation, Anti-Cross. Undoubtedly, this troublesome barrier would not be easy to break, and it had already become a common understanding among the Spada army. No matter what kind of martial arts or attack magic were used to strike it, everything would be swallowed completely into the world of the gods. Leave the vanguard to a Spada knights. I will go too. You can utilize powerful attack magic, can't you? I would be grateful if you provide reinforcement as the rear guard. Look, most of these people here are close-range combat type. Upon looking more closely, among the roughly 100 Spada knights and adventurers who were trapped in the barrier, there were surprisingly very few sorcerers in robes. The only priest who could be relied upon for healing was a little kid wearing a white robe with cat ears on the hood. The steel guild card was glinting dazzlingly on the kid's chest. Until a while ago, I was wearing my rank 1 iron plate as well. This band consisted of a few extremely poor sorcerer members, while the rest of the majority were swordsmen and warriors armed with swords, spears, and axes. The Spada knights belonging to the gladiator, led by Wood, were also a heavy infantry class in red armors equipped with spears and large round shields. Among these people, I would be the only one with great enough firepower to shoot long-range attacks, since I was in charge of the greed as well. If the frontline assault team was targeted by enemies out of their attack range, I could support them if I stayed back here. That way, I would be able to protect those who could not participate in the direct assault, like the kid priest. It was not a bad arrangement at all, when I thought about it. Understood, I will create an opening with my bombardment. That helps. Hugh, they call you something like Nightmare Berserker, but to think you're an excellent sorcerer warrior class. Both His Majesty and His Highness regard you highly. I'm inherently black magic, after all. Hahata, you're pretty good at jokes, too. While being smacked on the shoulder, I had no rebuttals. Above all, thanks to your information, this way we can take a decent countermeasure. Really, I can't thank you enough. No, this information is unverified, but thank you for believing in me. On the battlefield, we must always make swift decisions, especially for those fighting at the front lines like us. There is no room for hesitation. Hesitating for too long would bring us to our demise. That was the advice of the Spada knight that had experienced countless battles. At the very least, even if the information was unverified, a decision still had to be made without hesitation. Proudly command the subordinates without showing any anxiousness. Well, Adventurer Kurono, I'm counting on you. Yes, best of luck in battle, Vice Captain Wood. Then I fell in with the rear guards. What was I saying about luck? He was definitely prepared to die here. He would be taking all the Spada knights under his command to their deaths as well. Without hesitation or fear, he declared an attempt to win this battle in exchange for his life. Such a display of spirit was exactly called the paragon of a knight. Listen up, oh, glorious Spada knights, we are about to enter a battle to the death. Wood commanded the commencement of the deadly assault to the few dozens of Spada knights, standing in a line with their circular shields. Target, black-haired girl in a white robe, the caster of this barrier. Method, rout the enemies around her and then pierce her with the weapons in hand. Kill her by any means necessary. He laid out the strategy simply and precisely, giving no room for questions. If we fail, the enemy will avalanche into the inner citadel. We must stop them right here by any means necessary. No failures will be tolerated. We must stand our ground. Show the pride of the Spada knights right here, right now. Long live Spada. Long live Spada. These less than 50 knights were shouting their battle cry in front of the tens of thousands of enemies that were closing in. The shadows of the dependable adventurers overlapped with those figures. Listen, adventurers, you have no obligations to obey orders or be loyal to the king, but now there's no escape from here. It's good enough if you can make our enemies quiver. It's even better if you have the courage to wield your blades to the incoming enemy. I'm not forcing anyone to fight, but for those who will, follow me. As such, the command to the adventurers was given as well. They neither had the preparedness to die, nor the vow to offer their lives to the king and the kingdom. However, in this case, they had no choice but to bet on the slight chance of getting out of despair rather than thinking of the reward, and followed the order of the vice captain, who was pretty much their commanding officer. Damn, it's kill or be killed. Then, we have no choice but to do it. Yeah, let's do it, bastards. Yeah. The almost desperate swordsmen and warriors began to follow the Spada knights. Oh, let's do it, meow. Right next to me, the only healer with cat ears hood. Apparently she was a real werecat girl, squealed with a cute voice and full of motivation. But you did not have to attack. Well then, I shall do it too. The energy had finally reached full charge. The greed, from which a poisonous purple glow would be emitted, was repositioned and ready to be unleashed. Finally, the advancing Crusaders' armor knights were about to step on the sanctuary staircase toward the 50-meter castle wall. Trailing behind them were the sorcerers holding their wands with glowing fire and lightning at the tips. They were at the ready waiting for the countdown to firing their attacks all at once. I would not let them. I would take the initiative, because this one shot had the power and range that was orders of magnitude larger than attack magic. Plasma Blaster Fire. Episode 435. Heavy Infantry vs. Armor Knights. A Plasma Blaster launch. A raging torrent of purple lightning swooped down on the imminent crusaders, firing the Plasma Blaster, that stood with a colossal height of 50 meters above ground, was like an incessant downpour of lightning from the heavens. To be more precise, the lightning strikes were obliterating the armor knights who were defending themselves with tower shields. At the moment of impact, those who were swallowed up by the torrent of lightning would have to activate some sort of defensive martial arts to protect themselves. Unfortunately, no matter how heavily guarded the armor knights were, or how bombastically they claimed their defenses to be, they could not withstand the slashing and piercing of the sweltering heat and the torpedo attacks of the lightning strikes. The lightning of destruction halted for a split second when striking the steel shields of the knights. However, the purple lightning bolts regained their momentum, devouring and annihilating the screaming lives without a trace. The insidious yet scintillating purple lightning pierced through the land covered in thick snow with its tremendous latent heat. The vast land that was once covered with white had become singed by the formidable plasma blaster. White steam was billowing from the surface of the vast land. The attack not only vaporized the snow, but also the wriggling white knights entirely. Even the armor knights, who had the greatest defensive power, could only withstand a split second under the attack. Mere infantrymen would be vaporized in nanoseconds by the furious lightning. With the overwhelming destructive power, Kurono's plasma blaster smoldered a deep hole in the Crusaders' battlefield, just as it was intended. What a destructive power! Witnessing the destructive power of the plasma blaster, Illywood unintentionally muttered. Just in time, his own destructive spell slammed into the tri-shield deployed by the enemy's sorcerer's unit, and the overlapping magic spells were eventually canceling each other out with a gigantic explosion. Illywood, the vice-captain of Gladiator, the 4th unit, was originally a veteran of the elite 1st Spada Army unit, the Braveheart, who reported directly to the king. Anyone from Spada would be able to guess his military history. His power was truly formidable. It would not be an exaggeration at all that his power was comparable to at least level 5 of the adventurer's rank. Moreover, it would be a nightmare to be his enemy. I was glad we were on the same side. It was fortunate that he was trapped inside this barrier. Otherwise, there would be no telling the casualty he would bring to the battlefield. Feeling grateful for the fate bestowed upon him by the Black Gods, Illywood finally took a step toward a journey of death as his sacrifice. Attack! Roaring a fearless war cry, the Spada heavy infantry lined up in the front row, followed by the adventurers behind them. Their starting point was not the passageway on the castle wall, but in front of the hole that had already been repaired. Of course, it should have been an unreachable place with no scaffolding. However, it was made accessible by the gigantic stairs the enemy deployed using Sanctuary to go over the wall. The hole in the wall was about 15 meters above ground. If an adult ran, that distance could be covered in a blink of an eye. There were less than 100 assault units in total, and because of this small number, they were able to quickly jump into the hole Kurono made. Fortunately, the snow along the trajectory of the plasma blaster had evaporated and exposed the soil beneath, which was easier to trek through. The giant torus that had been slumbering like a mound of snow became half exposed. It indicated the attack sent through a shockwave of intensely hot air. However, what spoke louder than words regarding the destructive power of the weapon was the track on the ground where the beam hit directly. It turned molten red like magma that swallowed every existence in its path. The body armors of those that managed to escape a direct hit barely preserved their shape. However, they were smoldered and charred. They had become lifeless symbolism of the horror that had befallen that space. The Crusaders were terrorized by that picture of hell created in a blink of an eye. However, In front of the Spada army that roared their fierce war cry and raised their swords to attack, the crusaders quickly snapped back to their senses. They could not afford to be stunned forever. The wave of people in white started to move again. Though overwhelmingly small in number, they swallowed the enemy soldiers with their dauntless courage. With the spear in his right hand, Illywood lunged at the crusader soldiers that were gallantly trying to block his path. He pierced through 2 soldiers in one swift motion. The scarlet spear, vermilion pilum, was exclusively created for the members of Braveheart. Similar to the helmet armor we were wearing, the spear was made from a composite alloy of almedite ore and mithril. It could pierce through the body that was only protected by the thin chain mail like a piece of paper. It did not have an additional ability to deploy magic attacks, but the purely spear-like swing made it the most reliable weapon in the fierce battlefield. The tip maintained its sharpness no matter how many enemies it pierced through. The handle was sturdy enough to withstand slashes and blows from enemy attacks. At the same time as the bloody tip was pulled out of the soldier's chest, a golden round shield, the Golden Taurus, was thrust out with a swift motion. Along with a powerful step, the shield bashed at the corpses of the soldiers who had become mere obstacles. However, Illywood didn't swing the shield just to get rid of the corpses that were in the way. He was deflecting the fireball attacks from the enemy sorcerer's unit that swooped down like an eagle attacking its prey. Whoa, it's warm. Unscathed heavy infantry were pushing through the blasts and fumes. Illywood wasn't the only one to handle the influx of the fire magic attacks. The heavy infantry pulled out their shields in unison as the Ignis Sagitta were being fired at them all at once, and successfully guarded themselves without breaking their formation. They managed to push through the enemy's heavy fire. Cooperation and each individual ability were crucial for the survival of this heavy infantry. They held a spear in one hand and a shield in the other to attack the enemy and protect themselves at the same time. The heavy infantry was equipped with round shields from the founding nation of Spada. The style of holding a spear in the right hand and a shield in the left hand was typical. Though large, if the shield was held in one hand, they could not protect the right half of their bodies with just the spear in the right hand. To protect this opening, each of them held the shield a little bit to the left. That way, it helped protect the right side of their comrades on their left. However, the soldier standing at the rightmost end of the line did not have any protection on his right. Therefore, someone with the most ability was assigned at that position. Moreover, to strengthen the defense of the right side of the body to some extent, the person in charge of the rightmost position was equipped with a special gauntlet, the right hand glory, and a large shoulder plate on the right. And hence, the gauntlet symbolized how powerful the wearer was. As the name suggested, he held glory in his right hand. That lustrous golden honor was on Illywood's right arm. Don't worry about small fry, proceed. To stop the successive enemy attacks, the Scarlet Heavy Infantry cut their way through the enemy soldiers and literally opened a bloody path. The red spears crushed the white line of spears held at the ready when they clashed with each other. The spears of the 2 armies collided with each other in a fierce spear match. However, it was obvious that the Spada army was as good as being declared the winner due to the inherent high quality of their equipment. Although they were overwhelmingly outnumbered, their abilities and fighting spirits of the Knights of Spada pushed away the enemy and advanced fiercely. Move aside, petty soldiers. Let us, the 4th unit of the Helvetian Armor Knights, stop them. Even amid a maelstrom of bellows and screams, they still came forward. The infantrymen scattered hurriedly and could not maintain their spearhead formation. Then a new army with silvery white full-plate armor emerged. Look, that's the general's escort. If we can go past him, taking her head is within our grasps. The armor knights that were deployed around Linfelt to guard her came forward to prevent the assault. In fact, it was safer and more secure for us to fight those knights farther away, rather than right in front of the escort. With such a large number of people, even if they moved further away, countless infantry and sorcerers' unit could still cover the defense. There was not much of an inconvenience, even though we were moving. Our opponent might think their defense was enough. However, our side was prepared to go on a suicide mission to slaughter our target at all cost. Their defensive formation appeared to have a lot of weak points where we could break through with just one blow. That one blow should be enough to take care of that weak maiden. For us to reach that point, we absolutely had to break through the 4th unit of the Helvetian armor knights in front of us. The assault operation was about to face the greatest obstacle. Don't falter, keep pushing forward. Ignis charge. Don't yield, force the enemy back, ice break. Both sides were armed with shields and long-handled spears. The red heavy infantry and the white armor knights clashed with each other and attacked with their refined martial arts. The red spears were blazing with flames. The white halberds were frozen with frosts. Violent shock waves resulted from the clashing between contradictory energies of fire and ice. What an absurd power. These stupid barbarians. A man who appeared to be the leader of the armor knights shouted provokingly. The blazing blow delivered by the spada disrupted the organized armor knights. Some soldiers were faltering with severe burn marks on their magnificent silvery white full-plate armors while dodging the fiery attacks. Some less fortunate soldiers who could not dodge had black holes through their chests. Spada's most elite heavy infantry had proven that their abilities surpassed those of the crusaders' armor knights. Defend the line, go over the corpses, and push forward. However, they were overwhelmingly outnumbered. The number of enemies defeated with a single blaze was not small. Even so, some of our soldiers had fallen victim to the blades of frozen air. Due to the small number, one dead soldier caused a fatal impact on the whole army. Originally, the reserve heavy infantry at the back of the line would push forward to fill the gap and maintain formation. Unfortunately, only adventurers desperate to protect themselves were left to fall in. Protecting their backs was already more than they could handle. Ideally, there should have been support attacks from the rearguard around this moment. However, neither arrows nor fireballs attacks were nowhere in sight. Even Kurono could not have been able to provide the perfect support for himself. Rather, he might have been obliterating the sorcerers since none were attacking at this point. He had done good enough work. The rearguard team left near the wall would have to do their best to protect themselves. Illywood came to a clear decision not to use abusive language to boost his troops' morale. The only thing that illuminated his heart within those steel-like muscles was the fighting spirit. There are only a small number of enemies. Don't let anyone pass. Crush them all. Although the armor knights' formation faltered, they received an overwhelming number of ally reinforcements from all directions and launched a fearless retaliation. On the other hand, the heavy infantry filled the vacant spaces left by the fallen and quickly reconstructed a solid assault formation. Of course, it would be smaller by that number. The pressure from the enemies was even stronger and more intense, attacking Illywood's army. The heavy infantry was displaying their cooperation that resulted from their constant training, maintaining formation, timing of attack or defense. However, all that was due to their ally fighting alongside them. 1, 2, 3 steps, he pushed forward at least 10 steps. There were no longer any comrades next to Illywood. He was surrounded by the silvery white armor knights that were stained with blood. The current situation at the battlefield was depicting a raging battle. More precisely, a battle where a small number of soldiers were being crushed by a larger number of soldiers. A martial art technique that swung the halberd with one arm was unleashed. Illywood was assaulted with a good coordination of double attacks from his right and left. G-guard, the golden Taurus he suddenly deployed, was under tremendous pressure. While another battle scar was carved onto his golden shield, Illywood was able to perfectly repel the double attacks with his combat skills. The armor knight on his right was losing his balance. With a pierce that resembled a quick and accurate jab, Illywood aimed at his throat. A sheet of plate and the chain mail underneath impeded the piercing attack and temporarily protected his throat. However, he still pierced through. He did not use any martial arts techniques, only brute force. Fresh blood was gushing out of his throat. With a swift, continuous motion, Illywood was aiming at the knight on the left with his return swing. That guy took a step to dodge the attack and quickly regained his bearing. He seemed to be able to predict the attack and calmly held up his tower shield that bore a hawk's coat of arms. Do you think you will be able to block my attack with that stance? With a shout, he unleashed his fighting spirit. Illywood slammed the armor knight's shield with a heavy blow from his right-handed attack. A newbie knight would be able to deliver the finishing blow by exploiting the gap he created. Illywood took another step forward as the second victim of his deadly pierce crumbled onto the patch of ground where the snow had melted. Braked. Ignis brake. Before he could take another step forward, a new enemy stood in his way. No matter how many enemies came to confront him, he would not yield. It would be more accurate to say that the path was already blocked. There was no doubt that we were stronger than the armor knights. However, the armor knights were so much harder to defeat than mere infantry. They were strong enough to stop us from breaking through. Illywood assumed a defensive position with his shield while thinking hard. "Is this it for us?" He mumbled to himself while seeing another heavy infantry fell at the corner of his eye. He was a young knight, the young man who recklessly approached and flirted with my daughter. I recalled the young man happily telling me that he found a lover that spring without feeling discouraged from a broken heart. Although she was not as beautiful as my daughter, she was pretty cute. I felt sorry for not being able to bring him back alive. He felt overwhelmed by his own helplessness. Break impact. Could the wavering of the heart have led to carelessness? Or, be that as it may, even Illywood could not handle the succession of assaults from the 3 armor knights one after another. Gah! Finally, my shield was knocked away. He was still gripping it. However, his defensive posture was thrown out of balance, and the front of his body was unguarded. He received the blows which shock waves damaged the surrounding enemies as well. Those were indeed master-level martial art attacks. For a moment, Illywood was completely exposed to enemy assaults, a situation that an expert could have prevented. Darn it! However, there was no time to regret such moves. Vermilion flash. The reason was because the fatal blow that should have followed immediately after was not unleashed. Instead, the sword was brandished with a red flash. A blood-like flash, redder than the vermilion pilum, sliced through the neck of the armor knight who was swinging his halberd. Everything seemed to be in extremely slow motion. Like pieces of broken junk, the other 2 armor knights were found crumbling down into the dark red pool of blood with their heads separated from their torsi. And then, the only one left standing was a figure of a man in black. With his below-average height, he would have been left unnoticed in the middle of the crowd. The built under the black coat seemed to be at least twice as thin as the trained, muscular body of an average soldier. His hand, which resembled a wilted tree branches, was gripping a longsword. No, it was a katana to be exact. I had seen katana often given as gifts at the Spada Royal Palace, or when I visited the weapon store. The gleaming silver blade had a beautifully designed curve. It certainly was beautiful and gave the impression of a strong weapon as well. However, the katana wielded by the man in front of me was far from the dignified and beautiful figure I remembered. An eerie red aura resembling evaporating fresh blood was constantly oozing out of the pitch-black blade. The agony of the 3 dead armor knights was, as though could still be heard. It was no doubt a cursed weapon. "Please, go ahead, Mr. Vice Captain." The man's face, which turned this way once, revealed a white skull mask. His real face was not visible. However, his brightly shining eyes under that mask were clearly visible. He did not look like a mere human being. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Samurai." After giving a little nod, the samurai in black transformed into a jet-black whirlwind and slashed through the enemy. His high-speed movements and swings of the extremely sharp crimson sword were barely visible to the naked eye. The armor knights fell to the ground one after another, as if they were corpses trapped inside steel coffins. It never crossed my mind that an adventurer could have such skills. Looking around again, the adventurers falling in behind him, replacing the fallen heavy infantry, were fighting better than expected. "Get out of my way, bastards. Don't get in the way of Lord Garden that will become the strongest Spada knight." In contrast to the agile samurai, there was a man with a huge build that was crushing the armor knights with his overwhelming power. His head seemed to be twice as big as mine, and his height was over 2 meters tall. The mace in his right hand was massive, complemented by the massive and thick shield in his left hand. He was wearing armors and equipment heavier than the heavy infantry or the armor knights. A dark gray iron golem with a bright red eye and glorified steel body. "Heh, I'll defeat the enemy general here and become a general myself." The golem triumphantly announced his ambition while going on rampage. But thanks to that, the path was about to be cleared for us to go through. Ooh, now is the chance, push forward. The unexpected breakthrough resulted from the strenuous battle fought by the adventurers. Illywood raised his spear high and carried out the final assault with only a few remaining heavy infantry. Episode 436, Three Former Guards. I am out of luck. Born as a farmer, he became an adventurer because he did not enjoy working the fields. He then splendidly fell into poverty. However, when he was saved from the verge of death, he once again took his adventurer's profession seriously. He took on jobs as a guard for the bandits or other jobs in the gray. His life was in danger once again. Because the same person saved him that second time as well, he vowed and courageously received the recruitment of gladiator members, emergency quest, serving in the battlefield to defend the homeland Spada would. I'm really going to die this time, An insignificant rank 2 adventurer named Zack, who was suddenly trapped in a mysterious barrier with a myriad of enemies smashed into the snow, muttered in despair. The new battle axe in his hands felt heavier than ever. In front of him was overflowing with enemies, white enemies. They were so powerful and scary that his hair stood on ends. He was a skinhead, though. Haha, I guess my life only amounts to this. Well, I wonder. I think it's too early to give in. The desperate words he let out with a dry laugh was suddenly interrupted by the man right next to him. That voice. Could you be? The voice was familiar. He was not all that smart, but he was good at remembering people's faces, voices, and names. The figure of the man came to Zack's mind like a sudden illness that plagued a sick person. You're Zack, aren't you? It's been a long time. I didn't think you're still alive. As I thought, Master Rudra. Upon looking carefully, the man's face that Zack envisioned was not there. Instead, the face of a white skull covered his real face. Even so, he could recognize it at one glance. The dark golden long hair was tied together casually. He wore a black coat over his thin figure with a sword hanging from his waist. Without the mask, his figure would be just like how Zack remembered it. But above all, it was Rudra's gloomy aura that made Zack recognize him for certain. Many men oozed dark auras, but this person was the only one with an intimidating dark aura, as if he was a legendary beast holding its breath getting ready to attack its prey. It was not clear what made him so intimidating. It could have been the atmosphere of a peculiar master swordsman, or that he was a sentient existence. Zack did not know much about that. Zack only knew that this man was called Rudra. Both his real appearance and name were unknown. Recently, both Zack and Rudra were hired as guards by the bandits that had been disturbing Spada and Farin. That was when Zack learned about Rudra's transcendent swordsmanship. Oops, I probably shouldn't have called your name since you're hiding your face. I don't mind it this late in the game. But I never thought we'd meet in a place like this. There's a golem that you're familiar with over there. In the direction where Rudra was pointing, there was a golem towering over the marching adventurers. A one red-eye golem with iron body was common, but whoa, you're kidding, that's Garden. Zack was only acquainted with one golem. Garden was dull, he might not remember Zack. However, while Zack was thinking along that line, the mono-eye turned toward him and stared hard. The next moment, the iron giant began approaching steadily. Both Rudra and Zack thought for a second that they should run away. Ah. Hey, aren't those two little and bald guys look familiar? Shut up, you junk bastard. Garden, you're doing well surviving. Thus, the former guard trio of Farin's bandits reunited there. But we don't have time to reminisce. I mean, look at this situation we're in. They could not enjoy their reunion while being stormed by the attacking large army of enemies. No matter how sharp Rudra's sword technique was, the battle situation was not something that could be overcome by a single sword. It seems that the Spada army has been trapped by the enemy's tactics, but I don't think it's a desperate predicament. Well, the master's skill might probably turn the tide, or we might even be saved, right? Of course, Rudra declared nonchalantly. In response to his unexpected response, Zack rolled his eyes while listening incredulously. I wonder if that was a hope for survival. Kurono is on our side. It was an unfamiliar name in Spada. However, that name sounded familiar. To be precise, it was an unforgettable name. If I'm not mistaken, I heard that name for the first time back when. Is he targeting us because I was in the rank 3 party called Element Master with Kurono? Because of the greedy and stupid bandits picking a fight with an opponent they should never have messed with. Unfortunately, I was one of them. At the same time, I was fortunate enough to be the only survivor among them. Had I known that we were up against you, I would have come up with the same excuse. That man took hold of my life. I could relive the fear that felt like a black, tough, and cold wire wrapped around my body. Haha, seriously, I really hate it. An evil nightmare certainly existed beyond the line of sight. Black hair, black and red odd eyes. Kurono was wearing a black coat similar to Rudra's, but any amateur would be able to tell that he was of a higher rank. His sharp and rugged expression was exactly like how Zack remembered it. He was holding a big, unrefined black iron block. It was a mysterious thing that had never been seen before, but witnessing a huge lightning strike that killed a giant golem 4 days ago proved that it was some kind of a magical weapon. That man might be able to do something and make everything work out somehow. However, I don't feel that way. The first time they met, Kurono was a rank 1 adventurer that wore a white shirt, pants, and an eye patch on his left eye. The next time they met, he was a self-proclaimed rank 3 adventurer. Now, he had become a rank 5 adventurer and was called the hero of Ischia. Once again, Zack felt that he had made an acquaintance with an outrageous person. Perhaps Kurono could defeat Rudra. According to his manner of speaking, his overwhelming true ability was recognized fairly and squarely. That's true, that could be the case. In his current situation, Zack could not immediately decide to change side and betray Kurono's current enemy, the Crusaders. After contemplating for a moment, he came to conclude that he would not betray them. Becoming Kurono's enemy was so terrifying that it swayed his resolve at first. What are you guys talking about? As usual, Garden was yelling vigorously. This guy would have lost to Kurono, but it did not take away his optimism and high spirits. No, maybe he could easily pass through there. Oddly, Zack was confident that his imagination was near the mark. That guy, isn't this the perfect opportunity to get us some credits? By the way, didn't you want to be a Spada knight? No, I wanted to be the strongest knight. A 5-year-old screamed those words in some back alley with a wooden stick in one hand would have made it a very funny scene. Yes, well, please do your best to beat the enemy. Hey, even if you didn't tell me to, this Master Garden here will beat the shit out of those shrimps. After Garden declared his determination, a louder voice echoed across the battlefield. Listen, the glorious Spada Knights, we will be entering the dead zone from now on. Apparently, the vice-captain of the gladiators was giving a clear command for his men, who were confused by the sudden situation. The content of his command was simple and clear: kill the sorcerer who created this barrier to dispel it. If we fail, the enemy will surge into the inner citadel. Listen up, we have to stop them here no matter what. I won't tolerate any failures. Don't yield. Show the pride of Spada Knights right here, right now. Long live Spada. The cheers of the knights were far from indicating determination. I could not imitate it very well. Listen, adventurers, you have no obligations to obey orders or be loyal to the king. But now there's no escape from here. It's good enough if you can make our enemies quiver. It's even better if you have the courage to wield your blades to the incoming enemy. I'm not forcing anyone to fight, but for those who will, follow me. The commanding voice of the vice-captain was powerful. In fact, the vast majority of adventurers were also screaming their war cry. Yeah, it's finally my turn for the spotlight. I couldn't agree with Garden in welcoming the enemy assault. I wasn't motivated by the vice-captain's speech either. Damn it, there's no other choice but to do it. There was no escape. Because of that, I had no other choice but to toughen it up and jump into the dead zone. I think you'll have enough bloody today, princess. While muttering, Rudra was stroking the handle of his sword. He seemed to have a lot of fun for some reason. Somehow, I feel like I'm the only one worried about losing my life. Have I gone crazy? No, this is a scary situation. While rethinking that, Zack reluctantly readied his battle axe. Plasma blaster, launch. Then, after the excessively dazzling signal to assault, the adventurers rushed across the castle wall. Whoa, this is impossible. I can't go on anymore. A strong skinhead man was reversing the stairs across the castle wall as if his pants were on fire. Normally, he would have escaped by then, but there were adventurers alongside him that could not be abandoned. Apparently, he participated in the assault, but could not break through the enemy lines and fell victim to the enemy's counterattack. Looking at his battered and bloody state, it would have been unfair to call him stupid for being defeated by the enemy. Rather, he had done pretty well hanging tough up until now. The magical staircase was formed by the transparent barrier, and looking down would give anyone a fright. Taking the next step up the staircase would make anyone wary, even if acrophobia was not a problem, because it was so transparent that the next step could be a void. He was desperately fleeing and vigorously climbing the staircase, ignoring the fear of falling. "Hold up, you baldy. I'll kill you, you heretic bastard." A large number of infantrymen with white equipment were rushing after him. The tips of their spears were grazing his behind. He would have not feel comfortable living. He threw his battle axe downstairs and shot a grenade burst amid the dramatic and teary-eyed escape. "Shit damn it, woa." While screaming wildly, the skinhead adventurer collapsed in front of him due to the blast from the explosion behind him. The blast managed to take out only the enemies. The cursing crusader infantry were burned by the black flames into silence. "Hey, are you okay? Hurry and get up." Even dozens of people were killed. More reinforcements would come later. If he did not mobilize fast, he would be assaulted by the spears again. Fortunately, the tough adventurer quickly stood up and ran toward me. "Thank you, I was saved, Mr. Kurono." "Oh, you are?" The face looked familiar at a glance. No, I definitely had met him before. "Whoa, mister, you're covered in blood, meow. I will cure you immediately, meow." "Thank you, Miss Kitty." The lady werecat was the only priest in the supporting rear flank. While she healed the man, I focused back on the front again. He looked very familiar, but I just couldn't put my finger on it. I turned the greed, which I held in my right hand, toward the approaching enemy from downstairs. Gatling burst would be most effective in pulverizing the incoming infantry. Shit, we've been completely divided. My current position, where I unleashed bullet arts, was right in front of the hole Taurus pierced. The repaired wall had a completely different color and texture, making it a clear target for the enemy. We were desperately trying to stop them from rushing in. The plasma blaster displayed its destructive power and broke through the enemy's battle line as planned. The assault unit consisting of heavy infantry and adventurers, including Vice Captain Aliwood, quickly slashed through. However, there were too many of them. The opening on the enemy line was filled with their backup troops in no time. Even though they probably were not given precise instructions, but they never gave up pressing forward. The armor knights, who had been deployed in the front row, began to change direction to attack our unit from behind. Instead of attacking this way, the second and subsequent rows rushed toward the wall. Their movements were chaotic. A group retreated, some others kept charging forward. The view from up here was very clear that the front and the back unit collided with the incoming enemies. Some of our allies had completely been disabled as well. If this fatal mess were to go against the same number of troops, it would have been a decisive battle. However, they were going against me and the rear guard unit, which only comprised of a few dozen people. Some enemy infantrymen had somehow managed to reach the wall and started assaulting, a number that were enough to crush us. As expected, this would be hard to take on alone. The greed in my right hand had already been replaced with Gatling Gore mode. The flaming hot, blaster gill mode was cooling down in the shadow gate. Even if the barrel had cooled down, it could not be fired again unless it went through a magical power charging. The current situation dictated that another shot would be impossible. The black six barrels were rumbling with muzzle flashes. They successfully held back the charging infantry. If the shooting stopped even just for a moment, the enemy could shorten the distance in no time. Grenade burst. In my left hand was not the foregrip of the greed, but another rifle. It was a rifle with a break-action loading mechanism and two horizontal muzzles. The silhouette resembled a hunting gun without stock, which was almost the same as Simon's prototype gun that I used until beyond repair at the old Ischia fortress. However, the one in my hand was no longer a prototype. It was the complete form. The inscription on it said Dual Eagle. I was the one who named it. Of course, it was manufactured by Strato's blacksmith workshop. It was simply decorated with the astringent wooden grip that overlapped with where the magical power was imbued in, and a double-headed eagle was engraved on. It was created with the sole purpose of deploying grenade burst. The greed was a machine gun. Dual Eagle was a grenade launcher. Basically, it combined the effect of a fire-type wand with strengthened power, range, accuracy, and magical power consumption of the grenade burst that I created. The barrel was made from the Wrathpun's right arm that was sacrificed to blow off greed gore by melting its broken blade, which was suitable to facilitate the fire attribute. Of course, it was also possible to fire a special bullet, such as the gill bullet. Unfortunately, Simon had only prepared 2 types of bullets: normal bullets that had been imbued with a strengthening technique overnight, and special bullets for Sariel that would probably play an important part in this situation. So he is active in this situation. There were no bullets with hidden effects prepared yet. Still, it was much easier to use than empty-handedly using grenade burst. Even so, these bullets were good enough that I could unleash Gatling burst using the greed with ease. Just until a while ago, I was engaged in pinpoint bombardment using grenade burst, aimed at the prominent sorcerer's unit in order to support the rear assault guard. However, this bombardment had now been forced to be used to stop the incoming assaulting infantry in front of us. Grenade burst? Shit, there's no end to this. I was protecting the 20-meter-wide transparent staircase. Had it been narrower like the passage to the underground dungeon, it would have been easier to protect. This staircase was too wide to be protected by one person. It was wider than a 4-lane road. While firing horizontal shots downstairs using the greed in my right hand, I was crushing any enemies that managed to break through with dual eagle in my left hand. Somehow, one infantryman was able to breach through my defense, but I managed to stop him. No, he was starting to push forward. I was able to stop them at the first step at the bottom of the staircase. However, they had slowly pushed up to the 10th step. The rain of ammunition and the storm of blasts easily blew away the lives of mere infantrymen. However, as if driven by the peculiar madness of battlefield fever, they kept sprinting and trampling their comrades' corpses to rush into the dead zone. With overwhelming numbers and momentum, the incoming deadly assault was about to push through. In fact, if we went on like this, we would be pushed back slowly but surely. If I allowed the enemy to approach closer, I could get rid of them by beheading them. However, we would have a battle royal here. In that case, the rearguard unit that was of rank 1 or 2 would be wiped out in an instant. Even I would not be able to handle it if I were to be surrounded by this many people. This is bad. Apparently, the assault team was also struggling considerably. Most of the armor knights that were protecting the girl had already been defeated after going against the heavily armed infantrymen. Now the adventurers were pushing forward and somehow managed to break open the enemy line, but going after the target at this pace would be quite dangerous. Should I go now? Meow, this should be all right, meow. You should disinfect, bandage it, and rest. You'll heal, meow. Oh, I'll do that, if I could get through this situation. No, if I leave this battlefield now, the rearguard unit will be wiped out. Both the small and hard-working werecat girl and the skinhead man she saved will die. But if I don't kill the caster because I didn't assist in the assault, everyone will die. There's also a possibility that I would be killed before I could assist the assault on the caster. Then I should, oh, damn, there's really nothing I can do. I guess I'm not ready to sacrifice my allies without hesitation. Most definitely, it would be best for me to join the assault. I can still make it. I should be able to slash that enemy. However, I can't give up the lives of these dozens of people behind me. If only Lily or Fiona is here. Such pitiful mutter was the only thing that came out of my mouth. At the moment, anyone would do. I want someone to protect these people in for a moment. The enemy could be pushed back with firepower like I had been doing, or endure their attacks with strong defensive magic. If only there's someone else. A sorcerer that can be relied on. That would be too good to be true. Such a convenient backup would not appear. It would be foolish to expect the help from someone who would never come. Yes, it would be the same as the crusaders praying, "God, help us," at the very end. So I have to choose. If I'm annihilated here, the crusaders will have no difficulty reaching for the wall. Galahad Fortress would be as good as surrendering. This position had to be protected at all costs, even at the expense of something I want to protect. Is there no other choice but to give up? My contemplating shall end here. Now, get ready, be prepared, Kurono Maou. I'm going to kill the caster now to protect the spada. As such, I had been telling myself. I finally removed my finger from tightly squeezing the trigger of the greed. Whoa, what's this? The battle has already begun, Sophie. This is dangerous. Let's go back to the castle for now, Simon. One of them was very familiar, while the other had become familiar recently. That duo suddenly appeared. Sanctuary had not been dispelled. The assault team was still mid-battle. It would be impossible for anyone to interject at that point to assist. In other words, the duo had been there from the beginning. Strictly speaking, Simon and the mysterious female adventurer Sophie emerged from an intact Taurus lying by the wall. The hatch on his back leading to the cockpit was open. Lily incapacitated Taurus by killing the pilot. The giant had been lying there in front of my very eyes the whole time. At first glance, it was buried in the snow and looked like a little snow hill. But when Plasma Blaster was unleashed, the snow melted and the steel body emerged once again. It didn't cross my mind that anyone would be lurking in the wreckage that looked like a natural boulder sitting there. It was unexpected all the more when those people were acquaintances. What were they doing in such a place? I mean, how did they get in the first place? Speaking of which, has Simon reached Galahad Fortress yet? I wonder if he had left Spada. No, this isn't right. That's not important. Oh boy, what a complete mess. You are annoying humans. Strangely enough, I could hear Sophie's muttering through the hustle and bustle of the ongoing battle. At the next moment, she swiftly gripped her right hand. The snowstorm came back. It blew from the top of Taurus' head to the tip of its feet. The incapacitated Taurus on the ground was merely an obstacle for the crusaders. No one has bothered to climb, but the surrounding area was full of infantry in battle. However, the sudden appearance of stunningly beautiful dark elf lady and elf girl immediately distracted the nearby crusade army soldiers. They turned their hostility and gaze, or more accurately, vulgar feelings toward the beauties. The infantry began to climb Taurus like a swarm of ants around a cake. Right at that moment, Sophie created a snowstorm. It was indeed ice magic. There was no mistaking it, but it was inconsistent with existing knowledge about magic. The ice-based attack magic and model was basically divided into two types: icicles and cold air. I was able to imitate these two forms by using the fourth blessing. However, Sophie's magic seemed more like a barrier than a simple ice-based attack. It resembled a snowstorm barrier enclosed by ice and snow. Anyone who stepped inside it would freeze. The frozen infantrymen became ice sculptures one after another decorating Taurus's body. Such a simple and absolute effect was fairly distinct. The crusaders seemed hesitant to proceed as the frozen hell turned into frozen corpses just by being in proximity. Without even giving another glance at her victims, Sophie began to head this way gracefully while holding Simon, who seemed to be screaming something, under her arm. I found a reliable sorcerer. I was smiling ear to ear while muttering. Episode 437, The Three Bodyguards. Wait a moment, this looks dangerous. It's all right, don't be so noisy. Don't forget where you are. As I stood next to the now cool-looking white knight that was Seba's and repeatedly banged on his shoulder without hesitation, I complained about the impending danger before our eyes. His annoying gaze and call to attention reminded me of my current position. For the time being, I repaired only the surface so as not to upset the soldiers around us, and then called out to him again. But they're almost here. Though I might look like this, I still had considerable experience with fighting monsters, thieves, and heretics in Helvisha. I wasn't just a scared, defenseless girl. Well, they're certainly quite feisty. Sebas had to admit that the small number of Spada troops that was rushing through the middle of the Crusader army was indeed very powerful. They seemed to be prepared to die fighting. We had heard rumors about the Spada soldiers having a powerfully dauntless courage, and now they were seeing the living proof of those rumors. It wasn't only their soldiers, but the adventurers fighting by their side were fighting to the death as well, displaying their tremendous willpower. It made me wish they'd stop doing that. It's only a matter of time before they're completely wiped out. To say that they were completely covered in wounds would have been an understatement. That elf fighting at the vanguard was in a particularly sorry state. It was a rugged elf, unworthy of their usual image of beauty. What have you done to my dreams and fantasies? His entire body was covered in blood, and his armor, which would have glittered in deep crimson, had turned black. His golden shield, which was not just for show, but boasted a tremendous defensive strength worthy of the armor knights, had been chipped down by several hits. Only the blood-stained red spear he kept on brandishing about was still shining in deep crimson. But it didn't seem it would take more than a few more hits before it would end up shattering. And so were the few survivors of the famous Spada infantry back in Daedalus, who were wearing matching red armor. Even though I had little insight into battle, I could guess that their physical strength and magical power were close to their limits. All they had left was the energy to keep fighting until they dropped dead. But that black guy and that huge guy, they still seem quite full of energy. They still kill with great momentum. A black-clad swordsman in a black coat, wielding a black sword, and a powerful golem that wielded a buckler and a giant mace with tremendous ease. Those two were breaking through their forces with an outstanding force. With every swing of the swordsman's black sword, the head or limbs of the heavy knights were sliced right off, despite being protected by tough armor. And each time the golem pounded with that huge mace, 3 or 4 of the infantrymen were sent flying. They did seem a bit exhausted by the fierce battle, but still, I was worried that could end up reaching where we stood. I had a bad feeling about this. Hey, don't worry, Rin, I'll protect you for sure. The one to give me such a strong reply wasn't Sebas. He couldn't say such straightforward words to me. A man with red hair stood in front of him. Although his face was only 1 step behind Sebas, in terms of beauty, he was a warrior who, combined with his strong body, could be called a handsome and wildly charming man. Rather than the long spear that was standard equipment for infantry, he carried a spear that was twice as large as those, with a thick, large blade and a handle that emphasized ease of movement. He wore only a chest and shoulder pieces of armor made of griffin fur. He seemed rather calm under this cold sky, even with his light clothing, which was proof that he had a high affinity with fire attributes. He was a hot-blooded idiot. You look so stiff I almost mistook you for a shield. Up front, aren't we? The name of the one who raised his voice, while claiming he would protect me, was Jack. He was an eccentric man who, despite not really being a knight, had come all the way from Helvisha as my escort. As a matter of fact, he was the leader of the bandits who had devastated Helvisha. By my persuasion, rather than by Count Burgund, many of the bandits were returned to the peasantry, but only Jack was hired as my escort because of his high level of skill. Of course, that was not something I had wanted. He was part escort, part stalker. If I refused, I would have been seen as a bad person, so there was not much I could do about it. Well, he wasn't as sharp as Sebas, but his fighting ability, which has been against the Helvetian knights almost entirely by himself, was the real deal. His ability was even recognized by Count Burgund. Rather than hiring an inferior knight, we could count on this guy as an escort. Ahahaha, we don't need to rely on someone like you, Jack. I'll be the one who protects my sis Rin. His laughing voice sounded way too childishly out of place for the battlefield. Or perhaps the owner of such a voice was actually a child himself. When we looked down from his horse, the first thing we saw was the tip of a huge hammer. That sledgehammer, which aimed to crush the enemy with only the hardness and weight of steel, had a somewhat rugged feel to it. But behind that huge lump of metal block was the face of a lovely boy, which was immensely disproportionate to such a huge hammer. His fluffy blonde hair and his big and round eyes sparkled in emerald green. His appearance, which could be easily mistaken for that of a girl, was worthy of being identified as a beautiful boy with rosy cheeks. To make matters worse, his outfit was a fancy white robe with a hood that looked like a cute bear's face, but with bunny ears. Well, it was something I had bought almost as a joke the moment I saw it at a store in Daedalus. The fur of such a mysterious monster, like a half-bear half-rabbit that seemed to be endemic to Pandora, was incredibly fluffy, and it appeared to provide an excellent cold resistance, but wasn't equipment that crusader soldiers should be wearing in the least. Even boy soldiers were properly provided with surcoats and chainmail. I didn't expect him to be able to reach this battlefield in that gear. That's why he looked so terribly out of proportion, with such a cute face and outfit, but wielding such a conspicuously rugged sledgehammer. Irio, I'm begging you, please be careful. You'll knock somebody off their feet with that thing. This child's name was Irio. He wasn't really my real younger brother, but he surely considered himself our relationship to be fraternal enough, with him calling me Sis Rin and all that. To put it simply, he was of the orphanage kids I was caring for. He was a super problem child who caused troubles by behaving like a spoiled brat. Ah, but they're heavy knights, right? They can afford to get hit a little. Such things came from his cute little mouth. Even when he asked me cutely, I was sure to be sick of things that don't work against me. The scariest part of this child was how natural he was about it. For the time being, I just sighed a little and gave up on telling him off any further. I wasn't having such a hard time, but he only looked like a good kid. The thing I was struggling the most with was the fact that Irio wasn't just an ordinary kid. To tell the truth, this kid was the same as me. No, more than that, he was gifted by God. His ability, to put it simply, was power. Although he looks like a delicate child, he has a superhuman strength, enough to fling away 10 grown men in one go. It was as if he had been born with a force boost. Though, considering the rate of increase in power produced by Irio, his strength didn't reach the advanced Force L boost. That's why Irio hadn't properly mastered any martial arts or magic skills, but whenever he swung that hammer with his super strength, he would become a warrior that could match 1,000. No, this child's simple-mindedness and cruelty that could make him send both foe and friend alike flying would make the term berserker more appropriate to describe him. I couldn't leave such a child back in Helvisha. Only I, who he had lived with in a church that no longer exists, could hold Irio's reins back. Irio would protect me, and I would take care of Irio. Though he was a piece of work, he really was like a younger brother to me. Don't worry, Rin. If it comes to that, I will patch you up. That gentle voice belonged to the equally gentle-looking priest that was standing behind Irio. His blue hair shone under the blue sky like the ocean, and the glasses that covered his soft eyes harbored intellectual light. Dressed in white cross church vestments like me, he was an elite priest who was entrusted with the central church of Helvisha at his young age. Ah, you spoil me too much, Conrad. But the way I expressed myself was as unrefined as the other guys. Speaking of the cross church, Conrad, who officially held the position of chief priest, was not only overwhelmingly superior to a mere sister like me, but he was also simply older than me, and here I was, wondering how I was speaking to him so casually. It was weird. Back when I was baptized to receive the holy name of Arya, I would use the proper honorifics and etiquette when talking to him. I might have been spoiled by his kindness somehow. Thus, when he asked me to join him on the Crusaders' expedition, I quickly said, "Thank you," because this person had great healing magic, and in addition, he was very proficient in the use of origin magic of the water attribute. I'm just following him so that he won't be a nuisance to you, Rin. I'll give Irio a proper sermon about his mischief as well. Help me, sis, this Four Eyes is bothering me. Please stop, or I'll be forced to have you skip your next meal. Sis Rayan. Anyway, I chose to ignore Irio, who was begging for help with that cute crying face of his, and turned my attention to Conrad, who had a tight expression on his face. What's wrong? That black swordsman, he's probably a vampire. A vampire, you say? However, if that was the true identity of that man, then it made sense that he had the power to slash his way through so many of our heavy knights. I hadn't seen him use the dark magic that vampires were so famous for, but that only meant that he could be saving it for later. If there's a vampire among them, then things are going to get a little dangerous. There seemed to be a much sharper air about Sebas. There's nothing to worry about. It's my duty as clergyman to dispose of the filthy undead. Don't tell me, are you heading out yourself, Conrad? He responded to my question with a powerful nod. I knew that Conrad hadn't just ascended to the top of the church as chief priest. In Helvisha, he and I have been very active in defeating monsters, bandits, and especially heathens. He was a real priest who not only prayed to God for safety, but also carried out God's will by defeating the demons with his own hands. Rin, I think this would be best left to Priest Conrad. He will go anyway, even if we try to stop him. Conrad had the same look on his face as when he was in front of the heathen hideout. He was serious about this. Thank you, Rin. Please stand and watch as I purify that filthy undead with my own 2 hands. In response to his determination, I couldn't do anything other than bowing down reverently and nervously uttering, "Oh, of course. Please be careful." But well, if Conrad could take care of that dangerous vampire swordsman, nothing would be more reassuring. Hey, His Eminence here isn't the only one around, you know. Let me fight too. That's right, I want someone to play with as well. The bloodthirsty Jack and the selfish Irio seemed dissatisfied. Ah, there's sure to be a handful sometimes, these two. Yes, yes, got it. Very well then, Jack, you take care of that blood-stained, rugged large elf over there. And Irio can go play with that gigantic golem. They should be good enough opponents to keep these two busy for a while. Hee hee, that's good, that guy looks like their leader. I'll take him on. Thanks, Sis Rin. That huge golem looks like it won't break that easily even if I go all out. Jack readied his spear, and Irio rested his hammer over his shoulder. I felt a little bit of pity for that big elf and the golem for being forced to deal with these two. Are you sure about this, Rin? If you reduce your guard like this, though still unlikely, you're increasing the chances that something happens to you. You'll only have one guard to protect you. I'll be fine with only one guard. Besides, it would be better to defeat those three sooner than later. At this rate, we'll suffer even greater losses. We can't keep throwing heavy knights away like this. Sebas had a point, but my words had solid grounds as well. As expected, Sebas didn't just disregard my words as usual, but seemed to be seriously thinking about them. Certainly, those three do seem to be reaching their limits, so it would be wise to attack them now. He then added that the attack on the castle walls had been delayed for long enough. That one's that demon of Alsace, isn't he? I couldn't tell that much from a distance, but I could see that black figure stopping our infantry's charge all by himself. He cleverly used the barriers I had made as footholds and killed the soldiers that were climbing the walls with some unknown magic. It was fortunate to have that guy come to this side of the barrier. What do you mean? To have such a dangerous fiend on this side of the barrier is the absolute worst. We can attack that one demon with our entire army. I don't think there is a more reliable way to take care of him. I knew what Sebas was trying to say. Perhaps in anticipation of this, Count Burgund thrusted me into this place. The demon of Alsace not only interfered with the occupation of Daedalus by the Second Army of the Crusaders with his small group of no more than 100 people, but also caused great troubles to two apostles. Defeating that man would be good propaganda for the Third Army, and most of all, it would be a huge morale boost. Well, that's right, but I knew that this was the best course of action, in theory. There would be some sacrifices, but other than that, we had nothing to lose. He certainly seemed to be a strong enemy, but now that he was on this side of the barrier and fighting by himself, it could be said that he was more of a trapped mouse than an unleashed lion. But why, every time I saw that man, I couldn't help to have this a bad feeling. I wonder if this war will end soon. Episode 438, Total Annihilation. What a troublesome opponent. Rudra instinctively felt that bespectacled and gentle-looking, blue-haired priest coming. He groaned with frustration, blaming his bad luck as he reflexively avoided the stream of water that had been launched at him like a javelin. To call that attack a simple javelin throw wouldn't have been appropriate. That looked like the light magic spell, Ray. The light that could be seen sharply squeezing through the straight lines of water wasn't just the reflection of the winter sun's rays. By the way, such hidden power, which far exceeded that of the Aqua Sagitta, was high enough to pierce through the hems of his black coat that fluttered in the wind. So you managed to dodge that. Such inhuman abilities are truly worthy of a vampire. Rudra corrected his posture before the priest, whose words sounded like mere admiration. Using holy water on your water spells. That's rich. That attack wasn't made out of magically produced pure water. Rudra instantly knew that it was holy water, which was particularly effective against the undead, just like mithril weapons. A normal human wouldn't have known the difference at first glance, but a vampire would never fail to notice that unpleasantly white and clean glow. The Lord said, "Destroy the evil ones. I'm merely doing my best to carry out his will. Particularly, I won't spare any resources to destroy a filthy undead like you." Book of Holy Water, verse 14, Aquarian Shine. The priest held an open book with his hands. He read through a passage as if he were chanting. It was a spell book, which was the next most characteristic weapon of a wizard right after the magic staff. Most adventurers would be able to tell that Book of Holy Water was the name of the spell book, and Aquarian Shine was the name of the spell. More of those streams of holy water were brought forth by the spell. Dozens of those streams were aimed at Rudra with the momentum of a volley of arrows let loose by the most experienced archers. They were fast and very accurate at that. However, it wasn't enough to bring down Rudra of the Crimson Blade, who had made himself known as a samurai in the dark corridors of the city-states. He had been able to dodge that before, even though it had been a surprise attack, so now that he was facing his opponent directly, he had an even easier time avoiding this second attack. Seen from a third party, he took 3 steps to the side so quickly that it seemed as if his body had split up and the streams of holy water passed through him. At this level, it didn't seem to be comparable to the black bullet storm that had been unleashed upon Kurono. Crimson Slash. Rudra's counterattack was a red slash from a sword that was made out of freshly sipped blood. He used this cursed martial art, Crimson Slash, because this sword could reach opponents who stand within a range of 10 meters away from Rudra. He determined that his distance to the priest was 9 meters 58 centimeters, so he was in range. The slash, which engraved a bright crimson trajectory in the void, was on a sure trajectory to hit the priest's torso. Book of Holy Water, verse 99, Holy Crystal Geyser. I've seen that technique before. Just like before, the priest was speaking in an uplifting tone, as if preaching to a believer. He was completely unharmed. In other words, Rudra's crimson slash had been totally prevented. This much holy water in front of me, it's making me feel dizzy. The thing that had protected the priest was a large pillar of holy water that had spouted like a geyser. This pillar of water that harbored a faint white light was 2 meters in diameter and 4 meters in height. It was as if a wall of water had expanded into a cylinder with the priest at its center, turning into a pillar that surrounded him completely, effectively making it a barrier that provided perfect defense from all angles. It was an iron-walled defense that stood as a defensive tower made of holy water. Rudra's blood sword was blocked by this wall of water that spewed out of the ground just as it was about to hit the priest. The moment it touched such a holy barrier, the crystallized blood was forcibly returned to its original liquid state, and it was swallowed without leaving a speck of red hue in the gushing water stream, almost as if a drop of blood had fallen on the surface of a river. Sucking the blood of a person, and even worse, using that same blood as a weapon to create even more victims. The undead truly are horrifying even in the way they fight. Rudra had already moved on to the next attack, not paying attention to the priest's cruel gaze, which had a hue of contempt and discrimination. Since he couldn't finish him off with his crimson slash, the only way to break through that holy barrier was to approach and hit it with an even stronger attack. From the beginning, the samurai's way of fighting was to slash any opponent with its blade. Rudra didn't hesitate to approach, even in the face of a large amount of holy water, which was like a deadly poison that could burn through his skin and flesh, and melt his bones away simply by touching it. His advance without hesitation was surely quick, but the priest's reaction was not to be taken lightly. In front of the vampire who jumped towards him with a murderous intent strong enough to make any ordinary person pee their pants, he calmly weaved together a spell for interception. It's useless. Book of Holy Water, verse 27, Aquarian Whip. From the pillar of holy water that protected the priest, parts of the water stream became thick and long whips, as if large snakes had jumped out, mowing down through Rudra's path. There were 20 of those whips in total. Even someone like Rudra had no choice but to retreat in order to avoid getting hit by those 20 whips of holy water. He quickly turned around, dodging as he ran on the melting snow. Already, the space in front and to the left and right had been filled with those whips of holy water, which would render him unable to fight with a mere touch. And one of them managed to hit him straight on his face. A shocking sound that sounded like a plane breaking the speed of sound echoed at the tip of Rudra's nose. "You're not half bad, tentacle guy." Rudra's face shattered with a small cracking sound, revealing the skull underneath. How disrespectful. These are but hands to ward off evil, given to me by God himself. Being able to control such a large number of them with that amount of freedom, they would certainly look like tentacles to those who see them. With such an impression, Rudra took off the remains of his broken face, which no longer could be used as a mask, and threw them aside. Yes, their purpose is to destroy unsightly undeads like you. Unsightly. It was the first time anyone had spoken to him like that. There had been countless occurrences where he had been called monster and heartless, but no one had ever called him unsightly. It was as if he had never heard that word before. He contemplated it, thinking, "Ah, that's right, I guess I'm quite unsightly right now." Certainly, compared to his best days, his body seemed to be significantly weakened. Not only did he look like a thin, sick person, but his pure physical ability was about less than half his usual. Even though he was fully devoting himself to the sword, his power was far behind that of a young and foolish true vampire who showed the 100% of his power. Had it made sense to choose the path of the sword, even if it made him weaker than he could be? HMPH, what a stupid question. That was the path he had chosen for himself. There was nothing shameful about choosing to seal away his powerful and unrivaled dark magic, severing his ties to the blood that is the source of a vampire's power, and fighting only by relying on his own sword. Even if his life were to end right at this moment because of that very choice, even if that was his destiny. There's no escape. That's because I'm not the only one you're fighting against. Book of Holy Water, verse 33. Enchanted Church, Aquarian Rage. It was a standard measure against undead monsters to purify or enchant a weapon to be used against them. Since they were already dead, undead monsters would continue to move as much as they can without feeling any pain unless they are seriously damaged, but they still had several weaknesses to exploit, such as light. Apparently, this strategy for dealing with the undead was well known across the Ark continent. There were still dozens of armor knights crowding around Rudra. He had been causing head after head to fall, but that didn't mean these guys were easy to beat. The longer the battle dragged on, the weaker his sword fighting became. In the blink of an eye, he had to aim exactly for the gaps in the knight's armor and the places where their armors were thin. If the aim was off for even a little, he would not be able to deliver a fatal attack on those knights. And now that the priest had used the spell Enchanted Church, Aquarian Rage, those knights' halberds had the same properties as the holy water the priest had been using. Their blades, which had only been shining with the luster of steel, were now surrounded by a pale, clear light. Their slashes would no longer be blocked by Rudra's iron-plated black coat. I've always wanted to fall on the battlefield, but ideally, he would have rathered to be defeated in a single stroke by another swordsman. Being destroyed by holy light would make him no different than any other mindless, undead monster. However, he didn't say anything about that. Very well, let's see how many of you can I take with me on my way to hell. Rudra had decided that this would be the place he would meet his end. Gehahaha. I'm shining stronger than ever today. The golem garden was screaming lines of joy as he was hitting armor knights left and right. Without any magic or special technique, he repeatedly battered on the knights, who were one head shorter than him and were putting up their huge tower shields with nothing but his sheer physical strength put into his giant mace. The sound of the pounding and steel colliding with each other echoed for a short time. Immediately afterwards, the shields were pushed away, followed by a splat like a watermelon cracking open as it fell to the floor made by their helmet-covered heads. Even these armor knights, who were a proud part of the crusader army, seemed to be unable to cope with the strength of this iron golem who was made entirely out of steel. Garden kept on pushing forward, kicking the frail human soldiers with his sheer power. Leaving both Subcommander Eliwood and Rudra, who are the forefront of the assault unit behind, he didn't realize he was out of position. Rather, one could assume that Garden's intention was to keep this pace up, but also that he wasn't aware he was leaving others behind. Damn, this huge thing. We can't tackle it one by one. Let's get him, the three of us together. The heavy knights continued to boldly challenge Garden, even when they saw their companions, who were clad in full plate armor, being easily transformed into dented, crushed, and shattered junk. From their already disturbed formation, 3 knights raised their halberds overhead. That's just fine. Bring it on, you small fry. Garden was confident that he would be able to withstand whatever those 3 would throw at him. Even 10 or 100 of them, it would be all the same. He was absolutely convinced. The core that moved the golem's body was so aroused that it seemed to be on the verge of overheating. Okay, come Gyuho. It was at that moment that the 3 heavy knights would take a step toward Garden in a deadly coordinated attack. However, instead of running, the 3 seemed to have taken to the skies. No, it wasn't a martial art. They weren't using something like Sonic Walker, which allowed for sprinting in midair. They jumped into the air as if they had been launched. It looked like a really bad joke, but they were fluttering about in midair even above Garden's head. Ahaha, you really went flying spectacularly. Sorry, friends, I really wish I had avoided hitting you all, I hope you're not mad. Instead, what appeared in front of him was a child. From the point of view of Garden, who couldn't tell the difference between human faces, it was possible to tell that the little person in white robes in front of him was a child, but not whether it was a man or a woman. However, in either case, it is obvious that they weren't just a normal child, as they carried a huge hammer, which was very disproportionate to their young body and their thin arms. And their way of speaking made it also clear that they were the one responsible for sending those 3 knights flying. Hey, what is this kid doing here? Go away, you're bothering me. However, Garden thought that it was still a child after all. He wasn't sure what kind of magic they had used, but he didn't feel like crushing it underfoot like an enemy. The Knights of Spada wouldn't lay a hand on children. There were women and old people who were terrifyingly strong, so this kind of special treatment was only for children. Garden was still just a freelance adventurer, but he intended to become a knight. So that's what he was supposed to do. Hee, silly adults who treat me like a child. The child lightly lifted a steel sledgehammer that seemed to weigh as much as Garden's mace over their head. A fearless smile appeared amidst their flowing blonde hair and their young and lovely round green eyes. Get pummeled. The next moment, the child suddenly jumped in a straight line forward. It was so fast one would need to watch the replay frame by frame to see what had happened. Nuo. He instinctively pulled up his gigantic tower shield, which looked like a keep steel gate. At the last minute, in order to match the incredible force and speed at which the child's sledgehammer was coming at. However, the impact of hitting the shield was stronger than expected. Garden's steel body, which weighed well over 1,000 kilograms, was forced to lean back significantly. The most unbelievable thing is that such a heavy blow had been delivered by such a young child. Where in that small body was the power to shake an iron golem such as himself? Together with his astonishment, a sense of crisis grew within him. In fact, Garden's head was ringing with a beeping alert, informing him that each joint in his body had overloaded. He hadn't heard this since that time when he was knocked down from a bridge by an enemy party made of men, women, and girls from a family. Back when he was working as a slave trader's bodyguard. Oh, you golems are amazing. You don't get completely wrecked after one of my blows. The child seemed to be full of joy as they turned the sledgehammer over their shoulder, with a speed that ignored its momentum. They didn't even need to reposition their body. They launched another attack right away. Damn it with this kid. Garden was forced to swing his mace with all his strength while he was about to fall. The hammer and mace collided with each other, creating a violent roar of wind upon impact. Guo! It had been a disaster to have been forced to block at such a disadvantageous position. Garden's right hand couldn't stand the impact of the head-on collision and let go of the mace. He thought that he had messed up there, but it was already too late. His mace spun with tremendous force, and by the time he saw where it was already plunging far off into a crowd of petrified infantrymen. There was no way he could recover it immediately. But it looks like I'm stronger, right? Their smile exuded the pure cruelty of a child that was merely playing with insects by tearing off their wings. Having let go of his weapon, there was no effective way for Garden to counterattack. Take this. A merciless pursuit, an intense, random pounding of his steel sledgehammer. Like a child playing knights while holding a stick in one hand, their swing was messy, but a single pound of theirs had the power to shatter an adult human being. Garden was forced into a defensive battle by holding his shield with both hands before the brutal onslaught of steel he was subject to. It was the same one-sided offensive that he himself had launched against the heavy knights. Naturally, when an opponent that was more powerful than him appeared, the tables would turn immediately. However, he couldn't just accept the simple logic of power and admit defeat. God damn it. Finally, after dozens of hits, his shield broke. The large shield, which had been dented like a castle gate after being hit by a battering ram, broke into two with a loud noise. The thing that remained in Garden's hand was nothing more than a piece of metal that looked almost like junk, which could no longer be used as a shield because it was lacking in size. Ahaha. Now you can't block anymore. The impatience of becoming unarmed delayed his reaction. The sledgehammer came along with a strong wind, and its strong blow made a clean hit on the golem's one-eyed head. So even though golems are living things, they sure are hardy, aren't they? While listening to the noisy beeping alerts, Garden raised his face while facing a flickering view. Apparently, he had been blown away and fell on his back. While letting out a pitiful moan, he tried to get back on his feet, but his opponent didn't allow it. The child was there, trampling Garden's head with his small foot and resting his sledgehammer on their shoulder. A small body that weighed less than 40 kilograms should be something he could easily throw away, but strangely enough, they don't move an inch. But I'm a bit disappointed for some reason. Even though you're a golem, you still, oh well, I guess I'm just that strong. Yeah. Well then, this is it, Mr. Golem, time to crush you in a flashy way. In a place like this, by a brat like this. It seemed that Garden's brain was about to overheat with anger and regret, but he no longer had a way to stop the sledgehammer from being brought down. You little. Episode 439, The Beginning of a Nightmare. Haha, give it up already, old elf. With a vigorous thrust, Illywood barely managed to stab an armor knight to death. After the ironclad figure collapsed, a red-haired young man appeared, holding a spear aloft. Knowing a powerful blow was sure to come his way, Illywood somehow compelled his weary arm through his loss of blood to put up his shield. Tiger Drill. An aura of red magical power illuminated the spear's large tip, which was now twice as large as usual. It was long enough to reach the point where Illywood stood behind his chipped shield. The next moment, the spear turned into a red flash that was impossible to follow by the naked eye and struck with a terrible shock. Goo! Was the shield blown off as a result of a mistake, or was it going to happen regardless? Either way, the once beautiful shield that had been deformed as it protected him from countless halberd thrusts, Golden Taurus, had finally left his owner's hand. There's more wolf sweep. Mo brush. Without a moment's delay, Illywood barely responded with a sweeping motion spear technique to match the man's attack. Although they are completely different spear techniques, both spears were burning with a red magical aura. However, there was a clear difference in power between the red-haired man, who had just begun to fight triumphantly, and Illywood, who was exhausted by the long battle. He managed to prevent his spear from being blown away at the last moment. If he were to lose his weapon right after his shield, he could consider himself as good as dead. However, he almost could no longer feel the grasp of his weapon on his right hand, which he had grown so accustomed to. It appeared that his right arm had been rendered completely numb by the sheer force of the impact received from the red-haired man's frontal assault. In addition, the lacerations on his shoulders and upper arms began to bleed all over again. The already precious little vitality that remained in his body had fallen a little once again. I've come this far. His target was merely a few tens of meters away. However, that short distance now seemed to be endlessly far away. There seemed to be no end to the wall of armor knights, and the red-haired man standing in front of him was very skilled. He was a tough opponent to beat in his current state. A fleeting glimpse of his surroundings revealed that it seemed that the samurai man and the golem were also struggling before their strong opponents. He couldn't expect any help from them this time, and it was even less likely that external reinforcements could come right in the middle of such an enemy line. It was a stalemate in all directions. It seemed that in the end their forces were overwhelmingly insufficient for a successful assault. Illywood knew that they were putting their lives on the line with this strategy, but now that they faced total annihilation, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of emptiness. I guess this is where we die, huh? However, Illywood had no intention of wasting the work of the knights and adventurers who had come so far, staking their lives. That had nothing to do with his duty as subcommander, but as a man. Filled with determination, Illywood knew that this was the last attack and stared sharply in front of his fate. Hey, you're running out of breath, old geezer. I've heard elves live a long life, but it seems age has finally caught up with you, huh? Had these been normal circumstances, he would have slugged the cocky smile out of this belligerent young man's face. But now Illywood couldn't even move his eyebrows. What was in his mind wasn't anger at a brat that had gotten himself carried away, but rather a mere simulation to make the next attack a success. Then, at the next moment, it would be set into motion just as he had envisioned. He would start the last battle of his life. Haya. With a shout, he delivered a blow, but a hollow one. In other words, a feint. A sharp, fast, but unweighted blow was delivered to the tip of the redhead's nose. Perhaps he immediately knew it was a feint. He evaded it with a light movement of his body, and he didn't seem to be particularly surprised about it. But that was okay. If he could force him to step back even a little, even in the slightest, the first step would be complete. The second stage came right after the first one. He quickly turned his spear after the feint, with its tip pointing at the ground. Woo! He swept at the floor and used the spear's momentum to fling snow and dirt at the red-haired man's eyes. It was a tactic used by hooligans in the slum quarters. The Avalon Knights would regard it as a cheap trick, unworthy of a knight, but the Spada Knights use it as one of their finest techniques. However, back in the day, the young Eliwood never dreamed that he would use this cheap shot in actual battles when he joined Brave Heart. Tisk, do you really think I'd fall for that? Huh. The red-haired man, who didn't look like an actual knight because of the way he spoke and his bandit-like gear, reacted to this blinding tactic too without difficulty. He quickly turned to the side, avoiding getting hit with cold dirt and sand on his face. However, this too was part of the plan. The second step had been a success. Thanks to his evasive action against both the feint and the blinding technique, the red-haired man had moved away from the reach of the spear. Thanks to the second stage, no blade would reach Eliwood's body. It was but a step to the side, but it gave Eliwood the time that was absolutely necessary his final blow to succeed. This was the final stage. Uowo. The roar that echoed from the bottom of his abdomen was a breath of spirit that compressed and kneaded his remaining magical power into a single attack. It filled his body with an explosive power without the need for any chanting or spellcasting. Eliwood raised his vermilion pilum with both hands with this strength. Instead of his usual posture, he was raising the spear with both hands, lifting it higher than overhead. He was getting ready to attack by throwing his spear. Wah! The red-haired man opened his eyes astonishingly. Perhaps he immediately saw where Eliwood was aiming at. The point of the red spear, which was being held aloft vigorously, was aimed at the pretty girl that was being protected by these generals. The distance between Eliwood and her was about 30 meters. It was well within the effective range. However, the problem was the group of escorts who stood in that short distance. Not to mention the red-haired man in front of him, but even beyond him, there was a wall of heavy knights. And finally, there was another young knight who had never left the girl's side. Fortunately for Eliwood, however, her target was the only one on horseback in that enemy camp. Normally, that girl would be surrounded by big men and buried up to the tip of her head, but thanks to that pure white unicorn she was riding, a portion of her head was popping out of the crowd. His aim had to be true. From the other side, they might not even have expected that he had gotten so close to them. Underestimating him like that could prove to be their ruin. Eliwood launched a deadly throw, aiming at the gap between the soldiers who protected the girl, which was the hole through which the needle had to pass. Eligni's shot Uo. His spear, wrapped in a rush of crimson flames, darted through the air. Eliwood's spear throw, which poured all of the energy he had been mustering into a single attack, was more like an arrow from a fully charged bow. No. It flew even faster than that. More than piercing through the enemy, it was more appropriate to say that such destructive force would be crushing them. In fact, even if one or two soldiers threw themselves in front of Eliwood's target, letting their own shields, armor, and bodies to be pierced in her stead, the goal was for his spear to reach that place. Even in the worst-case scenario, Eliwood's attack had been imbued with a powerful fire attribute that would cause a big explosion upon contact. Since his vermilion pilum had high resistance to both shock and heat, it could still be used as a weapon even after using normal uses of his Eligni's shot. However, Eliwood, who saw that he could no longer wield it with his own hands, chose to use his glorious red spear, which had been given by the king's grace, as a companion to the next world. In other words, it had been charged up with more explosive power that it could normally withstand. The attack, which had now turned into a fiery blow even more dangerous than any advanced spell cast by a skilled flame mage, finally approached his target, just as Eliwood had planned. The blonde knight, who had been waiting beside the girl, had pulled out his beautiful silver rapier and dashed to intercept it, but it was too late. If the spear touched that guy, he would either not be able to withstand the power of the spear and be skewered on the spot, or the subsequent explosion would engulf both him and the girl together in flames. 30 meters in front of him, the explosion happened, and Wood was filled with a sense of accomplishment due to a successful operation, and was relieved to know he could now die on the battlefield without any regrets. That was close. I thought I'd die for sure. That screaming voice belonged to the girl. Both the roaring sound and the shockwave of the explosion had passed. His attack had to have hit without being disturbed by anyone. But still, there she was, beyond the breeze that blew through the black smoke. A beautiful girl with black hair and black eyes. As before, she looked completely unburned, unharmed, and unscathed, wearing her pure white robe. And no way. The idea that such a thing simply couldn't have happened was immediately denied by the faint white light that flickered in his field of vision. If you reveal the cause, it was quite simple, really. It had been nothing but a regular protection. It had been nothing more than them being within the area of effect of sanctuary. By deploying it anew, Wood's Aligny's shot had been completely blocked. No matter how strong a technique was, not even the wind that could be kicked up by launching an attack would pass as long as that strong barrier stood in the way. Wood instantly recognized the reasoning as she witnessed the girl squealing and making noise about something with the young knight that stood next to her without the slightest hint of tension. Even after knowing that, the conclusion that it was impossible would come back to his mind. Realizing that even though she had been putting up such a huge barrier way ahead, she managed to instantly create a new layer in front of her in response to Wood's imminent attack. It was as if he had been the one underestimating them. With a huge barrier that divides the entirety of the castle walls and such a large-scale magic activation, she would have to use all of her concentration and magical power to keep it in place, so she couldn't have been able to cast another spell. Wood had made such an assumption, as it was the general rule for the average magic user. However, in reality, this happened instead. She easily prevented the danger approaching her. Perhaps this big barrier was nothing special for her, and she didn't have to put that much effort or magical power into it. Still, it was even more so now that he understood the girl's unfathomable magical power. Hey, you bastard! Wood had been stunned by the futility of his final attack. But both his knight's instinct and body reacted to the sharp, murderous intent that drifted right in front of him. How dare you try to lay your filthy hands on my Rin? Filled with rage, the red-haired man was fiercely winding up his spear. Perhaps his pure anger was manifested as a high level of magical power, since the red aura wrapped around not only the tip of his spear, but also its handle and even reached his forearms. All Wood had to defend himself after losing both his spear and shield was his standard double-edged sword Gladius. Its sharp, sturdy, and practical blade was released with a flowing motion, staving off the approaching red flash. Goo! It was no wonder he could manage to react to the red-haired man's attack, even though it had been delivered with every ounce of strength in his body. An average knight would have been pierced by it there and then. However, Wood no longer had the power to fight back. I won't forgive you. I won't forgive anyone who tries to hurt Rin. Apparently his rage was due to Wood having targeted that girl. Was it out of his great respect and affection towards her, or were those feelings merely a young man's love? Whether his emotional reason was justified or not, the fact that Wood remained powerless before to his torture, fueled by his burning anger, was unchanged. The red-haired man had changed his aloof expression for one of pure rage, barking like a mad dog as she thrusted with his spear towards Wood over and over again. The red armor that protected Wood was quickly shattered before the storm of attacks. Every time the spear's blade, shimmering with a fiery aura, grazed Wood's body, a piece of his armor would come off. His thick breastplate cracked after taking a thrust that was meant for his heart, and even his famous golden right gauntlet, right-hand glory, finally gave in as well. Both his body and armor were on the verge of collapse. Still, the fact that he had managed to prevent a fatal injury using the gladius on his right hand was a manifestation of the pride of this Knight of Spada, who would never give up until the very end. Wood had hoped to at least be able to take this furious red-haired along with him into the afterlife, but that too seemed to be a wish he wouldn't be able to fulfill. The thought of being about to die in vain crossed Wood's mind. The words, "I'm sorry," rushed over his heart, filling it to the brim. He wanted to apologize for not really having accomplished anything relevant and for running out of strength in such a place. He wanted to apologize to his parents, who raised him to become a proud child of Sparta. To the instructor who had hit him with spear and sword alike many times. To the superiors who had taught him how to survive on the battlefield. To the friends and subordinates who had believed in him and followed him so far. To His Majesty, King Leonhart, to whom he had vowed to return victorious. And to his wife, who loved such a boring man who only knew how to fight, and to his beloved daughter, who he had brought unto to this world. I'm sorry, Irina. I will protect Rin. A posture that is greatly upset and warped. Iliwood realized that his next thrust will be a powerful one, and that it would reach his unprotected throat. He would die instantly after receiving such an attack. Facing his last moments, Iliwood closed his eyes, and the only thing that was on his mind was his daughter's smile, the cutest girl in the entire world. If she's so important to you, then don't bring her somewhere as dangerous as here. Although the battlefield was supposed to be dominated by the enthusiastic hustle and bustle, only his cold voice was strangely clear. Who? The moment he asked himself that question, he heard the sound of a person's body being crushed. Am I dead? No, the one who denied that was the thought of his daughter, who was still smiling, saying, I love Papa. Is this heaven? No, I'm still in the middle of the battlefield. Then, while lying down on his back, thinking he looked like an idiot, he stared piercingly at the wide blue sky. What happened? A second later, and despite feeling like his body would collapse again at any moment, he vigorously raised the upper half of his body. At the same time, the red-haired man, who had remained still in front of him with his spear in his hand, collapsed. Making a dull noise as he fell, he lay down on the ground facing upwards just like he himself had just a moment ago. What Rin Isle. Leaving behind that unfinished sentence, the red-haired man passed away. His eyes, which had been burning with a fiery rage until recently, had now lost all of their light and were just vacantly staring at the sky. The ground, which had become a mess by the deadly battle that had just taken place over the snow and mud, was now dyed red with the large amount of fresh blood he shed. There was a big hole in the chest of the redhead man. A windhole so huge that you could clearly see through it. The cause of death was obvious. This who? He didn't ask anyone, but the answer came right after his murmuring. Are you okay, Sub-Commander Iliwood? Before he realized, a man in black stood beside him. Not the samurai man. Taller and bigger than him, and above all, he had an ominous presence. Although it brought a chills to his spine, he had a certain familiarity with the face he looked up at. Adventurer Kurono, why are you here? I found a reliable magic user, so I entrusted the rear guard to that person. But moreover, those wounds are terrible. Here's a high potion. With a terrifyingly sharp look and a smile, his manner of speaking was calm enough to forget that they still were in the middle of the battlefield. This man isn't normal. This was the honest impression that Iliwood had at that moment. He was strange to the point that not even his acts of courage could cover up for it. However, he also understood the fact that he had narrowly escaped death thanks to Kurono. Therefore, Iliwood gratefully accepted his high potion. Even if the eerie black tentacles that gushed forth from Kurono's shadow dexterously opened the bottle of high potion, or if they instead smashed it on his head, he wouldn't complain about it. Ouch, I poured on too much. Iliwood might or might have not heard Kurono's disgusting muttering. I am truly indebted to you, now I can fight for a little longer. The amber-colored high potion looked a bit like whiskey at first glance, was surely on the market as a high-end recovery medicine in Sparta. Its effects were so powerful that even a fledgling adventurer could see the difference in both the amount and speed of recovery from the average potion he would normally carry with him. The high in its name wasn't just for show. Iliwood's dying body was instantly given the strength to get back on his feet and pick up his sword again. No, there's no need for that. Uttering a blunt denial, Kurono was no longer facing Iliwood. His face was facing straight forward, and his black and red gaze was probably piercing the girl that was tens of meters away. His focus was completely directed at the original goal, the one making those barriers, but the weapon in Kurono's hand was pointing in a different direction. It was a magical weapon made of iron and wood that he held with his left hand. Iliwood knew that there was such a magic wand referred to as a gun, because he used to spend his time around the weapons shop as a hobby. This probably was how he shot the red-haired man. And the double horizontal muzzle of the gun, which emitted a dull, cold iron glow, was pointed at that red-haired man again, even though he already had become a silent body. The buzzing sound of 2 rounds being fired overlap at the same time. The red-haired man's corpse bounced lightly due to the impact of its black flash. The bullets seemed to hit the abdomen, but no matter where they hit, nothing changed. The corpse remained a corpse. Kurono knew that, but Eliwood still couldn't understand why he took the trouble to shoot the corpse again. He wasn't scared that the corpse would come back to life and attack them. Was there such a hatred of the Crusades in his heart, or was it because he truly was a crazy warrior, as his nickname suggested? Next, in a flowing motion, Kurono brandished a large sword in his right hand. At first glance, it looked like a cursed weapon, and a ridiculously strong one at that. With such a weapon, Kurono slashed at the corpse. Spewing out a terrifying dark red aura, the cursed sword swept away at the neck of the red-haired man's corpse. Had he been alive, even if he had used the best possible guard techniques, his head would have rolled all the same. Of course, cutting through the neck of a corpse was but a simple task for a blade that boasted the signature terrifying sharpness of a cursed weapon. Then, Kurono kicked the severed head at the enemy on the other side. An almost laughably awkward scream echoed from a group of infantrymen who suddenly jumped as the red-haired man's head fell at their feet. "Please leave this to me." Kurono said that with a self-dignified air, almost as if he was unaware of the fact he had just desecrated a corpse like a madman. All Eliwood could do in response was to sigh deeply without saying a word. It was an understandable reaction. Kurono now seemed to have become a berserker possessed by some kind of nightmare. Episode 440. An encroaching nightmare. "Please leave this to me." After I kicked the freshly severed head of that good-looking wild man, I stared fixedly at where I had to go next. I realized that this man was a good spear user after seeing his series of violent thrusts. Because he looked different from the crusader soldiers, he must have been a skilled mercenary or simply someone special amongst their ranks. Regardless, there was no doubt that he was one of the strongest enemies, so just in case, I decided to make sure he was dead. I knew that he would die instantly, because the first shot made with the regular bullets preloaded in Dual Eagle made a big hole in his chest. Even so, I've already had the bitter experience of being counterattacked after dropping my guard for a second, so I attacked him again. I had to do this while I could. With that, I could be 100% sure that I had killed him, and thankfully I was able to help Eliwood just in time. It was a good idea to buy a high potion back in Spada just in case. Incidentally, Eliwood seemed to have lost his weapon, so I wondered if I should look around for a halberd and a tower shield that those armor knights used and give them to him. That gladius he had on his hand didn't look too reliable. "Hitsugi, let's look around for a suitable weapon among those lying around on the ground." By the way, that was a rude way to apply a high potion to someone, splashing it around like a bottle of champagne. "Understood, master." Replying as if she didn't have the slightest hint of remorse, Hitsugi stretched out her tentacles in all directions, searching for a weapon that wasn't too damaged. Should I go get the one that made that barrier? I hesitated a bit about going straight ahead. We were in a strange stalemate. I was completely surrounded by those crusader soldiers, but none of them had taken a step forward to launch a simultaneous attack on me. I wondered if they were finding it hard to set up a proper assault since I had suddenly appeared in the middle of a single combat between that red-headed man and Eliwood. But because of this, I wasn't sure when the enemy would come at me like an avalanche. I knew they were still in danger, but I was curious about the other members of the assault team who were still struggling. Apart from Eliwood, there were 2 other survivors. There were only 2, but they were still alive. And I had the power to help them. But killing the barrier girl will also help our allies. Rather than take risks, I had to try to get the best results I could. I couldn't afford to hesitate. In order to succeed, I would have to take full advantage of the abilities that were relatively new to me, and those I had never used. Although I was worried about them, I had to trust they wouldn't be defeated. Well, let's try using this for now. Sing, Haunted Grave. What I took out in my right hand was the longed-for cursed large Naginata, Cursed Carnival, which I obtained at the end of a fight to the death. I've used this only once before. Back when Mary used up all of her strength in front of the old castle of Ischia, I used Haunted Grave's special ability, Dead Alive, to revive her. But this time, I was using it the same way it was used against me in the arena. In other words, the singing voice of resurrection was echoed toward the innumerable corpses that were scattered around in this battlefield. There are plenty of spectators here to listen to your song. Now, play the melody of abominable resurrection. Gyoah. From the black blade I raised to the heavens, the gruesome screams of a woman echoed repeatedly through the air. Hearing such a horrifying singing voice, the surrounding crusader soldiers turned pale and hurriedly covered their ears. Their disgust and feelings of rejection must have been quite strong, since they didn't hesitate to let go of their weapons so that they could cover their ears with both hands. When I heard this voice in the arena, it felt as discomforting as hearing the sound of scratching a blackboard with a piece of glass. But now, it seemed so strange that it didn't really feel so bad when I was the one using it. Looks like I've grown used to this tune. Kaya, amazing Mrs. Gravekeeper. Hitsugi seemed as excited as if she was watching a live performance of her favorite band. Well, this cursed melody seemed to be popular not only with the dead, but with other cursed beings. At any rate, I hadn't used this just to please Hitsugi, nor to simply scare the crusader soldiers. The main goal was to. All right, that's a good number of them moving around. Everywhere on the battlefield, I heard crusader soldiers screaming as if they had seen someone not from this world, and groans that literally echoed from the bottom of the netherworld. Taking a quick look around, I could see that about 10, 20, 50 corpses had turned into low-ranking zombies and stood up again with their weapons in their hands. The probability that a corpse will turn into a zombie using Dead Alive was far from 100%, but with such a large amount of dead bodies littering the battlefield, I was sure to get an acceptable number of them to get back on their feet. Those who have black or darkness magical power in their bodies, and those who have a grudge beyond the fear of death, could almost certainly become undead. But it was impossible to tell which of those were true for these 50 or so. From my point of view, all of them were equally just filthy zombies. Gather round, those who are no longer dead. Strengthen our defenses. Waving the haunted grave, I gave commands to those corpses that had begun to move. Back when Seed used it, he was clearly manipulating those zombies to stop me. It's very convenient for whoever wielded this naginata to not only be able to revive a corpse, but also to allow them to control it at will, like some sort of Lord of the Dead. Actually, I should say that its accursed power is just that strong. The deep-seated grudge of the gravekeeper who lost his beloved boy must have been something formidable. In response to my call, zombie soldiers immediately start gathering around. Rather than the sloppy movements normally seen in horror movies, they were running as fast as they could, doing hops, steps, and jumps. With a tremendous sense of dynamism, they gathered around me one after another. The trouble with undead monsters is that they exert their physical abilities unleashed from their physical yoke. They didn't feel any pain, they had no fear, and they kept moving until their inner resentment and magical power were depleted. Although they had many well-known weaknesses such as light magic, their toughness and powerful movement made the undead some of the most difficult enemies anyone could face. With 50 of them on our side, we would be able to use them to protect the exhausted assault team members in this enemy camp, including Ali Wood. Above all, we were lucky that the assault team managed to take down so many of their armor knights. For now, we had several heavily armored zombie knights to make a strong wall with. The only thing I was really worried about is that this army of zombies not only consisted of crusader soldiers, but also some of the knights and adventurers of the assault team that had fallen during the battle. It pained my heart to raise the whip against dead people, even though some were our allies too, but I'm sorry, but we need your strength for a little longer. What's this? To make these many undead so quickly, impossible. Along with the screams of the crusaders, I could hear Wood's surprised voice. Well, who wouldn't be surprised? I wouldn't even be able to tell at a glance that such evil and unclean-looking zombies were actually our allies, fighting to protect us. Don't worry, these guys are now my servants. Though I said so myself, it wasn't that he didn't need to worry, but I didn't have much time to explain it thoroughly. Sorry, Wood, but I need you to take cover behind these zombies for a little while. Okay, Now I can rush forward without any reservations. Are you ready, Hitsugi? Yes, preparations have been just finished, master. As her reply echoed vibrantly in my brain, dozens of tentacles gushed forth from the shadows. Coiled themselves around the halberds they picked up from the floor by their tips, lifting them up and wriggling vigorously. How about some red-hot blackening? Understood. What Hitsugi had flung at Ali Wood's feet just a while ago was the usual blackening. But the halberds that Hitsugi had picked up just now had the newly devised derivation of blackening, red-hot blackening, applied to them. As the name implied, this was a spell that used the pseudo-fire attribute. It wasn't to add a flame to their blades. This instead was an enchantment meant to turn the weapons themselves into bombs. After the silver halberds were dyed in black due to the blackening's effect, an eerie red pattern like a pulsating blood vessel emerged, similar to the absolute grudge blade Cubidin. With this, all the halberds collected by Hitsugi were no longer bladed weapons that cut through their targets with a sharp blade, but blasting weapons that crush the enemy into smithereens upon contact. Now, let's use this firepower to pave the way forward for me. Burst open sword art's blast blade. Blast, together with my utterance of the magical name and the roar of Hitsugi's cry. The tentacles threw the halberds that had been turned into missiles with the red-hot blackening, all at the same time. Even if she didn't throw them in any particular way, they ended up being shot as if it had been the work of some sort of psychokinesis, just like a sword art. But in any case, a total of 13 explosive halberds were thrown at a group of armor knights and other infantry standing in front of us, with the momentum of a rocket launcher. Just as I thought, it's more powerful than grenade burst. A destructive sound drowned out all the screams, and a red-black explosion erupted. With the hot air blowing through my hair and coat fluttering violently, I took a step on the freshly made road of scorched earth. My destination was a place where a swordsman in a black coat similar to mine was struggling alone. His opponent was a young man wearing glasses, dressed in a gorgeous pure white robe, as if he was a priest of the Cross Church. There were other members of the assault team fighting on their own, but now that I had decided to use zombies, I had to prioritize eliminating this priest, who had the ability to instantly kill the undead. Apparently, the bespectacled priest was using water. No, was that faint white light a sign he was using holy water? He manipulated it in such a way that allowed him to launch an ever-changing attack on the black swordsman. If the zombies that I've raised were to be hit by those whips made of shining water, they would crumble into dust on the spot. To make things worse, the priest was guarded by several armor knights, whose weapons were shining with an enhancement's white pale light. I wasn't sure exactly what kind of effect they had bestowed upon them, but that clean light looked like the type that would work well against zombies. However, since I was a human being, I wouldn't be particularly vulnerable to holy magic, so I didn't have to worry about getting hit by them. All I had to do was to deal with that priest who mastered water magic. Let's get rid of that guy and help the swordsman. All right, let's go. We were met by crusader soldiers, who ran with all their might through the holes in their ranks made by the halberd missiles. While the black smoke was still smoldering, I switched weapons on the way through the road. After putting away the dual eagle that I had on my left hand, I once again took out. Yeez, it's blade time. It was a weird choice for dual weapons, but wielding the absolute grudge blade Cubidin in my left hand, and the cursed Naginata haunted grave in my right hand, I approached behind the armor knights that were threatening the black swordsman. Dual black blades. Just before I was about to attack, the armor knights who noticed my approach quickly turned around. I wasn't surprised about being noticed, because I had no intention of hiding the slightest hint of murderous intent or magical power, but still, their speed of response was really that of an elite soldier. The 4 knights that turned around seemed to agree with the idea of overcoming the unexpected hit from behind with the defensive power of the tower shields they were so proud of, showing wonderful coordination as they arranged them neatly. That intimidating presence made it feel like I was facing an actual steel wall. In fact, I have already experienced that those thick steel armor with their big crosses drawn on them could block my dual black blades during my previous encounter with them in Alsace. Back then, Cubidin was still the cursed grudge blade Harakiri, but even with its evolved form, I wasn't sure I would be able to cut through their defenses. The same was true for Haunted Grave, whose sharpness was appropriate for a cursed weapon of its caliber. In other words, even if my attack connected, I wouldn't be able to defeat the knights, who have switched to a defensive position. That is, of course, if it had been a normal dual black blades attack. A grudge resonance, a high-pitched sound echoed. It was the manifestation of Haunted Grave's ability to increase its sharpness by vibrating its blade at high speed. However, at that moment, the blade of Absolute Cursed Blade Cubidin, which had no such vibration-based abilities, trembled while making an eerie sound like a woman's wailing. The power of these high-pitched vibrations, along with the sheer power of the dual black blades, sliced through the shield of the armor knights. Gah! I am possible. The armor knights, their torsos separated from their hips by the attack, collapsed on the spot, leaving only their grunts of pain behind. I tried out this skill before against the Lich King during the battle at the Revival Catacombs. This technique used a mechanism in which the high-speed vibration ability of Haunted Grave is conducted by the melody emitted from its cursed blade, and resonates with the other weapon like a tuning fork. This could also be used to apply this vibration to the blades of nearby allies, working in a similar way as an enchantment would. In theory, that is. If you are not good at it, the singing voice of the curse could disturb your concentration, or it can simply make you feel uncomfortable. And if you are not a user of cursed weapons, you will not be able to get the benefits of the vibration effect. For the time being, there would be no problem as long as I used it in the dual-wield style. Haunted Grave brilliantly enhanced the power of Absolute Grudge Blade Cubidin, making it possible to slice those tower shields in half with a single stroke. To be more precise, about 70% of the cutting is made by Cubidin's sheer power, and the rest is dealt by Haunted Grave. Still, I had no complaints about their power. Thus, the armor knights were sliced in half in a single attack. The fresh blood spouting from the 4 large men instantly dyed my feet and surroundings in red. I can't afford worrying about getting splattered on by their spurts of blood. With a rattling noise, I calmly walk through the puddle of blood. In front of me were more armor knights lined up and the bespectacled priest standing behind them. I couldn't see the armor knight's face because their helmets covered their entire heads, but they were probably astonished by my sudden intrusion, very much like that priest. Even so, this bespectacled priest was hopelessly handsome. While that red-haired man had a wild handsomeness about him, those glasses made him look like the intelligent handsome type. I wondered if his looks had anything to do with his strength. Sariel, I, and Misei were all beautiful girls, so one of the conditions for being chosen as an apostle of the White God might have been to have good looks. The possibility that those special talents were limited to beautiful people, even if they weren't apostles, couldn't be denied. While such meaningless thoughts crossed my mind, the handsome priest immediately tightened his expression and stared at me sharply with those blue eyes that shone behind his glasses. I've been thinking for a while that it was rather noisy around here, but I see, you're the rumored devil of Alsace. Hey, swordsman, are you okay? The priest uttered something, but I had no time to pay attention to him. My priority was rescuing the ally I had in front of me. After slashing my way through those 4 armor knights, the way to the besieged swordsman was completely clear. I called out to him behind his small-looking back, which had become considerably tattered, while being cautious of the surroundings. Of course, I had the high potion ready for Hitsugi to use on him for some quick recovery. But please don't just splash it all over his face like you did with Wood. Sorry, Kurono, but that won't be necessary. The swordsman in the black coat slowly turned around, saying that with a whisper that I could strangely hear very clearly. His blonde hair looked as if it had become dull with age and weariness. His skin was pale, but his vitality could be seen in the white of his eyes, completely injected with blood, making them more brilliant and glaring-looking. And his mouth, which revealed 2 white fangs, let out a rough, exhausted breath. He was a vampire without a shade of a doubt. Which meant, "Wait, is that you, Rudra? Phew, I'm glad you could recognize me." His face, together with his grinning and fearless smile, perfectly matched that vampire samurai, who I once had a one-on-one match with during the fight against the bandits, despite him looking as pale as someone with a life-threatening illness. No way, so you did survive that. Make sure you pierce through my heart next time. Apparently, Rudra also joined the ranks of those who did not die even if they had their heads cut off. As expected, vampires had a terrifying resilience, which made them near immortal. Are you okay fighting on our side? Of course, I may be how I am, but I still have good judgment. I was glad to hear that. He didn't seem to be crazy enough to suddenly say that he wanted to have his revenge here. Can you still fight? I'll manage. If I can take care of that priest, then I won't die. A priest would be the worst possible match for a vampire. Moreover, the priest had enchanted his allies' weapons with his pale light precisely because his opponent was Rudra. The reason why other soldiers didn't dare to get close to Rudra was that they couldn't simply risk getting their blood sucked and turned into his servant. Their risk was kept to a minimum by having only the priest and the soldiers that backed him up fight Rudra. However, that safety net was destroyed the moment I showed up. I'll take care of the priest. My, what a lifesaver. Ah, so the devil is in cahoots with the vampire. But it's useless. No matter what you try to pull off, you shall all be destroyed here. The priest seemed to be losing his temper, probably because I've been ignoring it. Well, no matter if you're in a good mood or not, I can't just leave you be. With his murderous intent clearly visible on his face, the priest raised his spellbook, putting up a stream of holy water in front of him, and the armor knights that were in front of him lined up to protect him as well. An excellent rearguard that can recover and strike back at a hard frontal assault. It was a powerful formation, but I'm sorry, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. Could you just hurry up and die? Episode 441. An encroaching nightmare 2. I'd like to open a road ahead. I can do something about that right away. When I asked to try something, I got a quick okay from him. The first move to break through this wall of armor knights needed to be quick enough to not allow a counterattack. I knew I could manage to do that to an extent, but I also knew that it would certainly be easier with Rudra's help. That'll do, thanks. Leave it to me. I didn't know what Rudra would do, and Rudra had no way to predict how I'd go about defeating that priest, who was heavily protected by that barrier of holy water. Still, he and I had seriously placed our lives on the line. It seemed that we had absolute confidence in each other's abilities, which was why I asked him without hesitation, and Rudra gave me an immediate reply in return. Just with this short exchange we had, I could feel a strange sense of trust between us. Let's go, Crimson Slash. A scarlet blade instantly stretched from his hand, with a natural movement that flowed out without doing any sound. It seemed to be a sword art with the same principle as my Akanagi, where a cursed weapon would turn the blood it had absorbed into a blade. That technique was the one Rudra used against me during our match, but now it seemed to be faster and sharper than that time. I could see that the cursed sword in his hand that should have been red as blood, now it had changed into a jet-black sword. It must have evolved since the last time I saw it. The terrible vibes I got from that blade made me think that it wasn't just its color that had changed. What a big girl he's got with him, master. Not as big as myself, though. What's this reaction, treating swords as girls? Are you jealous of that sword? Comparing yourself to it is pointless, I think. While I was having this pointless inner conversation with Hitsugi, Rudra seemed to have finished his part already. There was only one armor knight lying in front of me. Guo, my league. He was screaming and rolling on the ground, but I couldn't laugh at his unsightliness. His left ankle had been cut cleanly through his armor, flesh, and bones alike, leaving only bits of skin and metal behind. No matter how strong a man was, he wouldn't be able to stand after being slashed to that extent. Apparently, Rudra had used his crimson blade with the idea of leaving these knights incapacitated on the ground instead of delivering a deadly blow from the start. Avoiding a sweeping slash from his bloody sword would have been a near impossible task. Regardless of that, Rudra had done a great job fulfilling his part. Now there was no one standing between me and the priest. In the next moment, the remaining armor knights would use their well-trained teamwork to quickly fill in the holes and strike back at us. But this small chance Rudra had created was enough for me. Sword Art's blast blade. The halberds dropped by the armor knights I slashed through in order to get here had already been picked by Hitsugi and had the red-hot blackening applied to them. Hitsugi's tentacles audaciously held the halberds aloft, and then threw them all forward at the same time with a seemingly dispossessed movement. A straight shot directed the priest, who quickly developed the holy water flowing in front of him into a dome in an effort to fortify his defenses. Blyest, along Hitsuge's enthusiastic battle cry, a large black and red explosion erupted just like before. It had struck true, and all of the firepower stored in the halberds was released instantly in the explosion. HMPH, it's useless. An attack of this magnitude cannot break through my holy crystal geyser. A calm and collected voice could be heard from the other side of the thick black smoke that had enshrouded him. The face of that handsome, bespectacled priest came to mind. Well, even without that watery barrier around, the armor knights would have been able to withstand that explosion. Even if the infantry were to scatter about, it wouldn't have been able to clear the way of those shield-bearing knights unless it had been a direct hit. So the plan with this blast blade was simply to dampen the effects of that barrier from the start. That had just been the entrance. Now was the time for the main course. Grudge resonance. I threw the haunted grave on my right hand as high as I could. It cut through the air as it spun at a high speed like a rotary saw. While leaving an eerie black afterimage, it created a cursed melody that not only echoed high in the sky, but also made everyone's hair stand on end. A desperate dissonance, like a woman's screams being heard repeatedly, passed through the ears, echoing inside the brain and shaking the very soul. Among this sensation, a certain tremor was transmitted from Cubidon in my left hand. That proved that grudge resonance could be activated properly if I could make it sing, even if attacked by throwing haunted grave. However, it wouldn't be the leading actor for this part of the play. What I called forth from the Shadow Gate was the gluttonous fang sword Evil Eater, which had undergone a splendid evolution after my battle against Lust Rose. Even though it had evolved, its handle hadn't changed, and I grasped it firmly with my free right hand. No, both Hitsugi and I grasped it together. Take a bite, hungry wolf sprint. Come on, you heinous doggy. Let's go. Holding the Evil Eater in a backhand grip, we threw it straight forward like a javelin. The blade started to split from its tip towards its middle section like a giant pair of scissors, opening up into something resembling the jaws of a hungry wolf as it dashed through the air. The speed it was picking up was not just a result of the strength we threw it with. The sword itself was certainly full of an intention to eat its prey. Having been unleashed from my hands, it must have felt like it had returned to the wilderness. However, even though I had let go of the sword, it was still firmly attached to my wrist by a chain. The Evil Eater plunged into the curtain of smoke that had erupted right in front of that barrier of holy water. Now, eat up. A voice imitating that of a small girl playing with her dog in the park echoed, pleasantly inside my brain. GHH, But what filled my ears, the next moment, were the heartbreaking screams of that unsightly man. Apparently, Evil Eater had successfully broken through the barrier of holy water after having its magic-eating abilities enhanced by the grudge resonance. After all, Evil Eater was the way to go when it came to breaking through defensive magic. Return. That instruction had not only been for Hitsugi, but also for the haunted grave I had thrown high up into the sky a few moments ago. With a precise timing, the Naginata trapped in the yoke of gravity fell straight down. It returned to the shadow at my feet created by dimension magic, beautifully retracing its own trajectory and momentum as if its throwing had been played in reverse. Retrieval complete. Yes. Come on, doggy, let's come back. And Hitsugi, who had successfully caught the priest, started to return as well. Contrary to her soft words, the bind art's black chains coiled around Evil Eater's handle were pulled back with tremendous momentum. The metallic sound of the chains rubbing against each other resonated violently, as if it were the rattling of an iron snake. Then, breaking through the curtain of black smoke that still remained, the priest was pulled right before my feet, his body pitifully caught into the blade after having become prey to the hungry wolf. His torso had been sandwiched between Evil Eater's scissor-like jaw. Its jagged edges, which were as big and sharp as the fangs of a giant beast, dug into his flesh so deeply that no matter how much he struggled, he wouldn't escape from its grasp so easily. Rather, it was more likely that struggling would result in his body being torn in half. The overflowing fresh blood not only polluted his white robe, but also spattered vigorously and scattered in the air. The once elegant-looking priest was now but a miserable shade of his past self. Without a single thought of sympathy or compassion, I placed my hand over the priest's body. After leaving Evil Eater under Hitsuga's care, I grabbed the priest by the collar with my right hand. Ah, it hurts, G-God, ga. Having fallen victim of the wicked jaws of the cursed blade, the priest prayed to God with a fierce anguish in his face, almost stripped of his consciousness. At this point, it was clear that he no longer had the energy or means to fight back. He had already let go of his spellbook, and his unarmed hands just hung down powerlessly. Would you be able to recover some of your strength if you sucked this guy's blood? He was close to death, but still alive nonetheless. It occurred to me that a vampire could recover by sipping the blood of someone who was still alive, so I asked Rudra before finishing him off. It would work as a substitute for my high potions, since the usual restorative medicine wouldn't work on the undead. Rudra looked a little surprised, and then immediately laughed and replied, "Sorry, I have a reason for staying away from blood." He seemed to be so weakened, though. I had heard that vampires didn't need to consume human blood every day in order to survive. But could they survive while refusing to consume blood altogether? Instead, let's offer the blood of a saint to my princess. At that moment, a jet-black blade pierced the priest's chest. Rudra's cursed black sword in his hand stabbed the priest's body from the back. It was clear that he had gone through his heart due to the tip of his blade protruding from the left side of the priest's chest. Gah, ha. The sword pulsated, as if to drown out even the priest's painful moaning. Perhaps it had literally started sucking blood from him, because the jet-black blade gradually became reddish as if it had been heated, and lastly it began to emit a crimson glow. And the next moment, the priest's body withered. It was as if he had become 50 years older in a matter of 3 seconds. As he wandered in the border between life and death, his barely reddish face instantly faded into deep wrinkles and a creepy earthen color. His young and nice-looking facial features, which hinted that had been in 20s or even in his late teens, had withered into those of an old man who died after suffering from an intractable disease. Anyone who knew him would probably not be able to recognize him by looking at this corpse. A life drain, huh? Something like that. Rudra pulled out his sword from the dead priest's near-mummified corpse, replying like it was nothing special, and with a flowing movement, put it back in its scabbard without cleaning off the blood from its blade. After he was done sucking his blood, I released the priest's obsolete body. Just in case, I cut off his head and kicked it away, just like I had done with the red-haired man. He would not come back to life even if a miracle of God happened. Garden is fighting over there. Do you think you could help him? Taking a quick look at his appearance, this man named Garden seemed one of the foreign bandits who were hired as mercenaries like Rudra and that skinhead adventurer. Zack, was it? The fact that those 3 people have gathered here must have been a direct effect of the Black God's guidance. I was planning to do that from the start. I had decided to help as many people as I could. Let's rescue that guy quickly so I can return to taking care of that barrier girl. Episode 442, An Encroaching Nightmare 3. This is a bit hard for me to do. That child was there, right before the enemies that had once again been pierced through by the blast blade. His fluffy hair was blonde, and he had the most beautiful emerald eyes. The features in his face seemed to be very young and lovely, and a white robe was covering his small body. He was a boy who looked like a cross-gendered version of Lily. Ahahaha. Hey, does it hurt for golems to be stomped on their vitals too? However, it was rather cruel to see him laughing innocently and happily while swinging that huge, rugged hammer in his hand down toward Garden's crotch. He seemed to be the purest embodiment of the crusader's nature, which was to kill the demons. But his personality was the exact opposite of that of the kind-hearted Lily. The fact that they looked so similar only made it even more discomforting. Hey, you kiddo. What is it, mister? Are you referring to me? He then turned to me, resting that huge hammer lightly against his cute little neck as if it was a toy made of plastic, while trampling down on Garden's legs, as the latter let out a weak groan of pain. I'd like you all to stop calling me a kid. It's irritating. If you don't call me Irio next time, I'll flatten you like a pancake in one shot, okay? The boy that called himself Irio seemed to be very dissatisfied indeed, as he was pouting cutely. Unexpectedly, knowing the boy's name made me feel a little reluctant to keep interacting with him, so I called out with a bit of wishful thinking. Then, Irio, throw your weapon away now and get away from that golem. Then leave this place, That's the only way you'll get out of here alive. I hadn't called him like that out of some spirit of chivalry. I'm sure it was merely a manifestation of a weak escapism to the fact that I didn't really want to kill a child. And yet I killed those other two without batting an eye. What a convenient sense of justice. Can't you see? See this huge golem here? I beat him all by myself. Amazing, huh? I'm about 100 times stronger than a strong-looking, grown-up knight. Laughing proudly, he slammed his hammer hard against Garden's one-eyed face. Gwoo, gah. That's why if you don't come at me seriously, I'll tear this piece of junk apart. As he cackled his head off, his emerald eyes had an endlessly belligerent brilliance. They had the same glitter as the eyes of a battle maniac. This boy had no intention of stepping back. I probably already knew this from the beginning, but still, now that I had this much to confirm it, I wouldn't hesitate anymore. I no longer had a reason to doubt myself. Bind arts. The early bird gets the worm, or so they say. As I pointed the grenade launcher, dual eagle, I was holding with my left hand, several jet black chains were sent out from that arm. Whoa, something came out of your arm. Surprised, Irio quickly jumped out of the way as he shouted in amusement. I hadn't meant to get him with the chains. My purpose was to rescue Garden. The stretched chains instantly coiled around the steel giant like a snake, fixing around it firmly. Gwoo, what's this? Garden may have been all tattered and full of cracks all over, but his response was quite energetic. He was quite sturdy. After justifying to myself that it would be okay to treat him a bit roughly, I pulled back the chain with all my might, just as I did when I pulled the priest. Like a criminal being dragged around by a rampaging horse, I literally dragged Garden to my side. Take care of him, Rudra. Understood. Then, I entrusted the severely wounded golem to Rudra, who had been waiting behind me so far like a shadow. Right behind us, an impromptu zombie squad created by Haunted Grave was still fighting. If we were to get too close to them, it would take me some time to get rid of that barrier girl. So I wanted to take care of the target I had right in front of me. Wait, I won't let you get close to Sis Lin. Irio held his huge hammer with both hands and corrected his posture as he stood in the way, blocking my line of sight. Taking a peek at my surroundings, I couldn't see if there were any crusader soldiers stepping in around here. Even though I had been going wild up until now, was I hesitating to fight just mere soldiers, or was I too caught up paying attention to Irio? Either way, I thought that being face to face like that would make things easier for me. Look, Rin, I'll beat this devil of Alsace guy for you. Even this little kid called her like that. As that thought appeared in my head, Irio charged at me with an intense momentum. A giant steel hammerhead was attached to the tip of a handle whose length was twice as much as Irio's height. If he were to hold it upright over his head, it would have such a reach that he could very well hit someone as tall as me, who is 190 cm tall. However, he broke into a dash so quick that it made it look like his weapon was that as tremendously heavy as it actually was, so he could very easily deliver some deadly jump attacks. Grenade burst. With my bind art still deployed in my left hand, I fired from my dual eagle at Irio as he came charging like a bull without any intention to either feint or block the incoming attack. The two black grenades that came out of its muzzles at the same time came in contact with Irio's petite body. Ahaha, it won't work. Irio cut through the explosion and black smoke with a smile. He had sustained no damage at all. This lack of any damage whatsoever reminded me of my duel with Kai in the seminary's arena. He kept on attacking while being swept with fire from my bullet arts head-on. It seemed that Irio's ability was just like Kai's superhuman strength. But Kai avoided my grenade burst, so maybe it was stronger than Kai's. There really were some people with crazy abilities out there. I could think of it as something that not only gave him the strength to swing a hammer as heavy as his, but also the sturdiness as if a defensive skill was always active, and the same goes for his speed as well. It would be even more worrisome if he could use magic on top of this. But, for the time being, since he was charging at me like that, there was no doubt that he preferred to fight in close quarters. In that case, we'd have a contest of strength. Take this. As soon as Irio got close enough to me, he jumped with a little boing, arched his body like a bow as he drew his hammer over his head and behind his back, swung down straight at the top of my head. At the same time, Irio broke through my grenade burst completely unharmed. I put away my dual eagle and grabbed the handle of Cubidin with my left hand, and then took it in both hands. I intercepted his huge hammer with my blade. Gah! Wah! Both my own groan and Irio's voice of surprise, after me, having repelled his attack, went off at the same time. The attack left me a little numb, so I couldn't follow up with an attack of my own as Irio jumped back to safety. Or perhaps I should say that if I hadn't had Cubidin with me at that time, I would have been smashed right then and there. In any case, this didn't seem to be a good moment to be getting stingy with my magic power. Ahaha, amazing, mister. It's the first time I've seen someone strong enough to repel one of my blows. I was glad he was able to have that first experience with me. After landing lightly like a cat, Irio turned his dazzling gaze towards me. If only he hadn't been an enemy, his gaze would have definitely warmed up my heart, but this was the battlefield, so instead it made my heart become so cold that it dropped to a negative temperature. Dealing with little children really wasn't my thing. Now, I'll go at you just a little stronger than before. He raised his hammer overhead once again and got ready for another charge. All right. I wouldn't run away or hide, and I wouldn't use any kind of cheap tactics. I'll crush you as you come right before me. Here I come. With an abrupt dash, Irio rushed in as if shot from a rocket launcher. Far from being just a little stronger, he was about twice as fast as before. But he was still not that hard to follow with my eyes. I quietly held my Cubidin and waited for Irio to jump within range. After all, there was no feint or magic involved. It was nothing but a straightforward assault. Not a single second elapsed since then when the moment of collision came. Hi there. Black calm. The ones that went out were swinging down each other. A dull iron ingot and a jet-black curse blade collide above my head. I unleashed a slash with my weapon. His dark gray lump of iron collided with my jet-black cursed blade just above my head. As both weapons creaked eerily against one another, a red-black aura was released from my absolute grudge broadsword Cubidin, which started to bite into the huge hammerhead. It cut through the ultra-high iron ingot that combined the original strength of steel with a supplemental enchantment that increased its hardness and strength in multiple layers. Sparks start to fly from it as if it was freshly spilled blood. Ika! However, it reached its limit upon cutting up to the middle of it. As expected, even Cubidin wasn't able to cut completely through this huge hammer in a single blow. And perhaps Elio knew from the start that his hammer could endure my attack. He grinned as if the trap he had set up was a great success. Heave-ho! Irio quickly countered by twisting his hammer. Since my blade was still biting into the hammerhead, it was shaken so much that it forced me to let go of Cubidin. After unleashing my black calm, I'm always affected by an ever-so-slight post-skill rigidity. Adding that to the equation, the result was that I couldn't keep a tight grasp on the handle, forcing me to let go of it without me being able to do much about it. With a rough apology in my head that would probably fall onto deaf or non-existent ears, I clenched my right fist as strongly as I could. Just as Irio expected it, I was expecting this result as well. It would have been nice to slice through that hammer in one slash, but I would just follow up with another attack if that failed. That's why even though things had turned out this way, I had no need to panic. Pile bunker. Black magical power swirled with explosive momentum from my right arm. My first black magic attack, Pile Bunker, which still boasted the fastest activation speed, was mercilessly swung down towards Irio's small face, whose head was as high as my chest. Oops. However, Irio must have expected that it would all come down to a fist fight. Just as my weapon was released from my grasp, Irio also had discarded his long-handled hammer and became bare-handed. He must have understood that such a huge, long-reach weapon would get in the way during this time and intended to throw it away from the start. After doing that, he was able to beautifully welcome my Pile Bunker, which had turned into a swirling black iron hammer with the small and soft white palm of his now empty hand. His appearance reminded me of Sariel, back when we fought in front of the walls of Daedalus. But Irio did not have the magical ability to release white magical power in the opposite direction of my Pile Bunker in order to cancel it, and took it purely with his own physical strength. There were no signs of panic on Irio's face. He had completely stopped my blow. Moreover, he seemed to have enough power to send it back my way. Hee hee, I won't lose against this kind of power. Sure, I'll admit it. When it came to just pure strength, Irio would be stronger than me, even though I had been remodeled and enhanced. This clash of sheer power made it really easy for me to understand that fact. And that's precisely why I had to kill him right then and there, no matter what. That power, that superhuman power given to him by the White God, was too dangerous. How many people would he kill in the future with that power? Laughing playfully like that crazed apostle. I just couldn't let that happen. I had to kill Irio. If he wanted to blame anyone, he could blame me, the adults who had brought such a young child to a place like this, or even better, he could blame the White God himself. Overdrive. I activated my first divine protection. The black aura swirling in my right hand was mixed with a faintly shining hint of crimson. It then turned into a black and red double helix and overran Irio's palm. Woa. Suddenly, my physical strength was doubled. No, it increased by more than that, and Irio's face finally showed his astonishment. Did he realize that he couldn't support it with just one hand, or was it the work of the fighting intuition he had despite being a child? Irio quickly added his left hand and tried to use both hands to resist the pressure of my pile bunker. What's with this? So heavy. My right fist and Irio's palms struggled against each other, almost as if we were locking swords in a duel. Actually, it seemed I was being able to push him, even if only a little. Of course, this was the power of the Demon King. Ha! Waya! I kept pushing with all my strength. Irio screamed cutely like a little girl and fell to the ground. He lay sprawled on the ground like a rag doll, perhaps due to not knowing how to fall. He surely had never been brought to the ground by force before. I could see a certain color of horror in the round, jade eyes looking up at me. Say your prayers, it'll be over soon. The only compassion I could have for him was to let him die with a single blow. Wrath impact. Without mercy or hesitation, I swung down my right arm, which had a black magical power and a red burning heat that I couldn't control. I aimed for the middle of his abdomen. Protected by nothing but a fluffy white fur robe, his abdomen burst with the impact and heat of a meteorite. Since his back was in close contact with the ground, there was no escape for the attack's power, and all of the force of impact exploded into his delicate body. Buguera. His big eyes were wide open, and his emerald green eyes swayed. Irio screams with astonishment and shock, and above all, with a look of humiliation and fear of having lost for the first time. From his small mouth, he spat out fresh blood with a heartbreaking scream. The scattered red drops slightly soiled my cheeks, but I wasn't bothered by it at all. All I could feel at the moment was the resistance of Irio's abdomen as it was pierced through my red-hot drill-like right arm. It felt softer than it did with Greedgore. Strangely enough, I was able to calmly make such a comparison in my head. It seemed that the true nature of the defensive power against the threat that was to receive, grenade burst, head-on, was something like a barrier that was developed right on top of the skin. The defensive martial art guard works by turning the magical power that a body naturally has into some kind of aura which covers the entire body. Irio's natural defense was the same as this. Therefore, once I broke through the guard of this invisible aura, all that remained underneath was the soft body of a child. The white fur robe worn by Irio was useless for anything more than guarding against the cold weather. Irio's abdomen, unprotected and unresisting, was overrun by my fist. Then, when my fist pierced through his body and reached the ground beneath it, all the sweltering heat in my right arm was released at once. The last thing Irio saw was the expressionless mask that my face had become after I crushed my own conscience to death. Or perhaps it was the face of Sislin he was trying to call out to. Soon enough, Irio's face, which had lost his expression as if filled with an intense despair, was engulfed by the crimson flames. I don't feel so good about this. Then, the rest of his burnt corpse tumbled over. There was no need to cut off his head. Even if he were to be revived as a zombie, his body was so charred that he would come crumbling down as soon as he got up. The black flames brought about by my wrath impact had turned into a hellish fire that completely burned Irio to death. My chest hurt so bad I almost couldn't help but to complain, but I didn't have time to be depressed. Next one should be the last one. That black-haired barrier girl, the one they call Linfelt, was just around the corner. During my fights with that red-haired man, the priest, and now Irio, the crusader soldiers solidified the area around that girl. They were the last and biggest challenge that had laid itself before my path. Let's go, Hitsugi. We only have one chance at this, so let's not waste it. Yes, master, leave everything to me. Her usual excited reply felt strangely reliable. It made me feel a little better. We started going forward, one light step at a time. I stared straight at my target, that girl who created this entire situation, and then broke into a dash. You're done looking from your high seat. I'll give you hell, Linfelt. Episode 443, Dream's End. In no way, what how. Jack was dead. He used to be a bit of a fool, but Jack always laughed vigorously and always protected me with all his might. And now he had died such a sudden and cruel death. A large hole was made in his chest, a black magic attack was fired onto his abdomen, and after all that, his head had been cut off and kicked away. That wasn't something a human would do. That was definitely the work of a devil. Then, without even having time to be shocked about it, I had to watch Conrad die right after him. That big, jagged-edged sword broke so easily through Conrad's holy crystal geyser, which boasted an incredible defense that was only second to my own sanctuary. Then he thrust a ferocious fang against his slender body, and pulled him right out of it with his dark chains, and right into the clutches of that devil, who had the same black hair and eyes as me. Then he was killed there by the devil and the vampire. Before such a tragedy, I couldn't even pray for his soul to peacefully find its way to heaven. All I could do was tremble. Pull yourself together, Lin. Ah, Sebas. With an earnest expression that I had never seen before, Sebas looked up at me, who was on horseback. Seemingly serious from the bottom of his heart, his face looked cool, instead of his usual hypocritically courteous wolf-in-sheep's-clothing attitude. Thinking about his face, who could never show anything other than his carefree nature, made it really hard for me to keep my composure. However, I think I was able to get out of my state of shock. My understanding caught up with the current situation, in this nightmare of a reality that I just didn't want to admit. Jack was dead, Conrad was dead, and next was. He's going to go for Irio. We have to help him quick. That's right, he had gone into battle on his own as well. With that strength the gods gave him, he had easily crushed the enemy's golem. That dummy Irio, he was so absorbed in hitting the fallen golem's body that he didn't realize that the devil was approaching him. Perhaps he didn't even know that Jack and Conrad were dead. We probably had time to get there if we moved immediately. I impulsively jumped off the back of the horse and started to run towards Irio. No, Lin, you can't go there. Sebas stopped me. He stood in front of me with his back turned against me, as if guarding me from what could come next. Move away. You need to think of the situation. If you die here, our operation will fail. But that's exactly why. Please stay behind me. Let me protect you. Sebas' words, which he grumbled so heavily, made me feel his determination even though I couldn't see his face. He had always been an ill-tempered steward who carried himself out perfectly with everything to the point of driving me mad, yet he was so eager to nitpick me. But he was still desperately trying to protect me now. Realizing that fact caused my legs to stop at once. But Irio. Irio also came here because he wanted to protect you. You know better than anyone that he's not just some helpless little boy. I did. I was fully aware of Irio's strength. That child boasted a power so enormous that he could beat a salamander to death by himself if he felt like it. Even when I was fighting against the joined forces of monsters, bandits, and heathens, he would always sneak in and rampage on the battlefield. It would always make me feel nervous to see him charging down his enemies without any kind of protection. But Irio always came back to us with a carefree smile, while proudly talking about the number of enemies he had defeated. He wanted to protect me because he wanted to be praised by me. So he'd definitely come back this time as well. Is that Irio? The darkness of despair brought about by that black devil was deeply ill-boding, as if making fun of both my fleeting expectations and my faint hope. Unbelievable. To think that Irio was overpowered by pure strength and brought to the ground. No, stop, Stuwuwup. Irio had been killed in such a way that it seemed to embody the idea that children will always lose against adults. The devil's fist deeply pierced his little body. By the time I started to think, Irio's lovely shape had already disappeared from this world. Burned in a horrifying flame, a mixture of crimson and deep jet black, all that remained was a corpse that was too miserable to look at. Aya ano, no way so cruel. Why, how did this happen? Such an impossible but cruel ending. Say, God, didn't you say this was my destiny? This is too much. What did I do? In what way have I wronged you? I've always done nothing but strive to do my best before the mountains of trouble that lay before me, and to face adversity in my best spirits. This time wasn't different. I really wasn't eager to make war, but I'm not just doing it effortlessly, just because I have to. I didn't have the desire to steal valuables, expand my territory, or to make huge profits from managing colonies. All I ever wanted was to enjoy a peaceful life. And yet, why? Calm down, Lin. The fight isn't over yet. I could only hear Sebas's voice, calm but powerful. That devil is coming for you. Right, this wasn't the time to be sad. This wasn't the time to mourn, because the nightmare wasn't over yet. No, that black nightmare that invaded my happy reality was still drawing near. Eek. Our eyes met. One of his eyes was black and the other one was red. His right eye seemed to be black as mine, but its color was actually pitch black, like the depths of an abyss. And yet, its darkness seemed impure and somehow glaring, as if it were a chaotic state of this world before God had created heaven and earth. His left eye was crimson and shone more vividly than fresh blood. That eerily shining glint on his eye was the same as that heathen who went berserk using Faust berserk on himself. No, it looked even more wicked than that. That dreadful pair of eyes was looking straight at me. Sebas, eye. Don't worry, I'll definitely protect you. Our defensive formation is flawless. Sebas' calm voice urged me to look around me. There were still many armor knights solidifying the defense around me. Not only that, but the entire sorcerer unit remains unscathed. So if we wanted to devote ourselves to defense, we could create as many barriers as we'd like. In the first place, the reason why the devil was able to single-handedly slash his way through so far was not only because of his terrifying ability, but also greatly because the formation was considerably disturbed by the Spada soldiers who charged before him. Moreover, the fact that Jack, Conrad, and Irio started fighting against different opponents soon after that also contributed to our delay in rebuilding the formation. However, we haven't allowed anyone to invade the area around me, so we were still maintaining an undisturbed formation here. The wall of armor knights, the archers supporting the sorcerers, and the spearhead of countless pawns. All of them enabled saturation attacks that took advantage of our superiority in numbers. Attacking that devil one-on-one won't even put a dent on him. However, with these many soldiers on our side, if we charge at him head-on, we could definitely crush him. Yes, if worst comes to worst, even if I die, the crusaders would surely crush that devil without letting it escape. Well, if I die, then it wouldn't make much sense, but if that devil were to come rushing here, his fate will be sealed. Listen, Lin, just keep that sanctuary up and focus on keeping yourself safe. I was going to do that even if you hadn't told me. Though protecting myself was certainly the safest course of action, the basis of our current strategy was to sustain my sanctuary that covered the castle walls. So the best I could do was to create a small barrier around myself. It was shaped like a cube with each side measuring about 3 meters. I couldn't make it any bigger than this, and if I made it any smaller, my body itself wouldn't fit. This size was just enough to accommodate me while riding the unicorn. Of course, even if it was about the same size as such a regular defensive spell, the absolute defense power that was hidden in my sanctuary wouldn't change. This barrier, which is classified as a world dimension spell, not only works as a wall of light, but also acts as a dimensional breach between this world and the world of the gods. No matter how strong the attack, there would be no interference. At least, as long as I could keep focusing on my magic, it wouldn't be cancelled or broken through. In fact, I was able to prevent that exploding spear attack from that elf-like old man without any problems. That'll do. As long as you're fine, we'll take care of the rest somehow. It was better to show a strange sense of justice and duty rather than trying to show off. Not to mention that it would be much worse to lose our composure and desert in the face of the enemy. Though a bit reluctant, thanks to his abundant experience in combat, he knew exactly how dangerous and bothersome it is to try to escape at the last minute. Without running away, without being afraid, I just had to believe in the power of my companions and watch over the battle. Please, Sebas, defeat that devil. I swear it on my sword, I'll definitely avenge them all. Seba's sword was based on the mithril rapier and had various enhancements applied to it. It was a high-grade weapon whose blade had been enchanted with a blessing. I prayed that his holy sword would brilliantly slay that fiendish and wicked devil of Alsace. Here he comes. Seba's voice resounded sharply. That devil really started to make a reckless assault on me against this large army. I already knew that he would make a terrifying black magic ranged attack. I prepared another sanctuary, just in case. Judging by our distance in a straight line, I had to do it. Otherwise, such an attack would surely reach me before I knew it. There were less than 50 meters between the Devil of Alsace and I. Get him! Devil of Alsace, I'll strike you down right here. Powerful orders to intercept him flew around, and the armor knights in the front row began to move bravely with their swords aloft. The opponent was only one person, but the steel wall rushed toward that extremely violent individual with the intention of crushing it. So he was using explosive magic spells, huh? I agreed with Seba's calm words. As he went to kill Conrad and Irio, he paved his way with a magical attack that unleashed a terrifying red and black detonation. Even underestimating it, it should have been as powerful as an intermediate-level attack spell. Well, there were some witches who could use lower-level spells to create the power of higher-level spells, but that's beside the point. Either way, yet another great explosion went off. The burst of black smoke made it so what was happening where that magic exploded wasn't immediately visible. However, it should have been impossible to get rid of the shield-bearing armor knights who approached him from the front with such an explosion. Moreover, now, for the sake of completeness, the entire avant-garde armor knight unit had already been buffed by the support magic from our sorcerers. In reality, their safety was immediately confirmed. What echoed from the other side of the black smoke weren't screams of pain, but the same heroic battle cries of our army. All they had to do now was use their momentum and crush that devil once and for all. What? He jumped. A black shadow jumped out into the air, breaking through the curtain of smoke. Needless to say, it was that devil. Perhaps he was more proficient in enhancing-type martial arts than we expected. With a single jump, he easily jumped over the head of a large armor knight and landed on the group itself. Yes, the devil hadn't landed on the ground, but on top of an armor knight's head, right over his tin bucket-like helmet. This must be some kind of joke. He's absurdly nimble. So the reason he's not wearing any armor is to take advantage of his natural mobility. This wasn't the time to be impressed, Sebas. That devil had taken advantage of the armor knight's close formation, and with their helmets as a foothold, began to move as if they were stepping stones floating on the surface of a river. The flustered soldiers tried to hit the devil standing overhead with their halberds, but by the time they would swing, he would have already jumped onto the next head. Didn't I see something like this when we went to get rid of some monkey monsters last year? Shoot him down. The archer troops quickly responded to my outcry. If we were to shoot in such a place, we would surely hit our allies, but the target is our armor knights, who were proud of their toughness. Getting hit with 1 or 2 arrows wouldn't even make them bat an eye. Fire! Rather than giving the order to shoot, I left that responsibility to the leader of the archer troops. I didn't know his face or his name, but either way, he quickly launched the offensive. The arrows released from the hands of hundreds of archers became a barrage with no gaps that could be used to avoid them, and approached the devil that was jumping over our knights' heads. I didn't think this alone would kill him, but at the very least, I wanted him to get hit with 1 arrow just to get him injured. Ah, don't dodge them, you bastard. As soon as he saw the rain of arrows in front of him, the devil jumped down from the helmet he was standing on and disappeared among the crowd of crusader soldiers. Of course, the arrows that we had shot upwards only went through the air in vain. A complete waste of arrows. This is bad, he has already charged into the infantry line. That devil had already brilliantly gone past the armor knights in the front row, leaping from one of their heads to the next, and was now descending into a group of infantry with spears. Wait a minute, can our infantry actually deal with him? He hadn't been injured and didn't seem to be tired so far. In such a healthy state, how much could our infantry do to stop him? If he had faced our armor knights directly, they could have probably tired him out if only a little. And if he was tired enough, Then our infantry would have no problem in taking him down. However, our strategy to whittle away at him with our numbers failed catastrophically the moment he started jumping over our armor knights. Well, even if they were just infantry soldiers who couldn't use magic or martial arts, with enough of them even an apostle can be defeated. However, it would be a war of attrition where they would have to launch intermittent attacks while making sacrifices. It would take time to strike him down. And now, I'm this devil's only target. In other words, he didn't have to deal with all the infantry. All he needed to do was to get this far and kill me. Perhaps he was also preparing himself to die as well. He wasn't planning to go back home alive. If he can take me down with him, then the devil's mission would be complete all the same. Oh no, at this rate he's going to get here without as much as a scratch on him. I had no choice but to agree with Sebas. The devil who jumped into the flock of infantry had blended in with the group, but the place where he was fighting was obvious. There, screams and violent blood droplets constantly spurted out, with occasional black explosions. The infantry was slashed down by a dangerous-looking cursed Naginata-like weapon, and then blown away by the explosions of his black magical attacks. It was no use. Just as Sebas said, even if we threw our entire infantry at him, he would reach us without a scratch on him. But I didn't know what he would do if he were to reach my sanctuary. Perhaps he had a secret plan to break through it. There's no other way around it. Have our sorcerers shoot at him. Wait a second, if we do that, we'll kill our units as well. If we don't kill him right here, we're bound to lose so much more. Besides, we have to spare no resources when it comes to protecting you. Right, we had no time to worry about that. That devil was steadily approaching me, carving out a path of blood with his cursed blade and his flames of destruction. The infantry unit was blocking his path, and even then he was still coming at me with this speed. But if it were to break through them and charge into the archer unit behind them, they wouldn't be able to hold him at all. Fire. We need to take this devil down, whatever it takes. I readied myself and gave the order to attack. Ah, if only at times like these, while still keeping my sanctuary on, I could attack the enemy while protecting my allies. When this battle is over, I have to do my best and train a little more. The more I thought about that, the more I felt my own powerlessness. Ignis Crusaders, the talented Helvetian sorcerer unit, immediately responded to my command by launching a mass of intermediate attack magic. Thanks to their short spell ability, their attack's activation speed was very quick. The attack's power was rather weak, but that could be made up for by casting it quickly in succession. Of course, its attack range is also considerably wide, which guarantees that no one can evade it. A large fireball fired in a loose parabola flew unabashedly toward the midst of the battleground, where our infantry was ready to die as they tried to stop that devil. Then dozens of fireballs jumped over the soldier's head and tried to land on the target. Shield dearth. The devil was so close that I could hear his voice. Even in the midst of shrieks and screams, I was terrified to notice that my ears had caught the name of his spell so easily. As the chills ran through my spine, the devil's defensive magic was activated. At first glance, it seemed as if a skilled earth mage had cast Terra Defan Wall. However, its color wasn't the brown of earth and sand or the gray of rock, but black. The color and texture seemed to be as if it was made of iron sand. It was about 3 meters tall, stretching about as tall as my own sanctuary, and its thickness was about the same as that of a single brick. Its appearance and size were still like those of regular defensive magic. And with mediocre defensive magic, there was no way he could prevent so many magical attacks. Ah, but he was going to prove me wrong, right? Immediately after that, it became clear that my intuition was right. The fire magical attack magic that exploded, spreading a thunderous roar and a hot wind. And after the sound and light had subsided, a black wall that remained standing proudly appeared from the other side of the explosion. It wasn't intact, and although it was covered with splinters and large cracks here and there, it remained almost unscathed. Far from becoming brittle and collapsing, the devil's barrier remained powerfully rising from the ground. Oh no. Prepare for the second attack, quickly. I hadn't almost screamed those attack orders because I had intuitively sensed the impending danger. No, it was simply because the danger itself was visible. Before I knew it, the devil was standing on top of the wall without a shadow of a doubt. right on top of the defensive barrier that he himself had created. Although it would be impossible for an ordinary sorcerer to be standing on a place like that, this devil we were dealing with was at such a level that an actual berserker would be seen as a mere child next to him. The reason why he had shown himself in such a prominent position must have been nothing, but so that he could further reduce the distance between us. Yes, he seemed to have such a superhuman strength that it allowed him to jump on top of his 3-meter-tall barrier in a single leap. That had put him considerably closer to me with a single jump. He could even reach the place I'm standing in another one of those jumps. Fiery. At the same time as the second attack instruction was given, without betraying my expectations, the devil made another big jump. Dozens of fireballs flew once again, this time exceeding the limit of defensive power of that black wall, causing it to make a loud noise as it collapsed. However, by that time, the devil was already in the air. It seemed as if he had used the blast that happened immediately behind him as a tailwind and soared magnificently in the air in a stable posture. The third shot. Now fiery. Before I could give the order, the captain of the sorcerer unit was ordering the attack. Outstanding, there was no way to avoid the attack while in midair. And considering that his black wall defensive spell also protruded from the ground, he shouldn't be able to make another one appear just like that. Even if he could use some kind of defensive spell, it would be the lower-rank shield at best. At this moment, the devil was in a position in which he was both able to get dangerously but quickly close, and at the same time, he could end up taking the full force of our attacks. Come on, fall down. Get shot down like a bird. I watched the big explosion of the fireballs that had surely hit the devil this time while praying from the bottom of my heart. Yes, we got him. No, not yet. I didn't have time to reply anything to Sebas's heavy denial. The unscathed devil has finally landed on the ground. I couldn't find any burn marks on his face, hair, or the black coat on his large body. No way, why, how, and that scary face he was making dangerous, scary, super scary. His eyes were dangerous. I'm sure he had killed several, no, dozens more. That devil was standing so close that such disordered thoughts ran wild in my brain. I could see his face clearly. He was at point-blank range. I couldn't think about how many meters away he was. Ah, he's close, too close, no, stay back, don't come any closer. That bastard, he must have used martial arts or something to protect himself from that explosion. What an unthinkable skill. Well, I was turning my back so that no one would notice that I was so horrified that I thought I would go crazy. So I really couldn't say for sure, but even under these circumstances, I could clearly hear the calm in Seba's voice as he analyzed the situation. Speaking of which, sure enough, the devil was wearing an aura that looked as if he was at the peak of his enhanced martial arts. It was a dark gray aura, much like the luster of steel. It seemed to be heavy and hard at a glance. If he could emanate such a thing from his entire body, I had the feeling that it wouldn't be strange that he could use it to block intermediate-level magical attacks. But he can't possibly keep that much power going for long, though. You're really something else, Sebas. If I had been a knight, I'm sure I would run away with all my might if I saw such a dangerous man in front of me. And yet, there was no horror to his voice. There were feelings of impatience and surprise, but Sebas wasn't afraid. He was planning on fighting that devil in order to protect me. It's okay, Lin. Your sanctuary is absolute. I believe in your power. Thanks. That was the best answer I could give him at the moment. For just a second, a mysterious silence dominated the place. I held my breath after the devil landed right in front of our noses. Not just me, I'm sure it was the same for Sebas and the soldiers defending this position. This was our last line of defense. Honestly, why was this happening? We were the ones who were attacking, but before we knew it, we were having trouble with just one man. To be honest, I could now understand the feelings of the commander who attacked the rural village called Alsace. But this had to be some kind of joke. Please, die already. Die now. Please get killed by Sebas and just die. And quickly wake me up from this nightmare. Here he comes. Everyone, it's time to risk your lives for Lady Linfelt. Under Sebas' command, the armor knights that were standing at the final walls started moving all at once. The devil, on the other hand, was finally running towards his goal. The dark gray aura had already disappeared from his body. As Sebas said, it certainly didn't seem to last long. Now, as long as our attacks hit, he should sustain damage properly. Grenade burst. I heard the devil's voice even clearer than before. I was convinced that that was the name of the black magical explosive attack that had taken the life of many of our crusader soldiers. He had some kind of mechanical wand in his left hand. It must have been one of those minor magic wands they called guns. I remember being shown one of those once before by a merchant who came to sell a rare weapon to the count. I was wondering who would use a vulnerable weapon that couldn't normally withstand a battle of this magnitude because of its complicated mechanism, but here he was. It seemed to have certain features that set it apart from the guns I knew. What I saw was his black bullets turning red-hot with magical power as they were fired from those two iron pipes side by side at an unbelievable speed. Guard. Once fired, they became these devilish bullets that flew faster than an arrow. But if you see him pointing that wand at you, you'll know when the attack is coming. All of the armor knights held their shields true with perfect coordination and activated their defensive martial arts to brace themselves for the upcoming explosion. That devil probably already knew that such an attack wouldn't work against the armor knights. And yet, he was purposely using it anyways. Was it some kind of trick, some attempt at misdirection? As soon as those black and red flames I saw many times erupted, I saw the devil rushing into the turmoil without hesitation. At this rate, he must have intended to rely entirely on the power of the cursed weapon he was holding on his other hand. Overdrive. What betrayed my prediction was the devil's voice, which resounded horribly as if coming from the bottom of the earth. At that moment, the armor knights were blown away. It was like when Irio would swing his hammer with all his might and send even his own allies flying, with even more momentum than that. The heavy armor knights' bodies were thrown into the air just as one would throw a rag doll. Not just one of them, but several. He had kept on rushing and sent those armor knights flying without stopping. I had caught up with that fact as soon as I saw the devil breaking through the line of armor knights who screamed miserably as they were scattered about. It was hard to believe that he could blow away those many armor knights by just hitting them with his raw strength. I couldn't help but compare it with them being run over by a dragon freight car at full speed. But yes, I had seen this man kill Irio with his strength. It shouldn't come as surprising to see him sending our knights flying with his strength alone. Yes, with the power of that devil, which exceeds the power given by God. Sebas. Tisk, it looks like I'll have to stop him. The reason for such a reaction was probably that not even Sebas could keep his composure at this point. That was because now that the devil had gotten rid of our armor knights, the only one standing between him and me was none other than Sebas. He was my final guard, the absolute last one, and in the end, the one I trusted the most. Please, Sebas, don't die. You ought to ask me to protect you even if I die. It was a bit displeasing, but for some reason, I clearly knew that there would be a bitter smile on his face. Then Sebas confronted the incarnation of the encroaching black nightmare. Ah, God, please, I beg you. Force L boost. Speed L boost. Protect L boost. Focus L boost. As opposed to me, who could only pray, the sorcerer unit fired a barrage of spells at Sebas as a last effort to empower him on my behalf. His abilities, which were already high-end, were momentarily raised to the limit. Sebas had the makings of someone who was able to receive such splendid support that could only be realized by focusing it on a single person. Swift like the wind, tear this evil down, sonic execution. Such an extreme situation called for Sebas' deadly strike. It was his own original martial art, one that only he could use because he had both magical aptitude for wind and light, and he had mastered both magic and martial arts as an elite knight. A shining hollow edge was generated on his blade, making it so that any opponent can be slashed in one strike. I had only seen this technique twice. The first time was when he cut the salamander's head off, and the second time was when he slashed a large iron golem operated by a heathen in half. Sebas truly was a versatile man, but whenever I saw him fight, I realized that his greatest talent must have been his fighting ability. If that were the case, then he wouldn't just be he wouldn't be just an uninteresting war amulet of a steward, but the most elite guardian of the holy city Elysian. He would be strong enough to join the temple knights. The fact that he always stood by my side, even though he was always complaining, has been one of the few happy things in my unfortunate life. That's why I was convinced that Sebas would always protect me without fail. Black calm, the flash of light and wind that would immediately cut off evil, was instead thwarted by a sword of incommensurable evil. The devil's sword, which was covered in a horrifying yet glaring black-handed aura, greeted Sebas' sonic execution head-on. When the swords of light and darkness collided, a shining wind blew fiercely, and a gloomy darkness gushed out. It was filled with a tremendous amount of magical light that drowned out even the sparks that burst out of the sword's collision. Sebas! I called out to him, but received no answer. When the light subsided, I could see that the two were still locking sword to sword and pushing against one another. It seemed that the power of their martial arts was roughly equal. Sparks flew as the holy rapier and the evil naginata struggled fiercely for supremacy. Even if I kept calling out to him, Sebas couldn't afford to reply. However, that devil should be at the limit against Sebas, whose abilities had been enhanced to the max. When swords are locked against one another, the battle isn't decided only by physical strength. There is a technique called pulling that draws out from the stalemate situation. There are even martial arts that match it. When it came to just strength, that devil had actually overwhelmed Irio, but Sebas was definitely better skill-wise. His weapon of choice, the rapier, was suitable for performing elegant martial arts, while the devil's naginata, which cuts using its own weight, should not be able to compete with the speed of his technique. The devil has made an unbelievable advance so far, but at last his progress had finally been somewhat halted for the first time before an opponent with the same strength as him. And by making him stop even once, it created an advantage. Now, Sebas didn't have to keep fighting alone until one of them dropped to the ground. Now, our entire infantry could attack the devil from behind. With his, he had finally been cornered. It was time for us to bring that devil down. We were the ones cornering him. Victory was at hand, and yet the devil laughed. With that horrifying red and black gaze, he looked straight at me, and only me. That guy, he was no longer paying any attention to Sebas, even though he was right in front of him. See-through ground. I could hear the devil's weak muttering as a smile began to form on the edge of his mouth. What kind of spell was that? What was this guy trying to do from this situation? I was assailed by a deep feeling of anxiety, as if the sanctuary that had been protecting me had disappeared all of a sudden. But that was simply impossible. I know it better than anyone. Even if it was so transparent that it seemed like there was nothing there, the barrier of absolute defense that breaks every dimension was still there. It followed my will, and my will alone. That's why it was impossible for this devil to kill me. He wouldn't even lay a single finger on me. No matter how many times he used those black explosions of his, or you try to hit me with that terrible cursed blade. There's no way that my sanctuary, which was a gift from the gods, would be torn. Take this evil eater. At that time, something black popped out, right in front of me. It was black, pitch black, and jagged like the mouth of a dragon. It came from below. It came from under the ground. No way, what's this? It hurts. Episode 444, Let's Become a Villain. Earth attribute magic, huh? Fiona asked herself that question while tilting her head to the side. Currently, us, elemental masters, were exploring the revival catacombs, aiming for the lich that awaited at the bottom layer. But it also served as a means to practice our new divine protection abilities and new magic spells. I was chatting with Fiona while we were taking a break in a small room in the middle area. Incidentally, Lily was taking a peaceful nap on my lap. Oh, I'm going to make a black magic attack using the pseudo-earth attribute. The thunder attribute acquired by defeating Slothgill had already been incorporated into his bullet arts, by giving it form into black magic attack as Shockbuster. The fire and lightning attributes were suitable for attack magic because those attributes themselves were aggressive. They were attributes with immediate effect, and they could be thought of being used in various ways, so to speak. Regardless whether it can be achieved or not, though. However, Greedgore had been in charge of the Earth attribute. The idea of using this to make a new black magical attack hadn't come to my mind. At least, covering the head of a magic bullet in stone didn't make much of a difference. For that reason, I had been putting off the search for a way to use this pseudo-Earth attribute until now. I see, so the Earth attribute would be best suited for defensive magic, right? Fiona gave me a very honest answer, without any joking or airheadedness on her part. Among the many attributes, Earth had a clear, solid shape and hardness as a natural property. There was no better way to physically prevent an attack. Your defensive magic is mostly Earth spells, right, Fiona? Yes, it's very convenient. I remembered Fiona blocking the movement of the Minotaur zombies, with the rock tower-like intermediate defense Magic Terra, Defan wall back, when we first visited the Revival Catacombs. First of all, why don't you practice your Earth attribute defensive magic? If anything, I think it's easier to use it if you emphasize its size rather than its hardness. As it could be seen from Fiona's fighting, she widely used it not only to defend herself from attacks, but also as a means to limit or restrict her opponent's movements. Certainly, in some of the battles I've had so far, I've often wished I had a bigger shield. Okay, then I'll try to improve my shield. When I thought about it, I noticed that I basically tended to avoid enemy attacks, and in the event of an emergency, I usually pull through by relying on my cursed weapon's sturdiness for blocking incoming attacks. The reason why I hadn't been using defensive magic that often was that it hadn't been that great since the time of the mobility experiment. The hand-read numbers also put out a black magic shield that was bigger than me by chanting, so I thought it would be a great chance to try to overcome the weak spots of my defensive spells. So, how else can one use the Earth attribute in spells? Well, there's always regular attack magic. One could conjure boulders and spears made of stone to attack enemies with, but since they are heavy, they would take up a lot of magical power to do so. Intangible attributes such as fire, lightning, and wind seem to have no weight, so they need a relatively low amount of energy in order to use spells with those attributes. So the ones who choose to use it are those who have a high suitability for earth-based spells. Preventing an attack with a rock wall and then blowing it up to strike back is a classic combo of the earth mages. It's definitely powerful, but I can't be bothered to use it myself. I probably wouldn't have a chance to use it either. It was way quicker to shoot a magic bullet than to turn a wall into bullets, and it would consume less magical power. After all, I could materialize black magic fairly quickly and with a reasonable amount of power without too much effort, so it wasn't convenient for me to replace it with the earth attribute just like that. So, it can be used in civil engineering and stuff like that. I can see it having many great practical uses in that regard. I think it would come in very handy when setting up a tent on uneven ground. Direct manipulation of the terrain requires surprisingly advanced expertise with the earth attribute. But if it's about the space to put up a tent, I can do it. Please do so whenever we go to a steep, rocky dungeon. Is there anything else that could be useful in combat? I've seen it used to turn the earth beneath an opponent's feet into mud and quicksand. It's quite effective. Fiona's eyes looked at me as if saying, "No way, Kurono, you're planning to learn how to do that." What's with that look? I'm more of an attack magic and martial arts guy, so I thought that it would be nice to have access to such a support technique. Your black magic, which is already quite plain, is going to become even more plain if you add the earth attribute to it, though. Don't say that. Was she acknowledging that the earth attribute was the weakest of the big four, even in this alternate world? It's okay, I like it because it's austere and elegant. Life isn't just about magic that explodes in a flash or that shines glaringly. That's right, Greedgore could move under the ground, so it would be quite convenient if I could do something like that. It would be great for surprise attacks. That's something that has been studied by the earth mages for quite a long time, but no one has ever succeeded. It seems to be as difficult as for wind mages to fly in the sky using just the wind. Currently, there was no such thing as a flying spell that would allow humans to fly freely in the air. Even levitation seems to be very difficult with magical power alone. Flight control requires a superb amount of balance. It would also take either a precise technique to maintain it or an extremely high concentration to even activate it. On the other hand, I remember hearing in a seminary class that it would be difficult to achieve this for various reasons, such as if you pay too much attention to it, the output that lifts your weight will be lost. After all, the right to fly is limited to the races that have acquired it because of ecological reasons from the beginning, such as harpies. Both magic and martial arts were effective in allowing one to leap great distances and even sprinting in the air for a period of time. Well, that alone should be powerful enough. I see, then, how about have just a weapon go through the ground, or something like that? Only you could come up with such a plain idea, Kurono. To see that she was honestly astonished, thinking that it was a very unreasonable idea even for me, was actually quite painful. I'll take that as a compliment. The best I could do was to give that reply with a bitter smile on my face. I was glad I learned that in the end. I really thought so from the bottom of my heart. Just like the black magic for range defense, shield dearth, it was earth attribute magic that made this weapon dive into the ground. Without giving in to Fiona's cruel remarks, I gave it my all and was successful in developing it. This was my see-through ground. It worked similar to my blackening. It used the pseudo-earth attribute to manipulate the ground from the point where my tentacles touched it. My bind arts then would dig into the ground, just like earthworms. It was impossible to remote control the blackened weapon once it was underground, so instead, the tentacles carried the weapon through. And this time, the evil eater that Hitsugi had been treating like a pet for some reason ever since the battle with Lustros, was carried all the way under the ground and sneaked up to Linfelt from under her feet. The progress is rather quiet because I had liquefied the soil to some extent. While the sword couldn't dive underground as quickly as Greedgore, it was still covert enough to approach her without being noticed. Take this evil eater. The result was evident, as the evil eater appeared proudly inside the area that was supposed to be protected by that absolute barrier, the sanctuary. At that moment, evil eater bared its fangs toward that fool Linfelt, who was watching over the battle between me and that handsome knight that acted as her personal guard. The evil eater jumped out of the ground with the force of a dolphin bouncing on the surface of the sea. Stabbing the abdomen of the beautiful unicorn Linfelt was riding as it closed its scissor-like blades shut. Its ferocious fang blades were thrust into the mount's unprotected abdomen, but it didn't go entirely through it. After going through the middle of its stomach, jaw-like blades opened once more, which was Evil Eater's greatest feature. It could be opened and closed as if it were a huge pair of scissors, but unlike regular scissors, not only the inside of the blades were filled with razor-sharp fang-like tiny blades, but the outer side of its blades was sharp as a sword as well. In other words, if one were to stab a body with the closed blade and then open it, that motion would slice the body in half from the inside out. A large amount of blood and intestines spilled out as the unicorn's abdomen was ruptured. Climbing the surging waves of fresh blood, Evil Eater started eating its way all the way up to its target, which was the girl on top of the unicorn. "Ah, no way. What's this? It hurts." Linfelt started to murmur with a stunned expression on her face. I don't know what happened. Impossible, unbelievable her face was like that, probably because she was the one responsible for that sanctuary, which boasted absolute defense. If she could always protect herself behind such a barrier, she would be used to simply walking around the battlefield without being too concerned for her safety. Under the protection of that barrier, she could literally put herself in a place isolated from the rest of the battleground. I already knew that world dimension magic was that kind of thing, and now I was seeing it for myself. But at this moment, the power of that sacred defense had been defeated. So in the end, it wasn't that special to begin with. I first noticed the fatal flaw of this sanctuary when I first shot at it with my plasma blaster. The intense lightning strike melted not only the snow that had fallen on the ground, but also the soil on the ground itself like magma. Those traces were slight, but certainly they had also pushed through the sanctuary. In other words, the sanctuary was a barrier that only created walls in all four directions and a ceiling. There was nothing covering the ground itself. I didn't know if it was due to the ability's own limitations or simply an oversight by its creator. But now all that mattered was that it was more than enough to turn this upside down. It hurts it huwawuits. In the span of a heartbeat, Linfelt's head must have finally understood the situation she was currently in. Her shrieks had such an anguish to them that any man would turn around to look for the source of that heartbreaking woman's voice. No way, Lin. Could you afford to care about the girl in this situation, you handsome bastard? You were in the middle of a battle with someone who loves the thrill of battle. I delivered a Yakuza kick to the defenseless stomach of the knight after he gave me an unbelievable chance during the battle by turning around involuntarily and letting himself exposed. perhaps because Linfelt was so important to him. Iga, don't worry, I won't kill her. I spat that out towards the handsome knight as he rolled in pain over the snowy ground. I wasn't necessarily being insincere. In fact, I wasn't going to kill Linfelt yet. It hurts, it hurts. What's this, help me Sebes? Linfelt, who was crying and shouting with little regard for her appearances, was now sandwiched in midair between Evil Eater's blades. The unicorn's corpse, which had been split in half through its abdomen, tumbled just overhead. It was only natural that it ended up in that position, since it had been eaten up while Linfelt was still riding it. Her pure white robe must have been fitted for combat with its own magical effects, but the fangs of my Evil Eater had pierced through its various enchanted defenses. Her white soft skin had been slightly bitten into by the vicious fangs of my blade. Linfit struggled with her posture, which was sandwiched vertically between the bottom of her thighs and her shoulders. I thought that struggling would only make it even more painful for her, as the fangs would just bite deeper into her body, but she could do it if she wanted to for all I cared. Even if she was under severe pain, she had sustained no fatal injuries. Whoa, wait, I said wait, don't eat her up yet. Hitsugi was trying to restrain the cursed will of the Evil Eater, which was groaning in eagerness to close its jaws and split its prey in half. I had issued a clear command before having Hitsugi dive into the ground with my see-through ground. I had told her to catch her alive. That's why Linfelt was still alive. Hey, you're the caster of this barrier, so you can hear me, right? Linfelt is it? Cancel your sanctuary right now. I had already kicked that handsome knight away, so there was nothing on my way anymore. I leisurely walked towards the wall of sanctuary and called out to Linfelt, who was screaming loudly. How do you know my name, and about the barrier? I wasn't really sure if she could hear my voice through the barrier, just because she was the one responsible for it, but apparently things went well. Kinfelt had certainly heard me, and I could also hear her response. If we hadn't been able to talk with each other, there would have been no way for us to negotiate anything at all. I had cleared the first condition for me to return alive. I've told you to cancel your barrier. Do it quickly. Yua, you fiend W, why would I do such a thing? Linfelt replied, glaring at me, perhaps because she was repulsed by my deliberately high-handed words. Do you need a little more convincing? There's no need for you to rush things. After all, your life is already in the palm of my hand. So you're going to disobey this devil's words even if it costs you your life. As expected, you have quite the noble heart, crusader sister. So if that's okay with you, I'll just kill you right here, which I'm sure will take care of the barrier. Then you'll get to be a martyr and suffer the pains of hell, just as you wish. W8, wait, okay, I'll do it. I'll dispel it, so please wait, please. Linfelt, who simply disagreed with my villainous pomposities, seemed not to be a devout believer who was prepared to die for God. Her own mediocrity had just saved her life. The second condition was cleared. If she had stubbornly refused my request, I was really going to kill her. I knew from Fiona's intel that the barrier would shatter the moment Linfelt died. I wouldn't hesitate because I knew I could at least fulfill our main purpose, so the most likely scenario was that Linfeld would die here. Even though I had a lot of trouble getting here, I would have easily chosen to kill her on the spot. Things were going so well that it was as if the goddess of victory was smiling on me. Well, as long as Mia cheers on me with a smile, I certainly won't feel bad at all. Okay, I've dispelled it. This should be okay, right? Right. The wall that separated the dimensions in front of me vanished like a ghost. Reaching out with my hand touched nothing but air. The transparent wall was no more. Yeah, that's good. Looking back, I could see countless white figures falling headfirst from the walls of the Galahad fortress. The huge sanctuary that covered the walls disappeared. Therefore, the transparent stairs created to cross the wall also vanished. The crusader soldiers who were attacking in leaps and bounds to get past the castle walls had fallen headfirst onto the ground. Galahad's walls had once again regained their defensive power. Of course, Sophie had been told to go down to the wall passage along with the rearguard troops. Apparently, everyone seemed to be safe thanks to her extraordinary ice magic. A huge ice wall prevented the Crusades' advance. Occasionally, a red firing line would blink, probably because Simon was still shooting his machine gun. No matter how much he shot, it must have been quite the experience for him. Well then, all that's left is to go back. Hear me, crusader soldiers, this woman is now my hostage. If you value her life, throw away your weapons. Yes, this hostage situation was the way I was going to leave this place safely. If I had killed Linfelt right here, I would have fulfilled the purpose of dispelling her sanctuary. However, I would have no means to guarantee my escape afterwards. Perhaps this sister is special among the crusaders. Not only was she a user of the very special and powerful origin magic, she was also physically well-featured. It wouldn't be strange if they idolized her. Even if that wasn't the case, it is obvious from this treatment that she had a high social standing, comparable to that of a general in the army. If I were to kill someone like her right in the middle of their camp, it would be as clear as day that their remaining soldiers will desperately come at me to end my life. Up until then, charging forward had been the only thing on my mind. I wasn't thinking about securing an escape, which was the basis of an adventurer's dungeon exploration. Even if I tried to do something like that, I wouldn't be able to do it right in the middle of the enemy lines. No matter how strong I may be, if I were to get caught by all of them at once, I would be done for. I had managed to get in here, but definitely wouldn't be able to deal with every single one of them. Besides, there were those 3, Sub-Commander Eliwood, Rudra, and Garden, which I had managed to rescue with considerable effort. They were being guarded by my zombie army for now, but they wouldn't last long. All I could think right now was how all 4 of us were going to get out of this hellhole in one piece. Taking Linfelt as hostage, creating a situation where the crusaders cannot interfere, and working our way out of here. This strategy was also the most humane I could think of at this point. However, now that I had decided to do it, I would stick to it. I would definitely come back alive. Well then, time to become a real devil come back, Hitsugi. Hitsugi complied immediately. The black chains created by my bind arts that were buried underground broke through the ground and snow and jumped out, making a grinding sound as they were being pulled back vigorously. Linfelt, who was still locked inside Evil Eater's jaws, immediately came to me. Eek? No, stop, don't touch me. I then wrapped my left arm around Linfeld's thin neck and forcibly hugged her from behind. It felt as if I was some sneaky bank robber taking a female employee hostage. Looking closer at her made me wonder. She definitely looked Japanese. However, at this time, it couldn't matter whether Linfelt's circumstances were the same as mine or if she was another reincarnated person. I wasn't in a situation where I can afford to ask myself those questions. I was already, and without a shadow of a doubt, murdering Japanese boys and girls like myself. I wasn't going to give her any special treatment anymore. The enemy is the enemy. I have convinced myself to get used to fighting to the death. I'm sorry, I might stink of blood a little, but please bear with me. For the time being, I withdrew the Evil Eater, which was getting in the way of her shifting her posture. It groaned as if he was reluctant to release the prey it had caught in its jaws, but it somehow sank back into Shadowgate. I had handed over the responsibility of threatening her to my Cubidon, which rested on my right hand. The dark, huge blade was pressed against her pure white neck. As long as they were in close contact with each other, she wouldn't be able to set up a sanctuary to ward it off. There was no doubt that it wasn't possible to use this barrier to cut through things that were in direct contact with her body, because she had deployed around the castle walls. It needed to go over surfaces. If it could be used to cut through things, then she could have used her sanctuary to cut through the castle walls from the start. If I had opened up some distance, even a little, Linfelt could have protected herself with that invincible barrier of hers, but there was nothing she could do against things that were touching her directly. I didn't think the girl's strength alone could undo my restraint, but I couldn't risk it. Sometimes it happens. Just tie her up tightly for now, Hitsugi. Yuhu-hoo-hoo, leave it to me, master. I'll show you my Hades-style bondage technique that binds your body and soul. The reason why she confidently answered in such a shady manner was that this black-haired maid, who was the source of the curse, excelled at restraining her opponents. So, while Hitsugi was full of fighting spirit, she quickly coiled her tentacles around Linfelt's delicate body. No ooh, stew up. Linfelt, who must have been feeling that her life was in danger, a deep discomfort, and a lot of pain at the same time, screamed in a way that made me think she was the perfect role model for all hostages. Hitsugi tied her up from behind with a chain, and from there she went into a tortoise-shell-like tie that restrained her entire body. but it wasn't really a tortoise-shell tie. She was tied up neatly with a peculiar symmetry. Oh well, as long as she's properly restrained, that should be fine. Damn it, let go of Rin. That handsome knight, I kicked away early got up, as if Linfeld's scream had flipped his switch back on. I had just kicked him lightly, so it didn't seem that he had sustained too much damage. He seemed to have a lot of fighting left on him, but it was useless in the current situation. I told you not to move. If you take another step. Okay, Hitsugi, squeeze her up a bit. And Enengara. Due to the sudden tightening, Linfeld shouted in a painful, yet sexy, intriguing woman's voice. The expression on the young knight's face was a passionate color that was filled with heartfelt concern about the beautiful sister, and regret for his own helplessness of not being able to protect her from pain. And the next moment, he looked at me with an intense hatred, blaming me for their tragedy. Oh, scary, scary. It's as if he was looking at some thug who was trying to have his way with his beloved girlfriend. Bahahaha, is this woman so important to you? Then, you'd better refrain from doing rash things. I laughed in a loud, evil manner, like the villains in the numerous movies and series I saw when I was still a peaceful student. With the dreadful expression I had in my eyes, looking around while sneering at this suffering girl had turned me into the worst villain in this world. Damn, Lin. What a despicable thing you are, devil of Alsace. Ah, what are you saying about me? I can't take this. Kaye, my master is so cool. The young knight, the armor knights, the sorcerers, and the crusader soldiers also spoke of hatred for me and words about Linfeld. I heard a strange voice in the confusion of the moment, but anyway, the crusaders were riled up even worse than what they had been during the battle. All right, good. If I hesitate with this even once, I won't be able to try this anymore. Make way, if you don't want me to ruin this lovely face of hers. Get out of my way, quick. Eek, ouch. Rather than Linfeld's own white skin, her now completely pale face showed the slight trace of my broadsword's blade. The cut was only about 3 centimeters long, but it was enough to shed a clear line of fresh blood on her white cheeks. Stop, and not on my face. Do you love your face that much? Phew, thankfully your friends seem reasonable enough to have cleared the way for us. Well, come on, walk using those feet of yours. Take it easy, okay? I whispered gently to her ear, as if I was telling a secret to Lily. I didn't want to tear her face into pieces. I would very much like to refrain from more radical performances, if possible. The crusaders were slow about it, but certainly started to move. The crowd shrouded in white started wriggling, and a narrow road began to open up little by little. That was going to be the way back to the Galahad fortress. The third condition was cleared. After that, all I needed to do was to steadily withdraw while watching out for unexpected attacks, and the mission would be a complete success. Woha, dear Guwood. Please, give that devil your heavenly judgment. I walked with the trembling Linfeld among a cheer full of anger and grief. It felt like the exact opposite of the parade they held when I made a triumphant return to Spada from the old castle of Ischia. However, what overflowed in my heart was the same sense of accomplishment as at that time. Wait for me, Lin. I'll definitely go save you. Sebas, I'll wait, I know you'll come help me. When I started to withdraw with a slow backwalk, Linfeld and that handsome knight started something that looked like a tragic farewell in a theatrical play. To be honest, I haven't even thought about what to do with this girl after all this. At least, I wouldn't be made to take responsibility and be detained for it. Whether Linfeld was to be executed or taken prisoner was the call of Spada's military law and King Leonhardt. It's impossible for this girl to return to the Crusaders either way, so either is fine as long as I'm allowed to return home. They could do whatever they wanted. In this way, I let my emotions cool off a bit and set out on my way back to the Great Wall. Episode 445, Prisoner of War. Shortly after I captured Linfeld and safely returned to the castle walls, the Crusaders suspended their attack and withdrew. Their offensive had been fierce, and they appeared to have the military strength to continue the siege. But it really seemed that the reason why they decided to retreat was that Linfeld had been taken prisoner. I couldn't tell if it was because Linfeld herself was important, or if it was only that her sanctuary was essential for their strategy to take the fortress to succeed. At any rate, the sun was still high up in the sky, but today, on the 20th of the dark month, the battle was over. Although there were many sacrifices, it was still a good outcome, because we had succeeded in capturing the enemy general and rescuing our 3 allies. In fact, the moment I returned to the top of the castle walls using my bind arts, I was greeted by the enthusiastic cheers from the Spada army. Breaking through the enemy's barriers and returning after a fierce battle was enough to boost the morale of the soldiers. However, for me, it was more of a sorry excuse for me having caused a great deal of concern to my 2 colleagues. Geez, Kurono. Yes, I'm fine, Lily, I'm okay. Lily was throwing a tantrum on my lap as I sat on the bed. Was she mad at me because I had been too rash with my assault? Was she happy that I came back safely, or both? Lily had been very clingy for a while now, as if she had had a terrible feeling. When I returned to the castle walls, she was speaking calmly with the consciousness of an adult, but now that we had returned to the inn room and were more relaxed, she was putting on this show. Ah, but it heals my soul. Until recently, it would have felt like a lie to think that I had been fighting right in the middle of the enemy camp. It was neither big nor luxurious, but being able to frolic about with a cute fairy on a clean bed like this made me feel like I was in paradise. There was no way I could have been killed in action with this waiting for me. Lily was very worried about you. She was very upset. No, I was not upset. I was just waiting patiently in case I had to fly over to where Kurono was, in case he was in danger. Fiona sat in a chair opposite the bed and gracefully sipped hot tea. She seemed to show no concern for Lily's counterargument. But I'm really sorry I couldn't be there to support you. Don't worry about that. It would have been very dangerous for you to be flying around in that situation, Lily. I had somehow found my way to get to Linfelt, but that didn't mean that the crusaders were poorly defended. Rather, it should be said that the place right at the barrier's borders was where they had the least amount of men. Right in the middle of it, where Linfelt was, the left and right sides formed a fairly strong defensive formation to prevent intrusions from the Spada army. No matter how skilled Lily was, if she had been flying about under those circumstances, she could have been shot down. Even then, if I had been in danger, I'm sure she would have come to my rescue. And it must have been Fiona who kept Lily in check until the last minute. By the way, you seem to know about Linfelt, Fiona. Is she that famous in the Republic? In the first place, the thing that made us settle for that seemingly reckless assault strategy had been Fiona's information. I didn't doubt it at that time, and it's not that I'm not skeptical sometimes, but I thought it that her information had been quite precise. No, she was one of my classmates. But with that ability, it wouldn't be strange to think that she's quite famous in the Republic by now. A classmate back at the magic school. Yes, her full name is Linfelt Arya Helvisha Burgunt. Arya was her name as given to her as a saint, Helvisha was the name of her territory, and Burgunt was the name of her family. Fiona was speaking about her as the daughter of a noble family that Linfelt was. She wouldn't speak openly about it at school, but she's definitely the daughter of Count Burgunt. So the daughter of the Count of the Sinclair Republic is just boldly coming out to the battlefield. I think that in this case it was precisely because his father, the Count, who's also the supreme commander of the Crusaders, was in charge. You've seen how powerful her sanctuary is, but it would actually take a really strong push to have a siege strategy around Linfelt at its core put into practice. So it was a father trying to give his daughter a chance to shine in battle. I guess I wouldn't take care if I was taken prisoner because of that. I had already handed her over to the Spada army, leaving her entirely in their care. According to General Jessenberg of Baphomet, who took her directly from my hands, she would be treated with respect and protected as a valuable hostage. With her high status in the Crusaders' general ranks, Linfelt's value was immeasurable. If this were medieval Europe, we could expect a high ransom, but since she is a powerful barrier user, we couldn't afford to release her. I didn't know how they were planning to hold her, but being so used to war, the Spada army wouldn't do a poor job at that. They should also be able to extract some valuable information about the Crusaders from her. Of course, there would be no need to worry about her escaping. They had special equipment to restrain strong warriors, magicians, or those with special blessings. This wasn't some adventurers' guild in the countryside or a small fortress. This was Spada's impregnable Galahad fortress. They had the best prison for holding the strongest enemies captive. It's unclear how they were keeping her locked up, but I believed there shouldn't be any problems, as General Jessenberg assured me that not even the black dragon would be able to break out even if it went wild. Linfeld's ability was specialized in defense, so she could even be locked in a normal cage without any problems. Anyway, it was impossible to escape unless someone led her from the inside. With this, there would be no need to worry about a siege using her sanctuary. And is this Count Burgunt famous? He's one of the leading aristocrats. He is one of the 4 counts of Sinclair, so it wouldn't be strange for him to have his own crusader army. Helvisha is a rich land, well-armed, and Count Burgunt himself seems to be a very experienced warrior himself. He has several achievements under his belt, such as the suppression of heathen rebellions and the subjugation of various monsters. Heathen rebellions? I wondered if he had learned how to deal with warriors at that time. He seems to be no slouch then. Yeah, perhaps he's already planning his next frontal assault. His daughter has been captured, so I'm sure he's going to desperately set the dogs on us. I wonder, her black hair and black eyes make me doubt if she even is his real daughter. It wouldn't be too far-fetched to think that she has been brought into the Count's family because of her sanctuary ability. He could very well forsake her, taking her capture as her own ineptitude. However, in that case, this situation would be a great opportunity for him to play the tragic father whose daughter, who fought bravely for God, fell victim to a sneaky devil's trap, which would serve to boost the morale of his soldiers. That old Count could play the fool and shed crocodile tears as he cried, "My daughter was caught." How could this happen? Even if he asked such a thing, this was war after all. Well, Fiona, I just want to confirm it at this point, but Linfeld is a foreigner like me, right? There have been some rumors, but I don't really know much of the details. We weren't that close. Oh, I see. Well, do you at least know what she's like? Well, if I must say, there would always be a man at her service. I somehow knew that already. I was witness to that tearful parting scene she had with that handsome knight of hers. Whether she's a foreigner or not, you would have done the same thing, Kurono. So I think it really doesn't matter. Thank you, I'll take those as words of trust. As long as I kept on brandishing the blade of my trivial hometown, I could save myself the trouble of having to explain myself. Ah, what a wonderful thing is to be trusted. Even though they can be a little gloomy, I don't mind feeling these bonds of trust from my colleagues. Hey, Kurono, do that thing with me too. Grab me and take me hostage. Lily was in very high spirits. Did what I did to Linfeld look so enjoyable to her? That had only been me acting like a villain, which I had to do in order to be able to nervously squeeze my way out of enemy lines. But, oh well, let's play with Lily and heal our troubled hearts. Okay, then this nightmare berserker will take this cute little fairy hostage. I let out a weak Oria, and I wrapped my arms around Lily, who was still sitting on my lap. Kaya, I've been caught. You can't escape. With a loud noise, Fiona hurriedly stood up, saying, "What kind of nonsense? Oops, did we get too carried away? We wouldn't want to incur Fiona's rage, so we should. Please, release the fairy now. I'll be your hostage in her stead." Stop, or so I thought, but things took an unexpected turn. No, you can't do that, Fiona. It's fine, I'm prepared to be overwhelmed by this despicable demon, both physically and mentally. Kurono doesn't need anyone other than me to play with. Kurono would prefer to tie up a teenage-looking girl like me. Ah, then I'll just transform. Hey, wait a second, you two. This story is getting a little weird. The scariest thing about this was that this story was going on the premise that I had the desire to tie up a girl. The purpose of tying Linfeld was to restrain her. The fact that he was tied up in a tortoiseshell knot, which emphasized her body's features, was Hitsuge's idea. I'm not a pervert or anything. It's okay. No matter what kind of fetish Kurono has, I'll never give up on him. And even if Kurono has some weird perverted desires, I'll accept him for who he is. This was getting more and more seriously dangerous. The two of them were dead-heated, hurling inflammatory words at each other. I wished Lily would casually return to the consciousness of an adult and stop refuting like a spoiled child. Anyway, if I didn't try to resolve this situation quickly, they would start treating me like some kind of pervert. Okay, I'm releasing the hostage right now. I'm sorry, my bad, I was messed up, I'm reflecting on it right now. Along my confession, I released Lily and placed her on top of the bed. With this, the case of the kidnapping of the fairy by the nightmare berserker was resolved. It was an unpleasant event. In that manner, we continued to engage in trivial conversation until Simon arrived at our room to discuss some important matters and other things. I deeply apologize. A heavy apology echoed in the tent that served as the crusaders' headquarters. The officers who gathered there were silent, as if they were sinking to the bottom of a dark swamp. Of course, the one who was feeling the gloomiest out of everyone else in the tent was none other than the knight that had cast his eyes downwards as he accepted his blame, Sebastian, who had failed to protect Linfeld in the worst possible way. After a moment of silence, an explosion took place inside the tent. "Why, you incompetent fool!" The one who exploded was his lord, and father of Linfeld, Count Bergant. His usual gentlemanly, laid-back and graceful demeanor had completely receded, giving way to orcish yells. Still, the reason why he hadn't smashed his fist against his desk was probably because of his upbringing. "My Linfeld has been captured, and by none other than that blasted devil of Alsace." Sebastian's repeated words of apology were useless, as they were drowned into the Count's rage. "I have been looking out for you so far, and you betray my trust. But if there's one thing I can't forgive, is that you allowed my beloved daughter, Linfeld, to be humiliated by being taken as a prisoner. Not only his aides and knights, but also to the maids who served in the Count's mansion, all knew that Sebastian had been appointed to important posts by Count Bergant starting from a young age. There had been no complaints about his excellent literary and military prowess, his impeccable etiquette, and his loyal stance. To make matters worse, he had also been graced with good looks. More than anything, Sebastian had a history of perfectly fulfilling the roles given to him by the Count, even before he was introduced to Linfeld. From his role as a steward who managed his lord's everyday necessities, he became his personal secretary, managing his schedule and supporting his everyday activities. He also served as a knight, guarding the mansion, doing escort missions, capturing criminals, defeating monsters, and so on. He had conducted each of those roles for the Count with a performance that would be worthy of praise. And that was why he had been appointed to guard Linfeld. Having lost his only real son and heir in his fight against the heathens, Linfeld's importance for the Count was evident. Alternatively, Count Burgund, who was not bound by old customs and was a fervent advocate of meritocracy, might have expected Sebastian to succeed him. If he had continued to meet the Count's demands and achieve results, he would one day be allowed to marry Linfeld. It was only natural to assume that that was the true meaning behind leaving the care and escort of the young maiden Linfeld to a handsome young man of the same age. But now, regardless of what the Count's plans for him had been, his trust in Sebastian has fallen not just to the ground, but to the bottom of hell itself. "You're the only one who's come back alive. I wonder if you could see the face of Linfeld, who must have cried in pain as she was caught by that devil." It was clear to everyone that there was nothing that could be done about that situation. The easiest way to rescue a hostage is to kill their captor. However, this had the precondition of being able to kill him instantly. Was there anyone in the Crusaders who could boast that they could surely kill that devil, who made full use of his superhuman physical abilities and his terrifyingly black magic, without damaging the hostage with a single blow? No one could have even wagered that Sebastian himself had such potential. But even though everyone knew that, no one present would dare to defend Sebastian. Now the truth was useless. Enough. Go away. After both his brief badmouthing of Sebastian and mourning for his captive daughter, the Count issued his command in a terribly cold voice. "Be by your leave." Sebastian's face was riddled with anxiety as he started to utter that. He could no longer show any sadness about his remorse, or any reaction to the rage behind the reprimand he was being subject to. At times like these, it would be common to cry and ask for forgiveness, or to enthusiastically argue that there was nothing he could have done, but Sebastian didn't seem to feel up to either. As expected of Sebastian, his reaction was one that tried to avoid infuriating the Count any further, while at the same not being so cold as to appear to show disregard. But underneath the cool mask he had turned his face into, there must have been a desire to rescue Linfeld and get revenge on that dastardly devil. It wasn't hard to imagine him having the determination to feel that no matter how cruel the hardships that were sent his way, he would surely fulfill his desire and redeem himself. But unfortunately, it seemed that Sebastian had made a single mistake in his expectations. "May you never show yourself before me, you pawn." With a flowing motion of the mithril rapier on the Count's waist, he quickly stabbed Sebastian without any hesitation. It was right at the moment when Sebastian had just turned away to leave. It was right in a complete blind spot, and yet a flawlessly executed surprise attack. The Count's aim had been perfect. When the vague sound of cutting through the air echoed, the faintly shining blade pierced the place where Sebastian's heart was from the back. The moment everyone noticed that Sebastian had been stabbed, the Count had already pulled out his rapier with a light motion and sheathed it back into its scabbard. What? Sebastian's eyes, which were opened wide in astonishment, desperately turned to the Count. Why? No such words came out of his mouth. The moment his heart was pierced, Sebastian was swiftly taken to the road to the afterlife. He died instantly. HMPH, clean up this mess. The body of the knight who fell down onto his own pool of blood was promptly disposed of. The knights who guarded the entrance to the tent quickly carried it outside and took it somewhere else. The Count didn't really care about where exactly they were going to take it. The headquarters was quickly cleaned up in less than 3 minutes. As if he had forgotten about the man who had already been executed by his own hand, the expressionless Count sat back calmly in his seat for military council. The officers took their seats after the Count, without being particularly instructed to do so. Arranged as usual, surrounding a large table with a pile of maps of Galahad Fortress spreaded over it and reports of the war situation. After a deliberate glance at everyone's seats, the Count himself broke the ice. Tomorrow, we will launch an all-out attack to rescue Linfeld. A commotion stirred, but no one dared to give a clear opinion on the Count's decision. We will not take a single step back until she is rescued. We will not stop attacking even if it costs us every single one of our soldiers. His words were full of determination, with a hint of madness. Though his reaction, being that of a father whose sole daughter was captured by demons, might have only been natural. He wasn't joking or acting. Count Burgunt was being serious. Everyone present in the tent understood that perfectly. At the same time, no one could hide their surprise at the fact that he was so enthusiastic about his daughter Linfeld. On the surface, she was supposed to be the Count's real, yet illegitimate child, but there was something more behind her existence. They all must have suspected that the Count had actually groomed that sacred origin magic user and took her in as his daughter. However, his reaction was more than enough to make them all feel that Linfeld was her real daughter, and that he must love her from the bottom of his heart. But everyone had misunderstood the Count's true intentions. Your Excellency, with all due respect. In the awkward stillness and chaos, it was Baron Hermann, a fat middle-aged officer who always flattered the Count, who offered his opinion. I feel it would be a little impossible to do this tomorrow. Despite being expected to simply agree with the Count, Baron Hermann had openly expressed his opposition. However, he seemed to have a deep bitterness engraved onto his face after having found himself to be the naysayer. Why? I can't stand the thought of Linfeld having to spend a single night in that demon's clutches. If I can't do it tomorrow, then when? If the Count had had a glass of his favorite wine with him, he would have flung it at the Baron without blinking an eye. Please try to calm yourself. I am calm. All I'm trying to say is that we should make the utmost preparations to save Linfeld with absolute certainty. I can understand the desire to rescue her as soon as possible, but the most important thing now is to not fail. If we send out our soldiers recklessly, you will not have any more children to succeed you. Preparations, you say? Preparations? Such things will be ready as soon as I give the command. Linfeld has fallen into the hands of those demons, and all my soldiers are eagerly waiting to go to her rescue. Oh, it's true, Your Excellency's soldiers are excellent. I'm sure they would act immediately if ordered to launch a night attack tonight. But the ancient golems, which are necessary to break through those large castle walls, can't move through obedience. I've heard that it takes a few days to get them ready to be up and running. Not even the Count himself could come up with a counterargument for that decisive point. I'm sure you also realize this from today's battle. Those huge walls are just like a siege engine that is simply too hard for us to chew through by conventional means. No matter how strong us crusaders may be, sending our men to those walls would be the same as throwing ourselves to the devil's cauldron. The Count knew that those castle walls wouldn't budge an inch with shallow attacks. One of the trump cards for their strategy was the ancient golems. Siege weapons that had been borrowed from the suspicious secret organization called White Sacrament for that purpose. And just as the Count himself had wished it to, their strategy also relied on Linfeld's sanctuary. The operation was about halfway completed, but the presence of only one man completely upset their plans. It would be no exaggeration to say that the Devil of Alsace had single-handedly repelled the Crusaders in today's battle. A strategy that relies on a single person's abilities can also be hampered by a single enemy. A new lesson had been engraved in the war history of the Republic of Sinclair. Please be patient until all of our ancient golems are ready for battle. But when I wonder how Linfelt is now faring in the hands of those demons. No, when I think of those horrifying tentacles that devil unleashes, Count Burgund has witnessed the decisive moment of Linfeld's capture. Behind the scenes, he had been watching the battle with the Hawkeye ability, which wasn't taught to him by any magician, but that he had learned by himself. The scene that came to his mind was the appearance of a beautiful girl getting obscenely tied up by black tentacles. Not just the Count, but all the leaders, officers, and soldiers who were there must have been overwhelmed by the devil's assault that humiliated the sister of the Cross Church right in the middle of the enemy army. How many maidens must have been ravaged by that man? The incident had been so bold and vivid that it evoked that thought. Your Excellency, according to the information obtained from Daedalus, while Sparta is a demon country, I hear that it is cultural enough to protect highly ranked enemies as valuable hostages. No doubt Linfelt will be treated as such. Even in the Republic, it was a well-known fact that the aristocrats captured by heathens were used to demand ransoms and trade conditions, such as temporary withdrawal of soldiers and ceasefires. Though the Count himself had no previous experience of such dealings with heathens, he had heard many stories about it and had met people who had actually been captured in the past. No matter how bad these heathens were, they still had a human head over their shoulders that allowed them to assess whether a situation was profitable or not. As long as they understood that there was a clear benefit for them, they wouldn't treat their prisoners without restraint. I won't be so irresponsible so as to tell you not to worry, but there's no need to be that pessimistic. Fortunately, Linfelt isn't into much of the details of us crusaders. If they use a magician to determine she's telling the truth, she shouldn't be pushed too hard into talking. In other words, she could be left with them for a few days without fear for her life or her chastity. Linfelt might feel a little cramped locked in a cell, but it wouldn't be worth it to send out unprepared soldiers just to resolve such a trivial dissatisfaction. I'm sorry, Baron Herman. I was too fired up by the situation. You are right. The most important thing is to make sure that Linfelt is rescued, though I can't help it. It still pains me to leave things like this. Some of those present clearly sighed in relief after hearing the Count's words. Apparently, the Count had managed to regain his composure. Now, let us dispatch Miss Dorothy so that she can work on those ancient golems and to get us a report on how many days she will need for them to be up and running. In the meantime, we'll have the soldiers take a good rest. As soon as the date is decided, we'll distribute our rations to them generously. We'll settle everything in the upcoming battle. In any case, the siege at this snowy mountain couldn't continue for much longer. The Crusaders were challenged with a short-term decisive battle from the beginning. It almost seemed as if Count Burgund's declaration had come out just as planned. There were no objections this time around. Your Excellency, we have an answer from Dorothy. The report was sent to the Count the following morning. Okay, let's hear it. The Count sat down at the headquarters. There were dark, swelling bags under his eyes. He seemed to be lacking sleep because of his daughter's suffering, but his gaze still seemed sharp and didn't seem to feel tired. She said that she would need 3 days. 3 days, the Count murmured back for some reason. The date was the 21st of the dark month. Taking that into account, the attack would start on the 24th. The 24th of the dark month. It was the most special day of the year for the Cross Church. More precisely, it referred to the night from the 24th to the 25th. Okay, we'll launch an all-out attack on the 24th of the dark month. After we've seized Galahad Fortress and rescued Linfelt, we shall celebrate the holy night there. Episode 446, The Masked Man. I was lying down, doing nothing. I was just wasting my time, lying down on an uncomfortable bed. Almost unconsciously, A sigh escaped from my mouth. Where have I heard that saying that happiness escapes from you whenever you sigh? I couldn't remember, but apparently the rumor was true. What's going to happen to me? Whining like that was very unlike me. These frail words of a vain girl, they didn't suit me. But I, Linfelt Arya Helvisha Burgunt, who had been captured by the devil, was not that much of a careless idiot to be energetic after being caught by the enemy. I was being imprisoned in a cell inside Galahad Fortress. It was different the jails those stupid gangsters that roam in the slums were taken after being captured by the military police. If anything, it felt like the kind of place a bad aristocrat would be detained for having done some bad stuff that the average commoner wouldn't even be able to imagine. Well, I didn't know such people or situations because I have never actually seen them. Anyway, I considered myself lucky that this isn't one of those unsightly cells that reeked with feces and urine. At worst, I was confident that I could spend some time in such a place. Don't underestimate someone who has grown up in the slums. The prison I was in seemed to be underground, as there were no iron-barred windows for me to look through. The floors, walls, and ceiling were all made of hard stone that would make anyone feel like wanting to escape, but in reality, they were beautiful white walls. The room itself was filled with white light and was very bright. It was even a little too bright to be able to take a nap. Still, I was grateful that not even a single piece of the thin white robe they had given me to wear as a prison uniform felt cold. At this time of the year, if the room wasn't warm enough, I would have frozen to death in less than an hour. The Spada army appeared to know that I was a noble lady and didn't seem too eager to kill me, so this kind of treatment was only natural. But more than just the Count's daughter, I think I'm a powerful magician who has put the Galahad fortress in jeopardy. Though the level of my magic is actually rather lackluster, with the exception of my sanctuary. At any rate, the restraints put on me that didn't allow me to use any magic were quite tight. The shackles that kept my wrists chained together were engraved with a jammer-type seal that absorbed magical power and interfered with my casting ability. However, these shackles weren't enough for me, whose magical power had grown to an extraordinary degree thanks to my development of the sanctuary. For this reason, the back of my hand was engraved with a seal that prevented the recovery of magical power. Of course, these kinds of techniques that fundamentally invalidate magic, such as sealing and absorbing magical power, couldn't be cast instantly like one would do with Ignis Sigilta. It would take a lot of time and effort. In my case, an old man who seemed to be a skilled magician was even sweating on his forehead, spending about an entire hour casting magic. And it seemed that the effects would wear off unless the same magic was applied to me once every 2 days. Capturing a powerful magician was quite a daunting task, as I learned in class at the magic school while I was half asleep. But I didn't think I would end up experiencing it myself. However, even without these shackles and seals, I had no means to escape from my cell. My sanctuary was only a defensive spell, after all. Therefore, any regular wall and any locked door would be as effective in restraining me. Speaking of doors, the door to my cell would automatically slide open and close instead of having to be pushed or pulled. It was like a room in an ancient ruin. Perhaps this prison actually was part of some ancient ruins. I was suddenly reminded at one time when I was in school that they would have us pretend we were adventurers as part of a cert class. I had actually dived into a dungeon in some ancient ruins. What I learned from that experience was that pursuing dreams of heroic tailies was absurd, and the ridiculous firepower of that dull-faced witch. I almost got buried alive because of her. Actually, what is that girl Fiona doing here? It was when I was being tightly held by the devil's disgusting and frightening arms and brought to the top of Galahad's castle walls, where Spada soldiers were forming a line. Surrounded by thunderous applause and cheers, there were 2 people who broke from the group of strong soldiers or adventurers and jumped out to the devil. One was a little fairy girl who was so cute that it made me look at her twice. And the other one was a witch dressed in black. She was the same Fiona Solil I had etched in my mind. A large triangular hat, a black robe, and witch equipment with an old-fashioned orthodox design, and light blue short hair that reminded me of a quiet lakeside. And above all, the beauty of her white face, which looked as if she was always sleepy, but had those mysterious shining golden eyes that attracted men. The last time I saw her was at the graduation ceremony of Elysian Magic Academy. It had been less than a year ago, so I remember her clearly. Well, it wouldn't be so easy to forget the face of the woman who had a lot of ties to me, such as being the one who stole my first love from me. And yet, when I first noticed her, I thought, no, Fiona couldn't be in a place like this. Yes, this woman is just someone else. They probably also have a witch with blue hair, golden eyes, and a sleepy face in Spada. Don't worry, Lily and Fiona. I managed to come back in one piece. However, because the devil spoke such words to the two girls that ran up to him, I could easily confirm that she was indeed the Fiona I knew. What exactly had been Fiona's part in the Spada army? I found it strange that she, who graduated as a freelance adventurer after refusing to join not only Sinclair's Court of Magicians and the Temple Knights, but also turning down offers from many other famous guilds of magicians and knights, would have ended up in such heathen lands. What surprised me the most was Fiona's enthusiastic gaze. Well, regular people would only see the drowsy and dull expression on her face, but as I'm also a woman just as her, I knew that look. The way she was looking at that devil, those were the eyes of a girl in love. Whatever happened to Fiona? Really, what had happened to my senior in matters of love? This was outrageous. Oh well, I don't care anyways. As I recalled, when that devil appeared before me, he certainly called me by my name. He had probably heard it from Fiona, and he must have learned about my sanctuary from her as well. It was too late to realize that. I had already been captured, and above all, I had already lost so many important friends. No, I have to stop. Recalling it would have just made me cry. Jack, Conrad, Irio, the devil had murdered them with his own hands. They no longer existed in this world. That was very, tremendously sad. It was sad and frustrating, and I was sure that if I started crying, the tears would never stop falling. But I was in the hands of the enemy. I couldn't allow myself to cry in such a situation. I had to endure it. I absolutely had to show no weaknesses. I was interrogated like a prisoner of war, and I told them everything I knew about the crusaders. It didn't matter. The information I had wasn't a big deal, and wouldn't have made a difference whether they had it or not. But exposing my own clumsiness was a completely different thing. I could talk about the crusaders as much as they wanted me to, but they would definitely not see me bawling my eyes out in sadness. My modest pride was safe, at least for the time being. Still, I don't know how long my facade will last. I don't have that much confidence. After all, I was neither a veteran knight nor an adventurer, and the title of Helvetian Holy Maiden was too big for me. I was no more than a would-be sister who belonged in some rundown church in the slums. Please, Sebas, hurry up and come save me. At that time, I could hear a rattling noise in the white enclosed room. I was just lying on the bed. I wasn't making any noise. In other words, the door of the prison was being opened. What is it? You've already questioned me and redone the seal on my hand. Incidentally, I had recently finished my meal as well. I didn't know exactly what time it was, but it had to be at least midnight. They clearly told me the last meal they served me was dinner. What else was there for me on that day other than going to sleep? Were the Spada soldiers simply barbarians without an ounce of consideration who would try to get more information from a weak maiden like me this late at night? Annoyed, I got up from bed, turned to the door with an evident moody expression on my face, thinking to give this person a piece of my mind. Are you Linfelt? The one at the door was a man wearing a mask. He was wearing a simple black robe and a hood. He was reasonably tall, and his build seemed rather slender, but somehow I felt that the body under his robe was well trained. Perhaps it's because even if you look at it from an amateur's point of view, his posture showed no weak spots, and the way he was standing gave off a dignified aura. But his most eye-catching feature was his glossy black hair that could be seen under the hood. It was just as black as mine, and that of that devil. Perhaps black hair wasn't such a rare trait in Spada. At any rate, that was how the person in front of me looked like. But who on earth was he? I was always interrogated by a beautiful elf female knight. Following her lead, an endless stream of knights in red armor would accompany her. However, this masked man was the only one who had come to my room. The elf female knight and her red knights were nowhere to be seen. Hey, what are you? I'm getting you out of here. Be quiet. I tried to shout out at this suspicious person, but when I heard that, I stopped talking. Had a unit really been dispatched to rescue me? So fast? Inside a large fortress that is on high alert. I'm sorry, but I'm not affiliated with the Crusaders. That had been only wishful thinking. It was too good to be true, though, of course. If we could have infiltrated this fortress this easily, there would have been no point to the battle we've been waging so far. Why then? I have a reason to help you, a personal reason. I felt it would be pointless to ask him about it. I was sure it would be a waste of time. The question was whether I would accept this suspicious man's offer. That was the decision I had to make. What are you going to do with me after we've escaped? I'm just going to get you out of here, but I can't let you go back to the Crusaders. I resisted the urge to tell him, then why bother getting me out of here? I'll have you flee to the country of Avalon, which is next to Sparta. It's a good place to hide. It's up to you what to do once you get there. What's up with that? It doesn't sound like a very responsible thing to do. Would you prefer to stay here and wait for the Crusaders to come rescue you? That had been my plan from the start. Sebas would definitely come save me. So far, no negotiations have been made with the Crusaders regarding your release. The Spartas are not going to demand a ransom. If the Crusaders attack, and this prison is put in jeopardy, I can't say there's no possibility of you being executed on the spot if the Spartas consider your power is too dangerous for the Crusaders to take back. His words made a great deal of sense. Technically speaking, it's very risky for the Sparta army to keep me alive. Had it not been for that devil's interference, I had no doubt that the strategy to break through these walls using my sanctuary would have been successful. Honestly, the moment the Crusaders set a single foot inside this prison, the Spartas would probably get rid of me without a second thought. It would be too dangerous for them to just leave me be. Worst case scenario, the Crusaders would be defeated and forced to retreat without being able to rescue me. If that were to happen, then no one would come to help me anymore. No matter how talented Sebas was, he wouldn't be able to take on the unreasonable task of infiltrating an enemy fortress alone in order to rescue her. Either way, even if you refuse, I'll still take you with me. But that's going to be a hassle, so if you cooperate, your escape will go smoothly. Okay, all right, you can help me escape then. The masked man smiled at my desperate reply. His mask covered only his eyes, and it looked like those you would commonly see at a masquerade ball. Since his mouth wasn't concealed, his smile was pretty evident. By the way, the thin outline of his jaw, his high nose, and the mouth that drew a graceful arc on his face suggested that this man was quite handsome. Sebas had those same features on his face. But though their appearances were similar, this man gave off quite a different aura. Even if I had them both side by side in front of me, I wouldn't mistake either of them for the other. Good grief, you even talk like her. Did you say something? Never mind. He seemed to have started talking about something, but was thrown off by my reaction. Okay, I need you to change what you're wearing. In that case, leave. Don't get me wrong, just put these over your clothes. In an astonished tone, the masked man threw a plain gray robe out of nowhere at me. I dragged myself out of bed and picked up the gray robe that had fallen on the white floor. The prison uniform I was wearing was almost like a robe as well, so wearing one over the other felt a little stiff. This robe has the ability to hide your presence to an extent, wear it even after you get out of here. There is a fair amount of money inside its inner pocket. Ooh, thank you very much for that. Having grown up in the slums, it's really a happy moment whenever someone would give me money. No matter what kind of person someone was, if they gave me any kind of money, I would show them my gratitude. On the other hand, no matter what kind of compassionate words someone said, if they wouldn't spare even a single coin, they wouldn't get any gratitude from me. Hypocrites who spoke of mercy and had no money to spare were the worst scum of all. Even after becoming a noble, my posture about money hadn't changed at all. I was a bit surprised to realize that. When we leave this place, keep quiet and just follow me. Never say a word and don't make a noise. Is that okay? I nodded repeatedly in consent. When you get out, get into the carriage for the injured, mix yourself with them, and take it all the way to Sparta. As soon as you arrive, leave that place and go all over the city. If you register for the Adventurers Guild, you will be able to make a name for yourself. I searched the inner pocket of the robe he gave me, and listened to his escape plan while checking how much of that very welcomed money was there. He had given me quite a lot of gold coins. Perhaps this masked man really was an incredibly nice person. There are plenty of regular carriages that go from Spada to Avalon. You can ask the guild for their location and schedules. When you arrive at Avalon, head to the address in the note. Don't ask why, but they will give you shelter without fail. I was dazzled by the gold coins, but after a little more rummaging, I found that there was certainly a note among them. Avalon, South Friedrich 3rd District, 7 to 12 Blossom Street, St. Julia Monastery. That's what was written in the note. You can read it right. I practiced reading so hard when I was 10, I thought I would die. Around that time, I hated studying so much that I would always try to run away from it, but I soon learned that the bill would eventually come due. If I hadn't gotten used to reading and writing at a young age, it would become really difficult for me to learn later. But this introspection wasn't doing me any favors. More than that, I'm surprised to see that Pandora has their own cross church. You mean the monastery? Well, I think it's similar to that, but I'm not so sure if it's exactly the same as your church is. That could be the case as well. There was no reason for the cross to have secretly taken roots in such a heathen land dominated by demons. I felt that if that were the case, rather than going there on a tour, I should quickly convert them all through God's authority. We don't have time to keep talking. Come on, let's go. Wait a second. Let me ask you one last thing before we go. After I got out of here, I would have to shut my mouth and just follow him. There was a chance that once I got on that carriage for the injured, that would be the last time I saw this man. So if I wanted to ask him that, then this was my last chance. What's your name? He didn't answer right away. The masked man seemed to be a bit troubled by the question. My name is X. Episode 447, The Priestess of Avalon. The 23rd day of the dark moon month. Nell had already returned safely to Avalon, but her condition was as bad as ever. The people of Avalon cannot help but feel concern for her body and soul when they see Nell's lifeless, fragile, and morbidly beautiful figure. In particular, her own father, Miliardo Julius Elrod, the king of Avalon, shed tears of grief at the way his daughter had changed so much. But even as she watched her father weeping profusely, Nell's eyes did not show any human emotion. This tragic reunion took place on the 17th, almost a week ago. From then until this day, Nell's father, concerned for her well-being, arranged for her to enter a quiet life of recuperation deep within the royal palace. However, today, the 23rd, Nell was not in her warm, soft bed, but walking alone under the winter sun in the vast, atmospheric, snowy gardens of the royal castle of Avalon. This was no morning stroll. Since her return to Avalon, Nell has been as motionless as a very sick person. Not once has she voluntarily gone out. What she is here for is because of her father, King Miliardo order. Nell, go and see the priestess of the Shrine of Fire. I'm sure she'll be able to hear your problems and help you solve them. My father had already heard that my illness was psychological in nature. That's why he gave me this advice. King Miliardo was not foolish enough to think that he could solve the problems of a girl her age. It was a wise decision to choose a priestess from the Shrine of Fire in the Temple of Pandora in Avalon, who had been a friend of Nell's since she was a child, as her advisor, rather than a doctor or a mage. In fact, even though her expression was as expressionless as ever, Nell gave her approval and walked out, which showed how much she trusted and expected from her. Or was it just a matter of calculating that it would be less troublesome to follow this order quietly? Either way, this was how Nell had come to see the priestess. Will not change. The Shrine of Fire is located at the end of a small forest in the royal garden. Looking at the strange symbolic object that looked like a gate, but had no door, roof, or walls, Nell murmured with a bit of emotion in her voice. The bright red vermilion lacquered pillars look particularly vivid in this white, snowy landscape. The two pillars sticking out of the ground, with a single pillar connecting them, like the skeleton of a gate, is simple, yet somehow mysterious. Like a gate, Nell reminded herself, but in fact, this was a gate. She had told me that a long time ago. Yes, I'm pretty sure this is a. It's called a torii, which means a bird is here. This is the gate to the sanctuary. Japanese torii gate. Nell went straight under the torii gate. Of course, there was no change in the surrounding scenery, no transformation into the magnificent world of the gods depicted in the painting. This torii gate was nothing more than a religious object. There was not even a single magic formula engraved on the outside or inside of the red pillar, so there was no way that any magical or mystical changes could take place. Just ahead of me was a stone staircase. They are not very solidly built, nor do they have a well-calculated, precise shape. It was a crude stone staircase made of rough-hewn stones. This is a small mountain, or should I call it a hill? The terrain is one step higher than the surrounding area. It's not so high that I would bother to write elevation. But even so, climbing up these stone steps makes you feel as if you have come to a height that is somehow isolated from the outside world. Well, in that sense, this may indeed be a sacred place. As Nell climbed the stone steps with a light step, she suddenly thought of such a thing. It's been a long time, Nell. As soon as my feet left the last stairs and I reached the top, I heard a voice call out to me. Her tone was that of an old man in retirement, but her voice sounded very young. It's been a long time, Lady Belle. It was an unexpected greeting, but Nell was not particularly surprised. I remembered that she had always been waiting for me here, even if I hadn't told her that I was coming. And in front of Nell's gaze was the same priestess she had greeted a year ago when she was on her way to study abroad in Sparta, and the same priestess she had met for the first time as a young child, looking exactly the same. Well, it looks like you've grown a bit again. Your height, magic power, and breasts are also quite large. After all, people grow up so fast. It was a young girl who giggled like a child, but smiled like an old man looking at his grandchild. She has lustrous black hair and sparkling crimson eyes, black hair and red eyes. However, she is not a member of the Elrod royal family. No, to begin with, she is not a person, and therefore has nothing to do with the bloodline of the Demon King. Her waist-length black hair flowed silently in the gentle winter breeze, and her crinkly, winsome red eyes stared straight at the Princess of Avalon. She has a lovely appearance, as if she were a first-class work of art in the form of an angel, but at first glance, she seems to be nothing more than a child. However, the atmosphere she wore had the dignity of the chief priestess in charge of Pandora's great temple. Yet, her attire was somewhat different from the white vestments worn by priests. The upper garment is the same pure white, but it is made in such a way that the left and right sides are worn together like a gown. The most distinctive feature of the outfit is the hakama, which, like the torii, is a brilliant shade of crimson. Of the countless Pandora temples scattered around the country, only the one working at the Shrine of Fire would wear this loose-fitting outfit, which looked like a combination of pants and a long skirt. This white upper garment and red hakama are called mikofuku by her and the people of Avalon Castle. It is said to be a venerable costume that has been handed down since the time of the gods, even further back than ancient times. Mikofuku is basically the costume or dress of the priestess in Japan. The red and white are the same as well. Such a girl in a priestess outfit. Yes, this little girl is the one who has been given the sacred and inviolable responsibility of being a priestess at the Temple of Fire, an ancient ruin in the royal castle of Avalon, for 250 years. Her name is Belle Rosen. The royal family of Avalon and a few of their senior officials, who know of her existence, call her Priestess Sama with respect. The children of the royal family, including Nell, call her Lady Belle in a friendly manner. Why don't we go to the main hall and talk instead of standing out here in this cold weather? You'll find hot tea and the potatoes I got from Foreign a while ago there. No, don't mind me. I don't intend to stay long. Nell refused the smiling priestess's invitation with the same dark, impassive expression. However, as is the way of old, Belle did not seem offended at all, but rather looked back at Nell with an ever-deepening smile. Well, that's not very nice. I'm sorry, I'm a little under the weather. Well, that Nell is a liar now. It was a good decision to send her to study abroad in Sparta after all. I'm not sure what's so funny about that. I didn't want or need to make any more excuses. Even when Nell was called a lair, she didn't move. But you do seem to be ill. I wouldn't worry about it. I'm not worried about you. I am worried about Millardo. He was quite distressed. Elrod bloodline, perhaps. A slightly nasty smile appeared on Belle's face. Her appearance was that of a child plotting a prank. It's no wonder you're all so unaware of your illness. Let me take care of you. No, I am not sick. No, you are indeed suffering from it. No, you're certainly suffering from it, and it's quite serious. I think you're making a mistake. There is no mistake in my diagnosis. Nell, if you are so stubborn in your denial, then I dare to pronounce it. What is it? In spite of such a cold reaction, Belle smiled fearlessly and said with full confidence, Love sickness. Huh. Oh, I'm sad that the man I fell in love with was separated from me in battle, and I'm returning home with a broken heart. Belle. For a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, Nell stared at the smug face of Belle, who had an expression saying, right. What a. A crazed scream echoed through the surrounding. Nell's pale face, drained of blood, turned red in an instant. Not only were her cheeks red, but even her ears were red. Her eyes were wide open, showing her astonishment and agitation. The blue eyes were not cloudy at all. They were clearer and bluer than today's blue sky, and their sparkling brilliance had suddenly returned. Nell, who wore a mask of gloomy expressionlessness as if she had lost her emotions, now writhed fiercely in the flames of shame at a single word from Belle. No, it's not, it's really not. She was flapping her hands and wings. Instead of wanting to dig a hole and hide in it, she felt like using this momentum to fly into the sky like a dragon. How much credence can be given to the high-pitched screams of denial? It was highly doubtful, but Nell continued her explanation in a panic. I just, Kurono-kun that. So this Kurono is your lover, huh? Is he so handsome that he can make Nell fall in love with him? Kurono-kun is not just handsome. Certainly, he is always dignified and very cool, but he is also cute when he laughs. He is also really kind. It's too late for her. In front of Nell, who was finally showing some emotions again, Belle writhed in itchiness. Why did I let it go until it was this bad? She has been in love with him for a while now, but she is not aware of it. Is this because of the dullness in her blood? Belle mumbled to herself as she looked at Nell, who blushed but seemed happy as she talked about how Kurono was a wonderful man, even though Belle hadn't even asked her about him. How can you be so crazy and deny that you're not? Very well. Nell, this mistress will listen to you, so why don't we go up to the main shrine first? You'll catch a cold if you sit here and talk for too long. Oh yes, that's right. I'm sorry to bother you then, Lady Belle. And so, this time, Nell accepted the invitation. Well, I look forward to hearing your love story. Oh my God, that's not what I meant, Lady Belle. Nell's cheerful voice echoed across the snowy grounds and into the garden. Avalon was at peace today as well. Author's note: Nell has never used any kind of words like or love to Kurono even in the monologue. If you reread the story from Nell's point of view, I think you can confirm that she is not aware of her love for him. It's not an afterthought. Episode 448. The 24th of the Dark Moon month. With me taking Linfelt alive, the Crusaders' offensive was halted again for a little while. At least by today, the 23rd of the dark month, they had not made any move. Although the situation was ostensibly a standoff, they were, no doubt, preparing for their next attack. I don't know if it's because of their desire to take back Linfelt or for some other reason, but I have a feeling that the next battle will be bigger and fiercer than ever. In the first place, they probably won't be able to stay in this snowy mountain for too long, so they must be hoping for a short battle and a quick settlement. In any case, the day when they would launch an all-out attack should be near. Regardless, many people have come to visit me in the days leading up to today. First of all, Simon and Sophie. Well, these two are my friends, but anyway, they came on the 20th day of the dark month, not long after the battle against Linfelt. I asked them why they had emerged from the cockpit of the fallen Taurus. I was a little, or rather, a lot nervous at first, but once I started, I couldn't stop. Simon smiles in a naturally cute and shy way, saying something like, "Teehee," like he's testifying to how he got into drugs. If you'd gotten here, I'd have hoped you'd have at least said something. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry, Kurono, I forgot to tell you. Simon apologized for the lack of communication, and Lily apologized for being the only one who knew of this, but forgot to tell me. Can you really move the Taurus then? The Taurus was stopped with only its pilot killed and unharmed. It was Lily's idea to reactivate it, and Simon was going to do it. The main system is unharmed and well, but I can't figure out how to operate the console, and I can't read anything on the screen. I can read a little of the ancient script, but most of it seems to be written in a different language, though it's very similar, but I can't decipher it. I guess it's like an old-era warrior trying to operate a computer whose language is set to English. I don't know anything about the operation of the cockpit system, which seems to be an ancient information terminal. Of course, there is no simple manual that even an idiot can understand, nor is there a customer support service that can answer your stupid questions in detail. What about Lily? You were able to access the system, so you must have gotten some information about the Taurus. Well, I have only seen what I can see telepathically, so I don't know much either. Yeah, I'm not sure what the logic behind it is either. I don't know, but I know that I don't know how to operate it. I'm starting to get confused. Even so, the Taurus is outside the city walls, and isn't it dangerous to be holed up there? Don't worry, Lily taught me how to open, close, and lock the hatch. Even if it was locked, Lily could still get in. That's because I am awesome. In short, the hatch can't be opened unless the person is highly proficient in telepathy like Lily, or someone who the mechanism of the hatch. As for me, I'd like Simon to stay in a safe place until the time is right. From the looks of it, he hasn't played with the Taurus enough yet. Simon is not my subordinate, so I can't order him around. If he wants to do something, that's his freedom to do so. Even at rank 1, Simon is a free adventurer. It's also true that you saved my life by being there. If Sophie is your escort, you'll be fine. Well, I don't her because she always gets in my way. Apparently, Sophie's likability did not increase at all, even after spending 3 days living with Simon in the Taurus cockpit. Don't say that, her ability is real. If it weren't for Sophie, this battle would have been much more costly. Thanks to her, I was able to charge at Linfelt without hesitation. I've already expressed my gratitude to Sophie, but she's not in this room. She said she had some preparations to make and went off somewhere. Thinking about it, she might have gone to buy some food so that she could stay in Taurus with Simon again. By the way, what do they do when they're in that thing, like use the bathroom? I dare you to just keep it a mystery here. But you know, maybe I can get it to work, so just wait and hope for the best. Oh, and of course, I'll be in position as soon as the apostles come out. Yeah, okay, good luck, Simon. And so, Simon once again went with Sophie to challenge the reboot of the Taurus. The next day, before noon on the 21st day of the darkest month, Vice Captain Eliwood arrived. Thanks to you, I made it back alive. Again, thank you. Although his body was bandaged in several places, the giant elven man seemed to have taken the trouble to visit us to thank us, looking so healthy that he didn't feel injured. I couldn't prepare much for a place like this, but this is just a thought, please, Kurono the adventurer. He offered me the same special Spandon wine that will deliberately spilled at the celebration party. After one round of no, don't mind me, and no, please, please, in a typical Japanese roundabout way, I ended up accepting the wine. How are you feeling? I'd like to say I can fight right away, but the priest has told me to rest for a few days. His Majesty Leonhardt has also directly ordered me to rest. I can't help but feel that if the crusaders attacked today or tomorrow, this man would still fight. Well, I'm sure his fellow knights would follow up on that as well. I'm not conceited enough to worry about someone twice my age. I participated in the last Galahad war as a greenhorn. My superiors and senior knights saved me many times when I was in danger. Since then, I've traveled through many battlefields as a Spartan knight. There were times when I had to fight off hordes of monsters in the forests of Ladi and the grasslands of Farin, and there were times when I fought urban battles in Sparta against disturbing rebels. By then, I was a knight of sorts, but even so, the help of my comrades was essential. But I've never felt that I would die so many times as much as I did yesterday. It felt like a miracle, led by the black gods, that you came to my rescue. Sure, it was absolutely hopeless to look at, but I'm a little embarrassed when people say that much. But a blush on the cheeks of a strong man like me is no service. I just nodded cautiously. Anyway, I want you to know that I am truly, deeply grateful. No, that's enough. It's only natural to try to save as many allies as possible. Yes, that is quite true, but few can actually do it, and even fewer can pull it off. It was truly a miraculous rescue. However, there are some people who think that using women as hostages to escape is the means of criminals. Basically, my assessment is that it was a great victory that King Leonhardt acknowledged as the reason for the Crusaders' retreat once again. But I've also overheard a few comments here and there, like the one by Eliwood. Well, at that time, I even acted like a villain in order to make things go smoothly. I'm proud to say that my performance was very popular with the enemy crusaders, who were angered and frustrated, but I never thought that my allies would see me in a bad light. No, you can't look like a glorious hero when you bind a pretty girl with tentacles and take her hostage. I guess this bad impression is inevitable. It's nothing to worry about. It's just jealousy over your great success. Thank you. For me, just being thanked by the person I helped is more than enough. I don't want any more stones thrown at me. By the way, are you married yet? Yes. At the sudden change of subject, I asked him a simple question. What do you think? There seems to be a beautiful witch about your age in your party, but I still think she. No, she's not. Fiona is just a party member. She's not married or in a relationship. I see, so you are unmarried. Do you have a fiancé? How could I be? I'm still a virgin boy, with a history of not having a girlfriend. No, I have been confessed to once, but I don't mean this simply as a thank you, but as a show of good faith, if you will. Anyway, I have a suggestion for you. What is it? I don't have a good feeling about this, but I listen to Mr. Ellwood as I see him frowning, as if he's making a hard decision. When you return to Sparta, I will allow you to arrange a marriage with my daughter. No, thank you. It was so powerful that I couldn't answer that immediately. Forgive me, but I can't do that. Perhaps Miss Ellwood had offered his most important possession when he proposed the idea of arranging an arranged marriage of his beloved daughter with me. This one word alone was enough to let me know that this person is a daughter con. Yes, well, I'm not really thinking about that right now. No, don't be shy. Please let me refrain from doing that. It was a vague response from me, but it wasn't really a lie. I can't go out with ordinary girls because I must keep fighting the crusades. I've rejected Alina's confession with tears in my eyes based on such logic, but if I simply accept here, what was the point of that tearful goodbye? And you don't have to worry about it. My daughter is beautiful. I'd say she's the best in Sparta. Mr. Ellwood shouted out his appeal for full parental favoritism at the top of his voice. Don't worry, my daughter looks like my wife. The only thing she has in common with me is her hair color, lustrous chestnut. Of course, it's not just her looks, she's also a good, kind, and gentle girl. Simple and sturdy, humble but strong. Don't you want to marry the spoiled daughter of a noble? I can't do anything but say, well, I see. What else can I Eve say? I am not embarrassed to say, but she is good at everything. She has good looks, good personality. She has grown up to be an ideal elf woman. But sadly, there is no man who can match my daughter. There are a few men in Braveheart who have a heart for my daughter, but they are still not good enough to meet my eyes. Well then, please keep your daughter at your parents' house for a while now. But, if you are able to save me, an elite knight of Sparta, from the middle of that enemy line, you may be as suitable for my daughter. The way he said it made me feel that he was not ready to let her go anywhere. If you love your daughter so much, you don't have to be so hard on her. I think it's up to your daughter to make her own decision, so I don't think it's right for the parents to force her into an arranged marriage though. Oh, that you would even consider my daughter's feelings. But don't worry, my daughter prefers strong men. I'm sure she'll love you. In fact, I'm so sure she'll fall in love with you that I honestly don't want her to meet you. Which one is it? No, wait, you don't have to tell everyone. I've already made up my mind. He clenched his fists like a rock, and with tears in his eyes, he spoke of his determination. It seems that Mr. Ellwood is serious. Now, if you'll excuse me, Kurono the adventurer, I have to leave. When this battle is over, we'll set a detailed date. No, I'm not. Good luck, farewell. And so, after unilaterally pushing through with the arrangement, Mr. Ellwood left. Hey Kurono, I need to talk to you. Yes, it's very important. Now, it seems that I must now make a convincing presentation of avoiding an arranged marriage to Lily and Fiona, who have been silently listening to the exchange at the back of the room. What is it? How did I end up in such a painful situation? I couldn't help but resent Mr. Ellwood in no small way for his unnecessary suggestion. The next day, the 22nd of the dark moon month, we had come to have lunch at the Galahad restaurant, the largest restaurant in the fortress. I'm sorry, Kurono. In the battle the day before yesterday, I was unable to help you. Whoa, don't just show up out of nowhere, Farkius. A few seconds after we sat down and started staring at the menu, Farkius suddenly joined us. The ornate design of the silver and white armor and the bright red cloak, though gorgeous, were severely out of place in the old wooden store, which had a raggedy feel to it. The cluttered bar-like atmosphere of the restaurant was not in keeping with Spada's star gladiator. "I've been looking for a way to make it up to you." "No, it's okay. I'm back safe and sound." Farkius has a picture-perfectly beautiful and languid expression, but from my point of view, his worries are completely misplaced. I hadn't counted on Farkius' help from the beginning. I don't feel any resentment at the fact that he didn't come to my aid. But I wonder where Farkius is getting the heavy responsibility that torments him from. No, maybe it's because he feels no small amount of friendship for me. They say that people who are familiar with each other become friends quickly. Now that I think about it, I'm beginning to think that Farkius' misplaced sense of responsibility isn't so insignificant. "Well, just buy me a drink here and I'll be fine." "Oh, really?" "Yeah, and Fiona's too." "Thank you." I was not alone. Fiona came together with me. Lily had gone to tourist this morning to help Simon. "All right, eat as much as you want." "Thanks, man. I'll have a large Galahad set meal." "I want the same thing." Thus, lunch was served with the sudden addition of Farkius. Come to think of it, I still haven't seen Farkius fight. The only time I ever drew my sword was when I cut off the leg of a Taurus. It's a shame I don't get the chance to do that more often. "The day before yesterday, you were shooting your bow," Fiona said as she waited anxiously for the food she ordered to arrive. "In case you're wondering, we and Farkius are positioned in the same northern right flank, so it's not surprising to see each other." "Oh, you can use a bow too." "All kinds of weapons, yes. I'm not very good with them, but I can use a cane too." "You really want to brag, don't you?" Farkius replied as if it was nothing. "But it's awesome. There are many flavors of gladiatorial combat. You won't always fight with at your best conditions." "I see, his profession requires him to be able to handle multiple weapons. I only brought my sword and bow this time, though. I'm the best with a sword, and I'm used to using a bow as a long-distance attack tool. The others are just for fun, so I don't bother to equip them." Listening to him like this, I realized that he is a great gladiator. However, I feel a sense of discomfort when a beautiful man in a suit of armor is sitting at such a shabby table, drinking water from a cheap glass cup. "Don't you have to order?" "Well, I'm having lunch with you." "I think I'll have the Dordo's steak." "Oh, I'll have the same, please." "Oh, didn't Fiona already order?" "Well, it's not like I'm going to pay for it anyway. Just keep bringing it in." Normally, I'm a Japanese person who feels that discretion is a virtue, but with Farkius, I don't really feel that way. I wonder if it's because he's the most popular gladiator in the world, a title that would surely make him rich. "Okay, I'll have a bacon sandwich and tea. No sugar, but with milk." It was so natural that a completely unrelated third party had made such an order. Before I knew it, an uninvited guest was sitting at our table, shattering my faint hope that the person seated right behind me had just ordered from the waiter. "You're Pink from Blade Rangers. You'll get 100 hits to your heart. Make it flutter with peach-colored love. Full charge of excitement, pink arrow." A woman in a pink suit and a full-face helmet, sitting down, saying what seemed to be a decisive line, and using only her upper body to perform finger-pointing poses with extremely sharp movements. Once you've seen her, you'll never forget her. She's the leader of the Blade Rangers, a party of adventurers who live up to their Sentai hero Pink Arrow, Akea Pink. "Why are you sitting here? There are other seats available." That's. "I'll have the same. Please put both sugar and milk on it." I ask the obvious question. Pink smiles wryly, and Fiona orders more. "Let's see, 2 Dordo steaks, 2 bacon sandwiches and tea, with 1 sugar and 2 milks." Yes, sir. You're Mr. Farkius from Starlight Spada, right? I'm a fan. Can I have your autograph?" "Well, thank you. I'm on my off time now, but I'll give you a special one just for you." There is the handsome Farkius, who is as unfazed by the sudden intrusion of people and their arbitrary orders as he is by the fan service he provides, ordering from the waitress and happily offering his autograph. Now, I don't know what's going on at this table, but it's turning into a ridiculously chaotic situation. How did this happen? Someone please explain it to me. "Kurono, I'm recruiting you to be a Blade Ranger." "No, thank you." I guess I'll take that as a yes. I said no, don't take that as a sign of convenience. It is a ridiculous, villainous interpretation. Against this Pink, you can't be too careful. Well, we already knew that she was terribly greedy in recruiting members, seeing as how she had tried recruit Prince Eisenheart to become red. But still, I didn't she'd call out to me. Why? I'm hiring you as a special black. Black is a regular replacement for green, not a special one. I don't see many of them these days. But when I was a kid, there were some Sentai shows that had black as a regular character. It's a nostalgic memory. I see, that's one way to do it. Okay, let's get green to quit and go with black. Don't dismiss your friend so easily. It can't be helped if there aren't 5 of us. Oh, so the number of people is fixed at 5. No, 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 no. But still, I don't think she should simply cut down our friends. Pink, can you please stop trying to recruit Kurono-san into your strange 5-person party? It's rude. What's the matter with you, witch? The 5 members of the Blade Rangers are justice itself. Justice? If that's the case, there's absolutely no way Kurono-san can be a member. Wait, Fiona, what the hell does that mean? It's okay, our first priority is to strengthen our forces. Justice without power is meaningless. In other words, power is justice. No, that logic is ridiculous too. All right, witch, I'll make you a member as well. Well, how about blue? I don't use melee weapon. So I refuse. Then I'll rename you the Spirit Squadron Element Rangers. How about this, Blue Flame and Black Blade? Don't give me a name. My fire is golden. You're so selfish. The person who is most selfish in this situation is definitely you. Regardless, neither I nor Fiona have any intention of joining your party or disbanding the Element Masters. Just give up like an adult. It is important to say no to such people, though it is indeed tempting to abandon the Nightmare Berserker title and be Sentai Black. Huh. Okay, justice is not something that comes across quickly. You just have to let people see how wonderful it is little by little. Wow, you're not giving up. It has tremendous vitality. It's a horrible pink. Oh, so what about Farcius White? If you want me, a duel any day. I'll pass, I'm sorry. Whoa, pink weak. Power is justice, so you're weak against stronger power. I can't help it. Oh, and it's 630 clan. What? Bacon sandwich and tea. Farcius charges a small lunch fee with such a beautiful smile that even a Wan can't help but admire it. He was surprisingly strict about money. Next time, don't take advantage of the favor and pay for it yourself. The cooking is very slow, isn't it? Yeah. And so, unexpectedly, I experienced a very tiring luncheon. The next day, the 23rd of the dark moon, was fortunately uneventful and peaceful. There were no unexpected visitors, no persistent solicitations, and no signs of movement in the crusaders, so I was able to rest for a full day. Maybe that's why I felt a little relaxed even though I was still in the war zone. But the tension of the battle would soon return. Today is the 24th day of the dark moon month. It is early in the morning, just before the sunrise. An important figure among the crusaders, a prisoner of war named Linfelt, has escaped. Such a report was conveyed to the Galahad fortress. Episode 449, Opening of Mayhem. The news of Linfelt's escape caused quite a commotion in the Galahad fortress. I was stunned before I joined the Spada Knights in their haste to join in the search. Oh, what a pain. She was an important enemy general that I had captured alive after a lot of recklessness. No, it's not the result of me alone. It's a precious battle result that was made possible by many sacrifices. I couldn't bear to have it escape me so easily. But the biggest problem of all is that we are once again exposed to the threat of her sanctuary. Damn, next time it won't go that well. If Linfelt had returned to the Crusaders, there was a good chance they would have used the same strategy again. It was only a failure because they had unintentionally allowed the enemy to get close to her, but the strategy itself had worked. If they cut off part of the city wall again, there is currently nothing we can do to prevent it. This time, they might just cut out the main gate area. What the hell are you doing? Good morning, Kurono. There's been a lot of noise this morning. Are you also celebrating Holy Night? Just as I was about to despair, Fiona came in, yawning with an expression that said, I'm always sleepy, but I'm not really sleepy, but I'm just really sleepy right now. Incidentally, this is the lobby of the inn where we are staying. Information about the battle is posted on a large board that looks like the quest board at the Adventurers Guild. The information about Linfelt's escape was also posted here in a big way. Fiona, Linfelt escaped. Really, she escaped. We're in all this trouble because she actually ran away. Sanctuary is a defensive barrier magic, so it can't help her escape from prison in any way. Also, since the shackles that blocks magic power were put on, her magic power must be at its lowest, so it was an insider's job. She came up with a theory, which I couldn't deny. Could it be that a crusader rescue team secretly infiltrated the fortress? If that were possible, the Galahad fortress would have fallen by now. Well, does that mean we really have a traitor in our midst? It is impossible for the crusaders to infiltrate from the outside. But if someone on the inside helped them escape, then there is more than enough room for success. It's hard to believe, but it's nothing but the most realistic possibility. It's not our job to investigate who the culprit is, so we'll just have to let it go. What is the motive for the betrayal? Was there a Spada knight who was bought off privately before the war started? Or was it because he fell in love with Linfant's good looks? I was curious about it, but there was nothing I could do about it. At least for me right now, I can only hope that Linfelt and the culprit will be caught. I should have killed her if this was going to happen. Just when I couldn't help but complain about the noise, I saw a familiar green light at the edge of my vision. Kurono. We're in trouble. In the lobby, which was crowded with adventurers, Lily dexterously made her way through the crowd. Lily continued to work with Simon to reboot the Taurus. She didn't even come back to her room last night, which means she worked all night, or rather, slept over there. She seems to be very enthusiastic about it. In any case, the fact that Lily took the trouble to come back and tell us that she was in trouble could be information about the escape of Linfelt. If so, then it's a waste of time. The crusaders are coming, they're bringing out all the Taurus. What? I don't see any movement yet. Leaving the details of the situation aside, we first came to the city wall. The place was packed with Spada soldiers monitoring the enemy lines, so it was never empty, even in the early morning. From a height of 50 meters above the ground, I looked down at the Crusaders' field position, which is only a kilometer away, and confirmed that they are not going to charge right now. Lily had said that they were coming, but at least for now, the Crusaders looked the same as yesterday. Of course, the Spada soldiers only continued their patrol quietly. The sound of the warning bell had not yet been heard. Then Lily, tell me more. Let's see. Hey Lily, are you still a kid when you're trying to explain? Even I can explain things properly. Fiona suddenly interrupted her, and Lily countered with a cute, indignant look. However, I am sure that usually whenever she talks about this kind of thing, she brings back her adult consciousness for clarity. Well, Lily, you've consumed your transformation time, haven't you? Ew. Lily's reaction was shocking, and she could not hide the fact that I was right. She is so honest to a fault. You've been working too hard to restore the Taurus, haven't you? Worst case scenario, one transformation should be enough. I'll be fine. I can do it. She clasped her small hands tightly together and insisted that I should believe her words. In the first place, I have a sense of trust in her because I don't think she would make such a bad move. I'm not worried at all. Okay. So, what's going on with the Crusaders? Yeah, you know what. But let me say, it was a tongue-in-cheek explanation by the young girl Lily, but it was still enough information and to the point. However, as Fiona had feared at first, it would be wrong to say this to Lily, but in short, it took us a certain amount of time to grasp the situation accurately. There was also an incident where Lily got a little teary-eyed because she couldn't communicate well. Oh, I see, data link, huh? Lily said that while she was working on the recovery, she happened to have access to the remaining Taurus units in the crusade. Seeing this as an opportunity, she searched for information, and apparently got information that work was being done at a rapid pace to get all the remaining Taurus units up and running. The moment she found out, her access was cut off, and she couldn't connect to them anymore. The trick was that Lily had challenged this information war in her adult state, so she had used up a lot of her transformation time. I'm sorry, I tried my best, but this is all I could figure out. No, that's enough. I didn't expect them to unleash all of their weapons at once, so I'm glad I was able to detect them as soon as possible. It would have been quite dangerous if the full-tuned Taurus had suddenly charged at us all at once without any warning. They had a total of 24 Taurus at the start of the war. 11 of them were destroyed in the first day of the battle. Lily's information has already revealed that there are only 13 left. The number itself seems manageable since we've already defeated 11 of them. But we mustn't forget that 10 of the ones we've defeated were sample Taurus, which are only capable of walking. The 13 that are still inside the magic circle are all full-tuned Taurus that have tremendous mobility with that magic booster. This time, the Great Wall of Galahad may fall. We'd better tell Spada's army as soon as possible. Then I will go. For some reason, Fiona was confidently running for office. But what is this uneasy feeling? In the end, I decided to just walk away. Fiona, I wonder if she'll be okay. Will she be able to explain properly? I'm afraid she might get sidetracked in the middle of the conversation. It looks like they're not going to start up all the Taurus right now. Yeah, I think it'll take a little longer. Whenever the Taurus appeared, a huge, dazzlingly luminous magic circle was deployed. So it was easily detectable. So far, I could not see any luminous phenomena in the Crusaders' camp, nor could I sense any sign of magic. At the moment, they were probably in the final stages of making adjustments for the attack. Either way, it looks like we'll just have to wait and see. The warning bells rang out in the Galahad fortress at a time when even the knights, whose breakfast had been postponed due to security duties, had finished their meals. All of us had eaten our fill, and Spada's troops were quickly moving into defensive positions. Oh, there are so many of them today, Kai says in a voice so bouncy that you'd think his eyes would be glittering behind his dragon mask. They're all lined up, but they're not moving at all. Charlotte is the one with the lifelike cat ears and tail twitching as she takes a stance that looks like she's peeking out from the wall. I'm waiting for them to summon the Taurus or whatever that golem is. Safi, with skull mask covering her face, spoke her predictions quietly, yet clearly as usual. Unless they're hiding another secret weapon, it's their only way. In contrast, Nero, in his white mask, answered with a slightly more serious tone than usual. With the exception of Nell, the 4 members of the Wing Road's disguised party, Alter Face, are already in position on Galahad's wall. Judging by the summoning speed from before, it's going to take them a while. Worst case scenario, even if we set up after the team releases the spatial interference light, we'll still have plenty of time. Until then, we'll just have to wait quietly. It's so cold when everyone's quiet. If only there was a nice prince here to warm me up with a gentle hug on the shoulder. Charlotte glanced at him, but her masked childhood friend just looked straight at the enemy. She doesn't even react to her statement. Charlotte's tail wagged wryly. By the way, everyone's already here, but I wonder if the enemy's daughter, Lin something, has been recaptured. If they catch her, they'll make a big deal out of it. That's what I meant when I said it's so quiet. The news of Linfeld's escape was known throughout the fortress as early as the morning when they woke up. Some of the adventurers had already begun to participate in the search for the prize. Kai was also brave and said, "Let's go look for her too." But he was stopped by Nero and Charlotte, and when he stopped, he was beaten up by Safi. In the end, the policy of Alter Face was decided by the principle of majority vote to be no search, and no investigation was made into the missing Linfeld. However, it was a failure of Spada's army. It is nothing not to be concerned about. Is it true that there is a traitor in our midst? Oh, there's already a huge rumor going around. There was a conspiracy theory that a crusader spy was in the mix, that the knight guarding her had fallen for Linfeld's good looks, or that the man who captured her, the nightmare berserker himself, had let her go, and that the previous battle itself had been staged to take credit. These were the conspiracy theories. Especially in the camp of the gladiator, where adventurers gather, it is still whispered about here and there as a way to pass the time until the crusaders start moving. There's a lot of crap, but the one thing that's definite is that there's a traitor. Well, if Safi says so, then it must be true. Hey, name. Oh, him if D says so. No, it's too late to rephrase that. Shut up. Shut up. Charlotte was furious that she had made a mistake on the same level as Kai. Underneath the cat's mask, her true face must have turned bright red. Charlotte unfairly throws a punch at Nero due to her embarrassment. In the face of such fierce but cute blow, Nero as usual said, "I can't help it," and countered with first technique flow. "What, you idiot, you were just admiring Linfeld. What the hell is that? It's got nothing to do with." "Oh, if you don't deny it, then you must have been admiring her." "No, I'm not." Charlotte's mind must have been replaying the scene of just 3 days ago. At that time, all the members of the party had witnessed Kurono, the perverted tentacle man known as Nightmare Berserker, the Mad Warrior. using his still perverted tentacle technique to bring back with Linfelt in his arms, bound in a way that would humiliate a woman. Kai was frankly moved and excited by Kurono's single-mindedness in breaking through the enemy lines alone, capturing the enemy general, and coming back with impunity, while Safi showed little interest and concentrated on repelling the crusaders attacking the city walls. Charlotte, having had the same experience of being caught in Kurono's clutches, could not help but feel a chill run through her body, even though she knew that he had brought victory to her army. And Nero was silently staring at Kurono and Linfelt, but because of the mask his expression was hidden. However, the fact that Charlotte did not respond when she spoke to him made it clear that he had more than a little on his mind. In the end, after calling out his name 2 or 3 times, Nero responded as if he had finally come to himself. If he wasn't admiring her, what was it? Even if it wasn't Charlotte who was making assumptions, it could only be taken that way. I wonder if it was who let that woman go. Don't be stupid. Yeah, but you were all alone yesterday. That's because I wanted to be alone. Nero doesn't always hang out with any of the members. He often skips class to take a nap on the rooftop or just disappears like a cat. Charlotte recognized that this was Nero's habit or hobby or something like that, which had continued since childhood. And after several attempts to follow him, she finally couldn't find out where and what the lone Nero was doing. Therefore, Nero's argument that he wanted to be alone as usual was quite plausible. However, Charlotte's suspicions were still not clear. There was nothing strange about him, and yet she felt strangely uncomfortable, perhaps because of her experience his childhood friend. Well, okay, it's the usual, you know. Yeah, it happens all the time. Nevertheless, Nero smiled faintly at Charlotte, who was willing to take the brunt of her suspicions. And so, their lively chatting went on for the next hour or so. It came to an end, of course, when a huge figure emerged from the crusader camp. 13 giants stood tall on the white earth. Still very brave. After 3 days and 3 nights of almost all-night preparations and adjustments, all 13 fully tuned Taurus aircraft were finally ready for action. Today, too, a clear blue sky stretches out overhead, and a huge steel golem stands with an overwhelming sense of presence and weight on top of the ground that glitters silvery white in the brilliant sunlight. The back armor of the Taurus is already deployed, and pale phosphorescence is leaking from the gaps. Count Burgunt already knows that the light is the incredible power that makes the steel behemoth float in the air. The Count, standing at the foot of the Taurus, which is thicker than a 1,000-year-old tree, had darker circles under his eyes, and his cheeks look somewhat puffy and exhausted. But the words he speaks and the glint in his green eyes are infinitely powerful. So if you had such weapons, why didn't you use it first? The reason he asked such a question was that as many as half of the Taurus aircraft that appeared were clearly armed. There were 5 of the same type as last time, with only a drill in their right arm that made a huge hole in the Great Wall of Galahad. In addition, there were 5 more specializing in shattering the city walls with a drilling machine attached to their left arm, using both arms as powerful destructive devices. Then there were 2 with huge steel plates, or shields, that looked as if they had been cut directly from the walls of some castle. There was no telling how much weight was on that thick steel plate, but Taurus was already holding it up with ease. If it were to fall down due to some kind of malfunction, it would inevitably cause serious trouble. The Taurus was attracting the attention of the soldiers around it, who wanted to see it go into battle as soon as possible. And finally, there is one that held a very large hammer, a size befitting a giant. The handle was probably 20 meters long, as was the entire length of the weapon. At the end of the long handle, which was as big as a steel tree, was a hammerhead as big as a small house. One side is flat, exuding a sense of intimidation that threatens to crush anything in its path. The other side is a pick, like the fangs of a legendary giant dragon. The overwhelming destructive power could be felt from its appearance. As the only one with a weapon that looked like a weapon, only this Taurus had 2 horns on its head, like a bullhorn. Seeing such a clearly visible increase in equipment, it was only natural that Count Burgunt's question would come up. Yeah, that's She didn't get them ready in time, that's all. As usual, Dorothy tried to give a sluggish and incomprehensible answer. But I, who had been officially appointed as the explainer, responded in the same throwaway manner as usual. Oh, I see. Well, that's just the way it is. However, Count Berglund was very perceptive. The fact that he seems to be so calm despite his glaring gaze makes it all the more eerie. It's good that you're made it in time this time. Without asking anyone to agree with him, the Count was convinced on his own. After all, it was not only Dorothy who looked at him with a somewhat creepy gaze, but also the Count's subordinates as well. Wow, old man, you seem to be pretty sick after Linfelt was caught. Yeah, I overheard Dorothy's honest, yet blunt, thoughts. Probably no one would have guessed that Count Bergant was so obsessed with the daughter Linfelt. No matter how you look at it, Linfelt being his real daughter was questionable. However, this makes it seem as if she really was his beloved daughter. I'm a little surprised that he cared so much about his daughter. I don't know about that, but that girl looks just like her mom. That's why, through her, maybe he was able to see the image of hid lover that he used to love back in the day. Oh, please don't say that, it's disgusting. Dorothy's expression was one of serious dismay, while Ai's grin was one of amusement as she told Dorothy her theory. Communication between the two seemed good. By the way, do me a favor, will you? The Count turned his face to Dorothy, as if his head was going to spin around in a circle. What? There was no way he could have overheard the conversation, but the timing and power of it brought a little tear to the eye behind Dorothy's thick glasses. If at all possible, please aim at the demon of Alsace, no, the incubus. He is not an incubus. A incubus is not humanoid, it's a lump of tentacles. What do you call someone who humiliated the neat and nobler maiden, Linfelt, in front of the public? Yes, sorry, he was one hell of an erotic demon. The Count's foaming at the mouth assertion of the Kurono incubus theory was so powerful that even I had to agree with him. Excuse me, when I recall that moment of humiliation, I couldn't help but, so what do you think, Count? Dorothy was a little stunned by the change in the Count, who had sunk into a rage of his own, but fortunately, she remembered the question after about 10 seconds. The Taurus is not designed to be used for personal reasons, but it can be used against people. Please, he must be killed here at all costs. I will personally send the best of Helvisha against him. Oh, I see. If that's the case, well, I guess it's okay. Thus, the preparations for the decisive battle of the Crusaders was complete. The 24th day of the Dark Moon month. The time was exactly noon. The final battle to capture Galahad Fortress had begun. Episode 450 Taurus Rush. 13 full-tune Taurus were lined up beyond the snowfield. The main boosters on their backs were already lit with pale light, and it appeared that their engines had finished warming up. Even from here, a kilometer away, we could feel the enormous magical power swirling, which was necessary for exerting the tremendous propulsive force to allow their huge bodies to fly. Even if they used to be nothing but simple heavy machinery in ancient times, they were still siege machinery to be afraid of, since it had the ability to actually smash through the castle walls. Feels like they're armed to the teeth. Not to mention that they seem to have equipped them with more weapons than before. Those drills, which had been able to pierce through the castle walls, were now greedily set on both arms of some of the Taurus. However, what seemed to be even more troublesome were the ones that held a gigantic shield as huge as the Taurus on one hand, and another one that had an enormous hammer and two bull-like horns sprouting from its head, which seemed to be the captain's own Taurus. Though it might be destroyed with a full-powered shot, there was a chance that its shield could partially or totally block anything we threw at it. Worst-case scenario, not even the Pharaohs would be able to put a dent in it. It was clear to everyone that its hammer was truly intimidating, not only because of its size, but because it was the captain's weapon. If such a thing were to be swung around, the castle walls could be easily turned into a pile of rubble. Given that the drills were a one-time, disposable armament that exploded after being used. The fact that the hammer could be used over and over as long as the Taurus was operational was also a huge threat. I'd want to get rid of that thing first of all, but the shield bearers would probably not allow it. You didn't tell me they had such weaponry, Lily. Ooh, sorry, I didn't know either. Lily didn't have enough juice to return to her adult consciousness. As a kid, she couldn't give a proper counter-argument or even an explanation, and all she could do was to apologize meekly. The enemy may be able to use the system to a point where they can completely block Lily's access. Her information-gathering abilities may be limited. That's right. It seems that it was just a coincidence that she was able to access it in the first place. So you don't have to worry about it, Lily. I didn't think you'd be able to do it in the first place. Waza Kuranu. Lily clung to my leg in tears in response to Fiona's heartless remark. There, you did a great job, Lily. That's enough for me. We need to do our best from now on. They're going to make their move any time now. The light that erupted from their boosters was finally shining brightly, and roaring metallic screeches echoed from the Taurus bodies. The 13 units seemed to have just entered their countdown stage before starting running all at once. All hands, prepare for attack. The tension of the Spada army reached to its limits, as that command was issued in various sections of the walls. Finally, the curtain of the third decisive battle was about to be dropped. The new features of these Taurus are beyond our expectations, but let's move according to plan anyway. Akile. Understood. With only that as a final confirmation, all we had to do was sit tight and wait until the beginning of the battle. Only the growl of the boosters echoed in the mountains. The two armies totaling tens of thousands more than 100,000 in total were clashing together, but there was a strange silence in which people's voices and breathing could not be heard at all. But that would last only a moment. The future that everyone expected would surely come, just like a promised destiny, precisely at this time. Here they come. Those words I murmured were quickly swallowed by a thunderous, furious roar. The 13 Taurus turned into a steel avalanche, running all at once over the snowy field. Just as before, I thought that their formation was a horizontal row, but the captain's two-horned Taurus located in the center preceded them, forming a wedge-shaped formation that looked like an arrowhead when seen from above. There is one shield-bearer on each side of the captain's Taurus, and both the standard and double-drill Taurus lined up on both sides. Is he trying to use that hammer to get through the main gate in one swing? Captain Taurus, who spearheaded the advance, pushed straight ahead without turning or slowing down. What lay ahead was the huge double-door main gate, which had been repurposed since its time as part of the ancient ruins the fortress had originally been. It would take them no more than 30 seconds to reach the gates. Regardless, the Spada army didn't move. At that moment, I felt a rush in my chest, asking me if it was time for it yet. And at that very moment, everyone felt it was the right time after leading the enemy in. As the first move of the Spada army, the Pharaoh's cannon opened fire. A crimson flash was fired from the defensive tower with a unique high-pitched sound. The ray of heat surged like a drill that pierced through the chilly air of the midwinter snowy mountains. Naturally, its target was the captain's Taurus, which rushed proudly in the middle of the enemy formation. Its hammer sure looked like a powerful weapon, but there was little it could do in terms of defense. No matter how much he could maneuver with his boosters, there would be no way for him to reproduce defensive techniques such as hammer guards or parry like a skilled warrior. It had already been proved in the previous battle that the Pharaoh's cannon had enough firepower to destroy a Taurus with one shot. So there would be little hope for the captain's Taurus if its powerful beam were to strike it directly. However, the enemy seemed to have prepared for that as well, naturally. Damn it, their defense is good. The shield bearers, who had been keeping a little behind the captain's vessel, made their move. It was so coordinated that it looked like something they had practiced many times over and over like something a veteran party already knew how to do by heart. The two shield bearers make their boosters gush out even more conspicuously. As their pale blue light had doubled its size, it was clear that they had increased their engine's output. At the same time, the captain's vessel reduced its booster's output. The result of their opposing actions of acceleration and deceleration resulted in the positions of the three Taurus to be instantly reversed. The captain's vessel had receded, and at the same time, the two defense-oriented Taurus came to the front, already holding their heavy shields with both hands. The beam fired from Battle Tower Pharos came immediately after their well-coordinated castling move. Perhaps they had realized that the Pharos cannon was about to open fire by sensing the disturbance of magical power. It was unclear if they had a sensor function that detected magical power, or if they had a sorcerer on board. At any rate, had the powerful Pharos cannon really shot through the captain's vessel, we couldn't answer that question right away. Along with a thunderous roar, the impact caused a rush of black smoke which blocked our field of view. Then, the next instant, each of the remaining 3 towers followed up with a beam with enormous magical power of their own. 1 shot to the right and 2 shots to the left. Were they aiming for the double drill Taurus? The explosive trio echoed loudly, and the black smoke curtain spread even further. Beyond their dark eruption, we could hear the roar of boosters and the creaking of steel. In that way, the Taurus unit disappeared beyond the smoke for a brief moment. Those who would be able to keep moving forward at a tremendous speed would soon break through the smoke and show themselves. The first to break through the black smoke was the 2-horned Taurus. Tesk, it would have been too good. The captain's Taurus was still going strong. It was completely unharmed. Its steel frame hadn't even been scratched. To make things worse, the shield bearers had also survived after having blocked the Pharos beam. Only one of the 2 seemed to have been hit by the Pharos cannon. Not only it didn't have its shield anymore, it no longer had either of its arms as well. But that was it. It had only lost its shield and arms, and although its frame seemed to have received some damage, it still continued to dash forward. And of course, the other shield bearer was still intact. Apparently, the Pharos cannon had only managed to destroy a shield and 2 arms from one of the shield bearers. That shield proved to be even stronger than it looked. But it seems that 3 of them had been destroyed. The total number of Taurus that emerged from the other side of the black smoke was 10. Certainly, they had lost 3 vessels. It was hard to tell at first glance, since they had already lined up to fill the gaps left by the units that had already fallen. It seemed that not only the captain and his shield bearers had been trained well. Their pilots seemed to be very skilled this time around. I think this also matches the data collected from earlier. Yeah, they're stronger than before. Was this the result of having used our previous battle as a test? What sneaky devils. Still, there's nothing left to do if we can't destroy them somehow. The Pharos cannon had shot exactly 4 times. From this point on, it was our turn. Should we let them draw a bit nearer? Yeah, it has to be at the last moment. Though seeing the Taurus madly rush towards us was not for the faint of heart. Were they about 100 meters away from our position already? Before, we were already opening fire at this point. Now, the opponents were not only not just walking slowly, but their movement speed had tripled with the help of their magic boosters, and their reaction speed had also increased. Worst-case scenario, there was a chance they could dodge our attacks this time. However, we couldn't just sit tight and wait forever. If those drills hit the walls, it would be all over. In other words, the time for us to shoot was right now. Plasma breath. Golden sun. Take this, the 5 shining lights of Spada, 5-blade shot. A shining, 5-colored ball of light flew, leaving behind a glittering tail like a meteor. Its target was the Taurus that had been stripped of its arms, the one that had been damaged by the Pharos cannon. Its aim was true. The deadly Union magic, 5-blade shot that flew in a straight line collided with the Taurus, which was also rushing in a straight line. The 5 primary colors of magical power explode at the chest where the cockpit was located. Red, blue, yellow, green, and pink sparked violently, pushing, scraping, and crushing its thick chest plating. The dazzling explosion of 5-colored light lasted only a brief moment. After that, the Taurus still remained, albeit its chest plating had been severely damaged. However, the booster carrying the giant was still working at full throttle. It had failed to destroy it, but it had fulfilled the purpose of getting rid of its thick chest armor plating, whose durability matched that of the fortress walls. Ignis Fortis Sigita. After finishing their chanting, Spada's elite magicians fired their advanced attack spell all at once, aiming at one point where Taurus chest armor had been destroyed. Without anything to envy a salamander's fire breath, several huge fire arrows rushed to the giant's exposed spot. Then, a series of explosive sounds. A red flame and dark smoke gushed out from the hole in the Taurus chest as if it had spouted fresh blood. Its boosters' phosphorescence flickered and then vanished completely. At the same time, the giant Taurus crashed onto the snow, letting out a metallic scream. After spending so much firepower, all it had managed to do was to shut down one of the shield bearers. The Spada knights in the center of the castle walls had no choice but to take that fact with a bitter face. After all, the enemy still had an intact shield bearer in front of them. However, neither of them had a hint of despair on their faces. Come out, Crimson Spada. At that moment, Spada's treasured sword was pulled out once again from the golden bracelet-like sheath that kept it safe. Of course, the one who pulled the sword was none other than the proud sword King Leonhart of Spada. The rugged, huge gladius allowed only those who possessed an incredible physical strength to hold it, and only those who had an extraordinary talent with the sword could properly wield it. Leonhart's stance, as he slowly brought up the crimson sword, was truly a sight to behold. His appearance alone could make anyone watching him know, for a fact, that he was the true master of that sword. Leonhart had taken one step ahead of the heavy infantry of the first unit, Brave Heart, the most elite of the Spada army. The mighty king and the strongest man in Spada. Looking at them from behind, there was an endless trustworthy aura emanating from them. Even before an army of steel giants, King Leonhart's presence was truly overwhelming. "Your Majesty, please don't do anything reckless." However, Sir Galblaze, who was leading the soldiers as a lieutenant of the king, was the only one who had a slight anxiety about Leonhart's safety. "HMPH, it's a bit too late to be giving me that kind of advice, don't you think, Guy?" Leonhart glanced back and looked at the face of that big man with a dwarf-like beard on his bald head, with a faint smile on his own face. Guy Est Galblaze. How long had he been this worried about his friend, who had walked alongside him since they were both children? I had only considered him to be just a man who was only thinking about wielding a sword on the battlefield, but thinking back upon it, he was the right choice as a commanding officer. It was for this very reason that he was put in charge of so many soldiers. It's not that I'm not getting old, I simply never grew up. Such self-deprecation was brought to my mind through Leonhart's words. Look at me, waiting until this critical moment. After a single nod, King Leonhart once again faced the battlefield. Galblaze's worries didn't come from vague anxiety. Rather, he was well aware of just how dangerous Leonhart could get. To be more precise, it was the sword he was holding in his hand that was dangerous. Secret King's Sword Technique Dragon Scale Splitter Crimson. An immensely thick magical aura needed by Leonhart spouted from the crimson spada, making it look as if the blade had grown longer. From the top of the wall, a red blade over 100 meters was brought down onto the remaining shield-bearing Taurus, which took a defensive stance and hid behind its gigantic shield. It looked like something that could cut through the scales of a dragon, which were much tougher than those of a salamander. It was Leonhart's secret technique, which had been devised for his decisive battle against the dragon King Garvanal. True to its name, the slash began to tear through the gigantic shield, whose hardness was comparable to that of the Dragon King's scales. I wondered if the red light that flickered violently from the contact was just sparks, or if it was a result of the attack's magical power. The battle between the blade and the shield went through a brief moment of struggle, after which the blade was declared the victor. The Taurus shield was split in half, exposing the red-hot cross-section. The single red robotic eye on the other side of the shield opened, and its gaze was met with Leonhart's golden, blood-curdling eyes. Ha phew! Leonhart, who stood in a stance as if ready to deliver a follow-up attack with his great sword, adjusted his breathing in an instant as a line of sweat ran down his cheek, and at the same time prepared for the decisive strike. A thick red magical power filled the crimson spada as if blood circulated through it. The first slash was to cut through its shield. The Taurus itself was left intact. It would take a second slash to destroy it. He had been prepared to do 2 consecutive attacks. That had been precisely what had been worrying Galblaze. The worries of a man who was not only a loyal servant, but also one of his closest friends, manifested in their purest form. Whenever the magical power of Leonhart, which had the same color as the crimson blade, surged, it would be mixed with thin strands of black. It was a dark, jet-black shade, but it was by no means just a color. Something chaotic was swirling within. It was an indescribably evil shade of black. People referred to it as a curse. Dragon Scale Splitter Crimson. The cursed black mixed together with the deep crimson secret technique, as it was sent forth to deliver the final blow. After a second burst of crimson flames, the Taurus that had lost its shield was cut from the abdomen diagonally upwards. Although the blade had been mixed with those black strains, its power was not inferior, and it seemed to be even sharper as it cut through the Taurus as if it had been made out of butter. Its abdomen had been torn, slashing through the chest area where the pilot would be sitting and splitting the vessel's single red eye exactly in half. Thus, the second shield-bearer had been defeated. That would have been the end of Leonhardt's role, but the enemy formation wouldn't allow it. The captain's two-horned, hammer-wielding Taurus was right behind the shield-bearer. From the time they had blocked the Pharaoh's cannon's shot, both shield-bearers had been in a position to devote themselves entirely to the defense of the captain's vessel. The simple arrangement of the shield in front and the attacker directly behind was straightforward, and wouldn't leave any gaps for their attackers to take advantage of. The moment they saw this, both Leonhard and Galblaze must have prepared themselves. There was no other choice but to destroy the shield holder with 2 strikes, and then defeat the captain's vessel with a 3rd strike. Breaking through such a simple formation was only a matter of simply applying more force to it. "Your Majesty, if you push yourself any harder." His servant and friend's plea reached the king's ears, but he couldn't hear it. Go ha ha. He managed to adjust his breathing, which was more disturbed than before. For a moment, the grip on the handle he had been holding with both hands began to loosen, but he immediately tightened his grip once more. Leonhardt glared at the enemies of Spada with his shining golden eyes, with a large amount of sweat running on his forehead, but feeling little pain. Kuoitachach? It was the practice of generating magical power through focused breathing. It could only be made with the skill of a master and the ability of a superhuman, and it instantly built up the magical power necessary to activate the Sword King's technique for the 3rd time. However, the vortex of magical power that manifested itself as an aura had been corrupted by more of those cursed black strains than before. Even more strains, wider and even darker, were mixed in with Leonhardt's crimson magical aura. About 1/3 of his aura had been dyed pitch black. The hands that held the sword started to shiver. Leonhardt suppressed it by using his own mental power alone. Focus, concentration. Being restrained through the power of Leonhardt's mind generated a certain reaction in his aura. Kill, slice, destroy. It was as if a voice was whispering those words over and over. I regret not being powerful enough, but I can still wield a sword. Muttering as if to shake off the dark voice he could hear from his sword, Leonhard pushed beyond his limits and evoked his secret technique for the 3rd time. What was unleashed wasn't a diagonal or horizontal slash, but a stab. Ultimate Secret King's sword technique Dragonscale Destroyer Twilight. The king had unleashed the ultimate form of his most powerful secret technique, but Leonhardt himself wouldn't be able to see how magnificent it was. All he could feel was a certain response in his body that the technique had been successfully unleashed. Shortly after that, Leonhardt's consciousness fell into darkness. The only thought that crossed his mind right before that was that of his own lack of ability. In the end, King Leonhardt had not been suitable to bear the power of the dark depths of the abyss, which ruled over the cursed weapon, King Sword Crimson Spada. Episode 451, A Give and Take of Destruction. Fiona, take cover. Perhaps not even my loud warning would reach her ears. Because at that moment, the loudest and most thunderous roaring sounds since the 5th Galahad War began echoed through the mountain range. I was hit by a ringing in my ears, which prevented me from hearing anything else, but fortunately, it didn't seem to have been strong enough to rupture my eardrums. My hearing seemed to be on its way to recovery. Incidentally, the cobblestones of the wall's pathway in front of me were shaking, but not because my senses had been clouded by the deafening sounds. The great walls themselves were actually shaking. "Are you okay, Fiona?" "Yeah, I managed to avoid being thrown off the wall somehow." "I'm okay too," Fiona replied, while being in a posture that seemed as if she was about to sit down on the floor, and Lily's safe voice came from under my belly. I had only warned Fiona to lie down on the floor. That was because Lily had already taken cover under my belly. The 3 of us elemental masters were unharmed so far, however. Looks like the walls have finally crumbled down. As always, Fiona's choice of words had been poor, but I could understand the desperate meaning behind them. Even if she hadn't said anything, I would have understood just by looking around me. I stood up, wiping the bits of dirt from my coat that had accumulated due to the sand and smoke whirled up by the terrible vibrations that ran through the walls. As my legs desperately tried to keep a steady footing, I firmly gazed at the surrounding scenery from the top of the wall. These guys, they're definitely bad news. I reconfirmed the battle situation as I murmured that. First of all, the attack with my plasma breath and Fiona's golden sun, which we had waited so long to launch, had worked according to plan, successfully destroying 2 Taurus. According to Mia, the armor of the Taurus was thick, and the drive system itself was very sturdy. However, if their cockpits were to be destroyed, the Taurus would be rendered completely useless as long as they were manned vehicles. Back when we first faced them, I wasn't aware of their weak spot, so I just shot at them with everything I had, but I didn't have to do that anymore. Fiona and I both had enough magic power to pierce through their tough chest armor with a single blow, though it was also a bit difficult to aim accurately. My shot had a large recoil, and Fiona's attack isn't as fast to perform as a fireball. Since we wanted to make sure our attacks were precise, we needed to wait until the very last moment before opening fire. Rather, it may be better to say that the more we let them approach, the better our attacks would fare. Anyway, we were able to successfully defeat 2 Taurus. To be precise, I had destroyed a normal type with a right arm drill, and Fiona had taken care of one of the double drills. At about the same time, the Taurus that had lost his shield by blocking the Pharaoh's cannon, and the other one which still had his shield intact, had both been destroyed. Perhaps King Leonhart and the Blade Rangers, led by Pink, had dealt with them. Incidentally, upon closer examination, I noticed that the captain's vessel had also been severely damaged around its left shoulder. I didn't know what kind of superpowered blow it had received, but its left arm had completely disappeared from its shoulder. However, the right hand that held that gigantic hammer was still in its place, as if the Taurus would not let go of the weapon he had in his hand at all costs. However, it seems that the vessel itself had ceased functioning, because the light from its single red eye had been lost, and it had fallen completely silent and was standing still several tens of meters away from the wall. If this had signified the end of the battle, it would have been a matter for great joy. As a result, the Spada army had managed to successfully intercept a total of 8 full-toon Taurus thus far. But on the other hand, that also meant that the interception of the remaining 5 vessels had failed. The remaining Taurus, whose boosters were still shining brightly as they kept on dashing forward at full speed, finally plunged their huge bodies into the castle walls. 4 normal-type vessels, plus a double-drill Taurus, which was specialized for destruction, had reached their destination. A total of 6 explosive drills pierced straight into the castle walls. As I had shoved Lily down under my belly and yelled at Fiona to get down and take cover, shouted to Fiona, the giant drills were already digging through the sturdy, magically protected walls, making an ominous smashing noise. And now, we've arrived at the point where I saw the collapse of the great walls of Galahad before my very eyes. On the other side of the huge cloud of dust that had gushed forth, I could see 3 large holes on the wall similar to the ones they had done before. I could also hear the wind howling loudly, probably because it was passing at full force through the holes on the wall. However, what settled the score was the portion of the wall that, rather than having just a hole on it, had completely crumbled to the ground. It was far from where we were, right in the middle of the intersection of the center and south left wing walls. It looked like the entrance to a huge valley, forming a vertically elongated crack that ran from the middle of the wall to the ground. Though it was only a small crack to these huge walls, it was as wide as the average road. In other words, there was more than enough space for infantry troops to invade from the ground. It had probably been the result of a joint attack by a double drill and a normal type. I had to admit that it had had impressive results. It's do or die from this point on. The fact that the wall would end up being broken somewhere before all of the Taurus could be destroyed was already part of our predictions. Not only had I already figured it would turn out this way, but it was also part of the tactical expectations of the Spada army. Therefore, all the knights and adventurers of Spada that were lined up in formation must have known that the true battle was about to start. Nothing but anxiety could stir up in the face of the scene where the wall was destroyed, and a large army of crusader soldiers started surging in like an avalanche, just like how it had been only a few days before. I knew I felt that way, so that scene would probably be very demoralizing for a mere soldier. Still, not a single soul took even a step back before the enemy's advance. I could say that the morale of the Spada army was still unwavering. What should we do now? Should we take care of the remaining Taurus? Yeah, it would be dangerous to not get rid of all of them. Although they had already used up all of their drills, the Taurus still had their massive bulk. They could still punch with their remaining arm. And even if they had no arms, a mere ram fueled by their fully powered boosters would be a threatening destructive power by itself. If we were to leave them to their own devices, the remaining walls would undoubtedly be completely destroyed. So we'll jump upon them and attack them directly, huh? In the end, we're going to have to use our last resort. A strategy that involved going boom and kablem on them. To be more specific, to destroy the lens on their single eye and then attack it with lightning magic. I had witnessed a great party doing something similar in the previous battle. Perhaps these full-tune Taurus had already prepared countermeasures against electric shocks this time around, but then I thought, oh well. This is probably the most appropriate thing to do given the current situation. Okay, let's start with the ones that are closer to us and go in order from there. After Lily and Fiona nodded, each suggested about the same order of targets for our attacks. The closest one from our position was a normal type that was located slightly closer to the center of the wall. It had already lost half of its right arm after using up its drill, but it was still raising its healthy left arm and trying to swing its fist like a giant iron mallet. During the previous time, the Taurus had retreated after breaking 2 holes on the walls, but it seemed that this time they would remain on the offensive. All of the surviving Taurus had remained standing right in front of the castle walls, just far enough to avoid their own drill's explosions. That Taurus was ready to throw a punch with all his might. If it were to use its boosters to propel itself, it would be able to attack with a super heavy fist in less than 10 seconds. In that case, the moment its fist were to strike the wall would be the best moment to jump onto its arm. It looks scary, but there's no other way around it, I thought as I prepared myself. Wait, Kurono. Lily's voice stopped me just as I was about to jump. I couldn't ignore her. Even though I was already slightly leaning forward, I somehow managed to stop. What is it, Lily? That one's after you. It's looking at you, Kurono. I was about to ask her, which one? But then the flustered Lily pointed at it with her tiny childlike fingers. There was another one behind the Taurus that was about to throw a punch at the wall. It was the still silent and immobile 2-horned Taurus. The captain's vessel was still standing motionless as if it had been powered off, and the next moment, its single red eye was lit once again. It rebooted. Then its eye moved as if there was a human soul behind them. It slid left and right, and then it found my own eyes. I instantly understood that this one was the one that was after me. Kurono, let's get out of here. Fiona's voice came out a little faster than usual, but at that time, another tremor had hit the walls. The 5 remaining Taurus had all thrown a straight punch at the wall at the same time. I could hear the rumbling sounds of the wall collapsing again somewhere. The collapse of the wall was a problem in itself, but if we were going to be shaken around like ragdolls every time the walls were hit, then we wouldn't be able to fight there. The knights and adventurers who had recovered from the first blast had sadly collapsed again, sprawling all over the pathway. Only the heavy infantry of the most elite First Corps, Brave Heart, and a small fraction of the knights and adventurers had managed to remain unaffected, still standing on the wall. And of course, the dragoons and Pegasus knights that were already in the sky. However, the bigger problem at the moment was the captain's vessel, which seemed to have come back to life and was moving toward us. It had certainly stopped functioning before, but it seemed that there were no abnormalities in its main booster on the back or the subthrusters on the waist and legs, as it slid smoothly on the snow while discharging those divinely shining particles of light to the fullest from all of them, all while holding that gigantic hammer tightly in his right hand. No, we have to take him on right here. To be honest, Fiona's earlier, "Let's get out of here," was a far more attractive idea. If I had been a little injured or had run out of magical power, I might have just replied, "Okay, we can't do this, let's run away." At any rate, that Taurus threatened to destroy us right then and there. And that fact wasn't something we saw only as a theory or a possibility. After seeing with our own eyes how much damage these Taurus could do, we could tell for a fact how dangerous this hammer-wielding one was. The moment I dexterously dodged the normal-type Taurus that had punched the wall standing between me and it, the captain's vessel started to raise its altitude as it approached the wall. I wanted to ask Lily, so it was not only able to move like a hovercraft but to fly upwards as well. But I didn't have time to do so. The captain's vessel, which had made its boosters shine more than twice as much as the other Taurus, was now peeking over the 50-meter-tall wall. The Taurus were about 20 meters tall, so this one was now flying at an altitude of 30 meters. And when it reached the wall, which was twice as tall as itself, it finally swung its giant hammer, though it would be more precise to say that it pushed it out over the wall instead. Its steel hammerhead, which seemed to be wider than the lounge of that rundown student dormitory, was wide enough to cover the entire width of the castle wall's pathway. And just like that, it swung it towards me, sweeping over the pathway that covered the area from the center to the north right wing as the two-horned Taurus hovered along the side of the wall. Fortunately, many were already lying on the floor. The hammer passed over them, missing them by a hair's breadth. Had they raised their heads even a little, they would have ended up becoming a headless corpse without having any time to feel any pain. It was like lying between a large truck's wheels as it speeded through the road. And this also reproduced the situation where a person who is standing unprotected in the middle of the road is suddenly rushed on by a large truck at full speed. Those who had endured the walls shaking and remained standing, and those who were just at the wrong place at the wrong time, I saw them all as they were swallowed by an avalanche of steel. The hammerhead and the passage came into contact with each other, and a hint of red suddenly mixed into the shattering of stone and cobblestone. There must have been someone standing there, but the next moment, they vanished entirely. That hadn't been the outcome of a magic spell that makes one's existence disappear from the world. It was simply the result of them being sent flying, swept over, and crushed by an overwhelmingly destructive physical power. The powdered blood and flesh mixed in with the rubble as they were all swept to the side by the hammer, making it look like a minced meat pomade mix. I didn't feel like thinking about the looks of the remaining pieces of flesh that had been scraped off the wall as the hammer swept through it. Such a scene unfolded within 30 seconds after the captain's vessel started to move again. It was clearer than staring right into a fire that the wall defense unit of the Spada army would be completely obliterated without a good countermeasure. That's why I had to make a move as soon as possible. Lily and Fiona, you two go downstairs and take cover. I'll stop him right here overdrive. For a moment, I felt as if they had said something to try to stop me, but I ignored them and just pressed forward. A red burning aura surged from both of my arms at full power. However, even with the Demon King's blessing, fear and anxiety endlessly swirled in me before the immense iron hammer that was coming at me with a tremendous sense of oppression and a presentiment of ruin. After all, I felt as if it was unreasonable to try to stop this alone. But my body had already moved on its own, so it was too late for that. I could only hope that guy was at least easier to deal with than Greedgore. I didn't need a weapon. To be able to stop this, all I needed was raw strength. I couldn't allow myself to think about anything else. Focus. Even though the captain's vessel was right in the middle of the chaos that had ensued in the wall's pathway, I felt that it was staring straight at me as I ran straight towards it. I wondered if my body, which was engulfed in an aura of flames, was being captured in a close-up through that bright red camera eye. Having swept through the top of the wall, the hammer growled as the two-horned Taurus swung it in my direction. A thunderous and ominous sound echoed as it shook the giant, violently swung its huge hammer. Its body leant forward, almost as if being carried along by the huge hammer's momentum. I pushed my hands forward and stopped the blow. The burning palm of my hands had surely come into contact with the cold steel. The force of the impact came in like a surging wave. It was heavy. It was hard. It hurt. All I could see before me was the dull color of iron. All my ears could hear were both the roaring of the wind and the sound of something breaking, as if I had been caught in the middle of a large typhoon. I had lost the sensation of being standing. Was I still struggling, or had I already been blown away? That thought crossed my mind only for a fraction of a second. Before I knew it, I was looking at the hammer being swung up high in the sky. Had I repelled it? Or had the two-horned Taurus done that itself? I couldn't tell, but one thing was for sure. There. It seemed that Lily and Fiona had come to my aid. The huge hammer still loomed over me with a feeling of intimidation, as if the sky itself was about to fall on me. However, a black burning mark had been engraved on the extremely thick handle that supported its immense bulk. It was right at the part where the handle connected to the hammerhead. Far from simply being burnt, the black smoke was clinging to it, as if it was still burning from the inside. The two of them had attacked right at the moment I had caught the blow of that huge hammer with my bare hands. It must have been hotter and even more explosive, but I failed to notice it in the spur of the moment. Still, I had no worries since I knew what they were capable of. It's all up to you, Nada. At the same time as I had decided what I was going to do next, Hitsugi had already chosen the best weapon for the situation without me having to order her to. I didn't know if it had actually responded to Hitsugi's cute junior-like encouragement, but it felt as if the absolute grudge broadsword Cubidin was overflowing with a more intense red-dark aura than ever. The crimson line running on the blade pulsated like a raging blood vessel, and I could feel its palpitation along with the familiar voice of the curse. The melody of deep-seated grudges that eroded my mind and heart made me feel more reliable than ever. Oh, that's fine. As you say, let's slash, 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 kill, kill, kill. But before that, grant me a single amazing attack. While asking that, I stepped on the cobblestones and jumped into the air with such a strength poured into my legs that I felt that my footing was about to break with the pressure. Dark Kaelm. The aura, which seemed to embody the curse itself, trailed behind me as my body jumped, flying to a height of about 10 meters, right where the hammer was about to be swung down. Come to think of it, since the pathway was at the top of the 50-meter tall wall, wouldn't it be better to say that I was flying 60 meters above the ground? At the moment, I didn't pay too much attention to that detail. Although it was a little mixed with miscellaneous thoughts, the deadly martial art, Dark Calm, I unleashed at full power burst into the burned section of the hammer's handle at exactly the same time as it was brought down on me. The next thing I felt in my hands was the sensation of hitting something extremely solid. And yet, I could also feel the response in my hands as I started to tear through the steel. The nearly 1-meter wide steel pillar of a handle was finally cut through, while the high-pitched sound of sparks and metal echoed through the battleground. The hammerhead, which was as big as a small cabin, was finally separated from its long handle with a clean cut, exposing the now headless red-hot end of the handle. Operation Destroy the Hammer. Success. By the time I turned around in the air and landed safely on the castle walls, the severed hammerhead had also fallen to the ground. The huge block of steel seemed to have fallen to the ground 50 meters below, scraping the walls a little on its way down. The aftershock generated when it came in contact with the ground made it feel as if the meteorite had fallen right at the walls. All I could see before my eyes was a landscape enshrouded in a spray of snow. All right, all that's left now is its main body. Let's go, Lily Fiona. Their usual immediate reply never came. No way. Flustered, I looked around me, only to realize that there were no cute sparkling fairies, nor any absent-minded black-robed witches nearby. Actually, I couldn't even see any other adventurers anywhere around me. Have they been blown away? That hammerhead, the impact caused after it fell must have shaken everyone else off the wall. That was the only conclusion I could draw. I wasn't worried about Lily and Fiona's safety, but it was a bad time to be all by myself. The captain's Taurus had lost its weapon, but it was still going strong. It quickly threw the headless handle and put up its right fist. I felt a silent pressure from its quick movement that made me feel that the battle was still on, and that losing its weapon wouldn't hinder it in the least. And its single red eye was still shining with its inorganic light, still capturing my every move. I was sure the pilot could see how much of a stupid look I had on my flustered face. It was bad news no matter what. Dealing with this guy alone was bad news. There was no point trying to act big. I had to take an evasive move for the time being. Overexcel. At the moment when the two-horned Taurus's fist, which was almost like a super-heavy hammer itself, was unleashed, my third blessing brought about a pseudo-time stop. I had already activated my first blessing, so there was no way I could catch this punch. Therefore, all I could do was avoid it. The timing at which it had thrown its punch made it so that I wouldn't have been able to dodge it without using Overexcel. In this stationary world, only I was able to move, albeit slowly and little by little. My body felt heavy, as if it was made of steel like those Taurus. Even then, I managed to take one step then another step, then a third step back before reaching my limit. When the world regained the normal flow of time, my feet were smashing the cobblestones just like when I jumped at it with my overdrive a while ago, and I put all of my efforts in continuing to step back. The spot I had been standing on just a millisecond before was crushed by the Taurus iron fist, which had been brought down at a speed unnoticeable to my eyes. The wall passage was quickly shattered, creating a crevice that extended for several tens of meters. The destruction caused so far by that single punch redoubled my eagerness to take care of that two-horned Taurus as soon as possible. However, as I landed on the lonely pathway, I wondered if we actually had the military strength for that the passage had become completely unmanned. A gust of dusty wind blew against me. My body didn't waver, but my heart did. What should I do now? At that moment, right after those words leaked out of the corner of my mouth. "Don't worry, Kurono. I'm here with you." Sweet and gentle words were whispered in my ear. Rather than being merely shocked, the sudden whisper brought a chill that made every hair in my body stand on end, and at the same time, caused my body to turn around agilely like a startled cat and keep my distance from it. It had been an almost unconscious avoidance response. "Farkius, though you're a bit weird, I've been keeping a close watch on you, so I decided to come help. I told you to not jump on me like that." Oh, and here I was, thinking you'd be happy to see me. All I could think was, don't stick out your lower lip like a little girl and make that stern face. I thought it would be unpleasant for an adult man to make such a face, but he looked so uselessly aesthetic when he did it. The amount of charm exuded from his beautiful face was truly scary. However, regardless of his words and behavior, it was still reassuring to see an ally rushing in to help. "Well, if you can help me, thanks. Thank you, Farkius." At the moment when I thanked him in such a relatively blunt way, a shining smile blossomed on Farkius' face. His pure smile made me feel as if I had been suddenly put in Lily's tiny little girl shoes. It was truly a force to be reckoned with. I was for one glad I was a straight man. "Why yeah, I'll do my best to help you, Kurono." In response to the dazzling energy of his smile and words, all I could do as a response was to turn away slightly and utter a meek, "Let's go." "Wait, would you let me help you as well?" This time, it was the soft but clear voice of a man. The second daredevil to challenge the captain's vessel was, "Wait a second, who are you? Don't just push yourself between Kurono and me." "Rudra, yes, please lend us your strength." "Of course, I have a debt of gratitude to settle with you." It was the voice of that black-robed samurai. Come to think of it, Rudra was also a member of Gladiator, so it wouldn't have been strange for him to be here. In fact, it would have been strange for this battle enthusiast to not be in this fierce battlefield. Anyway, now all three swordsmen, including myself, had appeared on stage. The best gladiator of Sparta and an immortal vampire. Both of them were perfect in terms of ability. I couldn't have asked for better members for this impromptu party. What kind of relationship do you have with this man, Kurono?" Farkius seemed to be trying to say something, but I didn't have time to chat with him. "All right, the lineup is set. Let's quickly defeat this guy and rebuild our line of defense. Let's go." Episode 452. The Three Swordsmen. "Ooh, what was that shock?" Fiona murmured with an expression of little change, leaning her body at 90, standing on the wall of Galahad's great city wall. "Caillou." And then, moaning like a small animal, Lily went limp with her eyes rolling around. In such a cute-down state, she was being held by Fiona on her side. The two attacked the hammer wielded by the captain, but immediately afterwards, the shockwave generated by Kurono's forceful flick of the hammer threw them out of the castle walls like leaves flying in the wind. At the moment of the tremendous wind pressure, the first thing Fiona did was to protect her hat. The way she quickly held it in place with her right hand to prevent it from flying away was as graceful as a young lady playing on the beach quickly putting her hand on her hat to prevent it from being snatched by the sea breeze. After that, she quickly caught Lily, who was shouting, "Woo!" in a very cheerful way and seems to be flying off into the air. Just after she had made it that far, the soles of my feet left the ground and I flew away. I kicked the backs of 2 or 3 adventurers who were also flying through the air and changed direction in midair. After that, I concentrated on using airwalk on both of my feet, and I was able to safely land on the wall. "Come on, Lily, pull yourself together." I can't hold it." I shook her lightly, but Lily's reply was similar to that of a tourist who has fallen into severe seasickness. Fiona immediately threw Lily away, thinking that holding her was no good. Kurono, where's Kurono? Kurono is already fighting that captain. He seems to be enjoying himself so much that he doesn't seem to need backup. Lily, who had been ruthlessly purged by Fiona, was floating, flapping the wings on her back, although she didn't look too good. But now, in her juvenile state, she couldn't fly. So she quickly returned to the wall and landed lightly at Fiona's feet, like a butterfly perching on a flower. Lily will save Kurono. Even if you say so, I have a feeling that it would be a waste of time to enter the battle now. As the two looked up, they saw the captain, with its magic boosters blasting, rampaging through the air, and 3 swordsmen boldly slashing at its huge body. Woo-woo-woo. The leader of the Element Masters, the nightmare berserker Kurono, was leading the way. The jet black chain that is his favorite black magic hand binding arts has already been attached straight to the head of the captain with its large monocular eyes glittering. Then, by hoisting the chain at super high speed, he flies in a straight line to his destination. Holding the chain in his left hand and the machete in his right, Kurono sprinted through the void, as if he himself had become the bullet fired from his bullet arts itself. However, this captain brought out the true power of a Taurus, and the pilot who controlled it was also very skilled at realizing instantaneous attacks and defenses. He would not wait for Kurono in silence. Whoa! It was impossible for the Taurus, whose head was integrated with its body and had no neck to begin with, to make a large head tilt movement, but by blowing the subthrusters on both shoulders, it made a movement that shook only its upper body. As a result, the chains swung loudly, and Kurono's body was swung around by the strong centrifugal force. Even as he squirmed in the air, Kurono never let go of the chain with his superhuman grip and unyielding guts, and eventually landed with a thump on his shoulder. He was shaking his head, perhaps because he had turned a little dizzy. It's kind of cute, both Fiona and Lily thought. There was nothing to worry about. In parallel with Kurono's journey down to the shoulder, there was a black and a white figure running through the right arm of the captain. Stay back, you miserable vampire. HMPH, you'll lose your footing if you get carried away like a little girl, gladiator. The one who was running as fast as the luminous arrow, Luxagita, was Farkius, the handsome star gladiator of Sparta. His golden gladiatorial armor was literally shining, and his red cloak fluttering in the wind. In contrast, Rudra, a vampire who was once an adversary, ran with the calmness of a black knife thrown by an assassin. He was wearing a black coat similar to Kurono's, but it's older and in the middle of a fierce battle, it looked terrible. In fact, it was in tatters. However, his run was not a step slower than Farkius, who was using airwalker technique and had a faint white aura surrounding his legs. There was no aura on Rudra's legs, but Fiona noticed that the soles of his feet were covered with a dark shadow that was different from the soles of his boots. I see, that technique seems to be more suited for Kurono to use. Of that black thing, really. Just the other day, when Kurono asked me for tips on how to stand on a wall with airwalker, I taught him very clearly and carefully, but unfortunately, he did not learn it. In addition, both of Kurono's legs always have the same flow of magic power as when someone activates Airwalker. Maybe his legs have been reinforced and remodeled to always have the basic level of Airwalker active. Therefore, he has already been using this technique without knowledge. However, sticking to the wall, kicking the sky, etc. are techniques that are beyond speed enhancement, so they are not natural to use. And unlike magic, martial arts are learned by experience, so it is important to go through long, repeated practice. At the very least, Kurono didn't have the natural talent to be able to do it right away after a little bit of watching and listening to a few tips. However, if it is Rudra's running method, which is likely to apply the primary dark magic on the soles of his shoes, then, now, at last, Kurono will be able to master the techniques I teach him. Why can't the vampire teach him? Teaching others is a wonderful thing, isn't it? I think I can understand your feelings a little bit now, teacher. While Fiona was fantasizing about Kurono crying tears of joy after receiving her perfect martial arts instruction, the fight against the captain was progressing minute by minute. Farkius and Rudra were running majestically on the right arm of the giant that crushed enemies, buildings, and everything else. And of course the pilot would not miss their progress. They had just passed the elbow and were walking up to the upper arm when the right arm swung outward from the inside. It was a natural movement, like a person shaking off a flying insect. No matter how skilled a martial artist you are, you will not be able to stay attached to the dragon's tail while it swings it. Even if it were possible, the damage to the body would be severe. Therefore, the two of them had the same response. Dodge. The two swordsmen, both of whom had abilities that set them apart from ordinary swordsmen, could not fail to notice the moment when others' arms began to work. Both of them kicked the captain's arm and jumped away. At the same time as the right arm swung out to create a roaring storm, they had landed soundlessly on its chest. Structurally speaking, the pilot's seat would be right under their feet, although it would be impossible to cut through the chest armor, which boasted the greatest protection, and aim directly at the pilot. As originally planned, the two of them started to move forward again, aiming for the head where the single red eye was shining, just as Taurus' right arm came back. It was not a fist, but a slap. With a roar again, a huge iron palm with 5 fingers spread wide slammed into the thick chest armor. The heavy sound of steel clashing with steel echoed throughout the battlefield. And the tremors running through the whole body of Taurus were so strong that they seemed to have been felt even by Lily and Fiona, who were standing apart. Kurono, who was standing on the Taurus's shoulder, nearly fell down, but was saved by Hitsuga's chains. Lily gave an innocent shout of "hang in there," but no matter how much Kurono tried, it would be impossible for him to hear her. "I'm going first, it's your turn next." "I hope so." The duo of Farkius and Rudra, who had a subtle disagreement, went through the huge palm strike without a care in the world and were finally about to reach their target, the eye. If the captain still had its left arm left, it would have been able to stop them, but such a hypothetical scenario was meaningless. The pilot of the captain, who had long since lost his reason and sanity, would not regret this situation either. So Farkius went one step ahead of Rudra, just as he said. They had already run through the chest, and the red eye was already in front of them. With 1-2 light steps, Farkius had already landed on the Taurus face. Farkius grasped his silvery, double-edged long sword in both hands, ready to unleash his martial arts skills. Rudra was the only one here who could understand how powerful and elegant his movements were, and how high he could go as a swordsman. However, there was definitely something there that attracted the attention of even those who were ignorant of swords. A dazzling golden aura gushed out from the silvery, shimmering blade that was raised to the top. Those who saw him were simply mesmerized by his beauty, and those who took him on as an enemy were able to tell at a glance that the following blow would be deadly. Bright sword, Victoria. A golden slash appeared on the battlefield. It was the glittering sword of victory that had led Farkius to the pinnacle of gladiatorship. Then a pale golden trail was drawn, and the splendor of the martial arts came to a fleeting end. After this attack, only the corpses of enemies are left behind. If the enemy is not a person, but a thing, then the wreckage cut into pieces is left. As he swung his sword away, the Taurus tumbled to the left and right of Farkius, and a thick, black metal armor plate appeared. Yes, it was as clear as glass, but it was not a lens. "Damn, I didn't know you had one of those shields hidden in there too." Farkius, who spat out unamused, could see the unharmed red eyes in front of him. Just before the bursting of the martial arts technique, Bright Sword Victorica, a shutter-like black metal armor was instantly deployed like an eyelid. Was this the Taurus' original function, or had the crusaders taken countermeasures after being targeted in the eye during the previous battle? The reason for its existence was not clear, but it was a fact that the captain had managed to survive the blow. "Retreat, gladiator." "No, I'm still." "Move it, Farkius." "All right, Kurono." But as soon as Kurono's shout roared from the side, he flipped his opinion and red cloak and easily fell back. His escape was also brilliant. Rudra's advance and Farkius' retreat was completed in a matter of moments. And Kurono, who was running on the shoulder of the captain, was still a few meters out of range. This was a good time for Rudra to fire a shot and then follow up with a strike, but apparently Kurono was planning to join the attack at the same time. In the left hand of the black-clad maniacal warrior was a jet-black naginata that screamed of resentment that seemed to tear the silk. Grudge Resonance, the haunted grave, was released by Kurono's brilliant one-handed throw. It was releasing a loud, cursed melody that would overwhelm an ordinary person if she hears it. However, the head of the enemy, where it was headed, was not an ordinary person, and the only ally standing there was the undead vampire. Normally, only Kurono's two swords would benefit from the enhanced tremor of the resonant grudge, but because it was Vampire Rudra, the cursed song instead. Oh, what a wonderful sound, that makes my dry blood boil again. With his eyes wide open, Rudra shook his eerie red aura from his slender body and touched his sword on his waist. The cursed sword, blood-sucking Princess Scarlet Dye, which had now evolved to blood-sucking warrior princess, was pulled out with a clear sound like a bell ringing. The dark blade exposed to the sun appeared to be shimmering like fire, probably because of the grudge resonance. Rudra's pale complexion was faintly inflamed, and it was obvious that the duet between the haunted grave and the blood-sucking warrior princess sounded extremely pleasant to him. However, Kurono was the only other one who could enjoy his singing voice in this place. It was probably Kurono's kindness that made Farkius, a true swordsman, step back, as it would be a great danger to let him hear this. And just as Rudra was about to unleash his most powerful martial arts move, Kurono threw the haunted grave, which pierced the side of the captain's head and stopped his movement. The resonance of the two black blades reached its climax, heaven-beheading scarlet scintillation. This time, the scarlet slash cut off the Taurus eye camera lens. It seems that the second piece of armor was not up to the task, and the black blade, which gushed a red aura, sliced through the lens with a slash. Immediately after the scarlet trajectory passed by, the huge red eye shattered with a rumbling sound like glassware hitting the floor. This was the result of the additional effect of the tremor of the resonance grudge running through the entire lens from the cut surface. Thus, the hole necessary to finish off the Captain Taurus was opened. The only thing left to do was to deliver the final blow. Kurono was already standing in front of the broken eye so that he wouldn't miss this perfect opportunity. The weapon of destruction, the greed, was then pointed at the open weak spot. I know the barrel's in trouble, Hitsugi, but I still have to shoot here. While muttering this, Kurono pulled the trigger without hesitation. Plasma blaster. Then, an extremely large spear of purple light pierced the Taurus from the inside. There were a few close calls, but it was a brilliant move. It could have gone better with me. As they watched Captain Taurus fall, spewing red flames and black smoke, Lily and Fiona were still discussing their impressions in a casual manner. It seems that their pride in being able to work better with Kurono is more important than the joy of defeating the big guy. It seems that the other side has been dealt with for now, so let's meet up with Kurono. The enemy number will steadily rise. The target was a deformed chimera soldier who was crawling up the castle wall. Yes, the chimera soldiers, who had not been seen since the first day of battle, had reappeared, or more correctly, they had attacked at once when the Taurus attacked the city walls. The sight of the chimeras advancing through the snowfield simultaneously with the Tauruses had not gone unnoticed by the Spada soldiers. But with the huge threat of Taurus looming in front of them, they could not satisfactorily intercept the chimeras. And so the chimeras successfully accomplished their mission. Some of them climbed the walls and attacked the Spada soldiers, while the others were guarding the Taurus. Therefore, from the moment they stood on the castle wall until now, Lily and Fiona had not only been chatting, but also preventing the chimera soldiers from attacking the three swordsmen who were fighting against the captain. Thanks to their support, the three of them succeeded in destroying the captain without being disturbed by anyone. Yeah, it's not safe here anymore. I agree. They saw the chimera troops charging at them with the force of a raging storm, and behind them, a large army of crusaders marching in unison from a position a kilometer away. Due to the simultaneous attack on the walls by Taurus and the chimeras, the wall was destroyed, and the defense line deployed on the wall of Galahad was on the edge of its limits, respectively. If the main force of the crusaders were to join in here, even if the apostles don't show up, it's going to be a tough battle. It was a sight that made even Fiona acknowledge that battle was going to be a hard one. Episode 453, The Strongest Knight of Spada. Not good. We are being pushed back. I can't help but feel the same kind of frustration I felt when I was with Vulcan and the others on the riverbank in Alsace village, going head-to-head with the heavy knights. Although the defense line hadn't visibly collapsed yet, the situation was as tense as a thread. It could break at any moment. Now, shall we go and defeat the rest of the Taurus? No, we can't leave this place. Fiona's suggestion had to be kicked out. It was frustrating, but under the current circumstances, I had no choice but to do so. I'm aware that it's that damned Taurus that's still crumbling the city walls. It was good up to the point where the improvised party of me, Pharkius and Rudra, somehow managed to destroy the captain. Rather than being good, I think it was the minimum requirement to maintain the wall defense. If we had failed to defeat it, the wall defense line would have been completely breached. I've already broken up with both of them. I didn't have time to thank Rudra for his cooperation, as he quickly ran out of the city walls in search of new enemies. Pharkius, on the other hand, had been giving off the impression that he was ready to accompany me all the way, but we still went our separate ways. It's a good thing, too, because although I had naturally included him in the temporary party, I remembered that Pharkius had taken on the role of captain, leading a band of swordsmen. He can't be allowed to act alone. That's why I gladly sent him off. See you later, Pharkius. No, don't leave, Kurono. Pharkius was dragged away by the second-in-command of his gladiator squad, who had come all the way to pick him up. The second-in-command, by the way, was a man of cool good looks, with long, light blue hair that fluttered like Fiona's. Pharkius and his group, the Spada Gladiatorial Society, is full of handsome men. An idle group. Putting aside my small jealousy, I ended up meeting up with Lily and Fiona, who had climbed back up the castle wall, looking fine despite having been blown up, and we gathered again as the Element Masters. As for the current situation, after the destruction of the captain, there were still 4 Taurus left. There are 2 types, a normal type that is missing its right arm, and a specialized type that has lost both arms from the elbow up. Both of them were missing an arm after using the blasting drill, but even with just one arm, they continued attacking the castle walls. If you keep hitting the part that was shattered by the drill with your left arm, the hole will keep expanding. Even for a specialized type without 2 arms, just a tackle with the booster at full throttle will cause the wall to crumble. Of course, Spada's army also prioritized the elimination of the Taurus, but the swarming Chimera soldiers got in the way. As the 2 sides continued their back-and-forth battle, the main force finally arrived. In a white tsunami, the crusaders avalanches into this near breach of the city walls. After all, we have our hands full dealing with the main crusader army that is now pouring in. Look, they're starting to build a foothold down here. If we leave, they'll be able to get inside the walls in one fell swoop. Currently, I'm firing the Greed, and Fiona is firing Ignis Sigita in the middle of the wall of the castle. We were in our formation, vertical limit. We are standing in one of the large holes that the Taurus drilled through. A few meters further to the left, there was a hole that had been pierced in the first battle and filled with emergency repairs. If we are attacked badly, the 2 will likely be connected. The Crusaders probably designated the hole that the Taurus pierced as a breakthrough point and were focusing their attack there. We're about to meet the group that's aiming for this hole head-on. Bouncing back each time, a long ladder is draped over the hole. Fiona and I are engaged in a fierce shootout with an army of enemy archers and mages who are bombarding us with a concentrated fire of arrows and offensive magic. Of course, it's dangerous to just stand there, no matter how outrageous our individual firepower is, so both Fiona and I are using our own defensive magic to survive the enemy's attacks. Fiona had a cool and trustworthy look on her face. She was using Shield D, Earth, but I was there biting down on the thought that I was lucky to have developed a defensive magic of my own Shield D, Earth. The towering walls of black earth and rock were being chipped away at moment by moment, but we were able to repair them by supplying magic power. A normal mage would have his hands full just maintaining them, but with the amount of magic power and concentration Fiona and I have, it's not that difficult. This is the reason why the 2 of us are in a 2-person pillbox state, firing furiously while building our own defensive wall. Well, I'm still on the edge of maintaining my line of defense. Our allies were also attacking from the top of the city walls, but it's sporadic. Some of the enemy soldiers were getting into the corridors of the walls, so they had their hands full up there as well. In the midst of this, the enemy was steadily gaining a foothold in the area we were in charge of. Siege weapons are not the only means to conquer the castle walls. Earth magic is a prime example of this. A mage can easily create a fair amount of rocks by utilizing earth magic. And as long as they can create stable rock formations on vertical walls, creating stairs can be done very quickly. Just below me, a group of gray-robed earth mages were building a stone staircase that looked very sturdy and was quite large. It was already 5 meters high. Since dozens or hundreds of people are expected to climb up the mountain, magic power must be allocated to make it strong and maintain it. They don't appear all at once like defensive magic, but they take shape at a rate that seems to build up one by one. However, there is no doubt that it will reach this hole, about 20 meters above the ground, in no time. We could destroy it with one big attack, but finding an opening for that one attack would be very difficult. We've lost 2 chimeras, Lily. Yes. The most troublesome thing is the presence of chimera soldiers, who boast the physical ability to run freely along the walls. In the midst of a firefight with the enemy, these guys would intervene without hesitation and challenge us to close combat. On the first day of battle, we were able to kick them off lightly, but in a melee like this, it's tough to deal with them. And so, even now, against the backdrop of a storm of blowing arrows and a rain of burning flames, 2 chimeras sprinted, skillfully ducking under the line of fire of Fiona and me. One was a muscular, 4-armed orc chimera. The other was a chimera of such a rotund build that I wondered how it could climb a vertical wall. The reason why Lily is the vanguard, and not me in dealing with the 2, is because she has the most mobility out of the 3 of us with her flying ability. Even though it is impossible for her to fly completely in her juvenile state, she has already proven on her first day that she can glide over walls like this. The fairy dance shoes that adorn her small, doll-like feet also contribute to the enhancement of her mobility. And so, leaving the glittering phosphorescence behind, Lily dashes out to intercept the chimera soldiers. Yeah. Despite her cute voice, she still explodes with a number of vicious light magic attacks that have the power to kill enemies with a single blow. The poor orc chimera was cut in 3 pieces by the 2 shining swords, and the pig-like chimera was roasted whole by the accurate Lux Sagitta, and immediately went back the way it came. The 2 corpses hit the stone stairs under construction, spreading blood and flesh, but that doesn't stop the stairs from rising. Lily, you're being targeted. I got you covered. Get back here, Lily. Although Lily successfully killed the 2 chimeras, she became an easy target for the enemy because she stepped forward. Fiona guessed that the flame mages below would take advantage of this situation. And just as she predicted, a fireball was forming on the tip of the staff of a flame mage below. I'd like to shoot them dead, but mage troops are always accompanied by defensive magic. It's impossible to kill them before they attack. Bind arts. So I have to choose defense. I extended 2 chains. One dropped and reached below Lily when she quickly began to retreat. The tip thrust into the wall, where it began to blacken. From there, it turned and created a shield dearth. If you're skilled, you can create a rock shield in one go, even if it's at a distance. However, I don't have that level of skill, or rather, control over the earth attribute, so it's a trick I can't duplicate right now. So I have to send magic power directly to it and generate it from there. At times like this, you can really feel how useful it is to have tentacles that you can move freely. Hitsugi. I can use my tentacles on my own without you, don't take credit for it. In any case, the magic that was aimed at Lily was blocked by me. From the feels of it, the attack was probably a flame spear made from intermediate-level magic ignis crusader. And the second chain is for Lily's escape. It's faster to get caught in the chains and get pulled back than to just slide back. Well, that would be useless if Lily didn't understand my intentions, but I don't have to worry about that with Lily. Her palm, like autumn leaves, has already firmly grasped the chain. Thank you, Kurono. It's okay. As if she was enjoying an amusement park attraction, Lily was caught in a chain that was pulling her back at high speed. She was smiling as she returned safely. Together, we hid in the shadows of the shield D, Earth, and Lily once again settled into the position of covering the enemies that passed through Fiona and me. She is the most accurate one among us, so she is the best person to aim and shoot. With the three of us together, even if we were to shoot at a legion of the enemy like this, we could hold them off like this. But Kurono, if we continue like this, there's definitely no end in sight. That's right. After all, we are still outnumbered. The crusaders were gaining ground on the city walls by the minute. No matter how much we persist here, it won't matter at a large scale. There's a rumor that King Leonhardt collapsed from the recoil of a martial art. That is a rumor that is not proven, but it is not impossible. That huge red flash was so powerful that it could destroy a Taurus in one shot. Maybe, just maybe. How can I speak so softly? At that moment, an exceptionally loud roar and tremor rushed through the walls of Galahad. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I couldn't help but stop shooting and concentrate on maintaining my balance. Yikes! Although screaming Lily, who seemed to be having fun, was clinging to my feet. No, Lily can levitate, so it doesn't matter if she shakes. It appears that a large portion of the city walls have been breached. With a cool expression that made me feel like an idiot for shouting a little, Fiona pointed precisely to the epicenter of the noise. It's like a desperate physical assault. He's a nasty piece of work. There was a huge crack that started about 20 meters up the wall and continued straight down to the ground. It looked like the entrance to a huge valley instead of a hole. And then, as if it had run into that cut, a Taurus collapsed forward, spewing black smoke and looking like a wreck. It must be a specialized type equipped with double drills, judging from the absence of the elbows on both arms. Even with the loss of his arm, he continued to hit the ground again and again, thus breaking through the castle wall. But I don't feel any admiration for it. That's bad, isn't it? Yes, the crusaders are already avalanching inside the city walls. What should I do? Abandon this position and fall back? No, the Galahad fortress is not going to fall right now, no matter how many holes have been created where they can enter directly from the ground. There are still quite a few reserve troops behind who cannot be deployed to the wall passages. The second squad, Tempest, led by Simon's sister, General Amelia, should remain almost unharmed. There is no victory or defeat, but it's still worth holding on to. Let's retreat, Kurono. Hey, Look, that's Helvisha's elite knights. Fiona pointed to a group of people dressed in green equipment that stood out from the white-clad crusaders. Their whole body was clad in silver-white armor, but it was not as hard as a heavy knight's. It was more like the light armor often worn by adventurer swordsmen, plus armor in various places. They were armed with a spear and shield, similar to the heavy infantry of Sparta, and 2 rapiers crossed at the back of their waists. I couldn't see their complexion because of their matching helmets, but the feather ornaments growing from the top of their heads and their cloaks flapping in the wind and snow were each a bright emerald green. They can run and climb the wall just like me, only with a sprint, and they're definitely coming for us. There are over 20, no, 30 of them. If they reach us, it won't be good. There was no time to waste. The elite knights seemed to be on the verge of stepping into the castle walls, proudly pushing aside the miscellaneous soldiers. It was a tough decision, but we have no choice. If we abandon this place, the hole here will be cleared as an entrance to lead the crusaders further and further into the city walls. If we combine this with the hole that the Taurus had smashed through with a desperate rush, they will have made enough of a breakthrough that they will no longer need to destroy the walls. Besides, even if they reach the wall corridor, we would be forced to retreat again soon, because the needle has already tipped towards the collapse of the wall defense line. All right, let's retreat. Copy that. No, Kurono. However, the one who raised an objection was, also unexpectedly, the young girl Lily. For a moment, I couldn't understand her intentions, and I was so surprised that I couldn't even ask her why. Or, what's wrong? It's okay, I made it. Despite my astonishment, Lily smiled and pointed beyond the walls. There was the Taurus that Lily had defeated in the first battle by killing the pilot and leaving it unharmed. The one that Simon has been holed up in all night, working to restore. No way. The steel giant that had fallen to the ground moved. First, the arms. The arms, which had been raised in a banza-like posture, were now in operation, dropping the falling snow with a thud. Arms down, elbows folded, palms on the ground. It was like a child with short arms and legs slowly getting up. It was somewhat awkward, but since it was done by a machine, it should be praised as a remarkably smooth movement. What was even more amazing was that the armor on its back and some of its shoulders and legs opened up and began to emit a blue-white phosphorescence. The jet engine-like roar proved that the Taurus's main booster and subthrusters, both of them, had ignited normally. You really did reboot it. Yes, I did, Kurono. With my eyes wide open and Lily innocently rejoicing, the resurrected Taurus once again stands on the ground of Galahad. Then, as if in a resurrection roar, a loud voice came from the Taurus. Ha ha ha, Spada's strongest knight, Galdan, is here. That was definitely a line that came from the Taurus itself. If I'm not mistaken, he did indeed just say his name was Galdan. Yes, the iron golem guy who I rescued from being beaten up by the superpowered boy Irio just the other day. Hey, why is he on? Episode 454, A Chance for a Comeback. 4 days ago, on the 20th day of the dark month, it was the day of the second attack of the crusaders. I still don't get it at all. Simon was sighing while looking like a beautiful girl. Today, thanks to the crusaders' attack, we temporarily had to evacuate from Taurus. Kurono was in trouble, but before I knew it, he had won a miraculous comeback victory. What was troubling Simon now was the Taurus, the huge weapon or heavy machine that has been revived from ancient time. As Lily had predicted, Simon was completely engrossed in playing around with the core system of the Taurus. Is this what it means to forget to eat and sleep? There have been times when I have stayed up all night concentrating on my research, but this is the first time I have been as absorbed as I was now since the first time I started working on the gun. This is the second turning point in Simon's research life. He thought from the bottom of his heart, even though he was only 17 years old. If you don't understand the meaning of the words a little better, it's impossible to decipher anything of. However, the progress of the research, or rather the restoration of the Taurus system, which was Lily's request, was not going well. In the first place, the meaning of the ancient characters displayed on the screen was unclear. There was no way to decipher the text. As a matter of fact, Lily, who was born with the blessing of a powerful fairy queen, Simon, who is the top student of the academy, and Sophie, who is a veteran adventurer with a mysterious background, had deciphered almost all of the ancient scripts that could have been deciphered. Even the professor specializing in ancient script at the Royal Spada Academy would be surprised at the rate of deciphering. At the very least, they are a trio of intellectuals who are fluent enough in ancient languages to be able to translate all the texts of the Zero Chronicle of the beginning of history in Spada into modern languages. But apparently, the ancient script used in the Taurus system is a language built on a different logic than the conventional ancient language. Half of the language uses the same ancient script, but the other half is a completely unknown script. They may not be letters at all, but symbols or numbers, or they may be something else with a completely different conceptual meaning. If the text had been written in the ancient language universally found in ancient ruins, the work would not have been so difficult. Anyway, the fact that this mysterious second language of ancient times is undecipherable is the biggest problem at present. What should I do? Sighing loudly, Simon slumped down on the table, as if the exhaustion of staying up all night and fighting his way back from the middle of the battlefield had taken its toll on him. Beneath Simon's face is a bundle of notes about the size of 3 diary books. Some of the sheets stacked on top of each other were scattered, but he didn't have the energy to pick them up. In addition, half of the food he had ordered was now completely cold. Of course, he couldn't bring himself to eat it. Oh no, oops, sorry about that, little girl. Liquid rained down on Simon's gray head and the notes on the table. He was covered in that liquid and looked like someone who had been hit by sudden rain for 3 seconds. Simon didn't care about that, though. He was drunk. Yes, this was the Galahad restaurant, the largest restaurant in the Galahad fortress. Tomorrow, I will return to Taurus and try to restore it. In other words, I will remain in the fortress for the rest of the day. It was Sophie's idea to have a decent meal since we hadn't been out of the cramped cockpit in a while. However, the reason why Sophie, the initiator of the conversation, was not here now is that she has gone back to her room ahead of me. To be more precise, Simon sent her home. He said he would be back before 12 o'clock and to leave him alone until then. If they were alone in the inn-room, there was no telling what she might say to mess with him. Simon was also wondering why she was getting involved with him so much. He doesn't think it's because she likes him, though. Simon thinks he knows the extent of his masculine appeal. He is the opposite of the ideal spada boy, strong and robust. However, he doesn't seem to understand that not all women in the world fall in love only with masculine charm. Not only men and women, but everyone has their own idea of what they find attractive. In any case, Simon felt uncomfortable to keep dealing with Sophie, whose intentions he did not understand, but who was always trying to get involved. However, being trapped in a thought loop like this was just as bad as wasting time. No, I think I'll take the rest of the day off. Without any useful inspiration, Simon shook his tired head and left his seat. That's when it happened. Oh, what is this, an electronic script? Such a voice rained down from above my head. Another drunk person, but not as drunk as Simon. I looked up to see the face of an iron golem with a strangely dull-colored body. He had a single red eye, similar to that of the Taurus, and was pointing straight at the notes scattered on the table. The Taurus maneuver control program has been initialized, and if you wish to reconfigure it, hey, little girl. Yes, this golem read out the ancient script that Simon had transcribed. Hey, can you read this by any chance? Simon grabbed a piece of note in his hand and asked the question in a fearful manner. He was not trembling because he was afraid of the golem's huge steel body. It was a warrior's trembling. Oh, what's with this elf kid? Are you joking with me? Of course, any golem can read something like this. This is how Simon met his translator, named Galden. It seems that the electronic language script is something like the golem's native language. It is said that all golems are born thinking in a script-based electronic language, and when they communicate in the common language used in both Pandora and Ark, it is translated into this language in their brains and understood. Magic and martial arts can also be learned only by constructing a kind of formula in electronic language script. It seems that the same technique can be learned and activated in slightly different ways by different races. In the first place, normal reading and writing are done in a common language, the otherworldly alphabet, which is not widely used outside of the golem race. Even when communicating with other members of the same race, they do not bother to write down their electronic language script in writing. However, it is unclear whether the golem, a monster that appears in the wild, really understands this. Just as a human and a monkey cannot communicate, a humanoid golem and a monster golem also cannot communicate. Anyway, this language exists only in the mind of golems. It is said that the Taurus system is written in a very minor language that is limited to one race. So, with the help of his translator Galden, Simon was able to successfully reboot the Taurus. Lily did her best too. When I heard Lily's explanation about the Taurus starting to move and her small appeal for effort, I finally got the point. Well, it seems that there were unexpected encounters and discoveries that I didn't know about. I had no idea that the Galden whom I had rescued would come into play in such a way. Anyway, I think this electronic language script looks like a programming language, probably because I'm a modern Japanese who lived in an advanced society before. It is impossible that the Taurus system and the language of the golems are the same by chance. There is no doubt that an electronic language script existed in ancient times, and that it has been passed down only to the golem species of today. This means that the golems of today may not have arisen naturally like monsters, but may have been the ancestors of something like artificial golems built in ancient times. Well, I don't even know how golems produce children in the first place. I mean, do they have children? Anyway, a deeper look into the roots of golems and their biology is interesting, but not what I should be doing right now. Yes, the important thing is the fact that a fully tuned Taurus has entered the battle as an ally. Its towering figure, with its boosters roaring and blowing vigorously, is nothing short of reliable when seen as an ally. Let's take out the enemy Taurus first. Yes, I've got this, Simon. The allied Taurus lazily turned its body toward the enemy Taurus that continued to punch the castle wall. The high-pitched girl-like voice of Simon and the thick voice of Galden clearly reached my ears. They seemed to be getting along pretty well, but Simon, a genius, and Galden, who is an idiot, are a combination that seems to be completely incompatible with each other. But I wonder if this what people mean that opposites attract each other. At any rate, from the exchange, it seems that Galden is the main pilot and Simon is in support. I guess it's an improvised double-seat system. Well, I don't know exactly what kind of control method they are using, but I don't think it's some kind of crazy way of taking out the core of the golem and connecting it directly. Still, I wondered if it was a flaw in the setting that the conversation between the two in the cockpit could be heard all the way to the outside. The communicator's on an open channel. Perhaps sensing my thoughts, Lily gently answered me. Can't they change it? I could, but they're both so into it. Lily had a wry smile on her face as if to say, men are so stupid. Boosters at full power. Go, 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 go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm gonna crush you. With the two of them shouting at the top of their lungs, Galdan's Taurus took off rapidly. With a pale glow and a cloud of snow billowing up from the ground, it attacked the enemy Taurus furiously. Of course, the crusaders near his feet were easily kicked away by the huge body of steel pushing forward at full speed. The Taurus isn't running, so they won't be crushed, but they are not going to be safe from the aftermath of the thrust that sends Taurus' huge body flying either. After a few hundred meters of booster maneuvering that should rightly be called overrun, the Galdan machine, with its right arm raised straight up, finally collided with the enemy. The sound of super-heavy steel masses crashing into each other echoed loudly in the air. The enemy Taurus body tilted greatly by the straight punch that came from the side like a surprise attack. The fact that it didn't just fall down, but quickly used its sub-thrusters to stay on its feet was quite a feat. Ooh, ooh, woo, woo. But in the face of the Galdan's furious pursuit, it was ultimately a futile resistance. Although it was a poorly executed punch with two arms that alternated between each other and was completely techniqueless, when delivered with the power of the Taurus, it turned into an amazing hammer. When the enemy Taurus fell to the ground, its body was dented to a gooey mess, as if it had been hit by a full swing of a metal drum with a metal bat. Let's finish this. Arm booster activated. Take that, you bastard. Take my special attack Super Golden Knuckle. He swung his right arm skyward, and the armor from his elbow and wrist opened, suddenly emitting pale phosphorescence. Is there a sub-thruster mounted on that place as well? I'm not sure what other place they have placed sub-thrusters in, but at least at this moment, I'm sure it helped by adding a tremendous amount of striking power to finish off the stubborn Taurus. The steel fist turned into a blue meteor and hit the chest of the enemy Taurus, who was lying on his back right in the middle of the cockpit. The Super Galdan Knuckle shattered the pilot's chest. Oh, I got it. I wasn't the only one who unintentionally screamed with joy. Even from the top of the walls, many who probably didn't know what was going on still cheered at the gallant defeat of the most troublesome and powerful enemy in the place. Or maybe it's because the battle between the giant robots called Taurus itself is something that no man can't help but get excited about. At least, I'm a little impressed. Okay, 2 more remaining. Yeah, let's go for it. Galdan's red monocular eyes glinted as he set his sights on his next target. However, with their ally defeated by the same Taurus, the 2 surviving Taurus stopped their attack on the city walls and turned to face the Galdan's Taurus. There was not a single word spoken between them, but it was clear from their appearance that they wanted a head-on confrontation. 2-on-1, I'll show you that I can control the Taurus best. All right, I'll crush you all together. And so, against the backdrop of the half-demolished walls of Galahad, the duel between giant robots began. Open the gates. Now is the time to strike. Even in the midst of the fierce roar and cacophony of the 3 Taurus, I could clearly hear the voice that no person from Sparta could mishear. King Leonhardt's Assault Order. Episode 455, Valkyrie Storm, the War Maiden of the Storm. We have orders from His Majesty. Our mission is the same as always. With a cold, expressionless face as if she were wearing an iron mask, Emilia Friedrich Baliel, the female general who leads the 2nd Spada military squad, Tempest, said. With a height of 190 centimeters, taller than most men, she was clad in full plate, heavy yet glittering full-body armor with golden ornaments on a black background, which alone gave her a sense of intimidation that overwhelmed others. In addition to this, she was riding a bighorn, a beast that boasts a physique twice as large as a normal warhorse, with a long red cape fluttering in the air. She had a jet-black tower shield in her left hand and the silver halberd in her right, both of extraordinary size. Shield that will not allow any attack to pass if defended, and a spear that will crush any enemy if attacked. However, Emilia's aura, which is similar to that of a fierce dragon who was disturbed in its sleep, does not come from her appearance alone. It's her pure fighting spirit, so to speak, overwhelm the enemy. At her words and her fighting spirit, the knights of the second squad roared. They had been ordered to wait since the beginning of the war. And today, in the third day of battle, the time has finally come. Bring victory to our Spada. Second squad, Tempest, all cavalry, move out. Thus, Spada's cavalry leaped out of the main gate like an avalanche. The huge main gate in the middle of the wall made a loud metallic sound when it opened and closed. When a gate so large that you can see it from above opens with such a sound, no matter how fierce the battle, there is no way the enemy will not notice. The city wall had already been opened by the Taurus' desperate attack, but when the main gate was opened, it was obvious that soldiers would rush to it as well. Of course, it was also expected that the Spada soldiers would charge out from there. Hey, the cavalry is coming. Get your spears together and intercept. The crusader infantry in front of the main gate did well in this melee. The most solid strategy for stopping knights on horseback, or cavalry, with infantry, is to form a line of troops and form spear bedding. It would take a great deal of courage for even the most experienced knight to jump at full speed into a wall of blades lined with countless spears. Even if he could choose to charge, he would not be sure of success. In the majority of cases, they would be pierced, cut, or entangled by countless spears. In short, it was a counter for cavalry. However, the spear bedding of the crusader infantry, which was almost half formed, disappeared without a trace. Thunder blast, Emilia's gigantic lightning strike, took the lead of the cavalry. And then, with the simultaneous firing of lightning-based attack magic, an even wider area of infantry disappeared beyond the lightning. On the surface, the cavalry of the Tempest, of which Emilia is a direct graduate, appeared to be heavy cavalry, with both knights and horsemen wearing armor. However, they are not just heavy cavalrymen that specialize in striking power. Protected by hard shields and armor, it is no surprise that long-handled weapons such as the assault lance, charge lance, and the spear axe halberd allow for fierce attacks and breakthroughs. In addition to this, they have the speed of a light cavalryman who specializes in mobility through light armor and weight. This is due to the simultaneous activation of speed-enhancing martial art techniques that both they and their horses have mastered through long training. Both their armor and harness are of the highest quality and are enchanted with magic to enhance their speed. However, only those who are at the peak of man and horse unity can make the most of this equipment. They are strong and fast, that alone makes them no more than an elite cavalry squad in a country. As cavalrymen worthy of the famed Spada, they have also mastered magic. There is a type of magic, called equestrian, where a magician rides a horse. They can use their powerful attack magic with the mobility of a horse. It's really difficult to pull off as it depends on the understanding and unity of the horse and rider, but it's still worth it. However, once the elite cavalry masters this magic, their weakness will disappear. Heavy cavalry, light cavalry, and magic cavalry. They take only the advantages of the three and cancel out the disadvantages. This was the kind of simple strength that a child could have come up with, and Tempest realized this strength. Leave the small fry alone, take the general's head. We're going straight for the enemy's main camp. The gushing thunder kicks out the swarming crusaders. They kept the enemy at bay and advanced further. A storm of thunderbolts burns infantry to death at the first touch. Even without flames, their skins scorched, they flesh boiled, and bones shattered into fragile pieces. Suddenly, the black smoke and smell of burning people spread throughout the battlefield. The sight of them running through the snowy battlefield, sprinkling countless deaths, truly embodied the name of the army, Storm Tempest. Oh, finally, the Thunder Dragon is here, and the game is decided. With a joyful smile on his face, Gustav the Red Orc, leader of the Rank 5 Adventurer Party, the Iron Demon Brigade, and captain of the 4th Squad, the Gladiators, exploded with a heartfelt home run swing. Instead of a ball, it was a Crusader infantryman in white gear flying away. The three of them together were blown away, leaving a vivid trail of fresh blood. You can't just call her Valkyrie Storm. The delicate maiden's heart will be hurt. The muscular male minotaur, who cleaved the rugged poleaxe at his side, is his party member Douglalas. There is still no one who calls him by his nickname, Lala. Haha, she's not going to care about that. With all due respect, Head, that cavalry charge was a bit reckless. Zedra analyzed. There's a lot more enemies coming. In a low, mechanical voice, Zedra the golem drew a giant mechanical bow with gear pulleys attached. And then there's Gon, the Cyclops, who is the biggest of all the huge men in the group, and who reported the current situation. At this moment, the Iron Demon Brigade was fighting in the middle of the most massive hole, where the walls have been destroyed to a height of more than a dozen meters above the ground by a desperate physical attack of the armless Taurus. Like water in an uncorked bathtub, the enemy soldiers were avalanching here. The fact that Gustav and his team of rank 5 adventurers, who boast immense power in the vanguard, were fighting hard was undoubtedly a large part of the reason why they could barely control the situation. However, this is not the only place facing a tough battle. The walls were now in a state of melee everywhere. It seemed as if the enemy soldiers were finally getting into the passageways of the walls. Somehow, the Taurus that had fallen in front of them started to move and attack the other Taurus, so they were out of the worst possible situation where the walls would collapse further. But the numbers and momentum of the crusaders were still strong. When in the middle of the crusaders' army that was coming like a raging river, the thickness of the battlefield, woven by the enemy soldiers, was unbelievable. Even Zedra, who is always able to analyze the current situation with a calm and rational mind, would have judged that a frontal breakthrough was impossible. Well, I think I and Doug Lawless are the only ones in the current group who have been in both the Third and Fourth War. It's been about 30 years since the third round. I miss it. I was still a naive little girl back then. Well, we were both blue-blooded kids. We were always in Mawson's care back then. At the time of the Third Galahad War, the Iron Demon Brigade was still a newly formed party. They had already reached the rank 2, thanks to their innate power, but if they had continued their recklessness, Gustav and Doug Lawless would have died before long. Like so many new adventurers who disappear without ever making a name for themselves. The only reason this didn't happen was because of their great predecessors. The two of them had a sharp personality and demeanor that made it impossible for them to learn from others, but they were able to get along naturally with the strangely familiar skeleton named Mazran, who was a member of the party at that time. By the time they had grown enough as adventurers to realize that it was only through Mawson's precise follow-up that the two of them, who had been nothing more than stupid kids, were able to survive the Third Galahad War. The skeleton dark magician had already left the party. Even though more than 30 years have passed since then, whenever they fight in the Galahad fortress, the image of Mawson's laughing skull comes to their mind. He must still be taking care of some new reckless adventurers somewhere in Pandora. Well, let's not talk about old memories. Zedra, those Tempest guys kicked the Daedalus army to the curb in the Fourth War. I heard that they were still rookie knights at that time, but the one who went on a rampage was that Balial girl. The Fourth Galahad War took place 10 years ago. The most talked about event was the battle between King Leonhart and King Givenal. However, it was not all about the battle between the Sword King and the Dragon King. If that were all, it would not be a war, but simply a duel with the country at stake. Yes, of course, while the two sides were engaged in a legendary battle to the death, the fierce battle between Spada's army and Daedalus' army was also taking place on the side. In that great battle, the decisive factor was undoubtedly the success of the second squad, the Tempest, in breaking through the center of the enemy lines. At the time, Tempest was a strong squad comparable to the current first squad in strength, but that alone would not allow them to defeat the mighty Daedalus soldiers. Rather, they would have been beaten back by the large, tree-like spears raised by the Orcs and Cyclops knights. But that didn't happen in reality. The cavalry assault was a success. It was successful because of just one girl. At the time, she was 17 years old and had just graduated from the Royal Spada Academy with flying colors, a rookie light cavalryman. Emilia Friedrich Balial. Right now, we're charging ahead, but soon we'll lose momentum and we won't be able to keep going. What do you think? Yes, we can see many layers of heavy knights in the enemy ranks. They can't be killed by lightning, and they are physically tough too. Fortunately, King Givenal, who was a man of supreme individual strength, raised heavily armed knights, but did not have them learn the ins and outs of group warfare. Daedalus's army always had only two choices, an all-out assault or an all-out retreat. Their fighting style was like that of a wild monster. Even so, the frightening thing was that they were a strong force to be reckoned with. It could be said that King Givenel's method of training was in the realm of perfection when it came to creating powerful individual warriors. Anyway, it makes no difference that the excellent Daedalus heavy knights did not form a line of spears and took precise measures to intercept the cavalry charge then. 10 years ago, Tempest defeated them. However, perhaps because the Crusaders are an army made up of a single race of humans, they seem to have a high level of coordination in group combat. Even a single infantryman at the end of the line can form a formation very quickly. In addition, when it comes to the heavy knights, who must be the elite among soldiers, their coordination power is incomparable. The wall of steel that they build together will not be able to be crushed unless very powerful attack magic is used. But General Balial will do it. He will break through the enemy lines. The momentum is not slowing down. In fact, it's only going to increase. With a grin and a triumphant smile, Gustav added, "I'm sure they'll be fine. We're leaving too. Now that victory is in sight, it's time for us adventurers to earn our keep. But what about all the enemies flooding in front of us? I've been saving my divine protection for just such an occasion." Scorching Ogre King Agni Aura, an aura-like flame that literally burns bright red started blowing up from his entire body, and Gustav's reddish-copper skin took on an even redder hue. The explosive power and scorching heat of the flames dwelled in an orc's body, which even in itself displayed a strong physical strength. "I knew it. I am ready too." Trembling, raging, horned bull Bulbros Duglala's blessing was a tremor that could crush anything it touched or approached. An aura of color similar to the luster of steel enveloped the Minotaur's muscular body, revealing its effects. "All right, I'm going to do it, too," the Rock Mountain tortoise. Although Gon has only hardened his body like a rock, it is more than enough protection for this moment. And Zedra, the only member of the group who had not yet received divine protection, was providing accurate cover fire to safely buy the three of them a small amount of time to accumulate the protection in order to activate it. The 3 arrows fired simultaneously from the giant machine bow caused a huge explosion as soon as they landed. And as soon as the flames cleared, the 3 fighters, clad in the power of their protection, began to move forward at once. Hold on a second. And with that, another huge explosion erupted in front of Gustav's eyes. There was no red from the flames, nor black smoke, and the explosion was, for some reason, all pink. The strange color of the explosion, however, was enough to make Gustav realize the identity of the intruder. "Hey, that's not safe, Blade Ranger, Pink. The blade of justice that will open a tomorrow of courage and hope. Super Blade Squadron, Blade Rangers." Overhearing Gustav's shout, the 5-color quintet leaped out of nowhere. "I'm not going to let you get away with this, Gustav, head of the demon organization." The leader of the Blade Rangers, Pink Arrow, who was probably wearing a crisp, cool smile under her full-face pink helmet, proudly pointed at Gustav and shouts, "Don't give me a title. These people are really troublesome. Just collapse from lack of magic power. I bought a bunch of magic recovery potions from Spada for just such an occasion. My stomach is a bit sore from drinking too much, but don't worry, the power of justice will not yield." "I'm not listening." Gustav's relationship with the Pink Arrow began 30 years ago in the Third Galahad War, but he had no intention of reminiscing with her. It was a rotten relationship full of troublesome memories. However, Gustav has still acknowledged the Pink Arrow's ability to make it to rank 5 adventurer after all. "Well, yeah, let's go, my righteous servants. We're going to kick the crap out of the small fry, take out the enemy generals, and collect our rewards. Heh. Don't make me do this." At any rate, the adventurers led by Gustav began a furious assault following the tempest. Chapter 456. Thunder Dragon Roar. "Stand back, my lord. The enemy cavalry is breaking through our defense lines at great speed." Baron Hermann, an officer of the 3rd Crusader Army, expressed his opinion with a scream as he looked at the pillars of thunder thrusting beyond the standing crusaders. "No, I won't." This was Count Burgunt's voice, who had a morbidly pale look on his face, but also stared at the battlefield with a glazed look in his eyes. The Count, the general of the 3rd Army, had left the Crusaders' camp and was already in the middle of the snowfield. Standing on the battlefield to lead the charge sounds nice to listen to, but a general leading a large army of over 100,000 doing it is very dangerous. And now he was about to make an even more dangerous decision. I'm sure that's the enemy's trump card. If we can beat that unit, then we will win the war. We'll send in our cavalry, too. We can't fight head-to-head against them. If we were to go head-to-head against them, we'd lose. I'll lead the 1st cavalry unit, and as many heavy cavalry as I can move. No, that won't do, my lord. The enemy is not only those cavalrymen, but also the adventurers that are gaining momentum. The stolen Taurus, too. It would be too dangerous for you to advance any further. Damn it, I don't have time to argue here. If you disobey my orders, Baron Herman, no matter how you are, I will slash. There was no way for him to voice any further objections to the general's stubborn, if not downright insane, attitude. I'm sorry, we will do our best to support your cavalry assault, sir. That's fine, I have to get my daughter out of there as soon as possible. Oh, Linfelt, wait for me soon, I will be there. The Baron turned his head away, as if he had just seen something horrible as he stared into the distance, and murmured to Count Burgunt. With his beloved daughter was in the hands of his enemies, the Count was losing his mind. Yes, even if it is not Herman, he knows it, but there is nothing he can do about it, at least not right now. In order to prevent the Third Army, a coalition of noble families, from collapsing due to the foot-dragging of their own people, they had planned meticulously and organized the army to ensure that the Count's orders would be carried out. Baron Herman knew Count Burgunt's intelligence and bravery better than any other nobleman. Or should he say, he thought he knew him? He had been helped many times in the past by the Count, whose lands were adjacent to his own, and who had a higher rank and more land. Although Herman was a year older than him, he did not underestimate Burgunt as a young man. It was because he recognized Burgunt's talent. I was able to build a good relationship with him, and even though I've been ridiculed for being the Count's hipster for a long time, it's an undeniable fact that it's been the most profitable move for me. However, Herman could not help but regret that he had misjudged only one point: Burgunt's love for his daughter, a very personal feeling. Even the Count's eyes were clouded to this extent. I leave the command of the army in your hands, Baron Herman. Ha, may God bless you, my lord. At last, the victory or defeat was in doubt. Thinking of retreating as soon as possible, Baron Herman looked as the Count bravely rode away. HMPH. A flash of spirit. General Emilia waved her halberd with one hand on her horse. Her opponent also held a halberd. She crushed the opponent's halberd and continued the attack to entangle the mounted opponent. Clunk! Immediately after, a mass of steel flew through the air. It was a one-armed blow delivered from Bicorn back. With just that, a heavy knight weighing over 100 kilograms was blown away as lightly as a leaf. Even among the most elite heavy cavalry, only Emilia was able to display such power. She has what others call an extraordinary physical strength. You're not going to challenge us to a fight, are you? As she crashed through the battlefield with on her bicorn, with a massive frame for an elf, much less a woman, Emilia looked at the shadows appearing beyond the enemy lines with a cold expression and tone of voice. The silver-white crusaders were wriggling above on their horses. It was an attack by the enemy cavalry troops. They are idiots, sister. One of her subordinates, who was running alongside her with a large arrow on his bow, shooting and killing the heavy knights at close range, was her brother. He is not her adopted brother, Simon, but her own blood brother. The eldest son of the Baliol family, Gale. He had a sharp face with blonde hair and blue eyes and fair skin. He was tall and thin, but his body was firm and toned, and he has magic power and exceptional talent with a bow. He is the ideal elf man, but he looked ordinary when he stood side by side with Emilia on the battlefield. There are a lot of them, and they have a certain level of skill. They are good opponents, and we welcome them. Emilia smiled faintly. It was a fearless, yet fierce smile, befitting a female general who roared with valor. Gale, I'm going on ahead. Continue pushing through the enemy lines under the lieutenant general. Is it the usual solo rush? There's a lot of them today, so be careful. Don't worry, I have already done it once before here in Galahad. By the time Gale was able to convince himself that his sister had made a name for herself in the Fourth Galahad War by doing this, Emilia had already jumped down from the bicorn. She was riding at top speed, without hesitation. Her movements were so light that it was hard to believe that she was heavily armed with an armor helmet, a large shield, and a halberd. But the moment she landed, her superweight hit the snowy ground as it should. The crusader infantry and others who were standing there stopped fighting. Snow, blood, and splashes of red and white rolled up. Emilia slid upright, following her inertia, a dozen meters away, making a sound that drowned out the screams. Hey, hey, that general jumped down alone. Careful, he jumped down on his own. He's either very strong or very stupid. Daedalus had experience in battle against Emilia. If she had landed in this way against the Daedalus knights who boasted of their strength, would surely have wanted to fight her in a one-on-one duel. However, from the perspective of the crusaders who knew nothing about her, it was only natural that they would have such an impression when they saw her jumping in the middle of the enemy lines alone, leaving her subordinates. Even if the crusaders didn't know her face or name, the equipment she wore made it easy for even the most casual soldier to recognize her rank. The shining golden ornaments on the glossy jet-black ground, the red cloak fluttering on her back, and the gravity and solemnity of it all were enough to make any soldier take notice. However, those with a warrior's eye for the enemy's strength, rather than an aesthetic eye, would see that the armor has survived many fierce battles. This is not just designed as a symbol of authority, but has a performance that is purely specialized for combat. It also reminds others of the strength of the person who wears this massive piece of metal plate heavy armor. But there was no one here who could have guessed that much. There might have been someone with those eyes. What left people speechless was the fact that Emilia herself, of all people, took off her armor. Armor seal release. The voice that she mumbled was lost in the wind. The next moment, her armor, which embodied absolute defensive power, came off. There was a crunching sound, like gears meshing. Then all the parts of the armor separated at once. Even if the clasps were damaged at the same time, it would not fall off as neatly as this. As if the shoulder straps of a dress had been undone, the black steel armor fell onto the snow before disappearing like a haze. Maybe it was stored using dimension magic, but nobody cared. Because in front of the crusaders appeared a female elf who had taken off her armor. What the hell am I dreaming? I don't care if it's a dream or an illusion, this is unbearable. I've always dreamed of being sucked to death by a succubus. There was no one who was focused. Her blonde hair, cropped at the shoulders, flowed smoothly, and her slit blue eyes were sharp and beautiful. Her body, suitable for a heavy cavalryman on the battlefield, was muscular and toned, but at the same time, it had the most feminine lines. Her breasts were so large that they seemed to fit perfectly inside her helmet. While her beautiful abdominal muscles stood out, her hips were nipped, leading to her large buttocks and long legs. Her soft skin, which was as white as the snowfield that stretched out before her, was now sparingly exposed to the world. Emilia was wearing black underwear that was so tight that only a high-class prostitute could wear it. The only remnant of her previous equipment was the red cloak that still fluttered majestically. It did nothing to hide her naked body. If such an exquisite female body appeared from within the hard and heavy steel, it would not be surprising to think that it was an illusion of a man's shallow desire. What's more, they were in the middle of a bloody battlefield. The most realistic answer would be that a succubus had created an illusion. However, Emilia Friedrich Baliol was definitely not a succubus. She had taken off her armor, and even though she was as naked as one could be, she still had weapons in her hands. The Queen of Thunder and Lightning who sits in the stormy sky, Zeo Elizabeth Thunder, Dragon Roar. Her divine protection activated, and a huge pillar of purple lightning engulfed Emilia's body. The lightning strike, like a large tree, thrust toward the sky, and just like real lightning, and then quickly disappears. And, after the huge flash of light that could not be produced even by hundreds simultaneous explosions, she appeared again. In a different form, draconian. There must have been more than one or two crusaders who muttered the name. What they witnessed was a figure that could only be called a draconian. Two horns like shining crystal sprouted from Emilia's head. The black scales on her arms and legs, which should have been covered with her white skin, were replaced by black scales with a steel sheen. The most conspicuous change, however, would be the pair of wings extending from her back. Her arms, covered with black scales, were thick as if they had been transplanted directly from a real flying dragon. and her hand in the middle had 3 fingers with sharp claws. The dark purple color of the wing membranes, which spread wide, seemed to be glowing eerily. Emilia, who had undergone a transformation in which the characteristics of such a dragon manifested in her body, opened her mouth with red lips as if to sing. What were the words that came out of her mouth? Gaia. It was a terrifying dragon's roar that was so intimidating that it made one's soul tremble. Great, push them all back at once. That's what I was thinking as I stood on the wall. From this height of 20 meters above the ground, I could clearly see the big battle unfolding on the snowfield. The second squad, the Tempest, took advantage of the opportunity presented by Simon and Galdan's rampage through the Taurus and jumped out of the main gate in a single bound, successfully breaking through the center of the enemy line. As a matter of course, the power of the Tempest was incomparable to the time when I captured Linfelt. It was a sight to behold as the cavalry charged into the enemy lines with their power, firing a barrage of attack magic centered mostly on the lightning attributes. It's no wonder why people say that the cavalry charge is the flower of the battlefield. The spearhead that penetrated the enemy lines was the first cavalry, the most elite of the Tempest. There were about 300 of them. And behind them, the second and below, all the cavalry units, a total of about 3,000, I think. Heavy cavalry, light cavalry, magic cavalry, and a mixture of all 3 types of cavalry followed. Further behind them, a group of astute adventurers, seeing an opportunity to take credit, leaped forward into the battlefield. However, the most conspicuous figure in the midst of such a fierce battle was General Emilia, who was single-handedly pushing forward, reaping the benefits of the onrushing enemy. I heard she had the divine protection of Thunder Dragon, but it's like she's become a dragon. Despite the distance, I, with my enhanced eyesight, and Fiona, who used Hawkeye, could see her. The halberd in her hand was covered with a dazzling purple lightning flash, and with just one swing, countless electric shocks spread out. Rather than a blow from a weapon, it was more like a thunder dragon spewing out thunders. A mere infantryman could not even get close enough to her halberd when he was burned by the one-sided lightning. And if a heavy knight with excellent magic defense withstood the lightning strike and stepped into the gap, he would be struck down by a blow from her halberd that came from an arm that had the physical strength of a dragon. Her power and her lightning blue blade, combined in a single flash, cut a heavy knight in half. Considering that even I can't cut through an entire shield without the combo of Resonant Grudge and Black Calm, it was very powerful. I see, so when I master my divine protection, I will become this strong and flashy. I was a little jealous, but at the same time, I felt pity for Simon, thinking that if his sister was such a fierce one-hit wonder, he would have a hard time with her. At this rate, we'll really make it to the general. It's fortunate that you chose to go head-to-head against me. From this position, I can see the activities of my allies, and at the same time, I can clearly see the movements of the enemy camp. That's why I was able to see clearly that the cavalry of the crusaders, who had been waiting behind the lines for Tempest's assault, had all started moving at once. Now, the 2 sides are clashing head-on the snowfield, a chaotic melee of cavalry and infantry. However, the front line was slowly approaching the point where the flag with the cross and the green emblem of arrows and hooves was fluttering, where the enemy general was probably. Normally, it wouldn't be strange to retreat, but the enemy general, perhaps showing some mysterious guts, refused to move from his spot. However, if he retreats now, even if he reached the Crusader camp a kilometer away, the Spada army will most likely avalanche there at once. The Crusaders are spread out on both sides of the wide snowfield, so in terms of numbers, they are still far superior to the assaulting Tempest and some of the gladiator units. If we go in too far, they will fill in the holes behind us, and we will be in danger of being surrounded and annihilated. Will it be faster for us to defeat the general, or will the enemy be able to regain their position and complete the siege first? It's a dicey war situation, but I won. Hahaha, my Taurus is the strongest. That's what I'm talking about. It was no big deal. Simon and Galdan, who had been engaged in a super-duper fistfight with 2 enemy Taurus, vigorously announced their victory. In spite of their words, their bodies and faces were so battered and bruised that it would be more appropriate to call it a hard-fought victory. At the feet of the Taurus, there was an aircraft that was not only tattered, but had completely stopped functioning and turned into scrap iron. Kicking away the wreckage of the hapless loser, the allied Taurus finally turned to the crusaders who were wriggling like insects. The fuselage looks badly damaged, but the boosters are still alive, and the whole body seems to be working fine. It still has more than enough power to kick apart a group of humans. I think we've got it. Yes. Hey, why are we not charging ahead? It won't be too late to move from decisive battle to hunting the remnants. If we head to the front lines now, we'll be able to raise our heads more than we deserve. We are not looking for credit. Look, there are still adventurers running out of the city with the momentum. If the defense line becomes too thin, what do you think will happen? Yes. Lily didn't seem to have any particular obsession with credit, so she smiled and gave me a cheerful reply. So the apostles didn't show up after all. What a shame. No, I don't want to fight them because it's better not to. I had a feeling that this time I would be fighting one. However, when I saw the victory in front of me, I felt more relieved that we could win safely. In fact, if Sariel had come out from the beginning, the Galahad fortress would have surely fallen. Come on, let's keep our heads down and defend the walls until the end. And so I cut down the last of the Helvetian knights with their distinctive green cloaks. This is how we eradicated the elite knight squad that challenged us here. If we can focus only on the enemy in front of us without being distracted by other things, no one is a match for us element masters. Beneath the city walls, as if the magnificent silver and white armor and cloak were a lie, the charred and dismembered bodies of the knights were part of the pile of dead infantry and chimera soldiers that had already been piled up. This time we win. Chapter 457. Raising the general's head. Don't be afraid, push them back. The man screaming on the white horse is Count Burgunt, general of the 3rd Crusader army. He was now in the middle of a bloody battlefield with the Helvetian knights, the most elite group of knights that he had raised with his own hands. In response to the enemy's cavalry assault, he took the main cavalry of the 3rd Army and intercepted them head-on, but the result was a turbulent battle. Please retreat, my lord. It's too dangerous to go any further. Don't make me repeat it. I will not retreat a single step until I rescue Linfelt, the great storm wall Earl Rampart de Fan. While shouting at the knight standing beside him, the count powerfully drew his favorite weapon, the Emerald Jaeger, a high-grade large bow specialized in the use of wind attribute. The arrows he shot out emitted a dazzling green glow, and when they popped in midair, they manifested themselves as an advanced range defense spell, the Great Storm Wall Earl Rampart de Fan, and blew away the countless lightning strikes that fell from the blue sky. There's no escape for them. Infantry will soon block the enemy's rear. Keep moving forward and kill those demons. That will assure our victory. The difficult war situation continued. In the vicinity, heavy cavalry was running around, heavily armed and terribly fast, but also capable of firing lightning magic. To be honest, I have to admit that their skill level is much higher than the Count's cavalry. The number of cavalry is not even close to 1,000, probably around 300. But if you look at the reality that it was this group that penetrated the camp to this point and led the troops that followed behind to this point, you will understand their ability. But we have twice as many cavalry, maybe even 3 times as many. We may not be as skilled as you, but we're not as weak as you might think. If we keep fighting, we will definitely have an advantage, though it doesn't seem as straightforward as that because of that female knight. Is there anyone who can kill her? She is far too strong to ignore. If she continues like this, she will reach me alone. Impossible, but Linfelt was captured by the demon alone as well. He pushed his way through the enemy lines and brought his horrible demon hands on my beloved daughter. I can't have the same end result for both me and my daughter. My lord, please let me handle this. No, please let me. Just let me do it. One after another, a number of people came forward in high spirits. The Count looked at the people who had raised their hands and said, "All of you go. Well then, the duel. Fool, only a hero can win a duel against a draconian. As a lord, as a general, but even before that, as an archer, the Count has great skill with a bow and good eyesight to catch the enemy. Therefore, he was able to clearly see the female knight in this melee, even though she was several hundred meters away. He could see with his jade eyes that she had the horns, scales, and wings of a dragon. And there is no one else with such characteristics, except for the Draconians. In the Sinclair Republic, where demi-humans are considered to be demons, and in the Crusaders, there is no one who does not know the name of the Draconian, a person with the characteristics of a dragon. They are the most feared race of demons with immense abilities. If you unravel the history of holy wars that the Crusaders have been waging since ancient times, you will find records of many bitter defeats before the Draconians might. Even if they were able to win, the sacrifices they made to win the war were astonishingly high. The Draconian are very fearsome, but on the continent of Ark, it is said that the last of them was defeated and destroyed by the second apostle Abel 100 years ago. The legend of the Dragon Emperor's conquest, in which he is praised as the White Hero, is his most famous episode. However, this is a different land across the sea. The majesty of White God has not reached us here, and the continent of Pandora is ruled by the evil demon race. If that's the case, it wouldn't be surprising if 1 or 2 Draconians existed. Fight like you are fighting against a real dragon. Go. The knights that I sent out were all very skilled, as they had all come forward. If I were to evaluate them simply by their fighting ability, they would surpass Sebastian. However, I don't know if they will be enough to defeat the Draconian. In the worst-case scenario, it would be enough if we could injure her even a little. After that, our greatest strength numbers would be enough. MMMH. At that time, I suddenly noticed a murder intent directed at me. Maybe I was able to notice the murderous intent because I had thrown myself into the battlefield like this numerous times. The Count reflexively fired his bow with masterful speed and motion. The spiraling, wind-swirling arrow whizzed through the air and immediately exploded. The Count immediately saw that the arrow had collided with the enemy's fire magic, or rather, explosion magic, in it. The intuition instantly told him that if it hadn't been intercepted, he would have been hit. And where is the person who fired it? From the direction of the arrow's flight and the height of the explosion, he was quickly able to determine it. A golem archer, what range? What I caught in my line of sight was a single golem, holding a large mechanical bow with gears on both ends of the string. With its distinctive black and white coloring and rabbit-like ears, it stood out so prominently that once you spotted it, you could not lose sight of it. Hold the line, the archers are aiming. I looked carefully and noticed that not only the black and white golem, but also the archer standing nearby, wearing a ridiculously designed, all-pink outfit, was also aiming at me. There are probably dozens or hundreds of other archers aiming their arrows at me. And they are not regular Spada troops, but adventurers or mercenaries, which can be easily discerned from their appearance. Like I would die to a lowly adventurer. Suddenly, my speech was cut off. What came out of my mouth was not words, but fresh blood. What? A burning sensation ran through my chest. No way, it's impossible. I am surrounded by my knights, and I intercepted the arrow as well. But Burgunt's eyes saw a bloody silver blade coming from his own chest. Idiot. Someone stabbed me in the back. A traitor. No, he is. Bloom, Snow, Moon, and Blossom. Assassin. When I came to that conclusion, I saw that the assassin was holding an ice dagger in his left backhand and thrusting at my neck. My lord, where the hell did you come from? Don't let him get away, get after him. Like a distant reverberation, I could vaguely hear the voices of my men. I wanted to reprimand them, don't panic. But I couldn't speak. What the hell happened to me? I tried to check, but I couldn't even move my head. It was as if my whole body had disappeared from the neck down. I had no choice but to move my eyes and look. I saw a demon who was holding my head. Damn you, demon. That's what I thought, I shouted. The last thing the Count saw was a man with black hair. The man who had freed his beloved daughter, Linfelt, was the most vicious demon in the world. However, for some reason, his face was covered with a white mask, and he could not see the face of his enemy. And so, Count Burgunt turned into a living head with a fierce look of hatred on his face, as if he would instantly rise as an undead. Hey, I got the heads of the general. In the middle of the battlefield, where a fierce melee battle was raging, Nero screamed. In one hand, he held out the severed head of the enemy general and tossed it to Charlotte with a light gesture, as if he were playing with a large ball. Hey, don't push that disgusting thing on me. You're the one who said you wanted it. You don't have a shred of gratitude. The Wing Road and Altar Face decided to join the wave of adventurers, led by the Iron Demon Brigade and the Blade Rangers, who charged in one after another to take credit for their work. Normally, Nero would be very reluctant to be in tune with the momentum around him. But if I don't play a big enough role here and raise the general's head, I won't be able to get father's approval. So please, everyone, lend me your strength. Charlotte, I refuse, that's too much trouble. If this doesn't work, I'm going to die this time. I'm going to die because of punishment. It's okay, Nero. I will become a naughty girl who will die because of that punishment. I understand, I will help you. In front of the power of his childhood friend, who begged with puppy eyes, while waving her cat ears and tail, Nero had to agree. To be honest, I have no idea what punishment will kill Charlotte Naughtilly, but even so, I have ignored King Leonhardt's advice and came to the battlefield. It won't look good if I don't get results here. That said, I thought that the general's head would be too much to hope for. I never thought it would work out this way. I'll give it back to you, Safi. With his other hand, which was not holding the head, Nero carelessly grabbed a piece of cloak and held it out to Safi. The fabric felt like rough shark skin, and it was cloudy milky white in color, not very flattering. At first glance, it was obvious that this material was not suitable for clothing. However, it was this cloak that had the most useful effect in helping Nero raise the head of the enemy general. The name of this cloak was Predator Coat. Its effect is the complete invisibility of the wearer. In other words, the wearer can visually disappear. The owner of this skin was a mutant species of wild lizards. It has been known in Avalon for a long time that there is a rare lizard-like beast called a chameleon that changes its body color to assimilate into the surrounding scenery. This mutant has acquired the same, or even better, mimicry abilities as that of a chameleon. The mutant could hide its appearance by literally bending the light that hits it with a special light magic extra. Because of its magical principle, the wearer is required to have a high aptitude for the light attribute, and Nero's strongest attribute is light. So, he could easily use this cloak to its maximum potential. In addition to such compatible equipment, Nero already had a wide range of concealment skills, including sound, smell, presence, and magic, which together made him even more covert than a top assassin. Hence, he could stab a general to death who was surrounded by 10 or 20 layers of knights guarding him. It's expensive. Then you can have this one. I also offer the head to her. Oh my God, are you sure? Thank you. You have a very nice expression of resentment on your face. You're going to make a great undead. The normally expressionless Safi was smiling cheerfully on this occasion. It's a smile that shows off the charm of her natural beauty. But if someone were to choose the reaction of a girl of her age who had a severed head passed to her, Charlotte's would definitely be the right choice. Don't forget about the reward. Oh, I'm sorry, I still like Wing Road. I'll do my best to make sure it benefits the party. With the same smile, but with an evil expression that could be described as dark, Safi answered confidently. It was a well-known fact among the party members that she was the best at negotiating to get concessions from the other party. However, Safi and Nero were the only two in the party who could be trusted to do any decent negotiating. Nell is too good-natured, and Char is too quick to lose her temper. Kai is out of the question. I mean, why don't you two call yourselves by your aliases? Don't get carried away with the general's head. Charlotte, who must be wearing an absolutely triumphant expression under her cat mask, warned them as they exchanged the head. What? We don't need to do that anymore. We've gotten enough credit. I don't care when they find out. Or rather, Char, how long are you going to keep up that embarrassing disguise? Come to think of it, both Nero and Safi were not wearing masks when I noticed them. In other words, their cold gazes were not hidden, but mercilessly pierced through to Charlotte in her cat ear tail and toy-like cat mask. What? You're being ridiculous. Nero gave me this as a gift, so I'm just wearing it out of necessity. Is that so? No, I don't remember. I can't believe it. How could you forget? Even though he was told so, Nero really had no idea. The disguises for alter face were procured by each of us on our own, and we didn't have a particular outfit in mind. However, in front of Charlotte, who was clearly transforming her anger into a lightning attribute magic and bouncing it all over her body, Nero would be inclined to think about it just a little bit more. And then, with an exclamation of Baka, an electric flash was delivered to Nero. Oh, I remember now. That's the mask I bought for you at a strange stall at a harvest festival when we were kids. Is that so? It was the exact same line of questioning as before, but Safi's expression was somewhat stiff. What's with the you remember properly? The words were as stinging as ever, but Charlotte's wagging tail as she turned away was as obvious as a child trying to hide her embarrassment. You were holding on to it till now. I didn't. It was just a coincidence. I just happened to find it. That's not the point. We'll be alter-face until we get back to Spada, so keep up your disguises, both of you. While shouting out a theory that sounded like the famous attitude of new adventurers, along the lines of snacks are limited to 300 clans, Charlotte forcefully diverted the conversation. As for Nero, he didn't want to drag up such a topic while he was still on the battlefield, at least not yet. We've already done our job here. I have no objection to the idea of ending this troublesome war and returning to Spada. It's okay, but well, where's Kai? I thought he was playing around. Safi replied as if she was not interested, but that was enough of an explanation. Going around us is a battle between the crusaders and the Spada army. In the middle of such a battlefield, there would be only one course of action for that battle maniac. Let's leave that idiot alone and go home. Well, I guess I'll just let him do what he wants for a change. Oh, are we really leaving him? Charlotte was the only one who disagreed, but her comment was more of a distrust of letting act alone than a concern. As a result of letting Kai loose in the past, we've experienced many regrets when he pulls powerful monsters from their dens, wakes up powerful monsters sleeping in dungeons, or even attracts more powerful monsters to cause unnecessary trouble. The battle is already decided. It's going to be okay. I found myself hearing the sound of a high-pitched trumpet. The Spada army uses bells or gongs to communicate. It is the crusaders who use the trumpet. And looking at the flow of the battlefield, it's easy to imagine what that high-pitched tone indicates. In other words, it is a full-scale retreat. Nero and others were already surrounded by adventurers pushing forward, and the crusaders were retreating pressed by their momentum. Although they still had the upper hand in terms of numbers, the large number of groups on either side of the central area that had been cut open stopped advancing toward the city walls and were beginning to retreat little by little. Go, 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 crush the crusaders. They are just trash, hee-ha-ha. Looking up, the Taurus, which was supposed to be the enemy's secret weapon, was making heavy progress chasing the crusaders. I don't know how they took it, but with such a huge weapon charging into the front line, it would be impossible for the crusaders to go on the offensive. So Nero turned on his heel and walked toward the city wall, passing the advancing Taurus. That's when Nero stopped the step he had taken and looked back as if he had been played. What's the matter, Nero? Did you forget something? Just as Charlotte was about to ask such a simple question, Nero's arm reached out to her shoulder and pulled her to him. What? Nero, what are you doing? Charlotte screamed as she was suddenly embraced passionately. Though she shouted as such, she provided no physical resistance. Safi, use your most powerful defensive move. Now. However, what Charlotte heard was not a sweet persuasion, but a sharp command from Nero. It was also filled with a great deal of impatience. Yes, Nero had sensed the impending danger at this very moment. His keen sixth sense told him that there was a tremendous danger approaching as he had never before. Nero had never doubted his instincts before and had always acted on as they dictated. In the next moment, he understood that it was the right answer again. It was a white dot of light. At first, the light shining in the blue sky was so small and weak that it was easy to lose sight of it if you looked away. But then I realized that it was like a star, then the sun, and then the full moon, and its presence was increasing at an accelerating rate. It was undoubtedly flying towards us. From far away, in a straight line at a tremendous speed, coursing through the sky. The dazzling white light pouring down from the heavens made the people around me start to notice as well. But it was already too late. White light flashed. Chapter 458. Descent. The 24th of the dark month. The Alsace fortress in the late afternoon was quiet again today, especially in the guest rooms, which were set up to accommodate the nobility and high-ranking clergy. Sariel was having a slightly late lunch there. How about this? This is a vintage wine that I recently ordered from Helvisha. On the other side of the room sat the young officer who was in charge of the command here. He was the nephew of Count Burgunt, and was speaking to Sariel with a cheerful smile on his well-rounded face that embodied his noble lineage. Sariel quietly listened to the story of how rare and delicious the blood-red wine on the pure white tablecloth table was and how much it was worth. Although Sariel rarely responded to the conversation, he seemed to be truly enjoying it. It made one wonder if he has a special proclivity to enjoy talking with dolls. Anyway, as the base commander, he was supposed to finish his lunch without a hitch while faithfully carrying out his duty of welcoming the 7th apostle Sariel. The war has come to an end. Sariel, who had been sipping the wine in question, looked up and said, "What are you talking about?" Before the youth question could ask, she quietly left her seat. She put down her glass and placed her knife and fork in the manner she has learned, but she seemed to be in a hurry. "The crusaders have been defeated by Spada. Send reinforcement and be ready to receive wounded soldiers." "Oh, but before that, where are you going, Your Excellency, Sariel?" The question reached Sariel's small back just as she was about to put her hand on the door and leave. Without looking back, she answered, "I'll head to the soldiers' aid first." Before he could say another word, Sariel left the guest room. She had already grasped the inner workings of the Alsace fortress after having lived here for 1 month. There was no way she could get lost. And so, with no one to blame, Sariel went out without a care in the world. The weather was clear. The sky was a clear blue. Once she passed through the main gate, she found a magic circle that had been prepared for just such a situation. Yes, it was the same magic circle that she had begun to draw as soon as we arrived, confusing the young officers and other soldiers of the fortress who had come out to welcome her at that time. Since it was drawn a month ago, it was buried in fresh snow due to the blizzard, and she ended up having to rewrite it again. At first glance, the magic circle drawn on the snow was very difficult to find, unlike the earthen ground. However, if Sariel stood nearby and wanted to activate it, the magic effect hidden in it will immediately become apparent. First of all, the phenomenon of luminescence, common to the activation of the magic circle, takes effect. Like rats quickly running through the snow, a pale blue light began to run in all directions. In a blink of an eye, what appeared on the pure white ground was a large rectangle, or rather a long, aisle-like formation. It was 2 meters wide and 20 meters long. Sariel stood at the edge of the corridor-like magic circle and faced forward as if she were about to walk through it. As I looked up, I saw the majestic mountains of Galahad. The passageway was pointing in the direction of the Galahad fortress. When I looked at the mountains, I felt it again. I could feel the surge of magic power generated by countless people and their souls disappearing in battle. As an apostle, my supreme senses can tell me the general movements of my fellow crusaders at this distance. They are now being chased. They are showing their backs and running away altogether. Such a move could only mean defeat. I came here just because I feared something like this might happen. The moment has finally arrived. Liberate the armament scriptures. I hold out my hand and golden light, showing the use of dimension magic, unique to the Apostles' Ark of the Covenant, started concentrating at my palms. What emerged from the bright light was a pure white coffin that looked as if it has been plastered over. Holy Cross Spear. The time I spoke, a rugged spear was in my hand. The pure white coffin that housed an apostle's special weapon, shattered emitting white light, handed the armament scripture to its owner, me in a perfect state filled with magical power. With this, preparations for battle are complete. The pure white clothes that I always wear is fine. There are only a handful of clothes in the Sinclair Republic that can provide better protection than this, at least those woven from the synthetic fibers of the Sinclair family. Sariel, who was ready to go, finally took her first step into the magic circle. Target spotted. Like a quiet requiem, Sariel started humming a chant. There were no enemies around, so she could chant as many verses as she wanted, as slowly as she wanted. There was no point in using the abbreviated form and no need to. Start ballistic calculation. Her steps were light. She walked noiselessly on the light and snow emitted by the magic circle. Environmental value correction. She walked about 5 meters down the passage of light, and there her movements changed. She smoothly turned the spear in her right hand once. She switched it to her left hand and assumed the posture of carrying it. All the while, her feet continued to move without stopping. Ballistic recalibration. When she was almost halfway through the magic circle, her quiet steps turned into a quick gallop. With her spear raised, she began to run as if she were a javelin thrower. In fact, Sariel was moving to throw her spear into the sky. Ready for launch. At last, Sariel was about to complete the path of the magic circle. As if in inverse proportion to the distance to the goal, a white light flickered on the cross tips of the spear she held up. The blade, shining with a pale white light, emitted a dazzling light that almost blinded her. But behind the shining light, Sariel had a perfect view of the enemy she was about to shoot. There was no hesitation in the way she released the spear. Her slender shoulders moved powerfully, like a bow drawn to throw a spear of light, and with a silver-white aura that fluttered like a torrent. This is where the original martial art created by Sariel was completed. The name of this ultra-long-range spear-throwing technique, which bears the character God, along with the character for special attack, is Flying God Spear. The divine spear was released from Sariel's hand, turning into a white shining meteor. An eardrum-shattering roar hit the Alsace fortress. A sonic boom occurred and quickly spread like a transparent ripple. Fortunately, only the castle wall and the spreading snowfield were struck by the ripple. Instantly, the blizzard similar to the one of the day before was recreated. The snow rolled up by the shock wave became a white storm. Impact confirmed. Sariel muttered quietly as the storm subsided to a white mist. Beyond the haze of snow smoke, she and the crater spreading around her appeared. She was there standing quietly. Even the soft, fresh snow on the surface and the thick layer of icy snow underneath had been blown away, revealing the earthen ground without waiting for spring. In the next moment, however, the earth was filled with sacred white light. A new circular magic circle unfolded there. Checking spatial coordinates. The chanting required to activate this effect was only one verse. This is one of the functions built into the armament scripture Holy Cross Spear from the beginning, which allows for such quick activation. The highest grade weapon, the armament scriptures, has several magical effects hidden within it. For example, when you throw this spear on the battlefield, the summon technique will immediately return it to your hand. For example, the opposite. Reverse summon. Calling the owner to the spear is also possible. Then, Sariel was swallowed by the dazzling pillar of light emitted by the magic circle and disappeared. The burst of white light subsided. Are you alive? Somehow, as soon as Nero and Safi confirmed each other's safety, the defensive magic that had protected them crumbled away like tattered sand. On one side was Nero's pale gray rock shield, created by the earth magic white granite. The fact that it had collapsed like a giant tombstone showed the destructive might of the burst of light. The other was Safi's advanced defensive dark magic abyss giant shield. The dark shield, with its all-consuming dark hue, also disappeared fragilely. What happened? The shock was so great that even Charlotte stopped clinging to Nero's arm. She opened her golden eyes and looked at her surroundings. The first thing the three of them saw when their vision cleared was the headless corpse, or rather, the wreckage of a giant. The Taurus, which had passed them just moments ago and was about to launch a ruthless pursuit at the fleeing crusaders, stood still and unmoving. The steel covering its entire body turned white as if it had all turned to ash, and just like their own defensive magic, it was crumbling from various places. Because of its huge size, it looked like an ancient tower dropping rubble because of an earthquake. Although the overall shape of the body was still intact, it was clear that it had already sustained serious damage that had rendered it incapable of action. Seeing that only the head, with its shining red eye, had disappeared cleanly, it was probably the hypocenter of the attack. And that's a hell of a lot of magic, isn't it? Yeah, other than us, everyone who was close is dead. A more careful observation of our surroundings would have revealed that we were standing inside a large crater in the snowfield. In some places, such as the center where the Taurus stood, the thick layer of snow had completely peeled away, exposing the reddish-brown earth that stretched across the area. The huge explosion of light caused a slight change in the terrain. Anyone who was in the range of the attack and didn't have the strength of a rank 5 adventurer was sure to die. No matter how strong Nero and the others were, if they were any closer to the hypocenter, it would have been difficult for them to survive. Within a 100-meter radius of the crater, the only things standing were the wreckage of the Taurus and the three of us. I don't really want to think about where the adventurers who had filled the place just before disappeared to. I noticed that the battlefield, which had been filled with the mayhem of mortal combat, had become eerily quiet. This huge white explosion was shining so brightly that it attracted the attention of everyone standing on the battlefield. Therefore, everyone saw it. No one missed it. With the blink of soft white light, a figure appeared from the void. Who the hell is? A pillar of white light pierced the sky, as if it were pouring down from the heavens. The remains of the Taurus still stood majestically, even in death, and on the place where its head was supposed to be. A girl flew down from there. She emerged from the light. Her hair, skin, and clothes, which fluttered like feathers, were all white. The silvery white aura that seemed to envelop her entire body was divine in every way. Everyone's breath was taken away. She was a mysterious figure. The little white girl, who was being gazed at by tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people, did not seem to be in the least bit self-conscious, and naturally pulled out the spear that was stuck near her foot. The tip of the raised spear shone in the sunlight. I saw a large white cross of light. "Crusaders, our Lord does not want any more sacrifices." It was a small voice. It was muffled, so muffled that it could have been lost in the breeze. However, the sound of that beautiful, yet somewhat cold and inorganic girl's voice certainly reached my ears. Is this what it is like to hear the voice of God? It was a voice that made him feel this way deeply, but then Nero realized. He understood the meaning of the words that were spoken. At the same time, he also understood who she was. "All troops, retreat. I, the seventh apostle Sariel, will take charge." The girl who introduced herself as Sariel was, without a doubt, an enemy. Chapter 459, The Shiver of White Again. Lady Sariel. Seventh apostle Sariel. Angel, an angel has descended upon our plight. The cheers of the crusaders suddenly erupted. It was hard to believe that they were the defeated ones with their enthusiastic sound. As the joyous voices of the crusaders echoed in the air, shaking the mountain, Sariel quietly began to move. With the lightness of a leaf dancing in the wind, she flew down from the headless Taurus. At the same time as the small white body fell like a proper angel, the Taurus, whose control system had completely stopped, finally lost its balance and fell down like a collapsing tower. The steel giant fell forward, and with the roaring smoke of snow in the background, Sariel finally landed on the ground of the battlefield. The first thing her eerily glowing crimson eyes caught was, of course, the closest enemy, Nero. "This is bad, let's get out of here." It was a quick decision. Nero had faced many powerful monsters and vicious assassins in his life, but no one had ever made him feel so threatened. This beautiful girl was incomparably stronger than anyone else. "I agree. It's not worth it to deal with that thing. But if we run away here?" Safi agreed without hesitation, but Charlotte was reluctant. However, Nero did not intend to take his time to unify the opinions of his friends. He decided to pick up his childhood friend, who was still in his arms, instead of her mood. Wait. Just as I was about to run like a rabbit, I heard a wild shout. Nero and Sariel looked at the owner of the voice, who was too loud and overbearing to ignore. "What's with the big face, little girl? You're on your own, and we outnumber you." In the form of a demon, or rather a real demon, a large red orc stepped into the crater, shouting in a southern accent. In contrast to the silvery white aura of Sariel, his entire body spewed out a red aura like a blazing fire. The arriving figure was none other than Gustav, the leader of the Rank 5 Adventurer Party Iron Demon Brigade, who was using his divine protection, Scorching Ogre King Agni aura. "Hey, that's a reckless move, old man. I'm sure he's not just making a showy appearance like a slumlord thug against Sariel, from his appearance. There is no way that someone as powerful as Gustav could not have known that the girl was a monster that could rival a natural disaster-grade dragon with extraordinary magical power and presence. You've distracted her for us. Thank you for your sacrifice." Safi's tongue, as usual, was still on target, as usual. Perhaps Gustav's goal is to buy time. It was clear that if we challenged that opponent with numbers, there would be unusual casualties. What we need is someone who is at least as rank 5. Wait. If we join you, we can. No, Char, we're out of here. It is true that the Iron Demon Brigade, the Blade Rangers, and the Wing Road are all here right now. However, even if we 3 parties work together, there is no guarantee that we will be able to kill her. I've already taken the general's head. No matter how strong she is, Spada's victory is fixed. Leave the rest to the others and we'll be fine. But, don't you understand? If we fight her, we will die. Worst case scenario, we will be wiped out. That's why Nero chose to retreat without hesitation. Safi was right. It was indeed an unworthy and overly dangerous opponent, as they didn't need any more battle results. I got it. Charlotte may be childishly selfish, but she is a rank 5 adventurer in her own right. Sometimes she weighs the risks against the benefits and makes hard decisions. Spada's army will take care of the rest. And so, Nero, Charlotte, and Safi quietly walked away from the threat called Sariel. Instead, Gustav and then his party members followed her, facing her with a desperate presence. I don't know what's going on, but I'm pretty sure that little girl is the enemy's leader. If you kill her, you'll get a big prize. With a grin and a fierce smile on his face, he carried his beloved giant metal rod on his shoulder, looking as dependable as one can be. Most of the adventurers around him would not realize Gustav's true intentions and would think that he was serious about taking credit. She looks like a doll even in front of us. Just because she's a little cute doesn't mean she has to be. A huge minotaur with a dazzling, shocking pink armor and a snorting noise, and filled with the will to fight said. The member of the Iron Demon Brigade, Douglalas. She is tiny but very, very strong. The Cyclops, Gon, who boasted the largest physique of all the giant men in the group, clutching his beloved battle axe in both hands, shuddered. Target locked, ready to fire. The golem Zedra, who had a large, geared machine bow that no normal person can even draw and was armed with a blasting arrow, was aiming straight for Sariel, just as he said. When his steel fingertips unleash the arrows of destruction that have been drawn to the limit of their strength, the battle will begin. Sariel's inorganic red eyes only reflected the enemy in front of her. In spite of the fact that there were orc, minotaur, cyclop, and golem, all powerful monsters that boasted power far beyond that of humans, there was no flicker of emotion in her eyes. Sariel, standing eerily silent, and Gustav and the others, who had manifested their blessings and were full of war spirit, exchanged glances. The silence was only temporary. Gustav let out one big, red breath of smoke, then said, "Here we go." A moment later, Sariel's figure explodes. The shadow of the white girl went far beyond the red lotus explosion. The arrow had disappeared from Zedra's hand. The blasting arrow, with its arrowhead that had the firepower to wipe out an entire pack of small monsters, had already been released with blinding speed, leaving no sound behind. Who! Gustav lets out a yell that makes everyone who hears it tremble and rushed forward furiously. The way he rushed forward, spewing out an aura of burning heat, was like a giant fireball. In contrast, Sariel quietly stepped out from within the black smoke that erupted in reality. Her soft skin, whiter than snow, had not a single scorch mark on it. She was completely unharmed. It was as if she was not even aware that she had been attacked in the first place. Sariel has a doll-like appearance and demeanor, with no hint of a human will. The spear in her right hand was the only indication of her will to fight. Contrary to the silhouette of a large, muscular man, Gustav, with his explosive rushing speed, instantly thinned out to a defenseless walking Sariel. The huge metal rod, swung wide, emitted glowing incandescence that passed for red. Burning Impacta. The martial arts technique that contains the power of the demon god of fire swung straight down from above Sariel's head. But the blow, which had the heat, speed, and destructive power of a meteorite falling directly on the head, passed right by Sariel as if to avoid hitting her. I noticed that the tip of the spear she was holding was facing the sky. The silvery white blade shining in the sunlight was covered with a faint white smoke. There was nothing to it. She had just parried the attack with her spear. It was just that I couldn't see the moment. At that moment, Gustav felt an intense shiver. The martial arts technique that he had unleashed with all his strength was hitting the ground with such force that it almost split the ground. At the moment of impact, the snowy ground really cracked. No, it was more like a volcano erupting, magma spewing out with a bang. As with any martial arts technique of the master class, burning impact was accompanied by strong shock waves in concentric circles, but with the super high heat added by the divine protection, it instantly melted the ground, which would normally just shatter and scatter. Even though the splash of magma that erupted like a geyser passed an inch from her nose, Sariel was still unfazed. Her red eyes were coldly focused on the enemy in front of her. When Gustav's attack ended in a complete failure, Sariel swung her spear, still raised in a parrying motion, diagonally downward to cut something. The trajectory drawn by the tip of the silver spear traced Gustav's neck. Oh! Quickly thrusting his body forward, Gustave narrowly escaped the slash. Instead, he was struck in the shoulder with a hilt that appeared to be made of steel. The handle of a long-handled weapon, no matter how metallic, would not hurt or itch Gustav's huge frame when struck, especially when has used his divine protection. In fact, the more you hit it, the more the weapon will break. But that's only if your opponent is a skilled knight or an experienced adventurer. The girl, who was 3 heads smaller than him, made a careless cleave motion that sent Gustave rolling for 5 meters across the ground. Rock rupture. Ugh. As Gustave was blown away, 2 huge bodies hit Sariel, trapping her between them. On the right, Douglas shouted, "Rock rupture," and activated his martial art. On the left, Gon unleashed 2 axe blows with his full power. The pink pole axe, which emitted a distinctive high-pitched trembling sound, and the 2 battle axes, which were roaring and growling, come close to cutting Sariel's slender body in a brilliant, simultaneous left-right timing. Ehoo! With a small exhalation of air, Sariel's body leaned heavily. She leaned back so sharply that she was about to fall. The battle axe's side swipe passes right in front of Sariel's skyward-facing face and body. The rugged blade ended up striking out, only faintly slicing through the void and the silvery white aura rising from her. At the same time that she was evading Gon's attacks, Sariel was also intercepting Douglas's martial arts techniques in this unnatural posture. Before I knew it, the crossed spears she held in both hands were thrust out sharply while she was in the middle of leaning back. The tip of the spear was aimed not at the blade of the poleaxe, which possesses the ability to shatter anything it touches, but at the handle. The martial art technique of the Minotaur's stiff arm, with its log-like arms, raised bumps, and wild blood vessels, was easily met by the slender spear thrust by the girl's thin, slender arm. Sariel's posture was so awkward that her back seemed to hit the ground at any moment, but she was immobile, not feeling the repercussions of stopping Douglas's attack. On the contrary, she didn't just accept it, but she went straight to counterattack. A crossed blade slides along the hilt of the poleaxe. At the end of it, of course, are the fingers of Douglas, who is holding the weapon. Oh no. This doll girl is dangerous. After a tremendous evasive reaction, Douglas screamed out in a voice rougher than an excited raging bull. Sariel, on the other hand, seemed to be unaffected by all the shouting and cursing, as she let go of her weapon and focused on Douglas, who was now unarmed and raised her body like a spring to take a step in pursuit. The 2 axes, or Gon slashes, were quickly switched and fired at Sariel's defenseless back, her large silver ponytail fluttering, but they failed to catch her. Without even glancing behind her, she evaded the attacks. Realizing that Sariel's spear would pierce his body faster than he could prepare a new sub-weapon, Douglas let out an impatient cry. Of course, it was unlikely that Sariel, who showed no human-like emotions, as he called her a doll girl, would stop her attack, no matter how helplessly Douglas begged for his life. Therefore, the only ones who can save Douglas are his friends. Sariel was going straight into a beautiful thrusting motion that I would like to use as a model, but she stopped right there all of a sudden. Immediately afterward, something very fast passed through space where she would have stepped. Even a swordsman confident in his eyesight could only tell that it was probably an arrow. However, Sariel's bright red eyes seemed to have caught the exact line of fire and the point of impact. If you shift your crimson gaze slightly to the side, you can see a monochrome golem, Zedra, standing dozens of meters behind with a bow ready. The arrow did not explode, nor was it coated with poison. It was just a type of arrow with a huge arrowhead that specialized in penetrating power. Or maybe Sariel even saw that the arrowhead had an overly jagged, saw-toothed return that was designed to prevent it from falling out if pierced. It was a vicious shape that would not only be fatal if it pierced, but would also shave off a great deal of flesh if it just grazed. Thank you, Zedra. Don't be happy, just pick up your weapon, duh. As if following the covering arrow, Gustav, recovering from the blow, fleshed out Sariel again. We can't defeat her one-on-one. Attack in numbers surround her. Sariel interrupted her pursuit of Douglas, as Gustav charged at her with the force of a blazing storm. When Sariel was about to exchange blows with Gustav again, Gon, who was now free, came up behind her. The 2 axe blows he launched were dodged without a second glance. She got eyes in the back. I think she can see everywhere, not just the back. Gustav's metal rod and Gon's twin axes attacked Sariel from the front and back, shooting wildly, but each of them was avoided by the slimmest of margins. She continued to evade. Let's see how long you can keep this up, Resonance Bullhorn. Douglas, who had retrieved his poleaxe, jumped in to join the onslaught of the 2. It was not a martial art, but strengthening magic that works on allies including the user. Yeah, Heat Wave. Douglas' Resonance Bullhorn gives a rock-shattering tremor ability, and Gustav's Heat Wave gives iron-melting heat to allies within its area of effect. The metal rod, poleaxe, and double axe that attacked Sariel now had a double effect of tremor and high heat in addition to their original physical power. This means that a single swing of the weapon has more destructive power than the martial arts of an ordinary warrior. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. If it hits, it is a one-hit move, yes, if it hits. Hey, why isn't it hitting her? Don't mess with me. HMPH Ga. Sariel continued to evade all of the attacks. They formed a triangular formation with Sariel at the center, evenly spaced around her so as not to interfere with each other's attacks and to keep their prey from escaping. The battle was a fluid one, but even so, with years of experience, the 3 of them rarely broke this triangular encirclement and continued to unleash the fastest and most continuous attacks they could muster against Sariel. It was not only slashes and blows at close range that attacked her, but when she tried to break out of the formation by exploiting the slightest gap, or in between the 3 of them attacking in rapid succession, huge arrows with the sawed-off arrowheads like before would fly from a distance, as if to perfectly fill the gaps left. It was a coordinated attack in a divine formation that deserved its rank 5 status, but Sariel handled it all with a cool face. She ducked under the swings of the metal rod that seemed to burn and blow away to the horizon with a mere touch, and parried the blade that would shatter her entire body from the point of touch. Even in the midst of the stormy barrage, she didn't allow even a single silver hair to be cut off. She also dodged the arrows that come at the perfect timing like an assassin, taking advantage of blind spots and gaps in her movements, as if she had sensed them in advance, or she escaped the line of fire after seeing the arrows released. Come on, just reach her. No dara. Even though the desperate offensive continued, Sariel showed no signs of fatigue. Not a single bead of sweat appeared on her lifeless white face. It is common knowledge in the continent of Pandora that the power of divine protection cannot be kept active for long. The members of the Iron Demon Brigade are no exception to this rule. In the near future, they wouldn't be able to maintain their current power and speed of attack. If that's the case, then Sariel, who is gushing out this silvery aura, must also be activating some kind of divine protection. That's what Gustav and the other adventurers who were watching the battle around him, who had no choice but to watch in the face of this fierce battle, were expecting. The tremendous power and speed, as well as the unfathomable eeriness, must be due to the power of some powerful divine protection. However, as she continued to quietly handle the attacks, even in the midst of the overwhelming destructive power, I couldn't help but think that she would be able to activate her divine protection forever. Even though I knew that this was impossible, I felt a shiver run down my spine when the counterattack finally began. What the hell? Stop. Sariel passed through the hundreds and thousands of one-hit kills and escaped the encirclement. It was at that moment that Gon's attack was disrupted by 1/10 of a second, perhaps due to his youthful impatience. The next thing I knew, Sariel was behind Gon. She swung her spear with her right hand and stabbed the large back, which was defenseless for a moment. No, she threw it. With only one hand, she threw her spear, without a run-up or a rational stance that transfers body weight. It was an extremely ineffective form, thrown only with a swing of the arm and power of the wrist. But it was frighteningly fast and powerful enough to pierce through steel. Gah! Sariel's target was not the Cyclops in front of her, but the Zedra, the golem that provided accurate cover fire. By the time anyone realized this, the spear had already pierced deeply into the shining monocular eye. In the next moment, a huge explosion of shimmering white light erupted. blinding violence of light rushed past. All that remained was the wreckage of the Zedra, whose neck and limbs had been blown off, leaving only the incandescent torso intact and a crossed spear that stood out like a gravestone. But fortunately, the three vanguards didn't see their comrades in ruins. Even though she had thrown her weapon, the enemy was still standing right in front of them. Of course, Sariel had no intention of surrendering, even though she was now helpless. She had already set her sights on her next target. No, you can't escape. Gon's swinging blow came just after Sariel had finished throwing the spear. Normally, people and monsters alike would be torn apart, but for Sariel, rather than avoiding it, it seemed to be an opening where she could strike back. When Gon's right-hand axe swung down, Sariel was standing just in place to reach out and touch his thick waist. As the next axe in his left hand cleaved the empty space where there was no one to cut, Sariel climbed up Gon's huge body like a white snake crawling. The first step was taken on his crabby knees, and the second step was taken with just his toes hooked on the thick leather belt around his waist. There was no third step. Instead of looking for a foothold, she went for it. Her white left hand touched Gon's neck as if gently embracing the one-eyed big man. The last thing Gon saw was her shining bright red eyes and the white light on the fingertips of her right hand. A stinger. Sariel's right hand turned into a white flash and pierced Gon's huge eyeball. The sharp steel piercing sound was probably due to the hardening ability of his blessing, the rock mountain tortoise, which he had activated. Giga. The fact that he could scream was proof that he was still alive. Sariel's martial art stinger could probably penetrate his whole head if his divine protection was not active. It was fortunate only his eyeball was shattered. But how many of us can rejoice in our good fortune in the face of blindness? On the other hand, how many of us can immediately fight back in the face of blindness? Wait. Just as Sariel quickly pulled out her right hand and landed on the ground again, away from the cyclop, she was grabbed. Gon had let go of his axe, almost by intuition, but he had still miraculously managed to catch the arm of his enemy, the small girl. A rugged gray hand that looked like it was made of rock clutched the girl's thin, white arm as if it had already been broken. Vyuru! It was the perfect opportunity to stop Sariel's Godspeed evasive maneuvers. It was a great opportunity to take advantage of. With his iron-colored aura billowing out of his mouth, and his screaming mouth fully open and drooling all over the place, the raging figure looked just like a monster that has become a god. Daglalas charged forward. However, a large gray mass suddenly intervened between her and Sariel, blocking him from using his poleaxe. It was Gon's body. With just his left arm in her grasp, Sariel haphazardly swung the Cyclops' massive body, which was well over 2 meters tall, towards Daglalas. She lifted his huge, rock-like body straight up, twisted his body in half, and threw it straight over her head with an overthrow-like form. However, Daglalas instantly recognized that the person who was used as a shield in this way was undoubtedly his friend. Therefore, his attack stopped. It was rather reckless to stop, but if he didn't do it, he would have cut his precious party member and his cute junior in half with his own blow. No matter how reckless he was, he had no choice but to stop. Bahaha. Gon and Daglala's large, muscular bodies collided violently with each other. With a painful, dull sound, the mass of the two of them rolled away, splashing blood. They stopped not long after, leaving behind a trail of fresh blood on the muddy ground where the snow had melted. The gray Gon didn't move a muscle. The brown-furred Daglalas, on the other hand, dropped the tattered pieces of his pink armor and sets his hard hooves on the ground again. A white war spear. As if to mock Daglala's fight to get up, Sariel unleashed attack magic without chanting, a white spear about 2 meters long, which sewed him to the earth. It pierced him in the middle of his stomach, and he fell on his back. He would not be able to get up again. Burning impact. The last remaining Gustav used the same martial art aiming at Sariel's unprotected back. However, the power contained in this strike was incomparably different. He put all of his fire and heat into it as if he didn't care if he was blown away by the scorching explosion that exploded not only the metal rod which released the technique, but even himself. It's not hard to see that this big move was the final resort self-destruction move. He was ready to die if he could just hurt Sariel with this attack. It doesn't matter how Sariel can move, she can't escape the blast radius of burning impact. There was no point in trying to dodge it. As the fatal blow was about to strike, Sariel countered Gustav's last effort with a single word. Come back. By the time she murmured this, the cross spear was already in Sariel's hand again. It was the same spear that she had thrown at Zedra. The fact that it was summoned back by summoning magic was obvious without even thinking about it. The only thing that was unusual was the speed of the summoning. It was too fast. But in reality, the spear was coming back to her. She held it in her opposite hand. The tip of the spear was pointing toward her back, or more precisely, toward Gustav's, who was about to swing the metal rod down. Then, with a light thrust, she pierced the middle of Gustav's thick chest plate as if it had been sucked in. It was enough to stop the attack. Ha ha, strong little girl, are you really human? Thus, Sariel annihilated the Iron Demon Brigade in less than 3 minutes. She had only defeated 4 enemies yet. In front of her, hundreds and thousands of armed adventurers were moving about, though almost all of them had lost their will to fight. Beyond that were tens of thousands of Spada soldiers. Her battle had only just begun. Chapter 460, The Apostle Advances. The adventurers were wondering. The adventurers were wondering whether or not they should challenge a single enemy called Sariel. Seriously, the Iron Demon Brigade lost. Hey, what should we do? Isn't she a little too dangerous? Such whispers could be heard throughout the battlefield. The adventurers of Spada are not so weak that they would get scared just because one of their party was easily defeated, but in this case, the defeated party was special. A rank 5 adventure party had challenged the enemy, and they had all been defeated without leaving a single scratch on the enemy. If the battle had been close, morale would still have been high, and there would have been people who wanted to follow suit. However, the Battle of the Iron Demon Brigade had turned out to be a demonstration of Sariel's extraordinary strength. Maybe Sariel herself saw them as strong enemies and deliberately attacked them, and then defeated them with impunity to show the difference in strength. With her true strength, she could pierce any rank 5 adventurer with that shining white spear in the blink of an eye. The fact that her strength was so unfathomable was probably the biggest reason why the adventurers hesitated. But for Sariel, their situation was completely uncommon. On the battlefield, if the distinction between friend and foe is clear, there is only one thing to do. Target spotted. Sariel began to chant. She began to walk slowly, holding the spear in her hand like a staff. Start ballistic calculation. With each step she took, the adventurers took an involuntary step backward. However, they were not so frightened that they would continue to be foolish enough to simply stand at a distance, stunned, in front of an enemy who was obviously preparing an attack. This is our chance while she is chanting. If you can shoot arrows, magic, or anything else, shoot. It was the pink arrow of the Blade Ranger who shouted sharp attack orders. Targeting mages who are chanting is a basic battle theory that even new adventurers know. If you're an experienced adventurer, you'll reflexively see him as a target. No matter how strong Sariel was, they no longer hesitated in the slightest to take aim at her, who was chanting as she walked head-on, without any vanguard or defensive magic. Eat this, little girl, heartbreak shot. The pink arrow unleashed a dazzling, shocking pink, light magic-like blow from its large peach-colored bow, and all the mage and archer classes present followed suit. A number of long-distance attacks of various attributes and shining colors were aimed at just one person. The majority of them were made up of low-grade attack magic, such as the fire arrow and the lightning arrow, or martial arts techniques, such as the one-shot and the strong bullet. This is because it is the only way to do it. Or rather, it is the most appropriate way to hit the target immediately and in large quantities. The other half of the magic and martial arts were the more powerful intermediate and advanced magic and martial arts of those who are skilled in abbreviated short spells, shrinking techniques, and other means of reducing the activation time. A small number of them were using the primordial magic originals. And so, the adventurer's murderous intent, more like a prayer for her to fall, rushed towards Sariel. With the impact, the ultra-high heat, the ultra-low temperature, and the shockwave all blew at the same time. And Sariel's small shadow disappeared in the black and white of smoke and the redness of flame. Ready for launch, the sight of Sariel stepping out unharmed from beyond the flames of the explosion was truly despairing. Instead of damaging her, they couldn't even get her to stop chanting. It seemed that Sariel's magic had already been completed at this time. Fierce God Spear. With a white light at the tip of her spear, Sariel shot her cross-shaped spear into the sky. Her slender body gave no hint of strength, but the spear left her soft white hands and flew through the sky with more force and speed than a flicked arrow. Naturally, there was no enemy adventurer at the tip of the spear, which was shot at a steep angle, almost directly overhead. The airborne troops of Spada's Dragon Knight Dragoon were also absent, at least not in the sky above Sariel. In other words, it was just a spear thrusting through the sky, but the next moment, it pointed its at all the enemies. When the spear that Sariel threw into the air reached a height of about 100 meters above the ground, it formed a large, circular magic circle as it was, with a burst of bright light. It seemed as if the spear itself had shattered and turned into a magic circle. A rain of light began to fall from the magic circle 10 meters in diameter. It was a shining white spear, similar to the light attribute intermediate level attack magic light arrow. However, the amount and density of magic power contained in each arrow was so great that even a non-mage could feel tingling on his skin. Countless such objects, or, more accurately, as many as Sariel aimed at rained down from the circle above the adventurers' heads. This is bad. Not many of them were able to take defensive action. They had less than 3 seconds before a spear falling sharply from the sky would reach the ground. Ah! For a brief moment, there was a mournful cry that made me want to cover my ears. Those who were unable to respond to the oncoming arrow of light were pierced in the head or chest, while those who barely deployed defensive magic had their shields pierced as well. A swordsman saw that the arrow was taking a simple trajectory that flew straight from the sky to the ground. And just as he narrowly avoided it, the arrow made a sudden turn like a bee above his head and stabbed him to death. The power to penetrate defensive magic without difficulty, and the ability to track with high accuracy, as if to mock evasive action, it was a perfect special move with both aforementioned qualities. All the arrows raining down had the same dangerous effect. The scene of shining rain pouring down from a large circle of light was fantastic, but what unfolded underneath was a bloody and realistic picture of hell where many people were stabbed to death at the same time. Oh no, why everyone? The number of adventurers who have survived Sariel's fierce god spear could be counted on 2 hands. Some had defensive capabilities that could stop the penetrating power, some could move fast enough to shake off the tracking, and some were lucky enough to escape the sting due to their miraculous positioning. And some were fortunate enough to have survived, protected by others. This was the pink arrow from Blade Ranger. Protecting your friend is the basis of justice. Right. The red-haired young man, Red Sword, smiled gently as he received 1 spear of light each in his chest and stomach. Justice must be served. Because I'm a Blade Ranger. Blue, yellow, and green stretched their bodies even more to catch the arrows like red. All 3 of them received the spear that was aimed at her. However, the righteous 4 took 1 more shot at the leader, the red-haired pink arrow, and stood up to protect her with their own bodies. She didn't even have a scratch on her. You guys are really stupid. It was a beautiful, tearful ending, but as it turned out, it was only a single blow. Sariel, the source of the powerful and cruel ranged attack, was still alive and well. In spite of such a large scale of magic, the silvery aura that she wore did not fade, and her face remained as expressionless as before. There was no sign of her magic power being depleted. Hey! Before I knew it, Sariel was standing in front of the saved pink arrow with the spear she had thrown in her right hand again. It would be more correct to say that she happened to be on her path as she continued walking straight ahead. I give up, please go ahead and proceed. The pink arrow, spitting out a pathetic line, rolled over in a heap and gave way to Sariel. She left her dead companion's body and moved away. What was justice all about? Sariel walked on without a second glance, ignoring the pink arrow. The only thing that was fortunate was that she went without stepping on the corpses of her companions. Oh, there's a chance. Suddenly, the pink arrow stood up, drawing her bow. She was about 10 meters away from Sariel. Her back, exposed and unprotected, was the best target Pink could ever have hoped for. White stake. What? Before the string, which was squeezed with the power of martial arts, could leave her fingers, A white stake was thrust into Pink Arrow's abdomen. The weapon, which resembled a white wooden stake used to pierce a vampire's heart and kill them, had successfully smashed through her stomach. The sharp, bloodied tip was peeking out from her back. Sariel merely sensed her attack and fired in advance. Without looking back, without chanting, without movement, to accurately shoot through the back of her standing in a complete blind spot would have been a no-brainer for her, who had survived the onslaught of the Iron Demon Brigade unscathed. Ga-ha-ha-tusk shhhh. After receiving the surprise attack, Pink Arrow collapsed while spouting words like a petty villain. Even so, she fought to defeat her enemy and avenge her friends until the end, and her stance may be called justice. However, at this moment, Sariel did not stop walking because she felt any emotion at Pink Arrow's actions. What she sensed was the appearance of a new enemy. Hey, 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 hey. Wait a minute. Sariel turned around, her large silvery white ponytail swaying faintly, and saw a boy. He was a large man, but his face suggested that he was in his late teens. He had distinctive blonde hair, but his body was equipped with solid equipment that didn't impede his movements, yet covered his vital points with minimum of defense. With a bright blue aura radiating from his entire body, he pointed the tip of the rugged, long sword in his hand at Sariel. "You're ridiculously strong. Fight me." Sariel would know that the boy, with his blue aura, was also a talented person who possessed some kind of divine protection. On the other hand, he must have also seen the rank 5 adventurers who activated the blessing and fell before her one after another. Even so, the boy was standing before her with the pure, childish smile on his face, as if he couldn't contain his excitement. He was undoubtedly a battle fanatic. "My name is Kai Est Galbraith. Come on, let's fight." With his sword at the ready, Kai looked like a predator who has just set his sights on his prey and was ready to run. Sariel, on the other hand, was still standing still. She was holding her spear in her right hand, looking at Kai with petrified red eyes. "Start." He disappeared. He moved so fast that it made me think so. But that was just from an ordinary person's impression. Just because he was fast, her eyes would not be deceived. White stake. Huh. Kai had seen through the no-motion attack magic, white stake, that killed the Pink Arrow. He slashed the attack with an attack from his sword. He continued to deal with not 1, not 2, not 3, but dozens of white stakes that were released in succession. After the 13th stake, they were within striking distance of each other with their blades. Polar Ultima. Kai's sword, raised to the top, shone with a strong blue glow. I can't help but believe that this martial art that has the power to slay even the aura-clad Sariel with a single strike. However, the motion was too large. It was faster for Sariel to thrust out her spear. HMPH. Kai was in the midst of executing a martial arts move, but he forcefully twisted his body to avoid Sariel's thrust. The silver tip barely scraped the surface of his dragon skin armor that protected his chest plate. Islash. The blue light shone divinely, which was completely visible because Sariel was not able to avoid the attack. That was a powerful blow. However, what the blade of the great sword caused was not a splash of blood that cut through the human body, but a huge spark that was caught by the hard metal surface. Before I knew it, a spear intervened between the sword and Sariel. From that position, Kai pulled back to defend himself. That's all there was to it, but I couldn't see the crucial movement. I wondered if Sariel's small voice, which leaked out just a little, was a sign that she had gotten serious in her own way. Whatever the case, it was unbearable. Kai had already finished unleashing his full power of martial arts. No matter how superhumanly powerful he was, it was impossible for him to defend with his sword with the same blinding speed as she had. There was not enough time. Whoa! A fist as heavy as a golem's hammer struck Kai in the side of the head. It was Sariel's free left hand. I could tell from the ineffectual motion of her just sticking out her arm that it was a light jab. Kai leaned back heavily, but was able to fight off the pain and shock to avoid falling over. But before he knew it, Sariel was already in the thrusting motion again, a desperate scene reflected in his blue eyes. The tip of the blade would pierce his heart with precision. There was no way she could fail at this moment, at this timing. The fight was over. Kai realized that he was defeated and dead. What? Damn, she noticed me. A familiar voice reached his ears. What Sariel unleashed was not a thrust, but a slash. The target was not Kai, but someone else. Nero. A black-haired, red-eyed figure of his best friend leaps out of the void. There was no sign of his approach, and he suddenly appeared as if he had been instantly teleported or summoned there. Nero, who always kept a cool expression on his face and was never surprised or impatient even in battle, was now ducking under Sariel's blow with a line of cold sweat running down his cheek. "Just stay back." Without needing to be told, Kai flew backwards. He flew backwards, out of the range of Sariel's spear, which was as good as the Grim Reaper's scythe. On its horrible tip, a translucent cloth it gradually lost its transparency and quickly revealed itself as a dirty, milky white rag. "Oh, my precious predator cloak is bad, Safi." Nero landed next to Kai, mumbling something like that. "Nero, you. Damn, you idiot. Because of you, we ended up having to fight with her." Despite his ever-so-grumpy expression, Nero clearly stated his intention to fight. "It's no use. I'll fight for you, even though I'm in the red. We'll defeat her, and make the Wing Road the best party in Spada." Also standing behind Kai was the black-robed necromancer Safi and a red-cloaked thundermage Charlotte. This is where the members of Wing Road all came together. "Come on, let's go formation whirlwind." Chapter 461. Sariel vs Wing Road. When you look at her up close like this, she has a beautiful face that gives you the creeps. She looks like one of the antique dolls displayed in the Royal Palace of Avalon, or even more beautiful than that. And it's more inorganic than the real thing, like a doll. I've only seen someone like her once before. Their face and age must be completely different, but the way she looked at me is the same as hers or whatever. It was many years ago. "It's no use. I'll fight for you, even though we are in a disadvantage. We'll beat her, and make the Wing Road the best party in Spada." The voices of Safi and Charlotte behind me reached me, and I changed my mind. Without getting caught up in the past, I just stared at the reality in front of me. "Come on, let's go formation whirlwind." The formation I've chosen is a speedy, anti-personnel type. The Dragon Killer is intended to deliver a large blow to a weak point in order to literally kill a dragon or similar large monster. In contrast, the Whirlwind formation is used to defeat humanoid or small, fast monsters. But this is the first time we've used this formation against a single person. Most of the time, we wipe out multiple monsters at once using this formation. Ha! With a blue aura overflowing, Kai began to charge again. But I didn't follow and instead took a step back. I stepped back because it was not my role to be the vanguard in this formation. "Go on, Ta-chan." Passing by as if to replace me was Safi's masterpiece, the Undead Knight. Dressed in white, holy silver mithril armor and equipped with a large flamberge and buckler. He would look like a magnificent knight if his helmet's face guard hadn't been opened to reveal a skull's face. Well, it's ruined in many ways by the fact that Safi always calls it Ta-chan. Its performance is impressive, though. The White Knight, Ta-chan, was one step behind Kai. In Whirlwind, Kai and Ta-chan are the vanguards. It's just that Safi even used her divine protection on it. Its sword skills is so great that it can even take my place as the vanguard. Before the storm of slashes from the two swords and flamberges could hit Sariel, two streaks of lightning arrived first. Red Thunder Lance. Thunderstorm, Lightning Spears. Charl threw a red lightning at Sariel, whereas I threw a purple one. Both of them were intermediate-level attack magic with lightning attribute, but both of them were out of the ordinary. With Charles' divine protection, Red Thunder Lord Reinhardt incorporated in her attack, and me using my first sword skill for irregular activation. And both of them pack quite a punch. At the same time as the crackling thunder roared, two colored sparks, red and purple, burst out and blocked my vision. The two vanguards boldly jumped into the flashing light. Because I don't think I could have killed her with this. What the hell? After the light went by, I could see the three of them fiercely exchanging blades. Kai, who was shouting like a swordsman, Sariel, who looked somewhat cold, and the undead knight with the skull face, who had no expression to begin with. It's more about the number of moves you can make than the strength of your martial arts skills. So Kai unleashes a series of sharp blows, while Ta-chan moves around to the side or behind to attack the blind spots. A genius swordsman and a genius necromancer have created an ultra-high-performance undead knight, and not many people can survive being sandwiched between the two of them. But if that were enough to kill Sariel, then Iron Demon Brigade would currently be celebrating their victory. After all, she was handling the two as if it were a simple, boring task, with a blank expression that showed no sense of danger. Hey! A moment before I was about to activate my second sword skill, a white arrow appeared in front of me. I quickly flicked it with my right hand, the spiritual sword White King Cherry Blossom, but it was very close. Not only did she defend herself, but she also attacked me, the middle guard, at the same time. No, it seems that even Charl was shot a white arrow at the same time. Watch out, that was dangerous. Oh no, Nell, heal. Calm down, Charl, Nell's not here. I'm not sure if the surprise attack scared her so much, but she was a little teary-eyed. This girl is really vulnerable to minor accidents. Even so, she succeeded in defending herself with the red lightning shield just in time. While Charles' divine protection, Red Thunder Lord Reinhardt's active, all of her lightning attribute magic changes to a stronger red thunder. Therefore, even without a chant, she can use defensive magic with a certain level of strength. If Charl hadn't activated her divine protection, she would have been pierced by Sariel's arrow even if she had deployed lightning shield. She's really a ridiculous monster that we can't even fight properly without activating our divine protection. I'm closing in on the front. Get your guard up, Charl. In the original arrangement, I would be in the middle guard, like Charl, and my main role would be to strike with magic. However, I can only do that satisfactorily if the vanguard can keep the enemy's attention completely. If Sariel can afford to attack me and Charl at the same time, I have to say that the whirlwind is as good as broken. Unfortunately, the most effective anti-personnel formation we have right now is the whirlwind, so I have no choice but to push a little harder to make it work. Therefore, I'll join the vanguard to block Sariel's mid and rear guard attacks this time. I'll also make sure that Charl is safe just in case. There's only one person I can ask for help here. My guard's gonna be thin. As I listened to Safi's cold reply, I felt a déjà vu of frustration, wishing Nell were here now. After all, it is only with her that Wing Road can be completed as a perfect party. Well, now is not the time for regrets. If one of us is missing, we're all dead. That's true, too. This joke from Safi, which was not appropriate in the middle of a fight to the death, but she understood my intentions by the end of the exchange, so she's not to be underestimated in any way. The rearguard, Safi, now has two heavily armed Minotaur-based monsters on either side of her as guards. Their name is Minokun. Both of them are Minokun. One of them, which was 3 meters tall and covered with purple full-body armor, rushed towards Charl. At the same time, Safi summoned another 3 meters tall undead to fill in the defensive hole. This undead was covered in heavy armor. One of the things that makes Safi a great necromancer is this simultaneous summoning ability. She can summon dozens of her powerful servants instantaneously. In fact, Safi had summoned 2 Minokuns for defense at the same time as Tachan, the vanguard. If she wanted to, she could have summoned more of them, but the number of summons that might be useful in this fight was limited, even for her. I'm sure that no matter how many skeletal soldiers Safi throws at Sariel, it won't be enough. Even though I was feeling a bit overwhelmed by the fact that I was dealing with such a powerful person, I closed in on Sariel with one of the 3 most serious stances I've ever taken in my life. Oh, Nero, honestly, that helps. The fact that he could honestly say that to me meant that Kai was under a lot of pressure against this battle with Sariel. Bloom, Snow Moon Flower. Sariel, on the other hand, had a cool face. Even when I intervened with my 2 swords, the substantive sword, White King Cherry Blossom, and the magical sword, Snow Moon Flower. She successfully intercepted my first sword and avoided my second sword with such grace and beauty that caught my eye. Oh no, if Kai, and Tachan continue like this, we'll surely end up like the Iron Demon Brigade. Sariel can and will to do just that. If we don't do something, we'll be wiped out without even a scratch on her. And that time is fast approaching. I didn't have time to think long and hard while fighting. I'll just have to do whatever comes to mind. Kai, stop the spear. Yes. I started to give easy-to-understand instructions to Kai in front of Sariel. It would be great if Sariel would hesitate even for a moment, but I don't think psychological warfare or any other small skill will work on her at all. So my instructions meant what they say. And Kai's comprehension in these situations was outstanding. Yeah. With a flash of energy, Kai launched a kick. The target was not Sariel but Ta-chan's back. Aya! My Ta-chan! By the time Safi's unusually sorrowful cry sounded, Ta-chan had been pierced head-on by Sariel's spear. Kai kicked Ta-chan in a way that pushed him right in front of Sariel. In the end, it was a matter of time before he was able to do anything about it. The blow of the shining spear seemed to have a great effect on the undead, as an ugly, poisonous purple smoke began to spew furiously from the gaps in his armor. The true nature of the smoke was the dark magical power that drove the corpse. In less than 3 seconds, the magical power would be completely drained from his body. Sorry, Safi. That's already the second time I've said that. With a heartfelt apology, I thrust the icy tip of Snow Moon Flower into Ta-chan's back. Ice Seal Flash. The effect of the sword skill that I activated is to seal the target by freezing it. In other words, the entire Ta-chan will instantly freeze along with Sariel's cross spear. I knew how Kai was going to act from the moment I gave him the order. We've had similar experiences before. The fact that we can sacrifice Ta-chan without hesitation, even though he is my ally, is probably because of casual necromancy. So, almost at the same time as I was making my thrust, I succeeded in activating the Ice Seal Flash. Sariel seemed to be moving quickly to pull the spear out, just in time. The shimmering, crossed tips of the spears froze as they pierced Ta-chan's chest. Now, Sariel's reaction was quick. If it was a normal opponent, the cold air of the seal would have conducted from the spear to the handle in the blink of an eye, and the effect would have reached the enemy himself. But when the tip of the spear froze, Sariel let go of the spear as quickly as possible. But now, just as I had planned, I had blocked her spear. Sariel would be unarmed at this moment. Red Thunder. The first thing that hit Sariel was not me or Kai, but Charles' magic. Kai wasn't the only one who understood my intentions. Rather, everyone in the party understood my intentions. The Red Thunder, released at the perfect time, is a red lightning version of intermediate range attack magic. Dozens and hundreds of lightning bolts spewed into the air, striking like a tossing net. The range of the red lightning was wider than Sariel could take off in a single bound. Of course, I and Kai were within the attack range, but the great thing about Charles' divine protection is that it gives Charles, who has a rough personality, precise magic control. In other words, not a single one of the countless red lightning strikes that were coming at us here was on a direct course to hit her allies. And on the contrary, they were placed in such a way that they not only hit the enemy, but also fill in the gaps in all directions to avoid them. This is a meticulous magic composition that is impossible for a normal Charl to perform. Guard. At that moment, Sariel took a defensive measure. The small murmur that was drowned out by the gentle breeze was the name of a basic defensive martial art, if I hadn't misheard it. If you can't avoid it, use guard to overcome it. This is a natural choice for a vanguard warrior, but Sariel's stance even while defending was offensive. The only thing that seemed to be under the effect of the martial arts was her right hand. A silvery white aura erupted from it, doubling in intensity and increasing its brilliance. Her shining right hand shot up, and in the next instant, it cut off several red lightning bolts that rushed into her slender body. With just one swing of her hand, all the lightning that struck her was cut away. In a trajectory that seemed to avoid Sariel herself, the red lightning passed by with a buzzing sound. Could it be that the reason she used the guard was simply to prevent electrocution? This is not a proper way to use a defensive martial art. Spring forth, Ryusui-sen. But thanks to one action that could be found in the legends of martial arts masters. Cutting off the lightning, there is enough time for me to launch a follow-up attack. As I felt the red lightning flash by my ear, I converted my sword into water attribute, Ryusui-sen, using sword skill. As a thin stream of water swirled, a single rapier was formed. A single thrust with this sword will result in a sharp splash that pierces the rock like water arrow, but what I want right now is not attack power, but binding power. The Ryusui-sen has the intangible characteristics of water, so I can change its shape will. So, for example, I can stretch it long and thin like a rope. With a light snap of my wrist, the water rapier instantly transformed its blade into a whip that extended in a straight line towards Sariel. I got her. Sariel couldn't avoid this attack, so the water whip wrapped around her thin ankle from behind. I pulled the water blade with force trying to drag her down, but she didn't even budge. I can pull 10 2-meter-tall orcs at once, but by all means, the slender girl in front of me who weighed about 40 kgs didn't make a slight movement. Sariel looked back at me quietly with oddly relaxed movements. When I stared into those crimson eyes, I didn't feel she was like living. Hey, freeze. I immediately decided that there was no point in restraining her with the water whip any longer. So I instantly converted it to the ice attribute. Changing the attribute of the same magic is an advanced technique, but since water and ice are essentially the same thing, the difficulty of changing them goes down a notch. My sword skill allows me to quickly changing attributes of my sword even in battle, but the fastest change speed is still in both directions, water and ice. Before Sariel, who had turned around, could do anything about it, Ryusui Sen transformed into Snow Moonflower. In other words, the water that entangled her ankle instantly froze and froze her feet to the ground. Polar Ultima. When Sariel stopped, Kai took advantage of the opportunity and attacked from behind. In the first place, the reason I used restraints instead of attacks is because Kai is the real deal. The first time he foolishly slashed into her, he was almost easily countered, but what about now? A complete blind spot right behind her. In addition, her right ankle is frozen, which has blocked her mobility. She would not be able to take satisfactory evasive action, and above all, Sariel was still without her spear. The spear that stabbed Tachan was frozen by the ice seal flash. It is impossible to bring it back to hand by summoning it, as she did after she stabbed Gustav under the circumstances of the ice seal. Slash. And so, this time, Kai's special martial art exploded on the defenseless Sariel, or it should have. Oh, come on, you're kidding. As I had predicted, Sariel certainly did not evade, nor did she use her spear. However, what leaked out of her mouth were words that denied reality. No, because of course not. Who could have predicted such an ending? Bare-handed. Kai's exclamation was the most accurate description of the situation. Yes, Sariel had caught the blade that had been swung straight down from above her head with her bare hands. She clapped her small, white palms together on her head, without a scratch. With such a simple movement, she stopped Kai's martial art. The big sword, which would have split open her beautiful head's silver hair if it were only 10 centimeters lower, didn't move as if it were frozen in place there. Damn If it's just arm strength, there aren't many people in Spada who can match Kai, the power fool. And he was currently pushing his sword with all his might, but it didn't move even a millimeter from where Sariel has it between her hands. It's like a bad joke with Kai's desperate expression as he put all his strength into his sword while it roared with the blue aura of his divine protection. But Sariel was as expressionless as ever. She didn't even glance at him. But this was the reality. The truth that Sariel and Kai were so far apart in their abilities was clearer than ever. Whoa! Sariel moved. She caught the sword above her head and swung her arm as if to throw it straight forward. The motion, which was not rational in terms of human movement and was released only with the power of her arm, was enough to throw Kai, who was holding the sword, forward. As if this was the will of a swordsman, Kai continued to hold the hilt until the very end, even though he was thrown. It may have been a noble gesture, but the result was an ignominious slam into the ground. Kai's back was slammed hard without him being able to do anything. Oh no. But that wasn't the end. The same scene repeated twice, no, 3 times, right there. Sariel, holding the sword between her hands, buzzed up and down with a light swing. Kai's body slammed into the ground as she did so. What was frightening was the speed. No one, not me, not Charles, not Safi, not even me, could do anything in the middle of such a ridiculous attack that even comedy would not see. We didn't even have time to make any kind of move to save Kai. Ka-ha. With a feeble grunt, Kai's eyes turned white. Kai finally let go of his sword, where his superhuman arm strength was supposed to reside. Kai's beloved sword, Claymore, was now in Sariel's hands. Stop. She then quickly returned the blade she had taken to its owner. The large, sharp, divine iron orichalcone alloy cutting edge was pointed at Kai's chest. Chapter 462, After the Battle Against Wingroad. She stabbed Kai. Kai's own sword was pierced through his dragon breastplate and plunged deep into the middle of his chest. From the size of the sword, it was obvious that it was a fatal wound. At last, one member of the Wingroad was down. This meant that the four of us were no longer on equal footing with Sariel. In other words, we have no chance of victory. Kai. However, what came to my mind was not the rational thought to retreat, but a fighting spirit to continue the battle. It's not my first time seeing someone sacrifice themselves, but it's not something I can get used to. My comrade was killed. There's no better reason for me to be angry. How dare you, you bastard? However, there was someone else whose anger was ignited before mine. There was no way that the hot-headed Charl wouldn't lose her temper over this. Or maybe it was a natural consequence when I, as the leader of the Wing Road, had the slightest inkling of a calm thought to make the right decision to immediately retreat from an unwinnable battle. In anger, Charl pointed the crimson bolt, her short staff wand with a bright red spark, at Sariel. Stop, Charl. More than anger, the fear of the next victim prevailed my thinking. Sariel turned to Charl, who was unleashing her murderous intent and magical power at her. Flash cannon. If the name of the spell was to be believed, the fired spell was a light attribute low-grade attack spell at Charl. It was also a no-chance spell. However, the whirlpool of flashing lights in front of me was too huge. A tornado of light over 10 meters in length swallowed the target while fleetingly erasing the thunderbolt that Charl had fired earlier. The light passed in an instant. When my vision cleared again, the first thing I saw was the skeletal corpse of a large minotaur standing in front of Charl as her meat shield. The bones were oddly white, as if they had been deliberately painted with paint. The large shield in its hands was also stained white and crumbling, as if they were weathering. Sariel's flash cannon completely cleansed the undead minotaur made by Safi in one shot. However, it seems that the power of the minotaur's shield was not enough to completely stop it. It hurts. Both of Charl's arms also raised a white vapor. The sleeves of her slightly longer robe was neatly erased, revealing painful, slender arms that had been burned by the scorching light. Perhaps she managed to activate a defensive spell just before she was hit. Because if Sariel's spell had hit her without the defensive spell, she would have been in the same state as the skeletal minotaur. However, for Sariel, it was not so regrettable that she could not kill her in one shot. If one shot doesn't work, she can just shoot Anoder. White stake. And she didn't need any exaggerated techniques to kill a mage who couldn't even hold her wand well anymore. Even an attack powerful enough to kill or injure a defenseless civilian is enough to take down the current Charl. For example, yes, a single stake that pierces the vital point of the chest is enough. The white stake released from Sariel's right hand soared through the air straight towards Charl's small chest. Goo. Nero. The attack pierced the fool who was standing in front of Charl. That is me. As soon as Sariel had fired the flash cannon, I had activated Sonic Walker and ran off. However, her follow-up was annoyingly smooth and fast. I couldn't carry Charl and run away, so I could only defend her with my body. Oh damn, that hurt. I think she got 2 of my ribs. Why? Damn, why did you recklessly attack? Just speaking one word was enough to cause me a tremendous amount of pain and fatigue. It's a good thing I didn't die instantly, though. If I don't die, I can use a recovery potion. Well, that's only if I were dealing with someone normal. Damn it, this is it. The next thing I knew, Sariel was standing in front of me. She has already broken my seal? Her ankle, which should have been frozen, was already free so she could walk here, and so was the crossed spear in her right hand. She could have crushed the ice at any time she wanted, huh? This is exactly what I mean when she is in a different level. Strangely enough, I don't feel any regret. The only thing that comes to my mind is the resignation of understanding the difference in power that exists in reality between her and us. No, Nero, I can't believe this is where it ends. In this kind of situation, I felt a little jealous of Charl, who could cry out her regret honestly. I'm sure it's because she believed from the bottom of her heart that we, Wing Road, could be the strongest. But I'm different. After all, my power is just like this. I've already realized how powerless I am when I was a kid. Because I couldn't save him when I was a kid, and because I can't save you, Charl, right now. I'm sorry, Charl. So all I could do was apologize. I turned my back towards Charl and stood up, holding my sword while enduring the pain of the stakes that pierced my chest. Run, I'll buy you some time. No, Nero. King Leonhart may be able to fight against Sariel, but he won't be coming anytime soon. The only people around me are adventurers who are completely freaked out. In addition, I don't expect much help from Safi. She's a calm and rational person. She doesn't do anything in vain. Even if she intervenes here, we will never be able to win against Sariel. On the contrary, she understands from the battle, up to this point, that the odds are hopelessly low, that she won't even be able to save me or Charl and retreat. If that's the case, the best thing to do would be to take this opportunity to escape alone. If she comes to save us, she would be killed as well, but if she runs away, at least one person will be saved. The numbers clearly show which outcome is better, so I have no choice but to do it. Even though I know I can't win, and even though it's doubtful that I can even buy enough time for her escape in the first place. I guess the reason I'm holding my sword like this is because of the little bit of pride I have as a man. Then Charlie. At that moment I noticed. Sariel's red eyes shook slightly. It was a small change, a really small change, but it was certainly an outburst of human emotion. I think she was surprised. I knew right away that it was not because I showed my intention to fight. In the first place, she wasn't even looking at me anymore. Her eyes passed by me and Charl and went further back. What the hell is she looking at? Who's there? The answer to my question came shortly after. Sariel. It sounded more terrifying than the grudge cry of undeads. I've dealt with high-ranking undead monsters a few times before, but even then, I have never felt the kind of horror that made me shiver from the bottom of my stomach like this one. It stung my skin. It was an unpleasant killing sensation that stuck to me like I was immersed in a poisonous swamp. This feeling is, yes, this is a kind of curse. While raising such a haunting cry, a black shadow flew over my head. Black hair and black coat fluttered behind the shadow in the wind. You. The words that I uttered without thinking were the same for both Charl and me. You. And for some reason, Sariel uttered the same words. Black calm, Kurono. A silvery white tip and a jet-black blade clashed. The magic power of the two colors of black and white dispersed fiercely. With a sharp metallic sound, the two sides jumped. No, Sariel stepped back. Sariel fluttered in the air, shaking off the bloody red eerie aura, and landed lightly on the ground. In contrast, he landed with a sense of weight, as if a heavy lump of iron had fallen in front of me. Kurono. He didn't even react to my call. I'm sure that Kurono never looked back and just stared straight at Sariel, who was standing quietly with a spear in her hand, with that black and red vicious look in her eyes. He was now focusing all of his attention on Sariel. He may not even be aware that there were two people here, let alone my voice. Hey, long time no see. With that one sentence, I could tell that Sariel and Kurono knew each other. And more than anything, the unusual air that emanated from Kurono made me think that they had antagonistic relation. I've been waiting for this reunion. I realized everything. Oh right, he had joined the Galahad war for this very moment. It makes sense that he refused the 1,000-man commander post. Kurono's target was only one girl, Sariel. The others were just a distraction. Even the battles he had fought so far were just for fun. In this huge stage of war, aiming for vengeance on a single person is crazy. But the reality is that Sariel has appeared on the battlefield. Is it really fate? If that is the case, then the black gods must have some bastard with extremely bad taste. He was going to grant the wish of such a crazy madman. Sariel, I'm going to kill you this time. And so Kurono's battle began. Chapter 463. Proof of the devil's existence. Hey, it's been a while. I've been waiting to see you again. It's been about half a year since we last met. It was no surprise that she looked exactly the same as she did in my memory. Pure white hair, skin, and clothes. Among them, only her blood-red crimson eyes shone eerily. A girl with the inorganic beauty of a doll. And she is one of the strongest human who wears the silvery white aura that is the proof her being an apostle. The fact that she was able to block even the first full-bodied black calm that I threw at her without difficulty makes me realize the difference in ability that separates her and me even now. She is strong, after all, but I declared again, just as I did when I pointed my blade at her on the walls of Daedalus. Sariel, this time I will kill you. I see. I'm pretty sure she gave me the same cold response back then too. It's a good idea to take a look at your own personal life. It's a good idea to take a look at your own personal life. You have killed too many crusaders. It is my shame as an apostle to have missed you twice. Do you want me to thank you? Or was it penance? I don't know, but I can't let you escape anymore. What do you have in your mind then? Sariel blinked once and answered my unasked question. Kurono Maou, I will kill you. That was the first time Sariel's killing intent was directed at me. The memory of my defeat came back vividly. The shiver of white etched in my brain appealed to me. Run. Sariel, I've told you before to come at me with the intent to kill. But the fear in my chest was overshadowed by the joy that welled up from the depths of my soul. Now we are finally equals. Sariel finally recognized me as an enemy. It's no longer a clownish fight where I'm the aggressor. It's all about this one battle. Today is the day I know we will defeat Sariel, the apostle. Here we go, formation anti-cross. At that moment, a flash of red and white light struck Sariel as I readied my machete. In the right, the white beam shining white was Lily's flash white arrow. And in the left, the raging red lotus tornado was Fiona's flaming long spear. Both of them were standing behind me, so I couldn't see them, but just feeling their magical power was very encouraging. Sariel, who was caught from the left and right by the advanced level attack magic, lightly kicked the ground and jumped backward and landed at the next moment. She disappeared beyond the great explosion of fire and light. A shield earth. In the midst of the white light and scorching explosions, I chose a pseudo-earth defensive magic instead of the grenade burst as a follow-up attack. As soon as the shield had been formed, a dull sound rang out suggesting that something strongly hit the shield. As usual, even her low-grade spells pack quite a punch. In the past, I had been helplessly shot through by a low-level, non-chanted attack magic called White Stake. But this time, I stopped it. Even though the tip of the spear was peeking out from the side, I stopped it. She is not an opponent we can defeat just because we caught her off-guard. Even after suffering a surprise attack, she still pulled of a strong counterattack. But that counterattack is bad. The wind dispersed the black smoke, and Sariel appeared with a plain look on her face. She was still unharmed. There was not a single scorch in her pure white dress. But neither I, Lily, nor Fiona wanted to do any damage with this attack. We had only one goal. We wanted to destroy the possibility of getting Sariel to distance herself from this place at all costs. If we just throw in a few random attacks, Sariel will surely counterattack in a reasonable manner. It's too risky to give up the initiative, and if we don't make an honest move, she'll be wary. Well, our plan is not that difficult to execute. The point is that Sariel should not be more than 100 meters from us. Fiona is skilled enough to succeed under that condition. Then, Kurono, Lily. Good luck. I looked back at Fiona, who told us so like it was someone else's affair. Oh, leave it to me. Fiona stood in front of my gaze as I answered that. Fiona's long, light blue hair, yes, long hair that fluttered in the wind, was impressive to no end. This is the second time I had seen her like this, and I have the same impression. She looks like a devil. Here we go, purgatory barrier. At that moment, everything in the world was enveloped in red flames as the long-haired Fiona murmured those words. In the final level of the rank 3 dungeon, underground tomb of resurrection, we were testing the powers of our new divine protections. We were in a coliseum-like plaza filled with undead monsters, and in front of us was the dungeon's main boss lich. Let's go, Lily, Fiona, formation anti-cross. Fiona had the first to move in this formation. This may be the first time she is truly activating the power of her divine protection, but her expression was as pensive as ever, and she didn't seem nervous at all. Then she quietly murmured, "An evil deeper than original sin, Endymion the Black Witch." Suddenly, something like black mist erupted from Fiona's body. It was an aura of black light that was both evil, like a curse, and divine, like a holy miracle. Apparently, the divine protection was activated successfully, but there's more to this. Proof of the devil's existence. Fiona had told me beforehand that the magic with such a wicked name was a kind of enhancement, so she told me not to be too surprised. However, I realized at this moment that this was an impossible request, because the magic was not an enhancement, but rather a transformation. As the black aura burst forth, it became a single pillar that enveloped Fiona's body. Her eyes were closed, and she looked peaceful, as if she was sleeping soundly. She looked completely defenseless, but the lich didn't attack. Perhaps he knew it was futile. Her aura had an emanation of God's power, and now that power was being deployed in high density, it was as if we were separated by a dimensional wall. The attacks of this world cannot reach the world of God. In the space between these worlds, Fiona's body began to change. First, her hair grew longer. Her short light blue hair, which could be called her trademark, spread out in a flash, as if it had been tied up at that length from the beginning. Her blue hair, which stretched long past her waist, was as beautiful and shimmering as a waterfall of clear water gently falling. And in contrast to the crystalline beauty of her hair, horns sprouted as if to symbolize her terrifying power. Two large, twisted horns. Should I call them like Baphomets or Diabolos? Either way, the horns, with their crystal-clear color and pale phosphorescence, had a devilish shape to them. It was the first time I had ever seen such a thing. It looks like it worked. Fiona, with long hair and horns, woke up, muttering with a powerful voice that echoed throughout my soul like a cursed will. The moment I saw her eyes open, a chill ran down my spine. Her golden eyes, as beautiful as the sun, were still the same shade, but their radiance had become a magical light, similar to that of a pile of gold that makes people fall in love with desire. She has charm activated, Kurono. You'd better not stare too much. I immediately looked away from Fiona at Lily's explanation, which seemed somewhat cold. However, Fiona's appearance is so beautiful that it would not have been surprising if charm were a passive ability of hers. Normally, we are so close to each other that I almost forget that she is a ridiculously beautiful girl. If the magic of the Black Witch Endymion had imbued her beauty with true enchantment, then yes, that would indeed be a witch-like change. However, Fiona's appearance, with her two horns and demonic eyes like the magic eyes of fascination, was more like a devil's than a witch. You look like a devil. Yes, you're right, Kurono. My divine protection is proof of the devil's exes. Fiona line was interrupted when she leaned forward to look at me who was looking away. Anaha Rajal Gibai. The lich unleashed a black muddy stream with the consistency of sludge which swallowed Fiona. I'm not sure if it's an attack or a taunt to Fiona for exposing herself. Either way, it was the skeleton raising his staff in an exaggerated pose that was ridiculous. It's a magic that turns people into devil. In other words, devilization. As if there were no lich's attack, Fiona completed the explanation at her usual pace. The black sludge's range attack that hit her was instantly engulfed in flames as if it was actually oil. The filthy black was painted into a blazing red, just like a cleansing flame. The only thing that remained was Fiona, the devil, who looked beautiful without a single stain. So, now that the devilization have gone well, let's get started. It was only then that Fiona turned her gaze to Lich, as if she had noticed his presence. The skull-headed Lich, with the deafening rattle of his voice, raised his staff, probably to attack again, and at the same time, Fiona gracefully raised her long staff, Ain's Bloom, whose design seemed to have slightly changed as well. Anyway, it's time for us to attack. Fall into the primordial fire, purgatory barrier. And so, Fiona's world-dimensional magic was activated. It was only for a moment that I had this horrible feeling that the whole world was going to burn, that my body and soul were going to be consumed by the burning agony. It was not a pain that bothered me, as if I would forget the heat if it passed my throat. Apparently, it worked. When I opened my eyes, I saw the majestic mountains spreading out before me. However, they were tinged with red, the opposite of the snowy mountains in the middle of winter. They were volcanoes. Each mountain range, steeper than the Galahad mountains that towered before us, was erupting from its summit with great force. The magma that erupted everywhere, as if it did not allow any life to exist, formed many great rivers and illuminated the world with a glaring orange glow. In the midst of all this, I was standing on what looked like a flat, rocky hillside. It seemed to be at a certain altitude, as I could see the surrounding scenery. But there were only large rocks strewn in front of me and to the left and right of me, making it look like an open wilderness. On the other hand, if I turn my gaze to the sky, I will find a more devastating view than the one on the ground. The sky was as red as blood. The sky was filled with an eerie red color, completely different from dusk. No matter where I looked, east, west, south, north, or southwest, I could not find anything that looked like the sun. Instead, there were huge black clouds coming from all directions, rumbling and glowing with red thunder. Today's weather was stormy. No, It must be like this all the time, because the sky looked the same when we defeated the Lich. But I guess I'll never get used to seeing such an end-of-the-world view of the burning earth and vermilion-tinted sky. If I were suddenly thrown into a place like this, I would probably go insane in less than a week due of despair. But then again, I came to this place of my own volition. For me, this hell is more like a glorious land full of hope. Welcome to the world of purgatory, Sariel. I threw my welcome to her, her white hair and clothes swaying in the scorching breeze, her face as cold and expressionless as ever, without a bead of sweat on her face. This is a world-dimensional magic. Yes, you are correct, but I can't think of any other reason why such a massive change on a global scale would have occurred. It's not that the Galahad mountains suddenly erupted, it's just that we were trapped in a part of the divine world inhabited by the Black Witch Endymion, manifested by Fiona. So how do you feel? There's a great deal of malice here. Maybe it's because the black gods are watching us. The lord of this world, of course, and probably the old demon lord, too. I'm sure they must be giving us a lovely cheers. And the white god is not looking at you. As long as you're here, you're invisible to him. I don't mean that in an abstract sense, because purgatory is the farthest place from heaven after hell. It's about a real change, a change that is clearly visible. What's the matter, Sariel? Your white aura is gone. This time I blinked twice. Sariel's big eyes fluttered. This was quite surprising. Perhaps because she has never experienced her aura being erased before. It is natural for an apostle who boasts the foul ability of divine protection, of being constantly supplied with unlimited white magic power by the white god. It is impossible for the aura, which is essentially her own magic power, to disappear only during battle. But at this moment, the silvery glow of Sariel's body had disappeared. In Pandora, there are places where the divine protections disappear. It is usually the most dangerous dungeons in the world. In short, purgatory is one of them. As thanks for my lecture, Sariel remained standing there. She just stared at me with her crimson eyes. After a few seconds of staring, Sariel opened her small mouth. I've received information that the apostles have been weakened 3 times before. Sariel brilliantly guessed the fundamental element of the formation, anti-cross. You can't help but notice it when you experience it firsthand. I guess we're all thinking the same thing. Just so you know, ours is the original. We got the hint from a dumb apostle, though. I'll never forget the 6th day of the 1st month of fire. The 8th apostle I appeared on the road leading to Sparta. We were forced to play a silly game of duel, but thanks to that, we learned the usefulness of weakening the apostles. At that time, we took advantage of the fact that I's hair clip was a limiter that suppressed the power of the apostles, and Lily was able to set up a jammer to break the seal, bringing us 1 step closer. In order to disguise herself as an adventurer, I probably went to the trouble of wearing a limiter to hide the power of an apostle, an item that would strangle her. She must have had a sense of pride, thinking that she could release it at any time if the need arose. In the end, it was only a strategy to take advantage of carelessness, and in the end, we suffered defeat, but still, if I had not regained the power of an apostle, there is no doubt that we could have killed her as she was. I'm still not strong enough to defeat you, but how about now? Now that we've suppressed the power of that monstrous apostle. The formation, Anticross, was born when Fiona received the world-dimensional magic purgatory barrier with the divine protection of the Black Witch, Endymion. In the first place, it is a common belief in Pandora that places where divine protection are weakened or extinguished are places where the power of a particular god is very strong. If a place is associated with a legend, the divine protection of that god may become more powerful, and vice versa. And this phenomenon can be seen all over the world, with varying degrees of influence. The Espel mountain range, where the last rose was nesting, is one such place. In the middle of the mountain, the effect was that only the divine protection of the gods with the ice attribute become a little stronger, but deep in the mountain range, where rank 5 monsters roamed, only ice attribute divine protections could be used. It's called the frozen realm, where even divine protections are frozen. Even in the real world, the effect is that great. In addition, when it comes to the world itself, where God lives, it goes without saying that the power of the freeze would be even greater. However, this purgatory was only partially manifested by Fiona through magic, so Endymion's control was only partial. In other words, Sariel has not completely lost the power of an apostle yet. I've never had my power suppressed to such an extent before. She could no longer afford to joke about being flattered by my compliment, but I can still kill you. A silvery white aura erupted from Sariel's body once again, and as if to say that she had been saving her strength until now, she burst into a torrent of white magic power, denser and more luminous than ever. We've been preparing ourselves to kill you until today, including the useless chats I've had with you since we came here. Fiona's purgatory barrier is probably more complete as a world-dimensional magic than Linfant's sanctuary. There is a big gap between merely creating a wall of the world and calling up the world itself. However, it has a big disadvantage in that it has a short activation time and is unstable. Perhaps it is just a superb magical effect that is beyond one's control. It's not something that can be fixed with a little practice. The fact that Fiona was able to activate 100% of this magic in this way, even though she hasn't used it only once before, was proof of her genius sense of magic. I've not been lazily lecturing Sariel because I want to boast about the power of this purgatory-bound inferno fall. I did so to buy time. If Sariel hadn't listened to me, I would have had to fight my way through this little time alone for that time. Thank God she was foolish enough to engage with me in that conversation. Let me show you another divine protection of the black gods. I raised my right hand wide, as if grasping the red-hot heavens. It was a sign that the formation Anticross was moving to the second stage. Then I called for her in the sky of this purgatory. Let's go, Lily, combine. Chapter 464. Fairy Combination. At that moment, Sariel saw a divine white light pouring down from the sky of this red purgatory. A large pillar of light pierced through, connecting the heavens and the earth. Kurono's right hand, trapped within that huge light, was raised straight up as if trying to grab the sky. Then an angel appeared. No, it was a fairy. Girls with beautiful and shining body with 2 wings growing out of their backs. Angels and fairies have very similar features, but they are essentially different beings. Sariel remembered the name of the fairy in front of her, slowly descending upside down from the top of the pillar of light, responding to Kurono's offered hand. Her name was Lily. She was a strong enemy who had attacked her so fiercely that she had to use her injured right hand when she met her in Daedalus. That one act was enough to make her understand the strong feelings Lily had for Kurono, but in front of this scene. But even Sariel, who was not familiar with human emotions, could see that this girl's feelings were even stronger than they were at that moment. And that thought had now turned into the miraculous power as a divine protection of the black gods. I give you everything I have. I'll take except all of you. Was it a chant, or was it just conversation? After an exchange of words that sounded like something you might hear at a wedding, Kurono and Lily's held each other's hand. A moment later, light flashed. Without thinking, Sariel closed her eyes and turned away. The flash was so bright that she would have gone blind if she looked directly at it. Just before she closed her eyes, she saw the scene of a pillar of light that instantly transformed into a sphere that enveloped the 2 of them. If she wasn't mistaken, the light sphere was covered with spells in ancient script. Sariel calmly waited for her opponent to make a move, unfazed by the bright light. She has no problem grasping her surroundings even with her eyes closed. An apostle's supersenses allow her to perceive the world clearly without relying on sight, through her sense of hearing, smell, and most importantly, through her 6th sense, which detects magic power. Sariel felt that a large wave of magic power was being released repeatedly from within the light that was still shining as fiercely as the sun. However, it was not in the form of an attack, but rather the aftermath of the power of the divine protection manifesting in the world. It was already hard to imagine how much power it would bring to both Kurono and Lily. But Sariel waited without making any move. She is the chivalrous type that regards surprise attacks as cowardly. It is just that she knows that a half-hearted attack will never reach the other side of the light that surrounds them. No, it would be better if they were only prevented. If she was not careful, she might be counterattacked, and all of the huge amount of magic power swirling around will bounce back at her. The light was more than a little dangerous to poke around in to test. The great light flashed for less than 5 seconds. The light subsided, and Sariel quietly opened her eyes. She regained her vision without any side effects due to the light flash. However, she couldn't believe her eyes. "Who are you?" A strange woman was standing in front of her. Not Kurono, the man, and not Lily, the fairy. The two of them were nowhere to be seen. Even Sariel's super senses could not detect any sign of a human or a fairy. "Well, I'd say it's more." The woman opened her mouth. Her red lips were glossy, as if they were covered with fresh blood, and the voice that came out of her pure white throat was both dignified, like that of a knight, and sexy, like that of a gorgeous lady. She said her name in a sweet, beautiful voice that could seduce a man with just one word. "I'm Kurono." Rather than saying it was impossible, Sariel felt a sense of conviction. The woman who called herself Kurono had black hair, a jet black shade that swallows up all light, as if it were the opposite of her own silver hair. However, her long, thin, smooth hair was so lustrous that both men and women will be tempted to run their fingers through it. Her black hair was the same color as Kurono, who is a man. However, her hairstyle was very similar to Lily's long hair. On the other hand, her eyes were black and green. Her right eye was the same as Kurono's, a black unique to him. The last time Sariel saw him, his left eye was black, but it had turned red earlier. And now, it had changed to the same beautiful emerald green hue as Lily's. The two-colored eyes that honor him were so sharp and slit that could send chills down the spines of those who stare at her. That is the most important feature of Kurono's appearance. Kurono's eyes, which exist in the face of a woman, however, flourish as a beauty that is more of a cruel goddess than a terrible demon. Sariel stared straight back at the sharp, cold beauty that was so hard to approach. "Hey, don't look so hard, it's embarrassing. I have no choice but to be like this." In a rather serious and embarrassed manner, the female Kurono said. As if to block Sariel's gaze, Kurono crossed her arms in front of her body, but her large breasts protruded like a mountain and fluttered softly. The outfit she wore was the same as the black dress Lily had been wearing. Her white shoulders were exposed, and a deep cleavage peeked out from her open chest. No, there were not many women, even oddly aged ones, who have limbs as lustrous as Kurono's now. Even Sariel is no match for her. There are plenty of women who just have big breasts, nubile hips, long, slender legs, white skin, or lustrous hair. Or perhaps there are those who boast a body that has a miraculous balance of feminine figure and well-developed muscles. But how many women are there who have all of these qualities? It may be more appropriate to call her a mythical inhabitant rather than a real person. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her as like the goddess Arya, the person whom the white god loved the most. The fact that she also had beautiful, long black hair reminded Sariel of that image. Although black symbolizes demons, Arya's black hair is the only time that the white god has ever praised black for beauty. "You don't have to be so shy. You look beautiful, Kurono." As Sariel's thoughts drifted between astonishment, alarm, and a little bit of praise, a familiar voice reached her ears this time. Lily appears in the form of a girl. However, her body was transparent. She was translucent, like a wraith or elemental. The only thing that stood out about her naked form was her large, fluttering wings. She was snuggled up behind Kurono as if floating in midair. "A possession. You know a lot." Sariel mumbled to herself, but Lily answered Sariel hearing her. Possession is a phenomenon in which pure magical life, without substance, inhabits a person's body. In the cross religion, possession is basically considered demonic possession and is immediately subject to exorcism. Since the most common form of human possession is that of a wraith composed of evil forces, it is not surprising that this is the case. Zombies attack physically, and wraiths pose a spiritual threat. Both of them represent undead monsters that are abhorred by people. Because of this trend, possession is an unwelcome phenomenon in the Republic, and the only people who actively use it as magic are those who have gone astray and become dark mages or shamans. Unless you're unlucky, you won't be attacked by magic that uses possession in the Republic. It's pagan magic. But Sariel had countless battles with this type of possessed enemy. That's right, before she joined the Pandora expedition, she had been fighting against the pagans that were spreading in the east of the Ark continent. They had the art of strengthening themselves to fight by possessing a special elemental with a high density of magic and a certain degree of will that they called a spirit. Sariel knew very well that this was a powerful magic that only those in the higher warrior ranks of the pagans could master. No, it's not. I don't want to be lumped in with those vulgar things that squeeze power out of mere elementals. At Lily's words of denial, Sariel nodded inwardly. It is similar to pagans' possession magic, but there is a definite difference between what she was seeing before her. The fact that Kurono, a male, changed into a female, and the magic power swirling around her was of a vastly different quantity and density. There were a number of major differences from the possession that Sariel has seen so far, but the one that is the most different, or perhaps the most unusual, is that it is not a possession. Lily, a real person, possessed another person with her consciousness intact. The elementals that pagans use for possession do not have as clear an ego as humans. They are more like wild monsters. The essence of an elemental is that it is a lump of magical power. And that is why people can possess it in their bodies and maintain their sanity by communicating with it. But can the consciousness of a completely independent person inside another person really coexist in one body without any obstacles? The answer is no. The proof is in the doctrines of the cross religion, the history of magic, philosophy, psychology, and many other fields. But even without all the complicated theories, it is obvious. It is a question of whether or not we can let others into ourselves and expose all of our thoughts, desires, and memories to them. Yes, this is the power of love. I can offer everything to Kurono, and he can accept everything from me. The magical power of love that unites the two of us is what I received from my beautiful queen, the fairy Queen Iris. The serious expression she had alone was enough for Sariel to understand that she wasn't spouting big words. Becoming one with Kurono, they literally were one. Her right pupil was innately green, but her left pupil was dyed all black, making her an odd-eyed as well. And what's more, what's covering Lily's permeating body was not the dazzling green light of the fairy oracle field that she originally had, but a disastrous aura of black mixed with blood red, much like the cursed blades wielded by Kurono. It's Exelion. There was no need for any further explanation. Sariel could feel the amount of magic power in Kurono, who has Lily in her body, growing at an accelerated rate. It was more dangerous to wait and see without making any further moves. Their presence alone was enough to make Sariel decide to make the first move. Flash Cannon. The magic Sariel chose was a low-grade ranged attack magic. It was the same one that she had used just a few moments ago when she attacked Charlotte and killed the Minotaur zombie. But this time, it was not a no-chance spell, but an abbreviated chant short spell. When cast by an apostle, even a single word spell can add amazing power. A torrent of white light that emits double the brilliance and heat of the previous burst from the tip of the Holy Cross spear, pointed straight at the quietly standing Kurono. Fairy Oracle Field, open. As soon as Sariel heard Kurono mention the name of the fairy's unique magic, a blinding storm of lightning blasted out. It landed, and it hit. A white light flashed on the red land of purgatory. Oh, that's a hell of a defense. I couldn't even try the Fairy Oracle Field before. That lich died too soon. Immediately after the scorching white light, which could melt even a bone if it struck, passed, Sariel heard an amusing conversation from the other side of the smoking steam. Good, now you're well guarded. Even without waiting for Kurono's words, it was easy to see that she was unharmed. And soon, Kurono, the beautiful woman with white skin and not even a trace of soot on her, appeared. It was as if she was reenacting her own actions from the attack magic of the adventurers earlier when she had walked away unscathed several times. However, Sariel was not in a hurry or anxious, just calm and ready. She already foresaw that Kurono would attack this time. Okay, let's go, Lily. Shadowgate release. As soon as Lily held up her hands, the Kurono's shadow began to spread out in a circle. Kurono already used the spatial magic, which utilizes shadows, and Lily, who possessed Kurono, was able to use it as well. The reverse was also true, as evidenced by the fact that Kurono, a human, arbitrarily activated the Fairy Oracle Field. Apparently, the two of them were truly one. Sword Arts, Blade Storm. As if in response to the name of the black magic that Lily uttered, swords came out one after another from within the wide open shadow. From the previous two battles with Kurono, Sariel already knew that he could use his swords for remote attacks. However, it seems that the technique had evolved, and the swords, which were all black, now had an eerie red glow running through their jet-black blade-like veins. And the most surprising factor was their number. In the past, Kurono could control up to 10 swords simultaneously, but now, the number of swords he controlled was about to exceed 100. As soon as the swords emerged from the shadow, as if it were a skilled knight, it lined up to the left and right of Kurono. Sariel had never seen such a thing, but with more than 100 swords under control and lined up in regular rows in the air, Kurono might as well have a giant wing of blades sprouting from his back. If she flapped her wings on a whim, the sharp black feathers would be scattered to the enemy. Yes, just like now. Rounds full blast. Kurono quietly gave the order to attack. In the face of the storm of black blades rushing in, Sariel had a hunch, or even a certainty, that this battle would be a tough one, comparable to the one-on-one battle she had with the Dragon King Garvanal. Chapter 465. Intruders. I'm sorry, Dorothy, but I'm going my separate way from here, I said to Dorothy, while the order to withdraw was spreading amongst the crusaders. Why, may I ask? Dorothy, who had been a good friend of I's for some reason or another, was more sad than surprised at the sudden parting. Sariel is fighting, and I owe her a lot of things, you know. I have to go. With a smile on her face, I reached for her hair clip that was tying her long blonde hair on either side of her head. Unseal. The moment the hair clip popped off and her blonde hair was released, a silvery white aura gushed over her body. It had the exact same glow as the silver meteor that had fallen in the middle of the battlefield just a moment ago. Wah, you I. Well, all you have to do is just go with the flow down the mountain. And yes, Dorothy, tell Grandpa Judas I said hello. After saying this, I ran into the battlefield against the avalanche of soldiers who were withdrawing. Yeah, get out of the way, fly, Tsumaki. As if a neurotic owner were throwing a kitten as hard as she could, I took a young griffin from her pocket and threw it into the air as hard as she could. A griffin that young shouldn't have developed enough wings to fly in the sky yet, and should just fall straight down. However, I's messenger, who had been given the name Tsumaki, was already fully capable. A white flash of light flashed above its head, and in the next instant, a huge griffin appeared holding I in its beak. With its hawk-like wings outstretched, Tsumaki flew low over the stream of crusaders, which looked into a great white river. There it is. I, hanging from Tsumaki's beak, pointed at a huge flame tornado that stood out in the white snow. I sensed that Sariel was in the middle of that scorching tornado. Okay, let me down, but don't try to throw me in there. She hurriedly stopped Tsumaki from throwing her right over the top of the flaming tornado, and somehow I managed to descend right next to it without incident. Tsumaki went straight back to its home. Tsumaki was larger than a normal griffin and a first-class fighter. However, it was an unnecessary asset to the apostle. It just needed to be kept on standby until it was called. I then landed on the battlefield alone, but no one immediately attacked her. The majority of the adventurers in the surrounding area were from the 4th Unit of the Spada Army, but the elite troops of the Crusaders, who had regained their will to fight after Sariel's appearance, were beginning a fierce counterattack. The front line, where the two sides collided, was the place where this flaming tornado was occurring. However, the 100 meters around where the scorching vortex was roaring naturally kept people away from the area due to the high heat. Even in a battlefield where land was washed with blood, this was the only place that was a strange blank zone. However, from the perspective of I, who now had power of an apostle, this level of high heat would not be a factor that would hinder her actions in any way. What was frightening was not the heat, but rather the dense black magic that this vortex carried. Wow, this is a realm of a black god. How did someone learn to do this? A bead of sweat unconsciously trickled down I's forehead at the horrible evil presence that brought the holy power of the white god to naught. I was well aware of Sariel's abilities. If it were a straightforward duel, she would win. But even Sariel would be in danger if her divine protection as an apostle was suppressed. No, even if it was not Sariel, fighting in a place that interferes with the power of divine protection is the most avoidable place for an apostle. The divine protections of the white god are at their most powerful only within the realm of the white religion. The restrictions are generally the same regardless of the god. no matter which pagan or heathen religion it is. That's why you can never take the tactic of sending an apostle, who has immense power on his own, into the middle of an enemy country and let him run rampant. The more strongly rooted the faith other than the white religion is, the weaker the power of the apostle is in that place. The worst case of all is when you step into a special realm where the power of a black god directly reaches you. Even if there is a place called the evil land of black god. As long as it exists in the same world, the divine protection of the white god will be manifested at the very least. Although no apostle had tried it, I expected that the power of the divine protection would probably be reduced by about half. However, this is not the world of human, but the world of another god. There, the power of the white god is no longer as strong as it is on Earth. For better or worse, Earth is a neutral zone. But when the dimension shifts to a god's world, the dominant force is clearly defined. Therefore, blurring the boundary between the human world and the god's world, and Sudora producing a god's world, is the most effective way to weaken an apostle. However, their existence is only speculated in terms of magic theory, and rarely seen in reality. However, this was now unfolding right in front of Ai's eyes. I see, the caster is that witch girl, she's become quite a beauty. The wall of burning flames was all red, but Ai's two pale eyes could see beyond it. The reflection in her eyes was of the blue-haired witch she saw on the way some time ago. Her long hair and crystal horns made her look very different, but I immediately remembered that she was the witch from that time, Fiona. The one fighting in the middle is Kurono Maou. I remembered the existence of a party of adventurers called the Element Masters. Misei had killed all of their fellow adventurers, and they had resented her, and Misei, or rather, they had resented the existence of the apostles altogether. Thinking about it, Sariel was concerned about Kurono too. I see, this is their fate. Normally, I would have liked to respect such a fatalistic cause-and-effect relationship, but the existence of the boundary, which had the worst effect on an apostle, did not allow her to. But I'm sorry, Sariel, I'm going to interfere this time. Ai's face tightened from her usual lopsided expression. The bow on her back was as ragged as ever. Even when she fought against Kurono and the others, revealing her identity as the 8th apostle, she had used a ragged bow and arrow just like this one, but now she threw it away. Liberate armament scripture. A golden light was suddenly drawn at the tip Ai's left hand that was held up to the sky. A large circular magic circle with a diameter of over 2 meters appeared. Star Spirit Bow. It looked more like the image of an angel than a bow. Her long, flowing hair and beautifully curved limbs were covered by a fluttering robe. Her pose, with her cross clasped in prayer in front of her large chest, and her wings spread wide from her back, reminded one of an archangel, the highest of the angels serving the white god. The white archangel statue emitted a more dazzling glow than the other two. But the tips of the wings protruding upward and the hem of the vestments extended beyond the tips of the feet, and the silky strings extending from these 3 points were nothing more than strings used to guard the arrows. If you look at this archangel statue as a whole, you will notice that the female body along the arch and the extended wings form a magnificent arc. The 3 strings meet at a height around the base of the wings, which is the knocking point, but strangely enough, there was no hole in the angel's body for the arrow to pass through. However, if someone actually saw Ai drawing this holy bow, she will immediately understand. This is not a bow, but rather a magic staff specialized in the use of white magic. Judgment arrow. As soon as she pulled the string of the Star Spirit Bow, a dazzling white light suddenly converged at the cross held by the archangel. The arrows of light then appeared to pierce the statue of the archangel from the back. In addition to the white glow, the space seemed to be distorted as if it were a whirlpool, and the arrow was divine and evil, the same as the one that once hit Lily and Kurono. It was a serious shot, this time unlike the last time. Ai fully utilized her divine protection in this attack. This fire is not going to save you. Fiona was standing in the center of the tornado, with her eyelids closed as if she were asleep, looking defenseless. But deployed around her was world dimension magic that separates worlds. Even the still inexperienced Linfelt Sanctuary boasted a strength that Spada's army could not even scratch. At first glance, the spell was so perfect that no one could break it. At least, perfect for humans. but an apostle could unleash a divine blow that penetrates even the space that separates worlds. I'm sorry, but this is the end. Just before I shot, the tip of the shining arrowhead suddenly pointed towards the sky. Then, she shot it straight up into the void. The high-pitched sound of the arrowhead resonated with a beautiful tone, more like a harp than a bow. The unleashed arrow disappeared far into the sky, without even being caught by Fiona or the huge flaming tornado that was rising up. In other words, it missed, but even at longer range I has never missed. No, she was forced to miss. Don't be tactless, girl. I heard a man's voice, as she was getting up again after her evasive maneuver of rolling to the side, without looking aside. At that moment, a flash of red light passed over the place where she had been standing with her bow drawn just before, gouging the snowy ground deeply. However, I didn't give a second glance to the destruction, but only looked at the figure of the person who had unleashed this attack. The figure stood there proudly, without escaping the blue eyes of I. You are the Sword King. Indeed, I am Leonhart Tristan Spada, the 52nd King of Spada. The King of Spada, of course, announced himself. However, I had never met a king on the battlefield before. In the first place, it was impossible for such an authoritative figure person to be standing in the middle of the battlefield. But that was only in the Sinclair Republic, and by extension the Ark continent. This was the continent of Pandora, ruled by the demon race. Just like in the Warring States period 1,000 years ago, the king may also come out to the battlefield. I ask you, are you an apostle? The red-haired king pointed his crimson greatsword straight at I and asked a question that he probably already knew the answer to. I don't know what generation it is, but I'm the 8th apostle, I. Her answer was just as laid back as it had been when she had once told Kurono her name. But the smile on I's face now was not as generous as it looked. She already noticed that this Leonhart, the King of Spada, is not an opponent that she can take it easy on. It's a cruel thing to give someone a divine protection that doesn't fit their height. Well, the white god is not very merciful, you know. He's always asking to conquer Pandora, after all. But, I continued, I'm still grateful to white god for this because he brought me in contact with such a strong man like you. With an overflowing will to fight and a thick aura of white magic spewing out of her, I took another stance with her star spirit bow. I think I'll have a good duel with you, old man. Now let's. This time, however, no arrow of light was even released from her bow. I was blown to the side at such a speed that one could see the afterimage. The white haze that erupted was not her aura, but a cloud of snow that rolled up as her body slid across the snowfield. It was as if a small avalanche had taken place, billowing into the air. My vassals have been telling me for decades not to fight a duel lightly. I'm afraid I can't accept it. Leonhart's golden eyes looked away from the suddenly buzzed eye and then turned to the other intruder. Emilia, your majesty. I sense something unusual and have returned. Well, thank you for your assistance. In the place where I was standing just a moment ago, a Dragonian appeared in her place. No, it was General Emilia Friedrich Baldier, who had manifested her divine protection. It was none other than her who smashed I's small body without mercy with her halberd that was twice as large and sharp as a normal blade, and had purple light was entwined within it like countless snakes. Being taken by surprise by an attack that is powerful enough to crush a heavy knight holding a shield is very dangerous. Kehehe, things are getting interesting. But it was still not enough to kill an apostle. I broke through the thick snow smoke, and with a cheerful shout, walked back to where Leonhart and Emilia, Spada's strongest man and woman, stood. 8th Apostle I, your power, no, the power of the white god is dangerous. We will use our full strength to crush it. Leonhart flipped his crimson cloak and took a swing with his greatsword, and more figures appeared behind him. Jessenborg here. Eisenhart, in case you were wondering. One was General Jessenborg of Baphomet, the leader of the 3rd Squad, Rampage, of the Spada army. The other was King Leonhart's son, the first prince of Spada, Eisenhart, the first in line of succession to the throne. In other words, King Leonhart, Prince Eisenhart, General Emilia, and General Jessenborg, the best and strongest members of Spada, were all here now. I, who had been casually gathering information about the Spada army, knew this fact. Finally, the smile disappeared from the apostle's face. I'm sorry, Sariel. I have my hands full so I can't help you. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Episode 466 Element Masters vs Sariel 1. What's going on? The voice of a beautiful woman echoed through purgatory. In front of me was Lich, the king of the undead, who was anxiously wandering around because the place he found himself in no longer looked like the bottom of an underground tomb, but instead seemed to have suddenly been transformed into the pits of hell itself. But he wasn't the cause of my surprise. "We did it, Kurono. Exilia was a success." Lily's innocent and lively voice echoed close to my ears. As I looked sideways, surely enough, Lily's familiar face was right there, but she seemed oddly transparent. "I told you I had possessed you, haven't I? Since my body is now composed only of magical power, right now I am not a pseudo-fairy, but a guardian spirit possessing you, Kurono." The now transparent Lily was standing beside me completely naked, just like the first time we met. Of course, her skin didn't look like her usual fresh, white skin, but more like a fairy-like light veil. Since she had changed into a completely magical life form, it seemed that she was unable to wear even an ancient velvet dress. "Ah, I see. Sure, I can feel your will inside me, but more importantly, what happened to my body?" "Huh, what do you mean? I think you look very beautiful." "I don't care about that. What I'd like to hear from you is, why do I look like a woman?" That's right, when I came to, I noticed that I had turned into a woman. Whenever I spoke, I would hear this sexy lady voice coming out of my mouth, and when I tried looking downwards, a big cleavage got in the way. I couldn't see my feet anymore. "I think that's because since you merged with me, your body changed to look more like that of a fairy, Kurono. Perhaps since fairies were beings that looked like cute girls. The fact that my body had changed into that of a woman when I merged with one in order to better assimilate, the change sounded fairly reasonable. It was a reason as ridiculous as my body's change itself, but there was no point trying to argue with it, since it hadn't happened as a result of magic, but of the blessing of a miracle of God. Regardless of how crazy this all seemed to be, it was too strange to try to understand. According to what I've heard, a magic item that can change one's gender has been found in some ancient ruins. I knew that it was possible to use magic to change one's gender. However, even if something could be understood, that didn't mean that it would be easy to understand it. And Lily didn't seem to be aware of the concept of informed consent. Well. I involuntarily tried touching the big breasts that had sprouted from my chest. I felt a superb softness as my fingers seemed to sink into them. There was no doubt they were naturally big enough to be grasped with both hands. However, they felt no different from what would have been when touching around the same area during a bath and saying, "Oh, my pectoral muscles are pretty fine." This is probably because the act of touching one's chest is the same regardless of gender. I may have squeezed my own breasts as any man who suddenly finds himself turned into a woman would, but I still couldn't help but feel a bit empty. I just didn't want to know what must have inevitably happened around my crotch area. "No, but really, all flattery aside, you really are beautiful, Kurono. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." "I really don't want those kinds of compliments, Lily." I felt as if I had lost something very important as a man, without any chance to prepare myself for it. A prior explanation would have been nice. Actually, if I had been told that I'd turn into a woman, I would have hesitated from doing this. As with my body, I noticed that my outfit had naturally changed from my Diabolo's embrace to Lily's ancient velvet dress. It only made me feel more anxious about the cool breeze passing under my messed-up crotch. Fortunately, it felt like I was at least wearing panties. Still, the feeling of it biting into my crotch at a rather sharp angle didn't give me the courage to see what kind of design they had. In the end, it seemed that my crotch was completely off-limits. Fortunately, everything seemed to be under the effects of the fit spell, so little Lily's clothes would be a perfect fit even for me, despite being larger than her. Even so, I didn't think I'd keep Lily's clothes on even after ending the transformation and turning back into a man. It was more likely that they would automatically revert to my original equipment. Really now, I think you could even give me a run for my money in terms of seductiveness. Being concerned about my features, Lily made a big light lens by casting her translucent fingertips in front of my face. The vertically long oval shape she made performed the same function as a shiny, polished mirror, and I could see my reflection on it. "Whoa, I've really turned into a woman's. I could see the face of a beautiful woman, with long black hair and sharp eyes. The cool, beautiful look on that face was somewhat tarnished by the astonished expression I was making in reaction to the state of shock. I was upon seeing that that face was actually my own. Even so, this face looks a bit familiar. That was the reason I was staring at my face in the mirror, closely inspecting its features, instead of trying to turn away from reality. Certainly, if we were to omit the fact that this was my own face, then yes, I was definitely a beautiful woman. Tall, long legs, narrow waist, and above all, big breasts. I looked like an ideal woman for both men and women. It soon rained on me that I could have only seen a woman like this on TV, like some kind of Western supermodel. That must have been why it seemed so familiar to me. You certainly look like your mother, Kurono. Yeah, you're right. Of course, even though I had been transformed, I was still 17 years old, so I looked a little younger than the real thing. Still, I was sure that if I were to see a woman who looked like this in the city, I would totally think, what's my mother doing here, dressed like Lily? By the way, how come you know my mother, Lily? Right now, you and I are one, Kurono. That's why I know what you're thinking and I can see what you remember. So I remember how your mother looks just as much as you do. You really look like her. Especially the area around your eyes. All of a sudden, I felt that I had to be careful about my thoughts. Of course, having fused into a single being would make it possible for her to delve even deeper into my thoughts. But to actually experience it in the flesh made me feel terribly uneasy. But I'm really glad you accepted me, Kurono. Thank you. To tell you the truth, I was a little worried. I'll be okay with it as long as it's you, Lily. I wouldn't be able to do something like this with any other girl. Same here, Kurono. Lily happily threw her arms around my neck and hugged me. However, I didn't feel anything physically on my skin. But even though I had never seen anything like that, I knew how her transparent body worked. It was a very mysterious feeling. But this too must have been a result of our fusion. Right now, Lily feels as if she's part of my body too. Incidentally, I also seem to intuitively know that I could see Lily's memories as well. The many clear and vivid memories that seemed to be my own made me feel as if I was starting to lose sight of myself whenever I tried to concentrate on remembering them accurately. For the time being, I decided to focus only on the reality in front of me instead of trying to dig around Lily's memories. But I see, it doesn't seem that this will last much longer. Yes, since it's the first time we fused, this form is still unstable. In that case, should we try out how much power we have before it's over? After erasing the mirror created by Lily with my own will, I glared at the bored lich in this vast purgatory. It was very strange. Light magic, which I thought I would never be able to use no matter how hard I tried, was something that came as second nature to me, just like black magic. Because of that, I was able to dispel Lily's mirror, and I was sure I could have even created one as well if I had wanted to. And the same was true for Lily. Now that we were as one, she could command black magic at will. Perhaps she would be able to use it even better than I do. Well then, where should we start? Let's see, there's something I've always wanted to try to do. My right arm was held up straight toward Purgatory's red sky, which had been made thinner more than once. Immediately following my will, Lily did the same. Feeling the magical power of light rapidly rising within my body, I shouted the name of the spell I'd been wanting to try. Meteor Strike. Section: Sword Art's Blade Storm. Full blast. We unleashed the red-hot blackened sword that I had kept stored within Shadow Gate, which I hadn't used even once in order to save it for when Sariel arrived. That made me wonder if I shouldn't try to hit Sariel with 100 blast blades. After all, this is just like that time with the Lich, right? The blast of smoke was cleared by the wind that was blowing through Purgatory, and behind that, an intact Sariel appeared, letting loose an intense silvery aura. But she seemed to have given it her all to block it. It's different from that time at Daedalus. Sure enough, she had received no damage, but Sariel seemed to have put up her spear in order to block it with all her might. Whenever she would deal with me, she would hold that spear with just one hand in a relaxed manner. But now she was holding that cross spear out in front of her body with both hands, which made her look like a knight that had fought in many battles. Looking closely, I could see something like pieces of glass fluttering around mixed in her aura. Not only had she blocked my attack with her spear, but she must have also covered her blind spots with defensive magic. All right, this time we'll squeeze some answers out of her. Yeah, both Purgatory and our fusion were on the clock. We couldn't afford to stand there just watching. I called out my next sword art while Lily returned to her original light magic and made several light balls appear one after another and float like balloons. Sariel, on the other hand, was also readying her stance to cast a spell just like I was. She was going to use her usual Sajida, the same one used to prevent someone from escaping by throwing it at her target's back or legs, or to pin someone's robe on the wall like it happened during the fight at Daedalus. She then deployed several white bullets around her body, just as if she had used bullet arts. Full blast. The moment I called out my second shot, an exchange of swords, light, and bullets began. Her Sajida rushed into the barrage of blast blades that flew forward like a flock of migratory birds. Dozens of blackened swords exploded without hitting their target, but I had to let them loose quickly in order to avoid being hit by Sariel's bullets. Furthermore, as if to weave their way through the gaps, Lily's light balls flew with precise control, leaving behind a trail that shone like fireflies. After all, it seemed that Sariel couldn't handle the joint effort made by Lily and I. She started to run sideways in order to dodge our assault. I wasn't exactly trying to chase after her, but I was already hitting the ground running. My second shot had been more of a diversion. The usual offensive magic wouldn't have enough firepower to kill Sariel. Anything less than a meteor strike would not be fatal. And the bigger the skill, the harder it is to hit the target with it. The only way to make sure we could hit her with something like that would be to keep her restrained like we had done with I before, or to tire her out so much that her movements are slowed down. Challenging a spear user, such as Sariel in close quarters, was considerably risky. But even then, we wouldn't have the slightest chance to defeat her unless I could slash at her head-on. Realizing I was rushing over to her, Sariel changed the destination of her Sajida, which she kept on firing continuously, from the coiling black swords and light balls photosphere towards me. A single spear was all it would take her to guard against our attacks. Sariel then started moving forward while crushing the blades and light balls that were chasing after her with great precision, and while feeling reminded of a fraction of her ability, I also tried to move away. The barrage of white bullets was already in front of me and would soon crush this body. We need to fly, Lily. Leave it to me. The shape of Lily completely disappeared from my neck, and as if to replace her, 2 pairs of wings grew from my back. They looked like thin, long leaves, much like Lily's own wings. However, contrary to her transparent, shining wings, mine were dark and with a texture similar to tar. Of course, a deep crimson light ran across these jet-black membranous wings, resembling pulsing blood vessels. Though they were dark, heavy, and seemingly sluggish, which was completely different from Lily's pale and beautiful wings, they seemed capable of showing the same ability to flight as hers. I started running as if about to prepare for a long jump, and when my feet left the ground, my body started moving in the air, completely free from the yoke of gravity. Since they weren't meant to account for me flying in the air, the savage storm of Sajida passed harmlessly under my feet. Sariel's red eyes looked upwards as if following my trajectory. Instead of shooting a new volley of anti-air Sajida, her immediate reaction was to change her posture and hold her spear straight upwards. She seemed to have quickly realized that it was about time to meet me directly with her spear in hand, instead of trying to shoot me down from a distance. In fact, I was already in the middle of slashing at her from above with my absolute grudge broadsword Cubidin, using the highly mobile flying ability that Lily had given me. Black Calm. Thrust. The first martial art Sariel would show me only managed to repel my Black Calm, which had been powered up by the momentum of gravity and the acceleration of me swooping down on her. Though my body was shaken by the impact, I managed to keep my posture long enough to launch my next attack thanks to my own sense of balance and Lily's floating ability. As soon as my feet touched the ground, I immediately launched my follow-up move. Double Black Calm. Brush. As I flipped the blade's edge to the opposite side, the Cubidin in my right hand drew a black line across Sariel's torso, as if trying to slice it in half. To block my attack, she used a mowing technique, which was a basic martial art that had great synergy with her thrust. With a flash of its white blade, the tip of her cross spear brilliantly met my cursed blade. It was as if her spear had drawn my blade towards it, and the force of impact was the only reason why it was actually repelled instead of remaining caught by it. It made me wonder exactly how much force was in her technique to be able to pull off something like that. At the same time as I realized the difference between her skill and my brute force approach, I forcibly followed up with my second strike. In my left hand, tearing and biting through the aura of white magic, was a ravenous wolf of a longsword. At the same time as I activated the martial art, Lily had opened the shadow gate and let me hold on to this gluttony fang sword evil eater. Her actions reminded me of Hitsugi, although it would be more accurate to say that she had reacted slightly faster than her. With another twist of my wrist, the fanged blade let out a snarl as I attacked. Phew! With a faint sigh, Sariel also managed to repel my evil eater with her spear. She must have moved that spear at a tremendously insane speed to be able to repel my second attack mere instants away from having also blocked my Cubidin. After all, her attacking speed was out of this world. Sariel had just completely slighted my double black calm with ease. After that, her spear had just swung upwards, and it was in a prime position to hit my head directly with it by simply bringing it down on me. Over Excel, I merely had to use it for a brief moment. I only needed enough time to dodge the spear that loomed over my head as if it were death's sickle. Though I couldn't afford to simply dodge at the very last moment. Otherwise, Sariel's attack would actually hit my chest. After slightly extending its duration, I managed to dodge Sariel's spear as if my body had unnaturally warped itself backwards. For a brief moment, I felt as if the tip of the spear had traced over my protruding chest, but I had actually managed to dodge it completely, without even allowing it to tear through my dress. After cutting through nothing, her spear ended up being stuck in the ground at my feet, as if trying to slice my shadow in half. However, with her immense skill, Sariel would be able to easily pull it off the ground and prepare herself for her next attack. On the other hand, I was rendered in an unnatural posture facing upwards. I would be one beat too late to be prepared for Sariel's follow-up. This would end with me getting stabbed on the chest if I had been fighting alone. Star Sword. At that moment, Lily appeared as if she had been leaning over my shoulder. She had a big jewel that sparkled in bright red in her right hand. Antares. The crimson light that came out of the fairy queen's treasure. Queen barrel, focused in one direction like a beam, creating a force edge. This star sword seemed to be a technique that the fairy Queen Iris would use quite regularly back when she was still an ordinary fairy. When used normally, it would create a blade with the strong magical power fairies possessed. Moreover, by strengthening this with artifact-class magic stones, the star sword would show its true value. The blade would have a different color depending on the magic stone used, and its name would change. And Iris had named the crimson sword Antares. I couldn't help but wonder why she knew the name of Scorpio's red supergiant, but knowing that Lily had inherited such a venerable technique was good enough for me. The unfolded, star sword Antares approached Sariel with a dazzling crimson sparkle that would be familiar to those who knew about the constellation of Scorpio. Crusader. The red horizontal flash was blocked by Sariel's white spear, just as it was on the verge of cutting through her torso. She was still holding her main weapon, the cross spear, in her right hand. What Sariel had used to block Lily's attack was on her left hand. This second, slender spear, which looked as if it would break easily, was exactly the same as the white magic spear that she had magically created to deal with me when we fought on the walls of Daedalus. Back then, I couldn't even get a crack on it even after hitting it with my cursed blade Sujizan. This Crusader, which was made up of a tremendously strong materialize, seemed to be just as strong as that one, though since she had chanted its magic name this time, it could have been even sturdier than the one she had used back then. Therefore, almost as if to further imply that it was stronger than its previous counterpart, it easily bit into Lily's crimson sword of light. With an unpleasant sound, Sariel's Crusader completely shattered Lily's star sword Antares. HMPH. But perhaps it would have been too much, even for Sariel. She had even given up on pulling out her cross spear that was still stuck in the ground and jumped backwards, leaving it behind. The hem of her fluttering white robe had been slightly torn by the red light. I'll get some answers from you. Since she had let go of her main weapon, it was our chance. With both Cupidin and Evil Eater repositioned, I was already prepared for my next attack. After watching her past battle against the Iron Demon Brigade, I knew that she could recall her weapon back into her hands even from a distance. But still, a momentary chance had been created. As long as I wouldn't miss this chance, I would be able to use my momentum to get real close to Sariel and... Wait! That had been Lily's scream. Despite having an insubstantial body, she clung to my neck and desperately pulled me back. Instead of being stupid and ask her, why? I simply paid heed to her warning and changed course. I quickly used my momentum to bounce back the moment my foot touched the floor. Sariel was moving her tiny mouth with her palms straight toward me, as if she was about to unleash an offensive spell. However, what she unleashed wasn't actually an attack, and it wasn't even aimed at me to begin with. Breakthrough. It was a magical name that I had never heard before in model magic. However, the moment that spell was activated, it made me understand its otherwise not-so-evident effect, even if I didn't like it. First, Sariel's cross spear, which was still stuck into the ground, began to emit a dazzling light as if its blade had been empowered with an intense martial art. That's when I noticed. That blade was still stuck into my shadow on the ground. My shadow wasn't even supposed to be cast there from where I was standing, and yet it remained there as if pinned by Sariel's spear. By the time I saw that strange phenomenon, the erosion had already started. But where? Why, in my shadow? In other words, in my shadow gate. At the place where I kept hundreds of red-hot blackened swords, fairy remedies, high potions, and other items that I could rely on, cursed weapons, and much more. A versatile armory that kept everything within its boundaries safe. That armory was about to be broken. Sariel's breakthrough was a spell that could destroy spaces created by dimension magic. Damn it. Starting from the point where the spear pierced the ground, the white flash of Sariel's magic and the red-black explosion that reflected my black magic caused a big explosion mixed with chaos. No doubt, the red-hot blackened swords inside had exploded. It felt like a captain of a battleship who had just been hit directly in the ship's gunpowder storage. This was your plan from the start, wasn't it? I wondered if she had seen through my shadow gate during our battle at Daedalus. And then I remembered that the basilisk bone stinger I used to pierce through her right hand had been hidden in my shadow until the last minute. If she was able to use dimension magic as well, I should have been more careful about that. Anyone who had any means to destroy my shadow gate would have targeted it before anything else. As I watched the rising fumes coming out of my shadow while several red fragments were spat out from it and scattered around the area, a thought crossed my mind. One that couldn't be taken as either regret or an analysis. Ah, those big fragments must be the remains of the greed, nothing but a pile of rubble now. Be careful, Kurono. Now she's definitely going to come after us with everything she's got. However, hearing Lily say so, I couldn't help but be saddened by the things I had lost. My body was that of a woman, but my heart was that of a man. I couldn't afford to disgrace myself in front of her. From the beginning, as long as we were dealing with Sariel, I had to be prepared to accept any loss. We would be fortunate to only lose a few weapons as a result of this battle. Ah, that's fine. We'll cross swords with her head on, let's go. After that, I resumed my fight with Sariel, with only the remaining 2 swords I had on each hand. Episode 467, Element Masters vs Sariel 2. In the deserted land of Purgatory, black and white blades continued to clash against one another. Thrust. The tip of her spear, which surged like a flash of light, was pointed at my defenseless body. Although the constantly active oracle field caught the stab for a moment, Sariel's martial art, which hit almost critically, pierced through my defense of light. Sariel's thrust, which bestowed a strong penetrating force on her shining blade, exploded violently and directly onto my captivating and well-defined female body's abdominal area. Overgear. However, the dark gray aura that I unleashed stopped the thrust of light. My second blessing had managed to block the apostle's martial art. Dark Calm. That successful block made it possible for me to immediately counterattack with my strongest martial art. With that in mind, I took a deliberately defenseless stance, holding my sword above my head. I then brought down my absolute grudge broadsword Cubidon with both hands as a roaring dark aura was emanating from it. As usual, Sariel didn't change her facial expression at all, even before the cursed blade that was approaching her. Perhaps she was still in the middle of the momentaneous stiffening cause after using a martial art. Tusk! That was her only reaction. She dodged my attack by simply taking a step back. After all, her speed was out of this world. When I noticed, she had already gotten out of the way of my blade, and the entirety of my dark calm ended up wasted as it hit the discolored ground of purgatory, even though I had gone through the trouble to use overgear and risk a full force frontal counterattack. And then, I was left in a position where my blade was sunk into the ground with all my strength, leaving me with an unintentionally deadly opening. Missing a counterattack had only left me at an even worse disadvantage. However, though I would have otherwise expected to hear Sariel say thrust, that was not what happened. Hungry wolf dash. A wolf in chains appeared out of the ground with a powerful leap that was reminiscent of that of a flying fish. The evil eater's fangs were heading straight for Sariel's back. Back when I was preparing my counterattack, Lily was getting the same combo technique that I had used to bring Linfelt down, by using see-through ground to hide Gluttony Fang Sword Evil Eater. Ahem. Despite the attack's almost perfect timing, Sariel reacted to it as if it was no big deal. With a twist of her tiny body, Sariel kicked the evil eater away as it opened itself up like a hungry wolf's maw. The heel of her white boots slammed into the belly of the blade as if she had kicked the tip of a wolf's nose. The kicked evil eater fell tragically on the ground, lifting up a cloud of dust. Before I could bring it back to my hand using my bind arts, the faster Sariel was already on me once again. I won't let you Lux Fortis Sigita. It was risky to meet Sariel head-on like that, but either way Lily caused a huge pillar of light to drop in front of me. If she had gotten any closer without hesitation, Sariel would have been swallowed whole by the raging torrent of the beam. Of course, that didn't happen because Sariel suddenly stopped her assault by completely killing the momentum she had generated during her dash. I took that opportunity to open some distance between me and Sariel. As Evil Eater returned to my hand, I could almost swear I heard it lament itself. Damn it, we're getting nowhere fast. A mere 3 minutes had passed, and we had just finished a single round, and I had already played most of the cards in my hand, though I could hardly say there was any other way I could seriously stand up to an apostle. The effect of Exelion was to combine Lily and I into a single being while having access to all of our combined powers. That is, to concentrate our abilities into a single point. The power that resided in this body wasn't just about sharing access to each other's spells, but also helping with skill activation, and having each of our own already huge magical powers added to each other. That's why it would be okay to keep using Demon King blessings over and over without hesitation. Of course, I was already used to doing that to some extent. But with this body, their activation time was reduced to the absolute minimum, and they cost less magical power to activate. However, by using them over and over, we were risking exposing their secrets to Sariel. Though at this point, she probably already had a pretty good idea about how Demon King blessings worked. The strength to oppose an apostle's power head-on, the defensive power to defend even against martial arts, and the reflexes to see through any dangerous attacks. And all of them shared the flaw that they absolutely could not be activated at the same time by any means. There was a chance she might be able to read my next move. Still, I had no choice but to use it. With it, I would be finally able to compete with Sariel's physical ability on an equal footing. Let's settle this right here and right now. That's what Lily whispered into my ear as her ethereal body vaguely appeared next to me. Guess we don't have much of a choice, do we? We'll be fine. Sariel should be exhausted as well. That'd be nice. Being an area that hinders the White God's blessings, this Inferno Fall would be putting a greater burden on Sariel than usual. An apostle could draw out magical power infinitely, but the human body had its limitations. By continuing to use too much magical power, their bodies would eventually begin to wear out. That's why a strategy where 10,000 soldiers would be sent out to tire out a single apostle actually existed. Therefore, I could guess that Sariel was exerting an aura of white magical power in order to maintain her usual ability in this purgatory. Looking at her expressionless face that looked more like a mask that wouldn't reveal even a single drop of sweat on it made me wonder if that aura really worked. However, there was nothing I could do about it this late into the game. We had combined our powers and set up the best strategy we could muster. All the preparations for that were complete. All we had to do was run along the path to victory we had paved without hesitation. I had to trust in our strength. Let's go, Kurono. Yeah. Sariel made her move one beat before I had taken a single step forward with my Cubiton and Evil Eater in each hand. Lux Force Blast. A pillar of light twice as thick as Lily's was unleashed from Sariel's small palm. It seemed that she even surpassed us in terms of long-ranged spells. As that huge torrent of white light approached, I took off with my wings out of my own volition, without letting Lily know first. Being united, flying came as naturally to me as walking. I was sure that this feeling of being able to fly freely in the sky would be completely lost once our transformation ended. It was easy for me to fly out of its way, but this was the second time I was showing Sariel I could fly. And because she had predicted I would do that, she quickly raised her hand, effortlessly redirecting her attack even though it was still being fired at full force. The beam of white light dazzled as it cut through the burning crimson sky of purgatory. That was close. I barely managed to dodge her scorching anti-air attack. I wouldn't have been able to do this without the incredible mobility granted by these fairy wings. The tip of one of my wings got a little charred, but I just pretended it didn't count. It was at this time that I had the chance to turn my body towards the ground and prepare for a dive-bombing attack. Sonic Walker. I was already right above Sariel, but before I even finished processing what she had just said, Sariel had already started running in midair. No way. I was certain that even absolute masters of the Sonic Walker skill could only manage to take 1 or 2 steps into the air. I had been taught that it would be normally used to take big leaps in midair with the limited numbers of extra steps it granted, much like a double or triple jump ability. But Sariel was, by all means, running upwards as if going up an invisible wall. Her speed wasn't anything I could match with offensive magic. I had to use my 2 swords and take her on in close quarters. Double Black Calm. Star Sword and Antares. Red, white, and black blades clashed against each other 50 meters above the ground. Sariel's cross-shaped spear, sprinting from directly below, skillfully repelled my double strike, parrying it completely. Immediately afterwards, she simply took a sidestep as if kicking that same invisible wall to avoid Lily's force edge, which had been swung to mow down across Sariel's torso. With another step, she managed to get above me. It was as if she was laughing at the fact that I was proud about my newfound ability to fly. Phew. The moment I noticed the slight sigh coming out of Sariel's mouth, I gave up on my counterattack and devoted myself to defense. However, all I could do was cross both of my swords in front of my chest. Immediately after that came a powerful slam. Although her spear looked thin and brittle, it roared through the sky and swung down on me, which reminded me of the Fulton Taurus hammer attack we took that same morning. After taking the full brunt of Sariel's frontal slam, I came crashing down into the scorching grounds of purgatory, as I had been some kind of sinner being sentenced to spend all of eternity there to atone for my crimes. Gah-og. My consciousness vanished for a split second. The next thing I saw was the infinite red sky. It appeared that my body had already fallen to the ground. My body was a bit sunk into the ground. There were some big cracks around the area where I fell, and some rugged red stones were scattered around. However, the reason I felt almost no damage to my body itself wasn't because I had been rendered paralyzed by a severe injury, but because Lily eased my descent, protecting me from harm. Though it was still early to thank her, she's coming. After hearing Lily's strange shout, I felt a white shiver for the 3rd time. My black and green eyes clearly caught Sariel, who was trapped in the yoke of gravity and had started her descent lightly, pointing the tip of her spear straight down, 50 meters above the ground. The most terrifying thing was that even from that distance, I could feel the enormous magical power that was rapidly being focused on the tip of her blade as it started to shine in silver, as if preparing itself to slay a demon. Sariel was falling completely upside down, in such a way that it had no consideration about making a safe landing. But right before the end, she kicked off the air and repositioned herself into an upright vertical stance. Her falling speed, which resulted from the added momentum of her kicking into the air and the gravitational acceleration, was far too much for me to try to get up and dodge her. Given that tremendous magical power, I definitely didn't want to take that hit. I didn't want to take it, but I had no choice but to try to block it as much as I could. Oracle Field full power. Over GR. Both Lily and I braced ourselves for impact with the strongest defensive abilities we had. Brionek. I felt as if I had only managed to hear the name of her martial art after everything had happened. Ga. The Apostle's blade had pierced through my chest. The tip of Sariel's spear had crushed the shining oracle field, broke past my dark gray defensive aura, and pierced through the blade of Cubidon, which I had set up as a last defense, before digging into my flesh. With the momentum rising from the back of my throat, blood fiercely spewed out from my mouth like a geyser. As my own blood droplets clouded my vision, I was convinced. I had endured it. It wasn't a deadly wound. And I was even more convinced that if I was still alive, I could still fight, and there was no better time to strike than the present. Hitsuji. The moment I called out the name of that noisy girl in my mind signaled time, where I had played the ace up my sleeve. Yes, leave it to me, Mastier. Even though her voice was still only in my head, it echoed like a shrill as she manifested herself. Yes, even after we fell into this purgatory, and even after Exelion proved to be a success, Hitsugi had been hiding and waiting. Also that she could use a certain magic spell. Underworld secret binding technique, Hydra Bind. Shaking the scorching earth, giant black snakes began to emerge from the ground as if crawling out of a bottomless swamp. They were about 30 meters long, close enough to be comparable to greed gore in length alone. Each of them were also thick enough to gulp down a whole person and possessed an eerily shining black, smooth body surface made up of countless fibers tied together that closely resembled hair, rather than scales. Their swaying, raised heads had no eyes or nose, and their only feature was a huge gaping hole for a mouth, which resembled a bottomless pit, and a pitch-black swirling tongue coming out of it. There were a total of 9 of such repulsive giant snakes. Both the Hydra of Greek mythology and the Hydra that existed in this world, as a rank 5 monster, had 9 heads. The fact that the Hydra conjured up by Hitsugi consisted of just as many snakes wasn't because I wanted to match those other Hydras, but instead was simply derived from a trade-off between number and body size. These 9 snakes were born from origin magic that specialized in restraint, a result created by mixing bind arts with the magic-enhancing ability of Exelion. That was Hydra Bind. Even Sariel's first instinct, upon seeing all those giant tentacle snakes eager to catch her come out of nowhere, would have been to try to get out of their way. I won't let you escape. Stop her, evil eater. With a sharp metallic sound, the hungry wolf bit into the spear that had been stuck into my chest. The evil eater, which had been laid over my Cubidon that I had used as a shield, closed its jaws tightly around Sariel's cross spear, right in the intersection of the spear tip and the base of the handle. Overdrive. Sariel's power could be overtaken with all of my strength, but I would only be able to match hers for a brief moment. The crimson aura that embodied my first blessing swelled up inside my body, affecting not only my arms but the jaw strength of my evil eater, which groaned as it held its grip on its hated prey after having finally locked its jaw around its neck. The scissors-shaped blade spouted a red aura vigorously, as if it were on fire. A slight instant passed until Sariel realized that she couldn't pull it out and had to let go of her spear. That momentary gap was enough for Hitsugi to fully unleash her Hydra Bind. As if to catch a frog sitting on a stone, one of the snakes snatched Sariel from above my body at an incredibly high speed. It seemed that the snake's mouth had managed to swallow Sariel whole, but shortly afterwards, a blade of light sprang up from the tightly closed jaws. She must have used her crusader to set herself free. However, it didn't seem enough to completely cut through the highly concentrated magical power that made up the snake's body, and the speed at which her shining blade advanced was rather slow. It seemed to have taken her a lot of effort to deal with just one of them. How long would it take her to deal with the remaining 8 ones? Twisting and turning, the unpleasantly wriggling 8 giants rushed with mouths gaping open towards Sariel, who was still busy with the first snake. Their momentum seemed to show that more than trying to eat her alive, they were trying to simply crush her under their weight in order to restrain her. "Let's go, Lily. This is it. Let's put everything we've got into it." I forcibly pulled out Sariel's spear, which had been pierced quite deeply into my chest, along my evil eater. Fortunately, using physical compensation to instantly close the wound was enough to keep me going. However, the ancient velvet dress wouldn't immediately return to its original state, since the fabric had been heavily torn at the spot where I got stabbed. The shock of me standing up, turning around quickly, and starting to run finally made it lose its ability to cover these huge breasts. My unnecessarily disturbing big breasts spilled out from my torn dress. The whiteness and smoothness of the skin, and above all, their lascivious motion as they softly bounced, completely captivated my eyes. Time's almost up, huh? After I finished sprinting, I felt clear signs of fatigue in my body. As Lily said, since it was meant to focus all of our magical powers into one point, this was proof that the magical power in this form was starting to run dry. I ran only for a few seconds, covering a distance of about 100 meters. We should be good at this distance. Besides, we don't have much time left. Yeah, we'll settle things here. Although my big breasts were completely exposed, I was not ashamed to let them float free while throwing my hands up to the sky. I had to focus. As Lily began to charge up a magical technique into this body, I also began to build up magical power. I had to feel it. A technique to draw an artistically beautiful pattern drawn by Lily. The flow of magical power. Black, white, red, green, orange, and purple, colorfully shining lines ran toward one point in a systematic, yet intricately intertwined pattern. And beyond that was the darkness, which was directly contrary to the colorful beauty drawn by the technique. It was a huge black mass swirling with chaos. Now, wait just 3 more seconds. Only 3 seconds, but a full 3 seconds nonetheless. They couldn't come any sooner, or any slower for that matter. Would the spell be finished first, or would Sariel set herself free from the snakes that restrained her? Oh no. When I looked in her direction, I noticed a dazzling white light was leaking from the seams of the Hydra bind, which was still bunched up together, trapping Sariel underneath. Its brilliance increased at an accelerating rate. It seemed as if a huge clam was about to open up, revealing a brilliantly beautiful Venus. Ala lux aegis. Then, the wicked Hydra jaws were extinguished by the wings of white light. An angel? I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't help but to be reminded of an angel by this apostle's wings. Sariel had large, shining wings on her back, more than twice as large as Nell's white wings. The wings spreaded widely, crumbling the otherwise tough heads of the Hydras as if acid had been poured over them. Sariel had finally released herself from her restraints using the wings of an angel. It was at this very last moment, just before Lily and I could unleash the magic spell that we had been preparing, where Sariel would use those wings to fly to the heavens and escape. Or maybe not. Those wings of light were simply defensive magic. Lily had once witnessed this when she rescued me after losing to Sariel back in Daedalus. That memory had vividly arrived in my mind as if it had been my own. Whether using them to avoid or block our attack. As long as the absolute defense of those wings surpassed the level of our advanced model magic, there was a high chance that she would be able to endure the powerful shot Lily and I had been preparing with all of our might. But we wouldn't let that happen. Demon eyes. Now's the time to shine. Amethyst gaze. A faint purple light was unleashed from one of the crumbling hydras. An evil-looking bright purple eye emerged from the head that had lost its lower jaw, but not on its right or left eye, but right between its eyebrows. I had used them up to defeat Greedgore, but I obtained 2 more eyes during the Curse Carnival. I have only 1 more of those Hydra's evil eyes, Amethyst gaze. I had entrusted the cursed evil eye, which was difficult for me to handle, to Hitsugi, just in case something went wrong with the plan to restrain Sariel. How would the angel-like Sariel look when reflected on the eyes of Seed, who died after being deceived by a woman? I had no way to understand how he felt, but I was sure he was staring straight and intently with that terrifying evil eye of his. The poisonous purple radiance engulfed Sariel in a single flash. NGHK. Sariel was still expressionless, but groaned a little. She was being completely swallowed up by the cursed crystallizing beams of light. I knew for myself just how painful that was. Sariel folded her shining wings so as to cover her entire body, but it would be useless resistance. The curse erosion magic started taking effect immediately. The white light was gradually transformed into amethyst, starting from the most irradiated parts. No matter what kind of magic had created those wings, the cursed purple light would unmistakably force a materialization on them. So, wings made of wax would melt from the intense heat of the sun's rays, but how far would those amethyst wings allow her to fly? But she can't fly, Kurono. No, she can't, okay, 7th Apostle Sariel, time to die. The promised 3 seconds had already passed. This body was on the verge of collapse, and even then, I felt so exhausted that it made me feel that the fusion with Lily would end even before that. But the ultimate attack magic that we had been working on was finally completed. It was time for Sariel to take that which Lily and I had created to kill her. A black star began to fall from the sky. Its name was Supernova. Chapter 468. Element Masters vs Sariel 3. Looks like we're back. As I opened my eyes, I realized that I was no longer surrounded by Purgatory's red landscape of scorching mountains, but had instead returned to the snowy scenery of the Galahad Mountains, where the wind blew so cold that it was as if being pierced by 1,000 knives. Of course, the magnificence of nature and its silvery scenic beauty had been clouded by the intense, angry yells, the clashing of swords, and explosions that littered the battlefield. But I couldn't afford to pay attention to anything else, no matter how fierce the battle that was taking place around me was. After all, my own battle was probably far from over. Everything had been going as planned so far. Right after Lily and I unleashed the immense destructive power of our supernova, Fiona's Inferno Fall was lifted. However, Sariel, having taken a direct hit from our supernova, which had been our ultimate attack, would have been nothing short of a miracle. I certainly saw a huge dark sphere flashing in an ominous red light, like some kind of calamitous black star, falling over Sariel's head. At the moment of impact, I could also see that one of the wings of her, Ala Lux Aegis, had completely crystallized. Immediately after that, a big explosion of dazzling light completely blinded me before sending us both back here. Are you okay, Lily? Yeah, I'm fine. Lily, who was now wearing her dress that had been torn across her chest, didn't seem to be fine at all, since she was languidly leaning against my leg as if trying to cling to it. Since Exelion had been activated by Lily herself, it used her magical power to do so, and now that she was this exhausted, she would naturally not be able to maintain the transformation. However, I myself was so tired, and my body felt so heavy that I could almost not feel my own feet. Of course, we were able to use Supernova, thanks to a series of blessings only possible during our fusion, and even without it, we would have exhausted our magical power just trying to keep up with Sariel. Even though Lily and I had combined into a single being, it had the downside of having poor magical power management, which barely allowed us to put up a fight. And you, Kurono. I'm not as tired as you, but I'm still pretty beat. Of course, we had already separated, and our gear had been properly returned to their respective owners. This confirmed that once Lich was subdued, the fusion would be cancelled. But I was a little worried. I had wondered if something could go wrong and Lily wouldn't return to her own body. Then I would be stuck in a female body for who knows how long. Still, it seems it was worth it. My body felt like it was made out of lead, so my breath came out a little heavier than usual. When I finally returned to the real world, I stared at the center of the explosion, which was still enshrouded in black smoke. The smoke was quite thick, hiding Sariel's figure behind. Or perhaps I just wanted to think that she has disappeared. Tisk, of course you're still alive. A faint white glow drifted in the whirlpool of black smoke. Rather than mixing into gray, the black and white swirled as if they were water and oil, resulting in a white aura entwining itself around the swaying smoke. The white girl emerged, giving off a presence like that of a monster revived out of a volcanic crater. Though that doesn't mean that you came out of it unharmed. The reappeared Sariel reminded me of myself, back when I had been nearly torn to shreds during my duel with the 8 Apostle Eye on the highway. The aura of white magical power that emanated from its body was as strong as ever, but it was clear that her body was having a hard time keeping up. Ha ha. Sariel was out of breath. Although it was a slight change, her red eyes were now slightly covered by heavy eyelids, and her expressionless mask had finally collapsed, revealing the color of fatigue. However, the clearest indications of change and damage were on her body. Sariel was wearing nothing but plain white underwear. In other words, the pure white robe that fluttered beautifully in that wind had completely disappeared, just like I once lost Baphomet's embrace. Almost as if to prove that she was a living being and not a doll, her stained, yet still white, slender, naked body looked terribly miserable, which could probably draw more sympathy from the people. However, there was no one here who would be deceived by such an appearance. Sariel's hand was still holding that white-bladed, sparkling cross spear. She still had the power and will to fight. Come on, let's begin the second round, Sariel. I took my remaining, absolute grudge broadsword Cubidon and heavily started walking forward. I had split from my evil eater when I released it to break away from Sariel. It would probably still be lying around somewhere, but I couldn't afford to look for it. Kurono. Don't, Lily, you're tired. Stay back, take good care of her. Yes, my lord. The voice that replied to that was that of an inorganic man. I was already aware that some of Lily's carefully made, living dead were behind me. We had already anticipated that, after Exelion wore off, Lily would be so exhausted that she would not be able to keep on fighting. Therefore, they were created so that Lily could safely leave this battlefield. Just for this safety measure, I had refrained from having them fight in this battle to make sure we wouldn't lose even a single one of them. Thanks to Sariel's struggle, a part of the crusaders had assembled in the rear and begun to fight boldly in the surrounding area. Even here, the fight was still quite intense, and I could also feel a sign of high-density magical power in which powerful people who were clearly more than ordinary soldiers were fighting. In any case, it made sense to leave these living dead as guards on the still fierce battlefield. Ooh, Kurono, promise me you'll be careful, don't do anything rash. I glanced back at Lily as she was taken away by those iron-masked servants with robust smiles and saw her off. I didn't say anything back to her. I couldn't promise her that. We had cornered Sariel. If I had to do something rash to finish her off, I would. When I looked back at Sariel, she had started walking with a slightly heavy gait just like me. Let's go. I started running, ignoring the screams of both of my feet that were desperate for some rest, and pushing out all of the strength remaining in my legs. Sariel also started running, with a white aura emanating violently from her body. Rather than being surprised that she could still move, I felt that it was natural for her to be able to do so. Red Calm. A preemptive attack before we could get too close to each other. Thanks to the fact that I had cut down many enemy soldiers in the Galahad War alone, the Blade of Blood had an abundant stockpile of resources to keep it going. My solid and sharp crystallized blood blade approached Sariel with a huge amount of force, as if the blade itself was spewing blood. However, she was still an apostle, and it was no wonder that she would still have the strength to brilliantly fight off my attack, and then some. Chart. For a brief moment, I lost sight of her. The next thing I knew, her spear's glaring tip was being thrust literally at my eyes. Over Excel. Sariel's cross blade kept moving forward in a world that would otherwise have seemed to have come to a complete stop. Without the third blessing, I would have been pierced right through my face. The most astonishing fact was that not only was she running, she still proved to be able to get really close to me. Right after Sariel started to run, the snow she lifted with each step began to flutter in slow motion as if dancing in midair. Charge is a spear martial art that was considered to be one of the first techniques a spear beginner learned, which consisted of running straight forward to pierce the enemy. It would be often used as the first blow when fighting, but how many people can get so close so quickly with a simple charge? It was like one of those Western movies where they would quick draw into an instant shot during a duel. Terrified, I turned my head to the side so quickly and so violently that I feared I could hurt my neck. I barely managed to dodge the thrust. The spear actually slashed through my left ear, but even then, it wasn't a fatal wound. Yuo. I immediately counterattacked. My broadsword had already lost its bloody edge, but I still brandished it as I aimed for Sariel with all my strength. My second swing was, of course, repelled by the handle of the spear that Sariel had already pulled back. The blade was caught at a weird angle, deflecting its trajectory and causing it to slide over the handle. It ended up aiming at nothing. The swing was lost in the air, and she wouldn't be so soft to let me attempt a third strike. Stinger. Sariel chose to use a spear hand strike. Since it was almost in close contact with me, It was actually faster to reach out with her bare hand than to take a stab with her spear. Her left hand, which had already let go of the spear's handle before I even realized, was thrusted forward with her fingertips stretched out and neatly aligned, almost looking like a white knife. Its destination was my heart. Overgear, Gaza. I had activated my second blessing, which provided the ultimate defense. However, it had its limits. An aura of steel so thin that it looked like it could be easily blown away by a breeze floated in front of my chest. Still, the Demon King's guard managed to prevent the apostle's terrifyingly threatening hand from piercing my heart. Her blade-like fingertips stopped right before they could hit my chest. They were so close that they could have pierced through my Diabolo's embrace if she were to push just another centimeter ahead. I hadn't been stabbed. I hadn't been pierced. However, the shock that surged from the attack shook deep inside my chest so hard that it made my heart skip a beat. And for a moment, I thought my heart would stop. Then, while it had managed to completely block Sariel's stinger, the effects of my overgear had also vanished. I had no magical power left to sustain the blessing's effects. As I had lost my absolute defense, there was nothing that could stop the apostle's hand, which was already on me again. Ew. Rather than stabbing my chest, Sariel slashed away with her hand across it. It was as if she had replaced her hand with a short sword at the wrist. With such an absurd attack, my Diabolo's embrace was torn apart. Straight down from my chest and past my hips. The demon leather, which boasted strong physical and magical resistance, was ripped up like cheap fabric. Why, Yao? After allowing my gear to be destroyed to that extent, the chance for my third slash finally arrived. I brought my broadsword down onto Sariel's white-haired head, which had been pushed forward with her attack's momentum. This time, her spear was in no position to block my attack in time. However, Sariel slipped through my swing as if she had decided that there was no need to get in its way. She quickly corrected her stance and dodged my blade, making it seem as if it had slid over her side. It's certainly neither special martial arts nor magic. She had simply seen through my attack perfectly. It was just like when I first came to this world. I could feel there was a huge difference in ability with the apostle. Sariel displayed her abilities even more, even though she was gasping for air and dressed only in her underwear. Her movement hadn't been just an evasion, it had actually led to her next attack. Sariel's left hand had stretched towards me once again, grabbing me from the collar of my coat. Before I could ask myself what was going on, I was already floating in the air. I only realized I was being thrown when I noticed I was in the middle of going over Sariel's head. While it was a tremendous motion that involved grabbing me by the collar and throwing me over her head, there was also no stagnation like when a judo master would use an one-armed circle throw on a non-resisting opponent. It was a powerful and beautiful technique. The moment I were to hit the ground with this momentum, I would be completely exposed to a deadly attack. It was impossible to immediately try to dodge or block while taking the impact of falling to the ground from over her head. Sariel would aim straight for my heart or my head and pierce either of them with her beloved cross spear, and there would be nothing I could do to stop it. That's why I had to escape. Right while I was in midair, in the middle of being thrown. This was my only chance. I took off my Diabolo's embrace as if I was shedding my skin. All I had to do to accomplish that was to let go of my broadsword and pull both arms out of my sleeves. Even so, I managed to escape so splendidly that I didn't know how I did it myself. It was as clean as a ninja's evasive technique. Or I could also think that the Diabolo's embrace itself shoved me away from harm. With that, I was able to dodge Sariel's throw by rolling forward on the floor. However, simply dodging this attack didn't mean I was no longer at risk. I had lost my most reliable armor. If I kept on fighting like this, I would undoubtedly be cornered by Sariel like this again. If I was going to use that, this was the time to do so. As soon as I landed, I made another turn on the ground and reached for my left side at the waist. Past the medicine bag that had my fairy remedy and my Nana Blast amulet hanging on the side of the belt, I reached out for that thing behind my waist. It was the double-muzzled dual eagle. It was loaded not with grenades nor with normal rounds, but with special bullets specifically made to kill Sariel. I pointed my unholstered gun at Sariel's head. Her spear, on the other hand, was pointed directly at my throat. Each of our deadliest weapons were aimed at their respective targets at the same time. Both Sariel and I stopped moving as if we were just showing them off to each other. Then, awkward silence. "Won't you stab me? The fight isn't over yet, you know." No, it is over. Had she lost her will to fight? Or perhaps she was confident that she could dodge my bullets at this point-blank range. She could also have thought that she could pierce my throat before I could pull the trigger. "Your power is as dangerous as I thought. I will kill you and all of your companions." "Tusk, you stupid robot, you haven't realized yet, have you?" Then I pulled the trigger. I didn't fail to notice Sariel's red eyes moving. Her crimson gaze had turned away from me at that very moment. Gah! Her crossed spear had dug deep into my left shoulder. However, that had been a far better outcome than what it would have if it had hit its original target. On the other hand, the bullets I fired had missed their mark. There wasn't even a scratch on Sariel's face. All she had to do was lean slightly and bend her neck considerably for her to easily escape their trajectory. The 2 bullets fired from my dual eagle vanished off into the winter sky. And yet, a bullet hit Sariel's head. A direct hit on her temporal region. I knew it, these bullets are great. At the best possible time, Simon's sniping violently exploded. Chapter 469, Element Masters vs Sariel 4. Memory burst. That was the name of the bullet created to smash Sariel's memory seal. We had a total of 4 of these bullets, which had been made from Slothgill's fingers. Half for me and half for Simon. We had estimated to have a spare shot just in case, but the sniper didn't need to fire a second shot. Perhaps Simon's sniping position was the wreckage of the defeated Taurus. Due to Sariel's appearance like a ballistic missile, that Taurus, which had ended up being the point of impact, had been destroyed in one shot, but Lily's telepathy confirmed that the cockpit had somehow avoided a fatal hit. I hadn't given him any signal or anything since we started fighting Sariel, but Simon still did a pretty good job. After that, all that was left to know was if the memory burst had been effective or not. Ngh. Her eyes were wide open, and her crimson pupils were swaying. Eventually, she moaned in pain, so she wasn't dead yet. The reason for that was that she noticed the sniper right before being shot. That's why she had turned her eyes away from me when we were fighting. She must have figured that she had no time to dodge it, but still managed to focus her silvery aura around her head in an attempt to block it. Because of that, the bullet simply hit Sariel's head very hard instead of going through it, and causing a violent splash of blood. The shock caused her body to tilt heavily towards the ground, but stopped right before coming in contact with the snowy ground. The next moment, her body flipped right like a bent spring being released. It was an unreasonable motion from an unnatural position, but Sariel still pulled it off. Then, she held the crossed spear in the sniper's direction. Simon. Though I screamed, I could do little else to prevent Sariel's intense and unrivaled throwing. All I could see at the edge of my line of sight was an explosion of white light. I had no means to confirm Simon's safety. Still, we had anticipated such a counterattack could happen. Since it had been a single attack, Sophie should have been able to protect Simon. Therefore, my biggest concern at the moment was that Sariel had managed to instantly spot a sniper at a far distance, and was still strong enough to throw her spear all the way there. Had the memory burst not worked, Ngh ga aoa. Sariel's body leaned forward again, and an even more painful-sounding groan escaped from her lips. She looked like a drunk person who was unable to remain standing still as she swayed around, and her white bare feet danced around erratically on the snowy land. Beyond doubt, the memory burst seemed to have been effective. At long last, we had managed to destroy Sariel's memory seal, which was as good as landing a fatal blow on her. Ague! My field of vision instantly turned red. No, I hadn't been stabbed. It wasn't blood, but it wasn't fire, either. The red landscape flickering in front of me was nothing but the crimson sky of purgatory as I had seen it a while ago. Is this a back door? The next thing that came before my eyes was the sight of a beautiful woman with sharp eyes, disheveled black long hair, and a furious expression on her face as she dashed forward with a sword in each hand. This was undoubtedly my own body in Exelian mode. The only one who had seen this form in battle was none other than Sariel herself. The scenes that were flickering in my head one after another were the fractured memories of things seen from her perspective. A backdoor refers to both its technical meaning, which is to read the memories and emotions of someone who used a telepathic ability by hijacking them, and a phenomenon in which the wavelength of telepathy goes haywire, and the emotions and memories of both parties get unintentionally mixed up. I was able to calmly judge that what I was experiencing was a backdoor, because it had already happened to me before during the fight against Lustro's. When I was trapped inside that lewd dream that's just too embarrassing to be reminded of, a backdoor was triggered when Hitsugi and the evil eater forcibly broke through Lustros's illusion. That then led me to discover the secrets of Lustros's abilities, and this time, Sariel's secrets were about to be exposed too. Kurono Maou, I'll kill you. The reason why those words leaked from her mouth at that time must have been that she was in a state of confusion, unable to distinguish the present from the past. The scene that came to my mind was me glaring at her with my Cubidon in hand. Sariel's memory had gone all the way back until the moment just before we started to fight. It seemed that memory burst, released memories starting from the present and going back in chronological order. I was watching a playback of recent events, but by going back 1 day, 2 days, a week before, then a month, then a year, and so on, I would eventually get to the moment when Sariel's memory was sealed. And at that moment, her consciousness could be greatly affected, and her ego could be incapacitated or even completely destroyed. Pile bunk year. But that didn't mean I had to just sit tight until that happened. While being bombarded by fragments of Sariel's memories, I still managed to not lose sight of the girl standing before me, and threw my black swirling fist at her. All troops, withdraw At last, my attack was a direct hit on Sariel. The pile bunker couldn't break through her aura, but it still exploded into Sariel's pure white abdomen. Her little body danced like a leaf, with the impact of the explosion unleashed by the attack's black magical power. As if Sariel had become nothing but a frail little girl, Sariel didn't even try to fall into a defensive position, and instead passively rolled on the snow. I was sure I was looking more like a devil than ever, even than when I took Linfelt hostage, because I was hitting an underdressed beautiful girl with all my strength. But this was my chance. At last, at long last, I had driven that apostle to the wall. I didn't care what anyone would think of me. I had to do this. I was about to defeat the apostle. So go ahead, take a look. Everyone in Ill's village and everyone in the Adventurers' Alliance. At this very moment, I was going to deliver the final blow to one of our enemies. Spada has defeated the Crusader army, send a rescue P. Was that a recent memory as well? Sariel was speaking with a green-haired, handsome young man who looked like a general in front of a table with a grandiose meal. When that scene disappeared from my mind, I saw Sariel lying there on her back, exposing her body covered only with white underwear and looking far away into the distance, her arms and legs helplessly sprawled on the ground, like an angel fallen from grace. I jumped at Sariel with a more violent eagerness than that of a thug driven by their beastly desires. Right as I lifted my fist and was about to bury it into her face once again, while she was still staring off into the distance, her right hand moved. Reverse. In less than a blink of an eye, the cross spear had returned to her hand. It was so fast that it made me wonder if it really could be recalled by reverse summoning so quickly. Before I realized, the spear was once again right in front of me. I couldn't react to the fact that its tip was already pointing at me. Damn it, can I still fight? I got stabbed directly in the guts. Without my coat, all I had left for protection was a shirt and a jacket. While they were both very sturdy, they didn't have any significant defensive properties. I was stabbed pretty deep, and after somersaulting away over the snowy field, I quickly reached into the bag containing Fairy's remedy and managed to do some minimum first aid. By the time I got back on my feet, the bleeding had stopped. When she saw this, Sariel also somehow stood up. Instead of using her spear as a walking support, her legs were quivering like those of a newborn fawn. I'll draw a magic circle here. A huge fortress standing tall on a snowy field. On the other side, I could see the snowy Galahad mountains. I had seen a landscape like this before somewhere. That probably was a crusader stronghold, which must have been built in the ruins of Alsace. Damn it. I threw that scene away and stared straight at Sariel. As for her, Her crimson eyes were shaking so much that it seemed that she couldn't stand the shock of overflowing memories, but her gaze still caught me. Sariel still had the power to fight back. It could be far too dangerous to challenge her head-on again, but I had to get answers out of her. It may be more exhausting over time, but if it was only exhaustion, I could recover from it. The seal of memory hadn't been completely destroyed yet, but it was still quite disturbing at this point. This could be my first and last chance. There was no better time to end this, but I wanted to have at least one weapon. I had dropped Cubidin when I took off my coat. I had also dropped my evil eater in purgatory, and when Sariel stabbed me in the shoulder, the shock was so great that it caused me to let go of my dual eagle. And as much as I wanted Hitsugi to collect them for me, creating tentacles would cost me far more magical power than I could spare. Apparently, all I could really rely on at this point was my enhanced body. Ignis Fortis Sagitta. At that time, a golden flash instantly ran past me. It had been just for a brief moment, but the heat was so intense it felt as if half of my body had been scorched. However, the burning spear wasn't meant for me, but for Sariel. Fiona. There was no doubt that it had been her, who had come to my aid at the best possible time. As I looked over my shoulder, I could see Fiona, who was still in demon form, holding her Ains bloom. For a brief moment, my eyes met those devilish eyes that harbored a mysterious glow. Her voice didn't reach my ears, but her feelings were conveyed. She had probably exhausted the last of her magical power. Fiona slowly collapsed as if her knees had given way, and the two crystal horns protruding from her head became shining particles and scattered. Her transformation into a demon had ended. She would be fine as long as Lily's living dead made sure to get her out to safety. I thanked Fiona from a distance and took an encouraging step forward. The rest was up to me. What? I turned to Sariel once again. Her right arm was no more. Perhaps Sariel had been unable to dodge the golden Ignis Fortis Sagitta unleashed by Fiona. Her right arm had evaporated from the middle of its upper side, and the only thing that fell on the muddy ground where the snow had melted was her cross-shaped spear. Its beautiful silver glitter had been covered with mud, as if God's majesty had left it. Our God, who art in heaven. Sariel mumbled to herself while staring straight at me, as if she had forgotten that her spear was right there waiting to be picked up. Was that a prayer of the crusaders? The scenery that came to my mind was that of the inside of a large church with a dazzling white glow. Forgive us our trespasses. The ceiling was as high as I could see, and the room itself was also very wide. It was a huge room filled with white light where I could feel a sense of liberation, but there was no one else in this room. Deliver us from evil. Sariel was praying alone. She was staring at a cold, inorganic symbol of a white cross. I was also staring at it. Sariel's face and the white cross overlapped. I wish for nothing but God's blessing. With the last of my strength, I raised my fist. I raised my fist towards the seventh apostle Sariel, and beyond her, towards the white God who would look down on us from heaven. They would all soon feel the demon king's fist. Overdrive. Summoning people from another world. Human experimentation. The destruction of ills by fire, the annihilation of the adventurers. The flames of anger ignited the hatred that had accumulated in the depths of my soul. The dark chaos swirled, and a crimson aura colored the demon king's fist. Wrath Impact. I punched the lights out of Sariel's face. It was a perfect sense of impact that would ensure the attack's target would remember this fist. This final blow had been poured with all of my remaining magical power, releasing it in a single point. The scene of holy prayer was no more, leaving behind the figure of Sariel flying before bouncing on the snow like a ragdoll. Her body rolled in a straight line, whipping up a spray of snow as she went. Hiya, how do you like that? Sweat was dripping down my face. My vision was flickering in and out, and I felt as if I was about to lose consciousness. It was a symptom of having completely ran out of magical power, but it still wasn't over. I couldn't allow my knees to give way yet. The final B-blow, Hitsugi, get my blade. Yes, master. Her voice came out in an unusually calm tone. Limping, I dragged myself towards the point where Sariel had fallen. At the same time, a thread-like tentacle that was so thin that it could have been cut away from my shadow at my feet stretched out in search of the absolute broadsword Cubidin that had been lying around somewhere. Sariel had probably either fainted or had sustained so much damage that she could no longer get back up. However, I couldn't rest easy until I delivered the final blow myself. My opponent was an apostle. I would have to cut off her head, pierce her heart, and burn the rest of her body to ashes. I needed a blade to finish the job. This is the end for you. In my half-conscious state, I realized that I was standing before Sariel, who was just lying there on the snow. Shortly after that, I felt a familiar handle in my right hand. Hitsugi had searched for my Cubidin and brought it back to my hand. I could finally put an end to this. Go to hell, Sariel. I clasped both of my hands tightly around the cursed blade's grip and raised it skyward before bringing it down on the sleeping apostle's neck. Magic, martial arts. I've taught you almost everything you'll ever need. But I'm sure I don't remember teaching you something that might come in handy if you ever need to retreat, Sariel. That old man was standing before my eyes. Bishop Ars was concerned about your fighting style. He said you were too enthusiastic. The appearance of the old man with white hair and white beard was no different from what had already been engraved in my memory. But oh well, even though you are an apostle, there may come a time where you might even need this. The cold blue eyes, devoid of all human emotion, looked down on me again. After all, you're the weakest among all apostles. I knew the name of this old man. We have prepared this so that it will automatically activate whenever the link between you and your Grand Cross Spear is broken. This old man's name was. It's an emergency retreat spell, Heaven's Gate. I hope you never have to use it. Judas. By the time I shouted his name in anger, that old geezer's face wasn't there anymore. All I had left was an incredibly disgusting feeling in my chest. Bishop Judas. I heard his name from Cyprus. He was the mastermind behind the Holy Soldier plan, in which people from another world, just like me, would be summoned to this world so that they could do those hellish experiments on us. To think that I would see his face at this very moment, and what did he say in this memory? Emergency retreat spell. At that moment, something unusual happened, as if to affirm my words. What? The spear. A few tens of meters away, the Grand Cross, a spear that should have fallen onto the muddy ground at the point where I hit Sariel, was instead floating by itself. It was just like when I used sword arts to command my weapons as if telekinetically. And the next moment, the spear unleashed a shining white light. Tusk, is that the Heaven's Gate? When the flash of light subsided, there was no spear to be found, and a gate was floating in the air in its place. It was about 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide. There were no walls or floors around it, but its presence alone looked strangely huge. The plain white gate slowly opened its huge double doors. There was no sky on the other side of the gate. Instead, something like a pure white mist, which resembled the aura of white magical power, swirled violently and blinked repeatedly. When going through this door, it would surely shine as if you had arrived in heaven itself. An emergency retreat spell, Heaven's Gate. If we take Judas' words at face value, it would be something that could be used to escape in a pinch. It would be a spell that existed solely to allow these overwhelmingly powerful apostles run away to safety if something went wrong. Gimme a break. Yuawu. I brought down my blade. I had to kill her before she could get a chance. Sariel dodged my attack. My eyes, which were burning with rage, turned to meet hers, but they were still completely white and cold. She was still unconscious. And yet, she moved away from my swing. She had jumped up like some kind of spring-loaded doll and dodged by rolling away. When my blade went down, there was no neck to be found there. Nuo. Where are it? I put all of my strength into my already exhausted body and forced a second attack with my blade. This time, it was a sideways slash. I had no magical power or even strength left to unleash a black calm, but this cursed blade was strong enough by itself to cut Sariel in half if it reached her. Damn. However, Sariel managed to easily dodge even that as well, almost as if she had seen it coming. And before I realized, it was too late. Sariel was already running towards the Heaven's Gate. She was fast. I didn't know if I could catch up with her. At that speed, Sariel would definitely beat me to the gate. Things weren't looking good for me. After all this trouble, after having come this far, she was going to slip through my fingers so easily, but I couldn't give up, not yet. I won't let you escape. I launched, or should I say threw, an attack at Sariel, who was running as fast as she could. I threw my absolute broadsword Cupidon forward with every little ounce of strength I could muster. I aimed for Sariel's defenseless back, since she was running away in a straight line without even looking back. The cursed blade flew towards Sariel while spinning at high speed, making a horrifying shriek as it tore through the sky. It had enough power, my aim had been accurate. It was in a direct hit course. But then, at the last possible moment, Sariel jumped. She floated in the air about 3 meters above the ground and towards the gate. Rather than trying to avoid my attack, she had simply jumped to get to her destination. However, that didn't mean my attack didn't connect. Ah! A scream escaped from my mouth as I broke into a dash. Instead of cutting through Sariel's back, the blade I threw had cut off her slender white legs. Sariel's left leg was amputated from the middle of the thigh, releasing a torrent of fresh blood. Her right leg had not fallen, but the blade had reached the bone, cutting so deep that the leg could come off at any moment from the middle of its thigh. Blood also fell from its open wound like a waterfall. After being caught mid-air by my blade and getting her legs cut off by it, Sariel dropped to the ground. She seemed no longer in control of her own body and crashed headfirst in the most unsightly possible way. Wah-it! I threw myself on her, and despite having lost both legs, Sariel got back up. To be more precise, the gate was pulling her towards itself. A vortex-like aura came through the door, and when I got a good look at it, I noticed it was turning into a thin rope that coiled itself around Sariel's bloodied body. Surrounded by the aura released from the gate, Sariel floated upwards as if free from the yoke of gravity. Sariel! My stretched-out arms finally got hold of Sariel's body. However, Sariel was already floating in the air. The best I could do was to cling onto her as hard as I could so as to not let go of her. My body was so deprived of strength and magical power that it was shaking. In this unreasonable position, it was impossible to launch an attack strong enough to kill Sariel. Her body was trapped in that aura, and I was clinging onto her with everything I had left. And we were both going up. There was no way to stop it. Damn it! I wondered if I should let go, if I could endure letting her escape, but I still tenaciously held onto her for dear life. No, you can't. Kurono. The voice that reached my ears made my grip a little bit weaker. Lili. Far off into the distance, I could see Lily in her tiny form, running herself almost out of breath. You can't. Kurono, don't go away. My strength was beginning to falter. Lily was calling out my name. It would be all right for her if I were to let go of Sariel. Lily would forgive me. But Sorry, Lily. I broke my promise after all. Right at the last moment, I ended up doing something rash. Laughing, I used the last of my strength to hug Sariel's little body even tighter. The holy light emitted from the other side of the gate wrapped around both of us. There was no turning back now. Okay, I'll chase you all the way to heaven, Sariel. Chapter 470. Kurono v Sariel. Time went back even further. The large fortified city at sunset somehow resembled Sparta. Was that Daedalus? Sariel was looking over it from a high balcony. On the 13th of First Flame Month, the oracle came to me, saying the demon king will soon be born. Next to her was a tall, silver-haired man. His face was blurry, and I couldn't see it well. If the demon king really ends up appearing, the first one he will come in contact with will be the commander of the crusaders, Lady Sariel. The demon king may be as powerful as the oracle tells us. I had thought that the conquest of the Pandora continent would be by repelling the Daedalus army and crossing the mountain. But it seems that the situation has become uncertain, so please be careful. He probably was one of the big fish among the crusaders. The conversation with that man was cut off right at that point. You learned through Missy that I would be here in Pandora and thought you'd say hi, right? I knew that person's face very well, 8 Apostle I. In that majestic place that seemed to be some sort of throne room, her new adventurer equipment looked completely out of place. All right, you're the best, Sariel. With a slightly nasty-looking smile, I's face started to get really close, and then everything went dark. The momentary glimpses of Sariel's everyday life became more and more sparse. Everyone worshipped her as the 7th apostle. Everyone who came in contact with her would bow reverently while looking down and refusing to make eye contact with her. The only one who dared speak with her on equal terms was another apostle. Maybe that was precisely because they were both apostles. Of course, Sariel would definitely dismiss a guy as dependent as you look. Even Sariel herself said that he didn't like guys like you. Ooh, Lady Sariel, I. Only her conversations with other apostles appeared more clearly in my mind. But what had been engraved more vividly on Sariel were the memories of battles. Haha, who misses a chance like this? Sariel, I'll kill you here and stop the crusaders. At the walls of Daedalus, I could see my own body trembling, and my face pale as a sheet as I put on a bold front as hard as I could. Of course, I wasn't the only one she was fighting. Orc knights, lizard folk warriors, warcat swordsmen, lamia witches, she fought and then killed every single one of them. Apparently, even after the occupation of Daedalus, rebellions were still happening in various places. Sariel rode her Pegasus, traveling by herself through the villages, and annihilated them all. One-sidedly, overwhelmingly. They were completely trampled down. In her memories, there were only a handful of opponents who could have been considered as a close call to her. One such opponent was, Sariel, you are the first one worthy of being called my opponent in a long time. From here onwards, I shall also use my full strength come, human with an angel's name. It was Dragon King Garvanal. A huge dragon with a jet-black body and an ominous crimson glow, such as him, certainly had the dignified appearance needed to claim to be the king of dragons. Above all, the fact that a mere memory of him was enough to get goosebumps all over my body was an overwhelming sign of his fierceness. His defeat couldn't have been anything short of a miracle. I'm Kurono Maou. I wanna get out of here, could you tell me where's the exit? Compared to him, what did I look like? I was wearing a bloodied prison uniform, barefoot and bare-handed. Back when I escaped from the laboratory and met Sariel for the first time, I was a complete mess. And not only in appearance, I was also weak at the time. Sariel had a very vivid memory of when I was a nobody. Welcome to the White Sacrament's Third Research Institute, Cardinal R's, 7th Apostle Lady Sariel, and the memories beyond that appeared to be from a time before I was summoned into this world. It was a series of memories of a battle far more fierce than the Pandora expedition. Her enemies were the same. She would defeat monsters only when they got in her way. Sariel's job was to eradicate the heathens that prevail in the Republic of Sinclair. She would find and then kill them. Whenever she was rushed by a large number of enemies, she would meet them head-on, and she would leave no survivors behind. Fight, fight, fight. Kill, kill, kill. Then, Sariel would stand over the huge pile of bodies and mutter, "May God bless your souls." This was an apostle. This was precisely why she was an apostle, too. She faithfully carried out God's will, nothing more. She indiscriminately killed her enemies. She was a killing machine. From now on, Sariel will be the new 7th apostle. Since she hasn't been officially appointed yet, she still has to be awarded her rightful title, so for now there's no need to call her Lady, Sariel, or anything like that. So that's what it was. Was it you who created Sariel, Judas? Beware. A sudden suffocation quickly yanked me back from Sariel's battle record. It hurt. I couldn't breathe. I felt as if I was about to drown in an endless ocean. Though I was being assailed by a sense of impending danger, I was fortunately able to pull my head up and over the water's surface, and succeeded in taking in some air. Where am I? My soaked body felt extremely cold and heavy. I had to shake my head like a dog in order to flick away the water that had clung to my long bangs and face. Once that was done, I could finally see what was in front of me. I'm in the middle of a forest. I found myself standing in a deep forest where it was snowing gently. The coniferous trees that surrounded me all looked like undecorated snowy Christmas trees. Then I realized that the sky was slightly dim and powder snow was pouring quietly. Was it already dusk? At the very least, this place didn't look like heaven. So where exactly did that Heaven's Gate take us? That old geezer Judas and his transfer magic. Though I should have considered myself lucky about not being suddenly dropped in the middle of the enemy base. More than a small pond, I had been thrown into a rather nice place which would be more appropriate to call a spring. It was actually rather shallow, close to a beach's shore. Upon closer examination, this spring was beautifully circular, almost too perfect to be made naturally. Still, it seemed to be strangely in harmony with the surrounding nature, enough to not make it seem out of place. There was a mysterious atmosphere about this place. Sariel. My mind went back to my top priority. I strained my eyes trying to find her in the dim environment to no avail. However, I could hear some splashing behind me. The first was quiet, there was no wind, and no birds were singing. The sound I heard in the spring indicated that someone was moving there. You're really persistent, I'll give you that. Sariel had lost her right arm, her left leg had come off. And although she could no longer stand and walk normally, she was still dragging herself out of the spring by crawling her way out. With her pure white skin and white underwear, she seemed to blend in with the snowy fields that surrounded the spring's banks. However, the blood flowing from what once were her legs vividly flourished onto the white background. Looking at that, there was no losing Sariel among the snow anymore. I made my way through the spring towards Sariel, who was so broken I couldn't help but think that she looked like some kind of zombie, who was only able to move through some kind of supernatural power. My already heavy feet were likely to stop completely at any moment due to the resistance of the water. Still, step by step, slowly and surely, I cornered Sariel. Wait. I was running out of breath just by walking. Even so, I eventually caught up with Sariel, who kept on moving away on the snow, crawling like a worm. Looking closely, her white aura seemed to have finally disappeared from her body. She probably was already at her limit, though the wound on her right leg had closed faintly. And not only that. The once open wounds on both Sariel's right arm, which Fiona had burnt away with her magic, and her left leg, which had been cut off with my broadsword, were both slightly covered with a shining white mist and her usual aura. Her wounds seemed to be in the process of recovering. Although her left leg had been amputated from the middle of her thigh, which was the next biggest part of her body after her torso, the amount of blood leaking from it was clearly small. The wound was already closing. Damn you, you monster ga. Once again, the scenery in front of me changed completely. Apparently, the influence of the back door hadn't subsided yet. On the contrary, it seemed that the further backwards I went with these memories, the more intense and vivid they became. And what I saw was a place I never wanted to see again. We shall now begin the final maneuvering experiment. Prototypes number 6, number 13, and number 24 get in. A circular hall spread out beyond a white passage. This was the same place where they did their human experimenting on me. Begin. There were 2 opponents in front of her. They were wearing the same thing, a white prison uniform. Sariel was probably wearing one too. They were the same as the one I once wore, but the difference was that these 3 were wearing masks, similar to the ones those researchers were wearing. Given the narrow field of vision I had, Sariel was probably covering her face with one of those white masks. Then, the final maneuvering experiment, that is, a 3-way battle royale, started. Despite the lack of weapons, the battle was fierce. The enchanted attack magic flew all over the place, and whenever 2 of them would get in close quarters with each other, the fight would turn into a near-invisible flurry of techniques. No. 6 has died. Sariel tore the neck of the experimental subject with a strike of her hand as if it was a sharp blade, and defeated them by herself. Number 24 has died. After dodging a barrage of advanced spells, Sariel pierced No. 24's heart with her stinger. Number 24's body fell on their back, drawing an arc of fresh blood from his chest as they fell. The impact against the floor caused their mask to come off. The face behind the mask, which I could only see for a moment, was an exact copy of Sariel's face. Damn it, so it's just as Lily said. Sariel was actually a homunculus, an artificial apostle created by the White Sacrament. The prediction of Sariel's true identity that Lily once told me about was proved true at this very moment. Had Sariel turned a blind eye towards me twice out of sympathy for me, knowing that I was an experimental subject just like her. Though I didn't think she had that kind of human emotion. Still, I'll kill you. My heart trembled. It was as if she had begged me to let her live. It was the same as with Lustro's, but as long as I didn't hesitate, I would be able to do it. I'll definitely kill you. Sariel was still trying to crawl away from me, so I started by grabbing her right ankle. It would be a big problem if another miracle were to conveniently get her out of this again. Even though she had only one leg, and it was barely attached to her body, I didn't doubt that Sariel could still use it to jump and disappear into the depths of the forest. And if I were to lose sight of her in such a place, I would never find her again. I would have to take care of that first. My hand tightly grabbed hold of her right ankle, while my foot pinned her round but small right buttock, which was still wrapped in white bloomers that had been tainted by several droplets of blood. Haida. In one go, I pulled her leg out. Even though her wound was closing, the leg had been connected only by skin and flesh. Since the bone had already been cut, I was able to tear the leg apart without much trouble. The creepy sound of tearing flesh strangely stuck around at the back of my ears. The blood that rushes from the torn flesh dyed the surface of the snowy field at my feet completely red in the blink of an eye. I had no intention to hold onto Sariel's leg forever, plus it looked like something taken from a mannequin, so I simply threw it away without showing the slightest hint of emotion. Us. Sariel started to groan. Was that because of the pain of having her leg torn away? Or was it because of the days of human experimentation in that hellish laboratory coming back to her mind? Ga'udidams, damn it. I once felt that agony as well. That dark-colored drug they injected me with over and over and over again. My body, chopped up like fish as much as they wanted to end the body that is chopped as you like. How many times had they opened my stomach? The mere memory of it all made me want to vomit. A maneuver experiment that started as soon as you woke up. Experimental subjects with the same fate as that of a rampaging monster ahead of them. The endless days dedicated purely to killing each. A routine colored by death and suffering. After all, Sariel was just like me. Damn it, D. To escape the nightmare, to look away from the reality in front of me, I screamed like crazy and attacked the near-limbless Sariel. I didn't need reasoning. I simply had to forget everything I had seen so far and remember the smoldering hatred in my heart. I kicked Sariel away as if she was a pebble on the road, drawing a painful moan out of her mouth. The tip of my boot dug deeply into her belly. Vomit spewed from her mouth as she bounced and rolled on the snowy ground once, twice, and then a third time. The appearance of her lying on her back on the ground was a terrible and tragic sight to behold. Her body was smeared with blood, her face was soiled with vomit, and the only limb she had left was her left hand. She looked like she would bleed to death in less than 5 minutes if left alone. It was rather strange that she hadn't died already, though, but I would finish her off myself. I had made up my mind. Die. I leaned over Sariel as if I was pinning her down on a bed, though I had no experience doing such a thing. I extended both of my arms towards her as if to gently embrace her. My 2 big hands wrapped themselves around her tiny, frail neck. Die. I pressed hard. Though I was the one squeezing her neck, I felt my own consciousness fading away. I had finally reached my limit. I was so exhausted I could barely move a single finger, but we had reached this far. I needed all of them to be able to move for a little bit longer. D. Stop. No, she wasn't begging me to stop. Sariel's red eyes were staring straight at me, but what they saw was a picture of the distant past. That was from a time when she still had human emotions. More than seeing it, I could hear it. Sariel's voice screaming in pain. Stop. It hurts. I want to go back. I want to see him again. Was this really another one of Sariel's sealed memories? She used to have feelings. She hadn't always been like a doll. This Sariel, who cried out in constant suffering, was a normal girl. But sealing these memories made sense. How else could she have fought as an apostle if she could still remember those things? Perhaps she had retained her human emotions until the very early days of her experimenting. Before long, she would have lost all of her emotions, as evidenced by the memory I had just seen. But it was too late for compassion. She had already caused too many deaths as an apostle. She had killed way too many people for her God's sake. That's why. Die. I had to kill her. D. I had to end this, once and for all. It was a lie. Suddenly, the scenery before my eyes completely changed once again. What I began to see was Sariel's dying face and something that vaguely resembles a room. Actually, that was not what I wanted to say. What was what she was trying to say then? And more importantly, who was she talking to? Is that so? Said that guy. That guy was wearing a high school uniform and had a terribly sharp look in his eyes, though he had a stupid expression on his face. In the middle of an empty classroom, that guy, I was staring at her with the biggest dumb face ever. What? What was I doing in Sariel's memories? The me, that was still only a high school student. But more importantly, I remembered this scene too. And no way that's. These were undoubtedly my last moments in Earth's Japan, the world I came from. Back then, there was only one other person aside from me in that classroom. Kurono-kun, I like you. I finally got to hear the end of what she was trying to say that day in that almost empty literary clubroom. Shirasaki-san. Chapter King 471. Fallen Heaven. Ha. I was breathing miserably as I wandered in the woods. The quiet, snow-white forest gave the illusion of going on forever. I wondered what would happen first. Would my legs finally give in to exhaustion, or would I freeze to death? I believed I could endure this cold even though I had lost my coat. Damn it, the sun is almost gone. This silvery white landscape would soon be engulfed by the darkness of the night. No matter how effective I was at night, I wouldn't be able to see anything without a light source. I had so little magical power left in my body that even a small pseudo-fire attribute spell like torch would be snuffed out before it could actually make a difference. I wondered what to do. Should I sleep out here in the cold with the knowledge that I would probably freeze to death? My body would probably recover to some extent with a single night's worth of sleep. Or would it succumb to exhaustion? I really didn't want to make such a gamble. While I was thinking about that, a faint white light was lit in front of me. Thanks, this helps a lot. Ahem. Sariel had used a torch spell in my stead. Her body felt extremely light on my back, probably because she was missing a few limbs. Still, I could certainly feel the warmth of life on my back. My turtleneck sweater had excellent heat retention. Incidentally, by putting this oversized XL thing over a small Sariel, I managed to completely cover her pitifully underdressed body so that my eyes wouldn't find themselves staring at her. Even so, being able to use torch meant that she still had some magical power in her. Using magic in itself seemed to be somewhat painful to her, but she had it better than me, whose magical power itself had hit the bottom. At least it was worth it to use my remaining fairy remedy on Sariel to close the wounds on her limbs. Thanks to that, I didn't have to worry about the light, but I once again had mixed feelings about helping her. That's right. I couldn't kill Sariel after all. Sariel would have died if that memory of that day I saw through the back door had been delayed for another 3 seconds. Not by suffocation, but by a broken neck. After seeing that, after knowing who Sariel really was, I couldn't put any force onto my arms anymore. Sariel is more than just a homunculus. Her soul belonged to someone from my original world. If I was summoned into this world, I guess I could say that she was reincarnated into this world. Yuriko Shirasaki. She had also suffered a headache and fainted shortly after I fell here, and the next time she woke up, she was already in Sariel's body. Her flaxen hair and black eyes were no more, and she was reincarnated into the doll-like body of a homunculus. At least that's what happened, according to her memories. The back door had completely closed by now. I was no longer able to look into Sariel's, no, Shirasaki-san's memories. No conversation between me and Sariel took place. We remained completely silent as I rushed through the snowy forest without a clear destination. Plus, she was sighing with a certain regularity, as if she was sleeping. I focused solely on walking ahead and didn't think of anything else. No, I couldn't think of anything else. What should I do in this strange situation? I couldn't find the answer to that question. The only thing that is certain is that I had already lost the will to kill Sariel. To be precise, it was more like I was rejecting the idea of doing it. The truth is, I really should have killed Sariel. It wasn't about being stubborn about what I had originally set out to do. I knew well what it meant to leave the apostle alive. That's why I jumped into Heaven's Gate, knowing that it was unreasonable in the first place. And more importantly, I knew that if Sariel were to regain even a small portion of her strength, she would kill me right then and there before anything else. Killing Sariel would be my best bet, even if it would be just to save my guts. I had to kill her, no matter who was in her past life, be it Shirasaki-san or anyone else, lest she kills me first. But the moment I tried to move my arms against her, they wouldn't budge. I couldn't even touch her neck, which I had nearly strangled to death before. It was no use. It was time I faced it. I didn't want to kill Sariel. I didn't want to kill Yuriko Shirasaki, a person whose face I knew too well. It was funny, actually. I had killed so many people myself, so much for the devil berserker. Being someone I knew from my original world. That was all someone needed to be for me not to be able to kill them. How stupid of me. How pathetic. No matter how much I fretted about it, no matter how much I tortured myself with it, the fact that I couldn't bring myself to kill her still remained. So what was I supposed to do then? After all, I couldn't come up with anything else past this point. I couldn't find an answer, and I was only going in circles. Oh. I continued to be trapped in such a whirlpool of fruitless thoughts, until suddenly I realized. I know this place. Was this what people called a déjà vu? I had also experienced walking in a wintry forest back when I was climbing the Isfel Mountains during the time I was about to face Lustro's. Even if it wasn't the same place, forests in general are extremely familiar places to new adventurers. And it wasn't exactly the time for me to be lost in reminiscence. Speaking of which, the first quest I took as an adventurer, collection of Rixay grass, was in the fairy garden with Lily. I see, we're in the fairy garden. It was completely covered in the veil of night, and the only source of light was Sariel's little torch, which was about to go out. Still, I was sure I was familiar with this dimly lit forest scenery. Even though it was snowing, there was no mistaking it. The fairy garden was a dungeon that I spent almost every day on, even though I spent only 3 months in Il's village. And that was only about half a year ago. I hadn't become so forgetful that my memory of those days had already faded. It should be not too far from here. My destination was decided immediately. I couldn't think about anything else. After so long, I would return to the shack Lily and I lived in. Ah, there it is. I couldn't help but voice out my excitement after finding the really, really small hut, which was half buried under the snow. I wanted to bust inside without stopping, but there was just too much snow on the way. Of course, the snow was never cleared because no one lived there. I had no choice but to go through the ordeal of shoveling snow without a shovel just so that I could open the door. By the time I was finally able to push through the thick snow and open the door, I was almost out of breath. I was so exhausted that I felt I could drop down in front of the door right then and there. It wasn't until the very moment I grabbed the doorknob that I realized that it would have been much easier if I had put Sariel on the ground before going through that effort. Oh well. At least the door wasn't locked. Ha, we made it. Of course, there was no one else in that cold, dark room there to welcome us. Still, in this nostalgic room, my heart became a little warmer. It's a little dusty, should I open a window? No, I should light the fireplace first. I wasn't so sure about relaxing in a shack that hadn't been cleaned for over 6 months. For starters, I lighted the lamp hanging from the ceiling. There was still some oil left in it. The warm orange light that turned on without any incidents made me feel comfortable at last. Yeah, I'm gonna have to clean up before anything else. Having said that, I went towards the bed, grabbed the blanket and sheets that were folded there, and took them outside. Using a little bit from the energy I had recovered from having returned home, I shook the dust out of the blanket and sheets. This would do for the time being. Having secured a provisional clean bed, I managed to lay down the sheets and blankets as if I was some kind of hotel worker, and then I finally took Sariel down from my back. It might get a little noisy, so please bear with me for a moment. Just like how my mom would come with that noisy vacuum cleaner of hers whenever I was right in the middle of a video game. I wouldn't stop cleaning even if Sariel squinted at me. Withstanding the cold, I fully opened the windows in the shack and then unearthed a set of brooms, dustpans, and buckets that had been stowed in the back. With these, I was fully armed. First of all, dusting and sweeping. I had tidied this place back when I left, so there was no trash on the floor or anything like that. The shack itself didn't seem to have been invaded by animals or monsters. I was really glad that this place that held so many good memories hadn't been disturbed after all this time. After that, I managed to procure some water from the frozen stream just behind the shack and scrubbed the spots that needed it the most. It was surprisingly effective, though. Thankfully, it had been only half a year. I wasn't sure I would have had the motivation to clean this place had it been an entire year or two. Phew, well, that should do for now. It wasn't smooth and shiny, but it was clean enough for me not to mind spending the night there. The next day, when I had recovered my strength, I would leave this place sparkling. Lily loved this place to be all nice and tidy, and to leave it like this felt like I was disrespecting her big time. With that in mind, I sat down on the bed, letting out a tired sigh. Kurono Maou. What is it? Please kill me. Phew, it's getting cold. I should close the window. I was done cleaning already, so I had to close it so that we wouldn't freeze to death despite being covered by blankets. I mustered up some strength and stood back up. Please kill me. Oh, and I'll have to light the fireplace now. Looks like I have my work cut out for me, huh? I didn't want to light a dirty fireplace. Who knew what kinds of stuff could get burnt? I didn't want to be exposed to any strange smells and black smoke that could come out of a dirty fireplace. I had to clean it thoroughly in order to avoid making a mess out of the shack. What would I say to Lily if I did? And how do you even use this thing? Lily and I lived here in peace only from spring to summer. I never had the chance to use a fireplace as small as the one this shack had. Of course, in modern Japan, even lighting a normal fireplace was a rare experience. I wondered about what to do for a moment, then. Ignis Sagitta. A bright red fire lit up in the pitch-black fireplace that I was looking into. I have regained enough magical power to cast low-level spells. Amazing, as expected from an apostle. To think she would be able to light up a fireplace using her magic. At this rate, by tomorrow it might be no longer possible for you to kill me. Is that so? Yes. That's why, please kill me now, while you still can. I couldn't escape from the red gaze that was staring straight at me. It was like a curse. I couldn't ignore it nor deceive it any longer. Say, Sariel, what are you? As I asked that vague question, I returned to the bed. I am Sariel, the seventh apostle. I am not Yuriko Shirasaki, the one from another world. I knew that already. She wasn't just Shirasaki-san being brainwashed and manipulated by an angel ring. Once overthrown, there could be no such thing as convenient as having her regain her true personality. I knew how angel rings worked better than anyone from personal experience. Yuriko Shirasaki's personality disappeared long ago, and it was overwritten with Sariel's personality, which was as poor as a third-rate android personality could get. If they had finished their experiments on me, I would have probably ended up finding myself turned into a doll with no expression on my face and no emotion in my heart, just like Sariel. What was the difference between that and a living dead? But that's why Sariel was an apostle. No other random girl would have been good enough. It had to be Shirasaki-san. The most suitable for the role as an apostle, the ultimate piece on the white god side of the board, is someone who had been turned into a combat machine that has no emotions and just kills enemies. So why do you want to die then? Therefore, I arrived at that big question. When your memory seal was broken, you didn't go back to being Shirasaki-san. If you truly remain to be nothing but the seventh apostle, how come you want to die? Why won't you kill me instead? Sariel could have killed me whenever she wanted to. Back when I was walking in the forest, she could have shot me down with a single Sagitta. I had been carrying Sariel on my back with barely anything to protect my body. She could have easily pierced my heart at point-blank range. I cannot go against Yuriko Shirasaki's will. What do you mean? I don't quite understand it myself either. But I feel like you won't kill me either. That was an extremely vague answer from someone like Sariel. I didn't really understand the reason for her change of heart. I didn't understand, but it seemed that she didn't want to kill me. That is, she didn't want to carry out her mission as an apostle. She doesn't want your death, and even less to kill you with her own hands. I don't know. If it was to save her own life, maybe she wouldn't mind having to kill someone like me. No, Shirasaki-san was kind, so she would at least hesitate a little. No, she wouldn't be able to make that choice. If anything, she would prefer to forfeit her own life if it would save yours. What do you know about Shirasaki-san anyway? Yuriko Shirasaki loved you. It felt like the continuation of Lustrose's dream. But this was no dream or illusion. I had heard her words in her memory loud and clear. Kurono-kun, I like you. I wasn't so dull that I could misunderstand the meaning of her words, and I hadn't become so twisted so as to doubt their truthfulness. Besides, they were consistent with our conversation on that day. Friday, the 14th of May. In order to confess to me, Shirasaki-san lied about a club activity meeting being held and had me go to the literary club room alone. She must have asked all other members to leave in advance in order to set up the perfect scenario. Perhaps everyone else had been waiting right outside the club room, holding their breath. Anyway, there was no doubt that Shirasaki-san was kind enough to confess to me. She loved you. She was always looking at you. Stop. She had no right to speak about her love. I had no idea why Shirasaki-san liked someone like me. I was curious, so curious, but that answer shouldn't be told by anyone other than Shurasaki-san herself. And what's more, I definitely didn't want to hear it from Sariel's mouth. Before I even realized, I was grabbing Sariel by the collar with anger, and glaring at her apathetic crimson eyes with my forehead making contact with hers. Now, don't get me wrong, Sariel. The only reason why I'm not killing you is because her soul is in your body. I know that her personality wasn't there anymore. In fact, her very essence might have completely disappeared from her as well. However, even so, the god's doll before my eyes was once Yuriko Shurasaki. For that reason alone, I couldn't kill Sariel. I want to kill you right now. I want to break that little neck of yours and burn your corpse to ashes so that you'll never come back again. Just like you crusaders did to my friends. I threw Sariel away. Even so, I was even more frustrated with myself, who couldn't even hit the floor with all my might. Sariel didn't seem to have been put through too much pain from it, and even less scared of my menacing attitude. She just lay flopping on the bed in a way that reminded me of Lily sleeping all sprawled up. You really should kill me then. And I keep telling you that I can't. She wants that too. Shut up. Please kill me. Shut up. With that, the naively honest Sariel finally stopped talking. Never before had I experienced such a heavy silence. I was the one who was screaming in anger, but I felt like I wanted to start crying. What should I do? What was I supposed to do? That's what I wanted to know. I have no intention of killing you anymore, but God will not have that. Does that mean that you could still end up killing me, even if you don't want to? Yes, the divine blessing that dwells inside my body can fight against my will. It wasn't an entirely wild idea. It was actually quite plausible that by receiving a divine blessing powerful enough to become an apostle, they would also become strongly influenced by the will of God, their creator. And even if that wasn't the case, back when she jumped into the Heaven's Gate, Sariel was moving unconsciously. That could have been part of Judas' spell, but I could still imagine the danger of Sariel suddenly attacking like that. And a single night was all she needed to regain enough magical power to be able to kill me. I couldn't even afford to hold on to my worries for just one night. You really are designed to be my enemy. Yes, as long as I have this divine blessing inside me, I will continue to be your enemy. Haha, so if that blessing of yours were to disappear, you'd become my ally. I no longer have a desire to harm you. Well, that would be great. It would certainly make things much easier if I didn't have to fight you anymore. But there was no way to do something so convenient as simply stripping her of her divine blessing. However, you could take her purity away too with force. After all, it seems purity is the most important condition for a sister. The devil whispered into my ear. What came to my mind suddenly was Fiona's face, who was chatting with me with her usual sleepy face. It certainly seemed like when we were talking on the way to Galahad Fortress. That's when I asked Fiona about blessings. But if there are commandments in their religion like in the Pandora Shrine, won't the apostles' blessing disappear with a single breach to the commandment? I had asked her if it was possible for an apostle's blessing to disappear, and her answer was that robbing them of their chastity could do the trick, the act of losing their virginity. Sariel, are you a virgin? I had blurted that out before even realizing what I was doing. That's one of the worst things a man can ask a woman about. Still, I couldn't help asking that. Without looking away, I looked straight down at Sariel's face as she lay on the bed so as to not mishear her answer. Yes, Sariel replied honestly, without asking why I was asking her such a question, or even being remotely angry at my lack of common sense, let alone tact. There was no sway in the crimson eyes that looked back at me. There was no embarrassment. She simply answered the question, and there was no need to doubt her answer, because I was already peeking into her memory. Sariel had never shared a bed with anyone, man or woman. If you're no longer a virgin, would your divine blessing disappear? I don't know. This time, her answer didn't come out immediately. Of course, she wouldn't have thought about it until now. Moreover, a situation in which her chastity was at stake was highly unlikely. There was no man in this world who could push her down by force, after all. I don't know, but it's possible. Has there been any apostle who has lost their divine blessing before? There has not. At least, not that I'm aware of. So there was a slight chance, but she wouldn't say that it's possible just to suit the mood. There had to be some reason. I have been created to be an apostle. I wasn't blessed solely on the will of the white god. I didn't know exactly how that old geezer Judas gave Sariel her divine blessing. What I could understand from her memories was that she was able to improve her fighting ability through human experimentation just like me, and that she was living a systematically simple life like I would imagine a priest regularly would. Sariel would basically be on the battlefield, but she still prayed every day. I didn't see anything else special about it. The only thing worthy of note was she would bring abnormal results to any battle she would participate in, so much that she would overshadow my feats during the Galahad War. Therefore, if I were to do something that goes against the doctrine of the cross, it is very likely that my blessing will disappear immediately. Sounds similar to what would happen to us as well. After all, the apostles, like the black gods, could lose their blessings under certain circumstances. For me, the loss of chastity is the most serious act against my God. And if I were to lose it to someone like you, who has the protection of the evil god, the white god will never forgive me. Far from being benevolent, your God seems to be quite narrow-minded and ill-tempered, if you ask me. If his apostles were to lose their virginity, would he just grab another random virgin girl to replace them? The idea of it made me want to throw up, but considering that there were also male apostles, the apostles was probably not just God's collection of beautiful girls. The conditions for awakening as an apostle were still unknown. Should we try that? The fact that I actually turned my eyes away from that question seemed to show that I was still within the boundaries of humanhood. To deflower Sariel. Though I had proposed to do such a thing, the act itself was completely unrealistic to me, as if it was part of one of Lustrose's illusions. After all, I didn't have any experience that maybe was one of the reasons, but the biggest problem was that it was Sariel I would be doing that with. I have become strong in order to defeat you apostles. And we had accomplished that goal. We tried our hardest and finally managed to drive Sariel to a corner. I hate you so much that even tearing you apart with my own hands wouldn't be enough for me. And I actually had torn her apart. It wasn't until the very last moment, after she had lost most of her limbs and had severe injuries all over her body, that I could stop my relentless pursuit of Sariel. My grudge was real. And yet you have been my greatest adversary, Sariel. Sariel, who had already overwhelmed me twice in the past, was my #1 goal. It could be said that I had been chasing after her shadow all this time, as if she was some kind of rival. To think that I'd do that with someone like you. You're too kind, just like Yuriko Shirasaki thought you would be. Sariel coldly opened her mouth, as if she was pretending not to know what I was going through. What did you? She doesn't want your heart to be hurt either. If it's going to put you through that much suffering, then you should kill me right now. Shut up, don't talk like you know people's feelings, you damn doll. Oh, that's right, Sariel. I was so plagued by worry and suffering that I didn't know what to do. To lay hands on someone like you was most likely going to traumatize me for the rest of my life. But you weren't wrong. Both you and Shirasaki-san had often seen how much of a weakling I actually was. What made me so angry it caused me to yell against my best judgment wasn't the fact that Sariel had hit the mark with her comment, but nothing more than me feeling ashamed of myself. Don't you dare treat me with contempt, Sariel. Listen, I won't kill you because you used to be Shirasaki-san, and you won't kill me either. I'll keep both of us alive. I won't yield to you, no matter. Both my eyes, which had turned away from her, and my feelings, which had fled from my heart, were once again pointed at Sariel. And that's why I'll take you away from God. I couldn't bring myself to want to do this, but it was still me. There was something only I could do. It was impossible to feel that way towards Sariel. No matter how much I try, my body wasn't inspired enough to do that with her. That's why this power was given to me, of all people, by the former demon king Mia Elrod. I see. I reached for Sariel, who continued to be cold and expressionless. I lifted her lightly with my left hand and took off the sweater that completely covered her body with my right hand. Sariel's whiter-than-snow body was once again totally exposed before my eyes. Until just a while ago, we were fighting each other to the death with all our strength. Her right arm was gone, burned away by Fiona, and both her legs had been cut by my blade. Her body was very dirty with mud and blood. Her bloomers looked particularly bad, being almost completely dyed in dark red due to the blood she had lost after losing both of her legs. I, on the other hand, hadn't lost any parts of my body, but I was just as smeared with blood all over. The stab wounds on my stomach and left shoulder done by her spear were particularly deep. Even so, thanks to the fairy remedy, in some way or another all of our wounds were closed and the bleeding had stopped. I should probably thank Lily for that, though I was overwhelmed by the fact that I felt so guilty that I probably would never be able to look at Lily straight in the eye again. Although the time I spent here with Lily was short, it was full of fond memories. And in this meaningful place for us, I was embracing the enemy I was supposed to kill. Instead of Lily, Sariel was now lying in this bed, the same one where Lily and I had slept together every day. I give all of myself to you. Then I stared into her crimson eyes and chanted a single word. It was the fourth blessing I obtained after overcoming the trials of lust, a magical spell to make things happen. Over ecstasy. Chapter 472, The Oracle of Holy Night. The night of the 24th of the month of gloom. That night was called Holy Night in the Cross Church and was considered to be the most sacred day of the year. A long, long time ago, back when Eden still existed, and the white god still lived amongst humans on that day, God met a woman. It was said that she was a beautiful woman with black hair as dark as the night and eyes as red as fresh blood. Her name was Arya. It wasn't clear how much time had passed since their first encounter, though it at least happened after God left this world and returned to his world. Arya gave birth to a child, the Son of God, created through the union of God and mankind. The day he was born also was the 24th of the month of gloom. The child was blessed by his father, God. And that's how the first apostle Adam came to be. And Arya was worshipped as the Virgin, the mother who gave birth to the Son of God. That's all that was written in the Bible. The day when God met the Holy Mother, and the day when the Son of God was born. The fateful day of the 24th of the month of gloom was therefore regarded as sacred by the Cross Church and known henceforth as Holy Night. In particular, the episode about their meeting and their son's birth was regarded as a famous passage that deepened the relationship between men and women, or rather, it transformed it into an universal custom. The young couples awaited this day even more than the most devout cross believers, since it was very special for them as well. The second apostle, Abel, was no exception. In a dark bedroom, Abel gently got up from bed, sweating from his forehead. The room was one of many like it found in the living quarters of the St. Alician Cathedral, which was for the apostles' exclusive use. This room in particular was usually used by Abel. After having set out to find the demon king who had been born in the Pandora continent, Abel was determined to return to Elysian by the afternoon of the 24th of the month of gloom, though since he arrived before daybreak, it would be more precise to say he returned the day before. Originally, he wanted to spend a little more time on his way home, but he had a reason to make it on the 24th. "Oh, are you already awake?" A voice so sweet it could melt Abel's soul came from his side. That is, from the person who had been sleeping next to him. "Sorry, Michael, did I wake you?" "Oh no, I was just in the middle of waking up anyway." Though he couldn't see much more than a shadow getting up from bed in that bedroom without any lights, Abel's black and blue eyes could see her exactly in the dark. Her long platinum blonde hair, which was a little disturbed after her sleep, adorned the soft smile on her slightly sweaty, beautiful face. She was hiding her naked chest by holding a blanket over it with her hand, but her still bare back and shoulders were suggestive enough to derail a man's reason with just a peek at them. However, after having had a long relationship with her for more than 100 years, Abel still saw third apostle Michael, with whom he was close enough to share a bedroom during Holy Night with watchful eyes, as if she was some kind of strange monster. "Did you hear what the oracle said?" "Yes." Michael's eyes were shining in the dark like a magical amethyst. Looks like Sariel was defeated. Despite the fact that an apostle had been defeated, the gentle smile did not disappear from Michael's face. She didn't only lose, it seems. I honestly would have never thought, ever since becoming an apostle, that I'd hear something like that from the oracle. "Oh, is that so? I think this was better for Sariel overall." Those words were by no means ironic or anything like that. They sounded more like a teacher rejoicing that their student had gone forward with their ideal course. "You may be right, but God was not happy about it at all. If you had been betrayed twice during Holy Night, you wouldn't be too happy either, hee hee." "Are you talking about the original sinner, Eve?" Nonsense, Arya simply ran away. Few knew that there was another tragic episode in the legend of the 24th of the month of gloom. It was also one of the taboos of the Cross Church, known only by a limited number of clerics. The facts that had been passed down were that Arya eventually betrayed God and escaped from Eden, and the existence of a woman named Eve who seduced her into doing that. That woman was the first known human to oppose God. She was regarded as a scum of the earth, bearer of the original sin. This earned her the name of Eve, the original sinner. Her very existence was spoken of in the Bible and was known to everyone who followed the Cross Church. However, the part related to how Arya and her were related was particularly left out, and all it said about Eve was that she was the first person to disobey God. In other words, in the popular knowledge passed on by the Bible, Arya did not betray God. By the way, the fact that Eve seduced Arya and both of them were women was probably one of the reasons behind the Cross Church's prohibition of homosexuality. Officially, the reason was that it wasn't productive, because they wouldn't be able to give birth to children. And since God said, "Bear children and multiply," being in a relationship that could not produce children was seen as something against his will. But more than God's temper, the problem here is that someone among us apostles is going to get very angry about this. Well, you're right, but it's to be expected. After all, losing a loved one is something really, really painful. Are you talking from experience? Listen here, I'm the one who's by your side now. Abel reflexively turned his face away from Michael. Sorry, that was improper of me. Oh, come on, hee, it's fine, I don't mind. Michael's soft palm gently covered Abel's hand. Abel's shoulders shook in response, as if a venomous snake had coiled itself around it instead. Hee, you're completely awake, aren't you? But the sun isn't even up yet. Before Michael's white arms could wrap themselves around him, Abel jumped out of bed as if his side had been spring-loaded, almost as if he was trying to avoid being embraced. I'm sorry, but with something like that happening, it's going to cause quite a stir in Elysian. In the worst case, the other apostles might get recalled. Yeah, you're right, will the ones from the north, where things seem to have calmed down, be recalled, or the ones from the south? The east is looking pretty strained, but it's possible that they themselves are expanding the front line. It might be better to keep the problem child away from Pandora. Abel quickly changed into his clothes and hurried to leave the bedroom. It seemed that taking a shower could wait at this time. Then, when Abel put his hand on the doorknob, Michael's sweet voice caused him to stop for a moment. Can I wait for you here tomorrow as well? I don't know if I'll be here tomorrow, though. I'll wait for you here until you come back. But don't be too late, or I'll. Got it, I'll be back here by tomorrow, or the night after tomorrow at the latest. With an unabashedly unpleasant look on his face, Abel's reply sounded as if he had to squeeze it out of himself. He had thought he had skillfully refused her holy invitation, and so it seemed extremely painful for him to make a definite promise about their next meeting. I'll be waiting for you, dear. Despite seeing the expression on Abel's face, Michael saw him off with a pure smile, like an innocent child. When he finally escaped Michael's line of sight and entered a dimly lit corridor, Abel quickly switched his thoughts and began to put more strength into his pace. Should I check again with the oracle first? Collecting his thoughts once again, Abel thought back on the revelation he had in his dreams, which came as a vague mist that seemed to be about to disappear at any moment. The seventh apostle Sariel fell into the hands of the demon king and has fallen from grace. Her being able to repeat Eve's original sin has been deemed a serious act against God on her part. She has been immediately dispossessed of her divine protection as a result, and the position of seventh apostle shall be forever missing from our ranks. Though fortunately, there was no mention of Sariel's execution or anything similar. There were some who would be happy to move out when they are told to find and kill a transgressor, both in the Cross Church and among the apostles themselves. At any rate, it seems that the demon king has really appeared after all. Abel began to form a conjecture. He started to think that this oracle may have been passed down this information not only to the apostles, but also to other priests. In other words, the emergence of an entity known as the demon king would finally be an open fact for the entire Cross Church. Phew, God, please don't tell me to go on a journey to defeat the demon king. The adventures of the hero Abel should be over for good. Oh, the crusaders seem to have lost. Bishop Gregorius suddenly woke up while he was asleep in a carriage seat, which was comfortable to sit in, but not so much to sleep in. However, even though he had woken up from sleep just like any other day, his blue eyes weren't thoroughly open yet. What are you saying just as you're waking up, Lord Bishop? The first thing Gregorius's eyes caught was the face of a strict-looking middle-aged man who he didn't want to see so up close as soon as he woke up. It was head priest Nors. What do you mean the crusaders lost? A young priest who was riding along asked that question while repeatedly blinking his puppy-like round eyes. It was Rudel, the fiancé of and living sacrifice to Esther, the captain of the Pegasus Knights, who was the acclaimed guard of their carriage. Yes, the outcome of the battle has just been decided. Even though it was Holy Night tonight, you still couldn't show God your true worth, could you, Count Burgunt? Oh, that's too bad. As if Count Burgunt himself were right in front of him, Gregorius gladly talked about the defeat of his army not with irony, but with a grinning smile that seemed to be fanning the flames with all his might. No way was that part of your prophecy, Lord Bishop. Well, yes, more or less. As far as Nors was concerned, Gregorius's prophecies didn't seem to be mere advanced predictions created through his own intelligence, and instead believed that some higher power was at work in their creation. It was reasonable for them to think that he had received a blessing from the White God and was endowed with a special ability. The question was exactly what kind of ability that was. More importantly, is this all right? What is? That is, if the Crusaders have lost, then we're stranded in the enemy country without anything to support us. Nors had acted on the premise that the Crusaders would succeed in capturing Sparta. If the Third Army of the Crusaders, that is, the company of the aristocrats, had been able to occupy Sparta territory, they could have simply crossed over to Avalon. However, with the Third Army defeated, Sparta would remain strong, which meant that there would be no way for them to use occupied territory to reach Avalon. So how were they going to get there? Stranded, what are we, a raid squadron? What were the Pegasus Knights for anyway? But even though the Pegasus Knights had excellent mobility, there was no way a single unit could cause any disturbance in the rear. They were simply too far from the battlefield. In that case, then their duty when infiltrating truly was to take the least number of men possible, just as Gregorius had explained. The Third Army has done a good job. Thanks to their reckless tenacity at the wintry Galahad fortress, we have thus smoothly stepped on Avalon soil whoops, but we haven't stepped on it yet now, have we? Gregorius would take advantage of the battle to capture the fortress in order to sneak into enemy territory. But was he really using the Third Army's battle just for that? In fact, due to the flashy battle that was taking place in the Galahad Mountains, Sparta's border security had been clearly weakened. The number of soldiers on guard was halved. Griffins and Pegasus, which would normally keep an astute watch over the sky, had no choice but to create gaps in their surveillance network. As a result of that, they have finally crossed the territory of Sparta and entered the territory of Avalon. Lord Bishop, I've been silent so far, but can you tell us what is the true reason for us being here? I'm already prepared, and above all, we're all here. None of us can go back anymore. Haven't I just said that? He had mustered his resolve and asked him that, and yet all he received was an elusive answer. He really hated this guy's guts. Nors started thinking again. You were listening just now, right, Rudel? Yes. Who, I'm the head priest, Father Rudel. How come someone below me has received the command as if I didn't exist? Is this some kind of middle management issue? No way. This must be a joke. That was the resentment and anguish contained in Nors's hua. See, can you fill me in? Sure, sorry about that. That was careless of me. Come on, just fill me in already. He waited for his talkative superior to continue talking while biting his own lip. Let's see. Our mission in Avalon is to wait, I'm sorry. I'm receiving something. Nors silently endured the time it took for Gregorius's telepathic call to end, though he was getting as impatient as a dancer who wanted to take their shoes after a long session. Yes, so what happened, Commander Esther? I see that's. The communicator was a small earring that gave off a blue glow. Therefore, Gregorius seemed to be speaking to himself, making him even more annoying to look at than ever. It would be more convincing to see him being face-to-face with a communicator that looked like the head of a rugged and old-fashioned golem. Could you wipe the window there a bit? Why, yes. The young priest turned to the window as if he had been just slapped across the face towards it, and after some consideration, used the long hem of his robe to wipe off the cloudiness of the winter cold off the glass surface, making a squeaky sound. I see indeed, there's a battle going on. At the other side of the window, they could see a field of red flames that bloomed like flowers in a pure white snow field. Armed groups were attacking the carriages stuck on the highway from all sides, gradually narrowing down on them. From how fierce the battle looked, it seemed that it was not just a trader being attacked by bandits. There was no way to see that much fire on the battlefield without either party having a decent number of mages. Well, from up here, it's easy to see what's happening on the ground. I feel kind of jealous of the Pegasus Knights. They always get to see this kind of scenery. The view they could see from the window was one of the ground below looked up from the sky. In other words, the carriage was actually flying. It wasn't an ordinary carriage. It had been specially made to be pulled by 4 Pegasus and enchanted with magic so that the carriage itself could float in the air. Gregorius had spent a lot of money getting this carriage prepared so that it would help him sneak into Avalon. Well, everyone, looks like we have work to do. Clapping his hands, he looked at Nors and Rudel, who were still gazing through the window. Let's go help out. Of course, I'm talking about the carriage that is being attacked. Wah! But if we show ourselves here, we'll... Wait, please. Don't you all shout at the same time, please. It's hurting my ears. In a reflexive-like manner, Gregorius pressed his communication piercing over his ear, temporarily interrupting any further objections. But the opinion of those present in the carriage had already been handed down. If they were to poke their noses into trouble in enemy territory, their presence would be immediately revealed. Why go through all that trouble to travel undetected by the enemy's surveillance network if they were just going to throw it all away on a whim? Well, aren't you both literally God's shepherds? And no way, you mean this part of our duty as believers to help those in need. Yes, that's right. Nonsense. They're either demons or heretics. No, they're non-believers. He wasn't saying that they were infidels who had chosen not to believe in God, but merely pitiful people who lived their entire lives without even knowing about God's existence. Therefore, they shouldn't be considered as enemies of God who had to be defeated, and instead should be saved by receiving God's teachings. The idea of non-believers was controversial even among the followers of the Cross Church, but it was a very major stance for priests to spread the teachings of God in the colonies and remote areas they controlled. Would that be okay, head priest Nors? We'd be doing missionary work on our way to Avalon. That didn't leave them with much of a choice in the matter. In the past, the Cross Church had repeatedly carried out missionary work on territories that were about to be invaded by the crusaders, turning the people from enemy territory into new fellow men rather than just allies, allowing for a smooth invasion and subsequent domination. However, something like that had never been tried in the Pandora continent. The reason was simple. It was the presence of demons. The areas where the crusaders conducted their missionary work were all human-only countries. Only humans could be believers of the Cross Church. Elves, dwarves, beastkin, there were many other different races, but they could never recognize these subraces as believers since they were different from humans. Even among humans, if another faith had been deeply ingrained in a specific area, the Cross Church's teachings would not permeate. Moreover, those belonging to the race of demons could not accept the teachings of God. It's impossible. No, it will definitely work, because the people of this land are waiting for God's teachings. We will start from Avalon and spread our faith in the White God to the Pandora continent. That is my prophecy. The word fanatic flashed across Nors's mind. His smile, which had seemed to be just a little sketchy up until that point, suddenly became infinitely more ominous than ever. Nors couldn't do anything but regret that he had put himself in a position from which there no longer was a way out. Now, let us go, head priest Nors, Commander Esther. Let's save those poor lambs in danger. With that, the Order of Arya, a missionary group of but a dozen people led by Bishop Gregorius, landed on the land of Avalon. End of Volume 12.